Deep in the ruins of a shattered dungeon, a magician named Shin Hale emerged. Not long after, a towering monster confronted him, letting out a thunderous roar. Without hesitation, Hale raised his hand. Magic surged, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky. He knelt, placing his palm against the ground. A glowing magic circle formed beneath him. Slowly, he lifted a single snowflake into the air, then unleashed the permafrost spell. An ice spirit materialized before him, frost rapidly spreading across every wall and column nearby. The monster instantly leapt back, desperate to escape. But the ice spirit exhaled a freezing wind, and with a surge of ice from Shin's hand, they froze the creature solid. A thick coat of frost sealed it in place. As the last shimmer of the magic circle beneath Shin faded, the air around them warmed, and he stood up, eyes locked on the now silent enemy. Not long ago, the House of Magicians was known as Korea's most elite magical bloodline. Among its many gifted members, Shin Hale stood out, hailed as a once-in-a-generation prodigy. One day, he stepped into his father's office. His father, Hale, looked up and asked if he already knew. Shin nodded with a confident grin, replying that he'd carry their house's name with honor. He swore he'd graduate at the top of Obelisk Magic Academy, rise as the world's greatest archmage, and lead their family to unprecedented glory. Gazing out the window, his father spoke softly. His son's talent wasn't just rare, it was unmatched. Turning back, he smiled, telling Shin he had immense expectations for him. He hoped Shin would conquer the interactive magic world and stand above all as a master of the magical arts. Gripping the medallion around his neck, Shin promised with a steady voice he would succeed. He'd surpass his brothers. He'd even surpass his father, the most powerful mage in the nation. 2 years later, at the prestigious Obelisk Magic Academy, a teacher gathered the second-year students. Today was the day of their practical test. He looked at Baek Sayuk and encouraged him to do his best as always. There was nothing to worry about. Baek smirked and scoffed, asking who said he was worried. In his mind, the outcome was obvious. That guy, he'll be dead last. He still can't even grasp the basics. How's he not expelled yet? Baek muttered, completely useless. Can't even cast interactive magic. MC stayed quiet, lost in thought. In today's world, modern mages were rare and highly valued. Just then, Sayuk stepped into the arena. The instructor announced the start of the practical exam. A hologram of 2 monsters flickered to life before him. Instantly, Sayuk opened a system window and summoned a fireball. It struck with precision, wiping out both enemies. The teacher nodded in approval, noting that he'd completed the task within the time limit. Sayuk shrugged, unfazed. As always, too easy. Watching from the sidelines, MC reflected on how much magic had changed. With the rise of artificial intelligence, most modern mages now had implanted chips, AI units that simplified even the toughest spells. But he couldn't use them. The teacher called his name next. MC walked into the arena. Holographic monsters appeared before him. He closed his eyes and began to focus. The first step was channeling mana into the heart, the wellspring of his magic. Then came forming the magic circle, one layer at a time, through 8 exact steps. Before he could complete the process, the monsters lunged. He quickly shifted to defense. From the sidelines, Sayuk let out a mocking laugh. That's his magic? Seriously? MC gritted his teeth. Sayuk scoffed. You're just a leftover from a dead era. Can't handle interactive magic. Know your place. Trash like you should quit. The monsters vanished. The time limit had expired. The teacher announced that he'd failed the test. Laughter echoed from the other students. MC clenched his fist, breathing heavily. It was another failure, but he wasn't disheartened. He had improved, even if just a little, in the speed of his magic transformation. That same day, after being branded a failure, his father gave up on him entirely. He even sent a pill meant to destroy the magic circle in his heart. But MC refused to let go of his dream. He chose to pursue magic the old-fashioned way, a path forgotten in the age of technology. It was far more difficult, with the biggest drawback being that he could only learn through ancient books. Back in his room, he stared at the growing pile of dusty tomes scattered on the floor. He couldn't help but think how much easier it would be if these old books could be digitized. His room had limits, and he was running out of space. Then his eyes landed on one particular book. Something about it stood out. Did I even buy this? He wondered, picking it up. It was worn, clearly old, but there was something about it, something that felt important. He flipped through a few pages of the book, but couldn't understand the handwriting. It was too intricate. But as he leaned in for a closer look, one name caught his eye, Ray Belbitinio. A grin tugged at his lips. It had been a long time since he'd seen that name. Ray Belbitinio, the first and greatest magician in human history, the founder of modern magic, the first emperor of the Wiener magical empire, a living legend, etched into the roots of magic itself. Back when he was younger, he used to come across Ray Bell's name constantly while reading memoirs and ancient texts. Suddenly, the book began to glow. The pages shimmered, sliding upward, bathed in golden light. Startled, he stumbled back, the brightness overwhelming his eyes. He dropped the book and shielded his face with both hands. What is this? As the light dimmed slightly, he peeked through his fingers, staring at the book in disbelief. Then a voice echoed from within the pages. Only those with a matching magical nature could hear it, the voice said. And now, the legendary Ray Belbytenio was entrusting this book to him. MC stood frozen, stunned that the book could actually speak. His thoughts drifted back to a moment from his past, a time when he never imagined that being an outcast, a so-called failure, would actually be his greatest advantage. That same day, after the exam, the teacher had announced that all students who failed would be attending extra classes. Someone in the crowd asked who'd failed. Another voice answered without hesitation. It was the guy who couldn't sync with artificial intelligence. MC had no choice but to endure the whispers, the stares, and the silent weight of failure. But now, something inside him had shifted. It felt like he'd been reborn. The book's light had filled his entire room, casting a glow brighter than anything he'd ever summoned. The next day, he returned to class. When lunch came around, he quietly made his way to the cafeteria and chose the farthest seat by the window, just like always. But then a familiar figure appeared, his friend, G. Sunchan. Tray in hand, he approached with a grin. Eating alone again? MC glanced up. You again? Sunchan ignored the comment and plopped down across from him. Looks good, he said casually, then started digging in. MC watched him for a moment, thinking to himself, despite the guy's disheveled appearance, Sunchan was no slouch. He ranked among the Academy's top 10 sorcerers and had reached the third circle by the age of 18. In this dull and meaningless school life, Sunchan was probably the only one he could truly call friend. When he didn't touch his food, Sunchan leaned over, eyeing his plate. If you're not eating that, I'll take it, he said without missing a beat. With a scowl, MC told Sunchan to eat his own food. He frowned again, but Sunchan leaned in with a grin. If someone's messing with you, just point him out. I'll handle the rest. MC looked out the window and brushed it off. It's nothing. Shifting the topic, he added, I found a strange book yesterday. Sunchan raised an eyebrow. What kind of book? MC replied. After the third page, the rest looked blank. Said to be by Ray Belbytenio, unless the guys planted it as a prank. But when I opened it, it lit up, and I heard a voice. Sunchan blinked. Enchanted? That's crazy. What did the voice say? With a small smirk, MC replied, It said the book was an inheritance meant for someone like me. No one else would even be able to open it. Sunchan's eyes lit up. That actually sounds awesome. Maybe I should try opening it. MC's expression turned serious. There was something else written on the last page. He paused, recalling the uneasy feeling from before. It said, to form a magic circle not in the heart, but in the brain. Sunchan immediately sat up. All right, now it's not funny. A magic circle in the brain? Are they trying to get you killed? Give me the book. I'll check it out myself. After class, they returned to the dorms and headed straight to MC's room. MC handed him the book. So, it only opens if the person's like the original owner, Ray Belbytenio? Sunchan asked. MC nodded. That's what it said. Go ahead and try. Sunchan gave it a shot. He pulled at the cover, pushed it, tried different angles, but nothing worked. The book didn't even budge. With a sigh, he handed it back. Nope, nothing. It's like it's sealed shut. Scratching his head, Sunchan muttered, This thing's weird. All right, forget it. I'm heading out. Get some rest, man. He waved and left the room. MC sat down and opened the book again, flipping to a page with strange drawings. He frowned. This page had been blank before. Now, glowing letters began to appear. Ray Bell's voice echoed once more. So, you're trying to create magic circles in your heart. That's the standard method for most mages. MC narrowed his eyes. Wait, are you saying that method is wrong? Suddenly, the book lifted off the ground, glowing brightly. MC took a step back, uneasy. A voice rang out from within. If you accept my will and are ready to become my disciple, your first task is to destroy the magic circle in your heart and recreate it in your brain. Only then may you open this book again. The light vanished, and the book dropped to the floor with a thud. MC stared at it, stunned. This is going way too far for a prank. He clenched his fist, mind racing. The idea of creating a magic circle in the brain, it wasn't just absurd. It was deadly. Mana flowing through the brain could cause a complete mental collapse, even death. This is suicide, he thought, struggling to stay calm. He shoved the book aside and collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. Who in their right mind would go through with this? The next day, he walked into his teacher's office, the book tucked under his arm. The teacher looked up. Something wrong. MC handed him the book. Can you take a look at this? The man inspected the cover, running a hand over its surface. An old manuscript? It definitely has that ancient aura about it. What exactly do you want me to do? I just want to know if it's sealed with magic or anything, MC said. It won't open. The teacher raised an eyebrow. Why do you think that? There's been weird talk going around. Rumors, he replied. The teacher sighed. You're spending too much time listening to nonsense. Focus on your studies. Still, he agreed to check, placing his palm on the book. He focused for a moment before pulling away. There's no trace of magic here, he said. Let go of the fairy tales and concentrate on your work. MC thanked him and left disappointed. He'd hoped for something, but not even Sunshine, nor now his teacher, could open the book. But then, as he walked down the hall, a faint smile crept onto his face. That meant it was real. That evening, he returned to his room. He set the book on the floor and sat in front of it, deep in thought. From his drawer, he pulled out a small bag, the pills his father had given him. Just one would erase the magic circle in his heart forever. He held the bag tightly. He could still hear his father's voice telling him to give up practicing magic, to become a great theorist instead. But that wasn't his path. No matter what, he wasn't giving up on magic. He stared down at the 2 pills trembling in his palm. Clenching his wrist tightly, he muttered to himself, stop shaking. He was already living life on the sidelines. What was there left to lose? Gritting his teeth, he swallowed both pills. If I die, then so be it. The pain hit instantly. His body jerked, and he tumbled from the chair. The magic circle tethered to his heart was breaking apart, shattering everything he'd built. This was the end of him as a traditional mage. There was no turning back. He was about to cross a forbidden line, pushing mana into the brain. One life ended here, so another could begin. As the mana surged into the folds of his mind, the searing pain in his chest faded, only to be replaced by something far worse. A mind-splitting agony that felt like it would rip his head apart. He convulsed, consciousness slipping, his thoughts spiraling. Is this death? Then, in the middle of that torment, a whisper, right in his ear, Ray Bell's voice, calm and clear. Can you hear me? The voice wasn't ordinary. It was formed through mana. And suddenly, the pain vanished. He found himself in a different space. All around him, mana spirits swirled, whispering, singing, laughing. They embraced him. He couldn't explain it, but he felt blessed. Then silence. When he opened his eyes again, morning light spilled across his room. He slowly sat up from the floor, still dazed, and stared at his hands. I'm alive. Confused, he turned his gaze toward the book lying nearby. Picking it up, he saw that the once blank pages were now filled with glowing symbols. Then, Ray Bell's voice rang out again in his mind. Congratulations. You've taken your first step. This book is called Eidered. From this moment on, your legend begins. Through this book, you would inherit all of Ray Bell's magic. You are my successor from the future, the voice said, then paused. Wait, maybe I shouldn't call you that. Ray Bell chuckled softly. No, you're my student now, Hale. And just like that, tears welled in Hale's eyes. A few days later, he sat in class like always, staring blankly at the front. Teacher words floated around the room, but Hale wasn't listening. His eyes were on the book hidden in his hands, flipping through the pages with quiet excitement. Another new section had appeared. Who would have thought magic could feel like this? Eidered was filled with knowledge long forgotten, secrets buried from the world. First, he learned that mana had its own will. That was the real danger. Letting mana into the brain usually led to a violent clash of consciousness, causing permanent damage. That's why it was considered so destructive. But people like them were different. Their mental structure didn't resist mana. Their minds could block out the will of mana, keeping them safe. Hale touched the back of his head thoughtfully. So this is why I couldn't sync with interactive magic. Why I was always rejected by the chip-based system. Just then, Smith's voice cut through his thoughts, grabbing everyone's attention. He addressed the students and reminded the second years about the upcoming midterm exams. But this time, he added something new. A hush fell over the crowd as he continued. Starting this year, anyone who fails the exam will be expelled. His eyes narrowed slightly before he added, almost cheerfully, that this rule was suggested by the House of Magicians. Sayuk broke into a grin, clearly pleased. Finally, the failures will be weeded out, he muttered. Smith turned to Hale with a smirk. Looks like someone's already on the edge, he said mockingly. But the comment didn't faze Hale. His mind was elsewhere, on his father. Later that evening, he made his way into the city. As he arrived at the training center, he couldn't help but think about how overpriced everything was. Renting a simulation room here was no joke. A quick check on his phone confirmed it. 200,001 per hour. Even that was a stretch for him. Walking in, he was greeted at the front desk. Hale asked for 1 hour, and the staffer raised an eyebrow. Training alone? He asked. Hale nodded. The man handed him a card and told him to head to room 14, offering to show him how the hologram system worked. Hale politely declined. I already know, he said, as Hale disappeared down the hallway. The man watched him go, muttering to himself, Isn't that Shin Hale from the House of Magicians? Born into a powerful family, but can't even use interactive magic. What a shame. Meanwhile, Hale stepped into the room and activated a simulation. His goal was to take down a pack of wolves. After a quick stretch, he got into position as the wolves materialized, circling him, ready to pounce. He raised his hand. Low-tier beasts or not, 10 at once isn't easy. The Academy's average clear time for this test, 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Now it was time to see what the Eider's technique could do in action. Focusing, he triggered his mana, activating the Circle of Infinity. A wave of magic energy surged before him. The wolves instantly lunged. With a simple motion, a torrent of water burst forth, crashing into them. Seeing the damage he'd done, Hale smiled. This is insane. Was I always this strong? But no, it wasn't the same kind of magic others used. While they relied on circles etched near their hearts, his was different. His circle was in his brain, pushing mana through his entire body. The Infinity Circle was unlocking something buried deep within him. Extending both arms, he summoned another circle. This time, flames erupted outward. His eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected that. Ray Bell's voice echoed in his mind, telling him not to be surprised. This was just the beginning. He still had a long journey ahead. The Infinity Circle was the foundation of the Baitinio style of magic, allowing him to shape spells just as he pictured them. A vision of his teacher appeared, gently patting him on the head before waving dismissively. This is only the first circle of the Baitinio inner style, the Call of the Heart. Even so, Hale was thrilled. If he could pull off this level of magic at just the first circle, what more could he achieve? Motivated, he dove back into training. Once he wrapped up, he exited the training center. The receptionist thanked him politely, then made his way to room 14 to tidy up. Curious, he checked the terminal to see how one of the so-called failed geniuses had performed, and froze. There, at the top of the rankings, was Hale's name. He'd completed the wolf simulation in just 6 minutes and 37 seconds. What? Isn't that an international record? The man blurted out, his eyes wide. Frustrated, he slammed his foot into the terminal. How did that loser manage this? This junk machine must be glitching. Meanwhile, Hale strolled through the city with a light step, humming to himself. In his mind, a legend was already taking root. Back then, crafting his first circle had been a major challenge. What he read in the book was nothing like the basics he'd studied before. But now he could feel the mana flowing, his arms, legs, heart, even his brain, responding to his will. Still, there was one part of the book he couldn't quite grasp. The words were too vague, like a thought slipping just out of reach. In magical studies, there's a saying, every mage eventually slams into a wall. A moment where they hit their limit, unable to progress further. It was the same for all Eris. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he shut his eyes. For now, he needed to focus on one thing, letting the mana circulate through every inch of his body, just like the book instructed. His concentration had to be absolute. But was that really all there was to it? When he snapped back to reality, he realized 10 hours had passed. 10 hours of nonstop mana circulation. Strangely, he felt no fatigue. The next morning, he showed up to class like usual, though a little drowsy. Sunshine spotted him, raised his arm, and smacked him hard on the back. You good, man? Hale flinched, but didn't respond. All he could think about was maintaining this mana flow every single day. But keeping it going wasn't easy. Still, he was determined to adapt to this circle and master it quickly. After all, when he formed his second mana circle at the age of 12, everyone called him a prodigy. That was the moment his father's expectations began. Right now, he had only one mana circle, and it was in his brain. How could he move beyond that? To grow as a magician, he had to push past the wall of enlightenment. His father once said something to him back when he still believed in him. The ideal is just a set of chains. It's a lie built on human pride. An illusion we convince ourselves is real. That thought stuck with him. As he meditated, remembering those words, something shifted. He could feel it, the mana in his hands, his fingertips, his heart, and his mind. It was moving exactly how he wanted. A flame sparked in his palm. This wasn't perfection. It was imperfection. And in that imperfection, he found something powerful. Freedom. Freedom to imagine. To shape magic with no formulas, no boundaries. Interactive magic may have made spell casting faster, but it forced every spell into a rigid structure. The Vader method, though, it was wild. Free-flowing. Pure thought. With just his imagination, he formed birds from fire, watching them circle the room. A grin crept across his face. Now, he could mold magic however he pleased. No rules. No limits. He clenched his fist, still smiling. Even though he was using only the first circle, and it drained his stamina mercilessly, it didn't matter. What he gained was worth every drop of energy. If he could break through the wall of enlightenment, nothing would stop him. As a new day began, he sat quietly in class. That's when the teacher stepped in and called his name. You have a visitor. Come with me. He closed his book and followed. Your father's here to see you, the teacher said as they walked. As they reached the reception room, the teacher knocked. A voice from inside gave him permission to enter. The teacher opened the door. "I brought Hale," he announced. Inside, Shin In-hyuk turned to face his son. Hale greeted him, and with a simple wave of the hand, his father signaled the teacher to leave them alone. Once the door shut, the two sat across from each other. In-hyuk looked at him. "So, you're still attending classes. I take it you didn't accept the pill I sent?" Hale nodded. "That's right. I made some progress in magic lately." His father's expression tightened. "Are you still chasing those pointless dreams?" But Hale met his gaze calm and sure. "I'm going to become the greatest magician of this generation." In-hyuk stared at him in silence for a long moment. Then, with a sigh, he finally spoke. "You've already wasted an entire year. It's time to face the truth." He went on. "No matter how hard you train, even if you achieve something one day, as long as your body can't handle interactive magic, you'll never be a true mage. You still have talent, but stop chasing pointless dreams. Use that talent wisely. Focus on theory. That's the best you can do." But Hale didn't back down. "You told me once I would never give up on magic. I meant it." He rose from the couch. "Living a normal life doesn't suit me, especially not under your shadow." He clenched his fist. "What I want is to lead a house of Maidashin." His father looked at him for a moment before answering. "Becoming a great mage, leading a family of mages, those aren't things you accomplish just because you want them." "I'll prove it," Hale said firmly. "Oh." In-hyuk raised an eyebrow. "And how exactly do you plan to prove it? Barely scraping through exams? Being on the brink of expulsion?" "I'll place in the top 10 on the next test," Hale replied. "If I don't, I'll leave the academy. I'll go study theory, just like you want." Then, with a confident smile, he tapped his chest. "But if I succeed, I want you to acknowledge me as a mage and support me." In-hyuk exhaled deeply and closed his eyes. "Seems like your so-called progress has gone straight to your head." He pulled his cloak over his shoulders, turning to leave. "Just don't let this be all talk." Hale's smile faded. He watched his father walk away in silence. Days passed. Then, one morning, the teacher walked into class and announced that the format for the final exam had been finalized. The room buzzed as students murmured to each other, anxious to know what was coming. "You'll be facing each other one-on-one," the teacher said. "It'll be a tournament-style duel." Hale narrowed his eyes, and Sayuk threw him a smug glance from across the room. The teacher continued. "The matches will take place over 3 days. From the 16th round onward, official observers from the Magic Tower will be present. So give everything you've got. That's all." Hale clenched his fist, his expression turning serious. "This is it. This is where I prove myself." During the break, the classroom was buzzing. Students huddled in groups, speculating and getting hyped. "Even people from the Magic Tower are coming," someone whispered. This just got real. Hale, as usual, kept to himself, observing the buzz around the academy. Everyone was fired up about the upcoming midterms, and for good reason. With representatives from the Magic Tower attending, the spotlight would be brighter than ever. The Magic Tower wasn't just any organization. Formed by a dozen of the world's strongest magicians, their influence rivaled that of entire nations. Every student dreamed of joining them. And now, the whole academy was buzzing with ambition. Then, out of nowhere, Sayuk strolled up to him with that familiar, arrogant grin. "So, how are you feeling?" He sneered, his tone mocking. Hale frowned slightly. Sayuk's taunts were nothing new. Annoying, sure, but the guy was still one of the top students in the second year. Sayuk leaned in, voice low and smug. "Looks like we're up against each other for the first duel. Can you already taste defeat?" He stepped closer, face nearly touching Hale's. "Relax. I'll make sure to set a new record. You know, for that incident 5 years ago." Hale let out a slow sigh and glanced at him, unimpressed. That incident, he remembered it clearly. 5 years ago, during the finals of the talent competition, Sayuk had gone up against him and lost miserably. The guy had burst into tears right there in the arena. Back then, he was branded a loser. But once Hale was labeled incompatible with interactive magic, Sayuk flipped the script and never let up on him. Now, Sayuk smirked again. "They say whoever fails gets expelled, right? Maybe I should knock you out early. Save you from the embarrassment." His friends behind him laughed loudly. Hale didn't flinch. "So this clown is my first opponent? Perfect." This was his chance to shine. He wasn't going to let it slip. He looked up and smirked. "Why should I be scared of you?" Sayuk's face twitched. He clearly hadn't expected that. Around them, whispers started spreading among the other students. "This defective guy thinks he can beat me?" Sayuk snapped, his voice rising. "Know your place. Don't delude yourself." He tapped his temple, then jabbed a finger at Hale. "You're out of your mind." Hale took a breath, rubbed his chin, and smiled. 5 years ago, you ran your mouth back then too, and still got crushed. Guess some things never change." The words hit their mark. Sayuk froze, caught off guard. Hale chuckled. "Still salty over that loss, huh? You were crying like a baby in front of the whole arena. Pretty hard to forget that." "Shut up," Sayuk shouted, his anger boiling over. He grabbed Hale by the collar, his voice trembling with rage. "You're just a broken reject. Trash." Hale brushed Sayuk's hand off his collar and stared him down. "Seems like living in someone else's shadow has kept you from growing," he said coolly. "There will always be someone stronger, someone ready to crush you into the ground." He straightened his clothes and flashed a cocky smile. "A genius stays a genius. You'll find that out for yourself, soon enough. Be ready." Without waiting for a reply, Hale turned and walked away. Behind him, Sayuk stood frozen, teeth gnashing as he began to nervously bite his nails. "I'll burn that arrogant bastard to ashes and stomp on what's left," he muttered. The next day, the headlines hit the internet like wildfire. Return of a fallen genius. Shin Hale. Redemption or final collapse? Hale, towel draped over his head as he dried his hair, stared at the screen of his tablet with a grin. Every headline had his name plastered across it. Just as he thought, Sayuk's family had pulled strings to stir things up with the media. He could practically see Sayuk's furious expression in his mind, twisted with rage. Good, he thought. Let the world watch. The more eyes on me, the better. These midterms would be his stage, and he was going to show everyone exactly what a genius looks like. Just then, his phone rang. He answered casually. "Hey, Dad, you saw the article?" His father replied that he had. Hale smirked. "Don't let it get to you." In Hyuk's voice sharpened. "You provoked this, didn't you?" "I did," Hale said plainly. "I needed the attention." But his father wasn't impressed. "Just because I agreed to your conditions doesn't mean I believe in you. The House of Magic doesn't care about this nonsense. Your little media stunt only brings shame to our name." "You don't get it, do you?" Hale replied. "People already treat me like I've been cast out of the family." He ran a hand across the cover of his book and added quietly, "If I've already lost everything, then it doesn't matter." In-hyuk let out a sigh. Maybe the damage isn't massive, but it is damage. Wherever you go, whatever you do, the name of our house follows you. That's reality. Hale's expression turned serious. "Of course I know, but all that noise, it's meaningless compared to what I'm about to do." In-hyuk asked, "And what does the house gain from your so-called success?" Hale didn't hesitate. "It gains me, the greatest mage the world's ever seen, born from the House of Magic. The strongest family head in our history. I'm going to become the greatest," he said with full conviction, "even by our standards." His father sank into a chair, letting out a quiet breath. "You've got ambition," he said at last, "just like the Tower Master, no matter what happens." "Thanks," Hale replied. But before he could say more, In-hyuk's tone hardened. "But if you keep dragging our name through the mud," he warned, "then be ready for the consequences." The call ended. Hale set the phone down on the table, then sat back on the bed. A sly smile formed on his lips. No turning back now. The day of the midterm exam finally arrived. The small stadium buzzed with energy. Spectators and reporters filled the stands, eyes fixed on the arena in the center. Hale stepped out under the open sky, rolling his wrist as he approached the battlefield. Across from him, Sayuk appeared, already wearing a smug grin. "How do you like that article?" he said mockingly. "One day, and boom, your name's everywhere." He chuckled under his breath. "You can't even cast spells right, and yet here you are, putting on a show. It's laughable." Hale smiled back. "The only one who'll be embarrassed here is you." Sayuk blinked, thrown off by the confidence in his voice. "Thanks, though," Hale added, tapping his chest. "You walked straight into my trap. You don't like me? Good. Then this will be a favor for you. I'll finish it quick. Just try not to cry." Sayuk snorted. "You're insane." Unfazed, Hale raised a finger and pointed directly at him. "I only need first circle spells to win this." That caught the crowd's attention. A wave of murmurs rippled through the stands. Meanwhile, Sayuk ground his teeth and bit at his fingernail, eyes twitching. "You dare run your mouth?" The instructor entered the arena, stepping between them. He raised a hand. "The first round of the second-year midterms begins now." The whistle blew. Hale stood firm, a confident grin on his face. Sayuk, already boiling, stepped forward with a snarl. "Die, you broken freak." His eyes lit up with energy, and flames surged from the system window in front of him, fusing into a massive fireball. It screamed toward Hale, but Hale dodged it effortlessly. "So that's his signature. Explosion," he noted. The chip on the back of Sayuk's head glowed, and another spell activated. A third circle one. Explosion again. This time, it hit the center of the arena with force, sending up a column of fire and shaking the ground. The roar echoed, and the stands erupted with camera clicks and gasps. Sayuk grinned. "Guess that's the end of your little act." But then the dust cleared, and there stood Hale, completely untouched. Sayuk's eyes went wide. "What? How? Why are you unharmed?" Panic flickered across his face as he quickly summoned 3 system windows. Without hesitation, he hurled 3 more fireballs straight at Hale. With unwavering focus, Hale raised his hand and calmly conjured a swirling water orb above his palm. In one smooth motion, he waved upward, forming a translucent barrier of water above him just in time to block the incoming fireballs. Sayuk's confidence began to unravel. What's going on? He thought, panic creeping in. His favorite spell, Explosion, had been deflected like it was nothing, while Hale moved gracefully across the arena, enjoying the rhythm of his magic. High above in a VIP chamber, someone watched with quiet intrigue. Kim Kan-jin, the master of the Blue Magic Tower, an 8th circle magician, sat in silence, eyes narrowed as he studied the young mage in the arena. "Strange," he murmured. "It's just first circle magic, yet he's casting it so effortlessly in seconds." A woman standing beside him turned to him with a frown. "I was wondering, why would the Tower Master himself put off everything just to attend a second-year exam? Did you know something about this kid's magic?" Kim Kan-jin shook his head. "No, I only saw an article, some talk about the return of a so-called genius. I came to see for myself. So it's just coincidence? She asked skeptically. Even so, if word gets out that the Blue Tower Master is here, it's going to stir up a storm. He chuckled. I'm well aware. As he spoke, he turned to the sound of sliding doors opening behind him. Another figure entered the room. Kim Kanjin smiled and opened his arms. You came too. Back in the arena, Hale easily blocked another volley of attacks. He sighed, then deflected the fire spells once more. Sayuk's frustration was boiling over. What the hell is happening? Sayuk thought in disbelief. How is he blocking third circle magic with first circle spells? He recalled the water barrier that stopped his flames dead and the blinding speed of Hale's casting. His reaction time was unreal. Hale glanced at him and grinned, wondering how I'm so fast. Sayuk flinched. Shut up, he snapped, eyes wild. Just die already. Enraged, he summoned 3 more system windows, releasing another barrage of fireballs. They collided midair and exploded violently, heat and smoke consuming the arena. Sayuk grinned nervously. I knew it. That broken freak couldn't handle that. Not after talking big about one-circle spells. But before the smoke could even clear, Hale calmly flicked his fingers, once up then sharply down. In an instant, a powerful blast of wind roared to life, cutting through the smoke and rocketing straight towards Sayuk at blinding speed. Sayuk barely dodged the attack, spinning around in shock. When did he even form that wind spear? He wondered, eyes darting back to Hale, who calmly brushed dust off his clothes. It didn't make sense. His strike didn't leave a mark. Why is he completely fine? Frustrated and unsure of what to do next, Sayuk lashed out, cursing. You really gonna stick with just first circle spells? He growled. In response, Hale silently conjured another wind spear, aiming it directly at him. Sayuk reacted quickly, throwing up a shield in front of himself. Feeling a surge of confidence, he smirked. Is that it? Just because you can cast a little faster, you think you're some big shot now. But he hadn't seen the spear forming above. A split second later, it came crashing down, slamming into the ground at his feet and grazing his shoulder. Clutching the wound, he cursed again. When did that thing get behind me? As Hale moved his hand with eerie precision, Sayuk froze. What the hell are you doing now? He barked. From the audience, the VIPs leaned in with curiosity. Hale raised a finger, gathering streams of wind at its tip. You don't get it yet? He said. Let me show you again. The wind formed into a bird, and with a flick, he sent it gliding into the air. The bird circled the arena gracefully, catching Sayuk off guard. That's a wind spear? Since when do spears multiply? It's not supposed to work this way, Hale admitted. But for me, it does. As he finished speaking, 3 more wind birds appeared. Try blocking these, he said casually. All 4 shot forward at once. Sayuk quickly summoned a barrier. 3 of the birds hit it and burst apart. Confident, he grinned. Still just a first circle spell. Easy, but he forgot the 4th. It curved around and slammed into his back. Pain shot through him. One of them changed direction. You can think about the details later, Hale called out. But right now, you can't afford to lose focus. With that, he extended both arms. More birds formed in the air around him. The next wave had begun. Sayuk took several steps back, calculating fast. First, get out of range. You must have a limit. If I stay far enough, these weird attacks can't reach me. A confident smirk spread across his face. MC gave a small nod and said Sayuk had reached a smart conclusion. Bringing his hands together, he stretched them toward the sky. Moments later, a breeze formed above Sayuk. Hidden within it were wind birds. As the current descended, Sayuk grew visibly tense. Then, without warning, one of the birds materialized inches from his face. Kim Kanjin stared, stunned. He's not just fast with his casting. He's merging spells and redirecting them mid-flight. Turning to Inhyuk, he asked, What kind of magic is this? But Hale's father said nothing, eyes locked on his son. As the head of a renowned magician family and an 8th circle wizard, he stayed silent. The woman beside Kim, Kanjin, chimed in, agreeing. Hale's magic doesn't follow normal rules. It ignores the spell's source code completely. She explained, the source code of a spell is like a blueprint, laying out fixed parameters, like radius, speed, limits. For example, the spell Reverse Cutter has a maximum radius of 37.4 meters and travels at 116 kilometers per hour. It can only change its path once after being activated. Go beyond 38 meters, and the spell simply won't hit the target. It's like a rule book. What's written is what works. No exceptions. Because of that, battles between modern wizards are like mental duels. Predicting your opponent and reacting quickly is everything. It's like using fixed skills in a game. Strategy trumps raw power. But Hale? His style completely broke those conventions. Right then, the arena trembled as a wind spear, in the form of a bird, slammed into Sayuk with force, cracking the ground beneath him. Panting, Sayuk sat up and muttered, I can't believe I lost to someone using basic first circle magic. Hale walked up slowly. Thought my spells were weak, didn't you? He said. He crouched across from him, calmly summoned a sphere of water, and held it up. Even a regular pin can be used to kill. Don't you think? Fear crept into Sayuk's face. What is that? First circle water magic, Hale answered simply. Then he guided the stream towards Sayuk's mouth. It filled him, then rose to envelop his entire head. Sayuk began choking. Hale stood up. The Academy's combat uniform has a built-in barrier. The safety zone, he said, looking down at him. But that doesn't help you now, does it? Sayuk collapsed, gasping with his mouth wide open, only to choke as water surged into his lungs. He thrashed, trying to clear it out, while voices from the stands began murmuring, reacting to the brutal scene. After a brief pause, MC turned to the instructor. I think the result's clear enough, he said calmly. Or should I keep going? The instructor immediately blew the whistle. Match over. Shin Hale is the winner. Sayuk was helped to his feet and escorted off the field. Hale followed behind, glancing at his clenched fist. I'd forgotten this feeling, he thought. The feeling of reclaiming who I am as a mage. Incredible. Meanwhile, Kim walked through the hallway, recalling the moment he used his ability to peer into Hale's magic. A supernova? He wondered, his curiosity growing. A wide grin spread across his face, his glowing red eyes narrowing slightly. He needed to know more about Hale. Back at the arena, Sunchan rushed over, beaming with excitement. That was insane, he cheered, throwing his arms around Hale. Congrats on the win. Hale looked a little caught off guard. What kind of training have you been doing behind my back? Sunchan exclaimed. That was wild. He flailed his arms, mimicking Hale's moves with exaggerated energy. You're making wind spears fly like crazy. The way those spells unfolded. Hale chuckled. You really want to know? Sunchan leaned in, ear first. Hale leaned closer too, grinning. It's a secret, he whispered. Later, Hale glanced down at his phone and turned to his friend with a smirk. Hey, did you see this? Sunchan looked over. What is it? They interviewed me after the match, Hale replied. Curious what I said about my magic. The clip played, showing the moment his post-match interview began. The reporter's questions came fast. That instant casting. How did you do it? And the way the spear changed direction and shape. Was it a spell combo? Hale just smiled at the flood of curiosity. Then, suddenly, Kim Kanjin appeared. I'll answer that, he said, stepping forward. Hale's eyes widened in surprise. The man introduced himself with a calm confidence. I saw your match. Very impressive, he said as he stepped closer and gave Hale a light hug. In my opinion, he added, you used fourth circle memorization magic. The reporters immediately jumped in, asking Kim Kanjin what he meant. In response, he calmly summoned a flame in his hand as a demonstration. Hale raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the sheer presence of an eighth circle mage showing his strength so casually. The reporters watched in awe as Kim Kanjin pointed to his temple. This spell is based on memorization, he explained. If someone knows the structure of a spell by heart, they can activate it almost instantly. Someone in the crowd asked, then why isn't this powerful magic used more often? Kim Kanjin smiled. There's a catch, he said. You can only use spells that are 3 circles below your current level. He turned toward Hale. Isn't that right? Hale responded with a small smile and nodded. I spent a long time trying to avoid using the word wait when describing her style, he thought, but in this case, it fits perfectly. Another reporter jumped in. So, does that mean Hale has reached the 4th circle? Is that why he can use memorization? Kim Kanjin placed both hands on Hale's shoulders and nodded. Exactly. It's obvious, isn't it? Camera flashes lit up the space around them as the interview hit social media. In no time, headlines exploded with breaking news. Hale sets a new record, reaching the 4th circle at such a young age. Even a master of the Blue Tower confirmed it after watching a clip from the interview. Watching the video, Sunchan turned to his friend. So, you're already a 4th circle mage? He blinked, stunned, but kept watching. Then came the question that had everyone buzzing. How do you explain bypassing the source code of spells? Kim Kanjin froze, caught off guard. He gave a nervous smile. Clearly, he had no answer. That's when Hale stepped in. Actually, it's pretty simple, he said. You just modify the formula itself. Kim Kangin's eyes widened. That's insane, he thought. It'd be like strapping airplane wings to a car and expecting it to fly, just because you feel like it. He glanced at Hale again, a subtle grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. There's no way that should be possible unless he's incompatible with artificial intelligence. What kind of future does that mean for him? Right then, Hale raised a hand, and a swarm of glowing butterflies formed from magic, fluttering gracefully through the air. I call it modified magic, he said. Kangin's eyes lit up red, and he hid a stunned smile behind his hand. This is a turning point. From today forward, the entire magical world is going to change. After watching the interview, Sunchan looked over with a skeptical expression. Modified magic? That's what you want me to believe. Hale just shrugged. Believe whatever you want. Sunshine gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Would you believe it if you were me? He asked. Then, with a grin, he added, anyway, I'm still hyped about your win. He checked the time and stretched. I should head back to the dorm. So early? Hale asked, raising a brow. I've got a tough opponent tomorrow. Sunshine called over his shoulder as he walked off. Curious, Hale wondered who he'd be facing. The next day, he returned to the arena. Sitting on one knee, drenched in sweat, Sunshine looked up at his opponent across the field. Hale watched from the stands, thinking, wait, is that the tough opponent he mentioned? Adela Starrett hovered above the arena, rising with the help of her spell moon bullet. She was a descendant of the French Starrett family, part of the House of the Divine Guardians, a legendary Korean lineage formed from the union of two prestigious magical bloodlines. Hale studied her intently. Her magic's different, he thought. The House of the Divine Guardians had uniquely altered their spells, adding a rare moon attribute. A glowing magic circle spread beneath Adela's feet as the wind gathered into it. Sensing danger, Sunshine quickly raised a barrier, but with a single effortless motion, she shattered it. The instructor raised a hand and blew the whistle. Match over. Adela wins. Letting her hair fall freely, she walked calmly to the edge of the arena while the crowd buzzed with whispers. Hale's eyes didn't leave her. That glow, it's the signature of the Divine Guardians, born from blending light and dark attributes, just like moonlight. Their spells had unique power, range, and characteristics, and none of them appeared in the standard spell databases. Crossing his arms, Hale frowned. No wonder she's so hard to go up against. Then he noticed her gaze was fixed on him. He blinked, unsure. Was she just looking at me? Later, when the matches ended, Hale dropped by to check on his dejected friend. Handing him a bottle of water, he patted his back. You still did great. Sunshine let out a groan. Of all the opponents, I had to get Adela. Seriously unlucky. But he managed a small smile. At least I won my second match. Hale nodded in agreement, and Sunshine sighed. So that means your next opponent is her. Before he could even finish the sentence, Adela appeared behind them. Sunshine, she said coolly, you did well. That was a great match. He laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Thanks. I learned a lot. Then Adela turned her gaze to Hale, sharp and dismissive. He met her eyes without flinching. So, she said, you think you've become a real wizard now. Her voice was cold. I hope you'll help me remember why I even came to this academy. They had history. The House of Magicians and the House of Divine Guardians had deep ties, which meant Hale and Adela had seen each other often at formal gatherings. If their relationship could be summed up in one word, it would be rivals. Adela had even left her studies in France just to enroll at Obelisk and defeat him. But when Hale was labeled incompatible with interactive magic, she cut all contact. In her eyes, he'd become trash. The rival she longed to surpass had simply vanished. Hale gave a smirk. Don't count on me being much of a challenge. Adela turned on her heel. We'll see soon enough, she said and walked off. Sunshine glanced at Hale, clearly uneasy. You okay with this? Hale blinked. What do you mean? Are you seriously asking me that? Sunshine blurted out. Your next opponent is Adela Starrett. That stopped Hale in his tracks. Wait, what? The next day, the stadium buzzed with anticipation. Adela stood on the field, calmly warming up her wrist. The instructor checked his watch. In the stands, a student muttered. Where is he? Maybe he ran off. Guess all that modified magic talk was just for show. Yeah, another chimed in. He knew he couldn't beat Adela. That's why he chickened out. The instructor exhaled and shook his head. Time's up. According to the rules, Adela Starrett wins by default. But just then, wait. Hale's voice rang out across the stadium as he sprinted into the arena, adjusting his uniform. He came to a stop, catching his breath and smiling sheepishly. Sorry I'm late. The instructor threw his arms up. Where were you? But realizing it didn't matter anymore, he waved dismissively. Forget it. No break for you. You're being punished for showing up late. The instructor gave the signal. Both of you, take your positions. Hale focused, centering himself, while Adela folded her fingers, eyeing him. So, why were you late? With his eyes closed, Hale answered calmly. Nothing special. Then, in one fluid motion, he waved his hand, activating Infinity Circle. Just had a few things to prepare. Adela narrowed her eyes. Prepare? For this fight? Well, he said, opening his eyes and smiling slightly. You're strong. Wouldn't make sense to come in unprepared, right? I promise, it'll be a good match. Adela studied him carefully. Is he saying something changed since yesterday? She could feel it. The Hale standing before her now wasn't the same one from the day before. Could this be his real potential? Hale raised his hand toward her. You should give it everything from the start. The instructor raised his hand. Begin. Adela acted instantly. A golden sphere appeared above her head. Then, shaping her fingers into a gun, she cast Flame Revolver. Fire flared at her fingertips, and with a sudden surge, Bullets of flame blasted from 3 glowing magic circles in front of her. Hale raised his arm and swept wind across his body, deflecting the shots with sharp precision. Without missing a beat, Adela clenched her fist and summoned a burst of power. A spell exploded across the ground. Sharp needles burst through deep cracks in the arena floor. Hale leapt back, dodging the spikes, and then vaulted upward. Spotting her chance, Adela launched after him. "You can't dodge midair," she shouted. As she closed in, she summoned a new magic circle behind her and began casting an air strike. The spell was designed to hit targets suspended in the air, a deadly combo even for experienced mages. That should be it, she thought. But Hale only grinned. "That's what most people think," he mused. "But I got something else in mind." At the last moment, he flipped midair and landed squarely on a barrier floating just above the arena. Gasps filled the stands. "He created a barrier in the air," someone shouted. Even Adela looked stunned. "That's impossible. Did he just use a reversible barrier as a foothold?" Despite the shock, she couldn't help but acknowledge it. "Hale, you still have that incredible magic intuition." At that moment, Hale's thoughts turned inward. The secret attribute of the Divine Guardian family, it's the moon. To stand a chance, he knew he'd have to throw everything into this fight. He raised his hand and thought, "Then I'll borrow the power of the sun itself." Positioning himself with the sun at his back, he waited. As the clouds parted slightly, a beam of intense light pierced through, shining directly into Adela's eyes. She flinched, momentarily blinded, and quickly realized he was preparing an attack. Gritting her teeth, she stretched her arms forward and summoned a massive shield, a glowing cage of protection. In the blink of an eye, Hale soared into the air, wind swirling around him as he formed a blade from air itself. Then, descending like a strike of lightning, he slashed at her barrier with full force. First circle wind spell, he noted through clenched teeth, and she blocked it with a third circle defensive spell. She's careful. The shield repelled his strike, sending him flying backward. Landing hard, Hale brushed his hand across the ground as if by instinct, activating another spell. Adela, seeing an opening, prepared to counterattack. But the moment she shifted her stance, she froze. Her right foot wouldn't move. Startled, she looked down and saw stones locking her in place. An earth-binding spell? She thought, stunned. But when? Then it clicked. When he landed, he touched the ground. He cast it then? That fast. I couldn't even follow. As she scrambled to raise a shield in front of herself, Hale was already circling to her side, his movements fluid. With a smooth gesture, he conjured a glowing magic sphere above his palm. Adela quickly shattered the stones around her ankle, freeing herself, but she was a second too late. Hale had already summoned 3 more projectiles. They shimmered, shifting into the shapes of dolphins made of pure energy. With a flick of his finger, they shot forward. She threw up another barrier. The dolphins slammed into it, hard but didn't break through. Adela allowed herself a small smile. Maybe this won't be as hard as I thought. She recalled Kim Kangen's explanation of memorization magic. If Hale really is a 4th circle mage, then he should only be able to use first circle spells. A confident grin spread across her face. There's no way he can beat me with that level of magic alone. But in her focus, she never noticed the birds drifting behind her, silent, hidden in the sunlight. A wind spear dropped from above, fast and sharp. It slammed into the ground just behind her. Adela was caught completely off guard. She had no idea when he'd managed to cast that spell. Maybe he'd hidden a modified version of the air spear in her blind spot, using the sun to his advantage. The blow was strong enough to knock the wind out of her, sending her crashing to the ground. As her opponent walked toward her, he remarked that it had been so long, she must have forgotten exactly who she was dealing with. He said her name, and she scowled in frustration. Elsewhere, Kim Kangen's assistant was analyzing the battle. He noted how the guys' combat instincts were beyond anything they had anticipated. Every move, from the delayed strike to the well-timed dodge and the simultaneous casting of Earthbind, it all seemed meticulously planned. He dodged in midair, forcing Adela into a reactive strike. Then he used the barrier as a springboard to launch himself higher, positioning his back to the sun, making it harder for her to track his movements. In that blinding moment, he recalled a complex spell from memory and triggered it, summoning wind, spears the instant he landed. He used the airflow to divert her attention, while at the same time, he cast Earthbind under the guise of a simple landing. Just as she shifted to avoid the sun's glare, a preset wind spear hit her squarely from behind. After breaking down the sequence of the battle, he turned to Inhyuk with a confident grin, calling himself the strongest first circle mage, a title he'd only recently earned, but one that now seemed fitting. Inhyuk didn't respond to the remark. Instead, he simply said, "Watch closely." By then, Adela was back on her feet, locking eyes with her opponent. Inhyuk observed his son and admitted, despite the advantage, he hadn't been able to land a finishing blow. The fight wasn't over yet, Adela hadn't played her trump card. Placing her hand over her chest, Adela praised him. It was impressive, almost nostalgic. But now she was done holding back. From here on, she'd fight for real. Her actions confirmed her words. The MC widened his stance, grounding himself as he sensed her power shift. Everything around her began to glow. He knew immediately. This was moon attribute magic, unique to the Divine Guardian family. A halo formed above Adela, depicting every phase of the moon, while the ground beneath her cracked open. The blinding light made him shield his face. Each moon phase started releasing streams of magic. At that moment, In-hyuk stood from his seat. Kim Kanjin asked if he was leaving already, but In-hyuk just replied, "It's over. There's nothing left to see." Suddenly, startled voices erupted from the crowd. Both of them turned toward the stands. The Tower Master's assistant muttered in disbelief, "This can't be." Kim Kanjin let out a nervous chuckle, while Sunchan just gaped, speechless. Adela froze, eyes wide, whispering impossible. Behind Hale, a glowing magic circle flared into existence. He extended his hand, casting Flame Volcano. His opponent gasped, "That's second circle magic." Hale smiled confidently and replied, "Sorry for being late. I needed time to prepare." Adela narrowed her eyes. "But memorization only lets you use first circle spells. Did you jump all the way to the fifth circle?" He gave no answer, just a knowing smile. His thoughts drifted back to the night before. Alone in his dorm, he had stared at the strange book, knowing full well that first circle magic wouldn't cut it against someone like Adela. Not only was her magic superior, even his fighting style didn't match up. Originally, he planned to challenge her only once he'd grown stronger. He flipped through the book's pages, thinking if I can pull this off, I might just stand a chance. The instructions were simple. Pour mana into the formula, and the formula would reveal a new layer of reality. He was intrigued. What did that mean exactly? Steeling himself, he reached for the book, pushing past his hesitation. As his hand neared the page, sparks crackled and golden light surged out. He shielded his eyes, recognizing that glow. It's happening again. The light intensified, engulfing everything, until he vanished from the room completely. When he opened his eyes, he was somewhere else, a small space packed with books from floor to ceiling. He scanned the room, confused. "Where am I?" That's when a voice called out from behind. A girl greeted him. "Welcome to the page of the first trial." She introduced herself as Alpha, the guide of this trial. He didn't understand at first. What trial? But Alpha walked closer and said this was the beginning. Everything hidden within this page would now unfold. Then it hit him. He remembered the magic circle printed in the book and blurted out, "Wait, there's a trial inside the book? This isn't some teleportation spell. This is an actual space inside it." The idea thrilled him. He grinned. Alpha nodded and explained this was a test, to examine his intentions as a chosen receiver. The full details would be given at the start of the challenge. If he passed, the next section, pages 18 to 31, would unlock, revealing the secrets of second circle magic. Hale rubbed his chin, trying to make sense of it all. So, to unlock the next circle of magic, he had to complete this trial. Alpha asked if he was ready to begin. With a confident look, he told her he was more than ready. She gave a slight bow and replied that she understood. Then, lifting into the air, she began to fade, her body breaking into glowing fragments. With a smile, she announced the start of the test as she vanished. Watching her disappear into shimmering particles, Hale was stunned. She looked completely human, but clearly she wasn't. She was some kind of magical construct. Then, a calm male voice echoed through the room, explaining the details of the trial. Hale recognized it instantly. It was his teacher. A glowing crystal appeared in his palm, and the voice identified it as an elemental, a gem filled with unstable, chaotic mana from various natural elements. His task? Bring order to the mana within. Hale stared at the gem, thinking over the challenge. Elemental stones were notoriously difficult to work with. The four basic elements inside were jumbled together, creating pure chaos. Sorting them out wasn't simple. It was like trying to separate grains of sand, salt, sugar, and pepper all mixed into one bowl. This wasn't just about power, it required precision. Only someone well-versed in the mind technique could manage it. But the idea of it fascinated him. The complexity, the challenge, it lit a spark in him. With a grin, he began. Activating the mind technique, Hale peered into the gem. He could see the four mana types swirling inside like a storm. Slowly, carefully, he created channels to separate them. Every ounce of strength and focus went into keeping the flow steady. Bit by bit, the elements started shifting into different parts of the gem, but the effort was overwhelming. The moment his control slipped, a shockwave burst out, flinging him backward into a bookshelf. Gritting his teeth, he realized that even the smallest fluctuation could trigger another blast. He had to be flawless. The mana was so thoroughly tangled that even seeing a path forward felt impossible. But Hale wasn't about to give up. He had an idea. No matter how long it took, he'd see it through. Again and again, he focused, separated, restarted. Every minor mistake forced him to start over. Hours passed, or maybe longer. He lost track of time completely. And then, success. The elemental flows aligned perfectly. The chaotic mana was sorted and stabilized. The gem glowed softly in his palm. His teacher's voice returned, congratulating him on completing the trial. Hale smiled. He had mastered the mind technique, and with it, the second circle of resonance was now within his grasp. More of the book's secrets were about to open up to him. When his teacher finished explaining everything, Hale opened his eyes and found himself back in bed. He was in his room again. Glancing toward the book, he noticed the pages shifting, the old text disappearing and forming into new content. A smile spread across his face. It was finally time to form his second magic circle. His eyes sharpened with determination. The competition was just around the corner, and he knew he had to master a second circle spell before it began. Meanwhile, in the arena, Adela cast Orion. Streams of star-like magic lit up the air, swirling above her opponent. With a gentle motion, she drew more power from the moonlight, intensifying its glow as it fell upon Hale. Watching from the sidelines, Sunshine muttered a curse. This was it, he thought. This was Hale's limit. Adela, confident in her victory, tossed her hair and turned toward the edge of the arena. It's over, she said to herself, though her expression darkened for a moment. He had grown so much so quickly. Who exactly is he? But that was all in the past. The genius she had once pursued no longer existed. She was ready to walk away until something fell off. She stopped. A strange sound echoed behind her. Alarmed, she spun around and shouted, "What's that?" In that instant, Hale activated resonance. His second circle had awakened. One of his eyes flashed, and a red-black flame surged into his palms. A magic circle appeared behind him, glowing with intensity. He began merging two circles of infinity, and behind him, enormous spectral hands materialized, moving with his will. Hale's eyes snapped open, locked in fierce focus. The Tower Master and his father were frozen in shock, eyes glued to him. The entire arena went dead silent. Even Adela stood frozen, unsure of what she was seeing. Then, Hale raised his hand, sweeping aside the powerful strands of magical energy radiating from her halo. He pointed straight at her. Fiery volcano. Adela's eyes widened. She quickly stepped back, casting layer upon layer of protective spells, but Hale's resonance surged to full power. From his magic circle, a massive cannon formed, glowing with destructive energy. Adela panicked. There was no way she could block this. She waved her hand, dismissing the shields entirely. They scattered into tiny embers. And then she smiled. "He's back," she said softly. And once again, he would be her target. Just then, the cannon roared to life, unleashing a barrage of fireballs toward Adela. A deafening boom followed, and the instructor instinctively shielded his face from the blast of hot wind. When the dust finally settled, Adela was swaying, clearly struggling to stay upright. Everyone held their breath. She stumbled and then collapsed. A few seconds passed before Hale, drained and breathless, dropped to one knee. The instructor raised his hand and declared the duel over. Hale had won. The stands erupted in cheers. Inhyuk, watching from above, turned away from the window. The Tower Master asked if he was heading out again. Inhyuk gave a quiet smile and said he had duties to attend to. Kim Kanjin watched him go, smiling in understanding. Then he turned his gaze back to the window, where Hale stood basking in the crowd's roar. He really is a man of his word, isn't he? Kim Kanjin murmured. After the match, Hale returned to the waiting room. Shrugging off his jacket, he sank into a seat, completely drained. The resonance, the second circle of infinity, had fully synchronized with the first in his mind, amplifying his magical power. Moon attribute magic. It was a hybrid, a delicate blend of light's reach and darkness's force. But it had a flaw. If too much darkness was added, the destructive range would shrink drastically. That's how he'd managed to counter the halo. The moon magic, after all, was a secret technique of the Divine Guardian family. Learning it wasn't simple. But back then, just a glance at its formula had been enough, thanks to his mastery of mana control. The resonance circle had let him dissect the spell's structure with extreme accuracy. And that level of control, it all started with the elemental stone. Without that trial, without understanding how to tame the chaotic mana inside it, defeating Adela would have been nothing more than a dream. As he sat there, catching his breath, something caught his attention. The other students were all staring in the same direction, their eyes full of awe. Turning his head, Hale saw him, the Tower Master, adjusting his glasses as he walked calmly through the crowd. He gave a relaxed smile, then called out to Hale. Hale jumped to his feet, surprised but thrilled, and greeted him quickly. The Tower Master said he came to talk. They moved to a quieter space, sat down across from each other, and the real conversation began. Kim Kanjin began by apologizing for interrupting and remarked that Hale must be exhausted after such an intense match. He had watched the entire duel, and it had been nothing short of extraordinary. Hale thanked him, and Kim Kanjin adjusted his glasses before cutting to the chase. "Tell me," he asked, "have you already reached the 5th circle?" Hale stiffened at the question, but stayed silent. He had just used a 2nd circle spell during the fight. Any seasoned mage would assume that meant he'd advanced to the 5th circle. And the master of the magic tower wasn't just anyone. Of course he'd come with questions. With a slightly strained smile, Hale finally replied, "No, I haven't reached the 5th circle." Kim Kanjin grinned knowingly. "I figured as much. But then, how did you use 2nd circle magic?" Hale hesitated. "Would you believe me if I said I modified the spell?" Kim Kanjin tilted his head, thinking, "Are you talking about the modification you mentioned in that interview?" Hale jumped at the chance. "Exactly. That's the one. Internally. He knew he had no choice but to go along with it. If the truth got out that an 18-year-old had reached the 5th circle, it would turn the whole world upside down. Worse, if he ever used 3rd circle magic publicly, the scrutiny would only get worse. For now, it was safer to keep it under wraps." Kim Kanjin leaned back, thoughtful. "Spell modification. Huh? Interesting, but how does that explain the use of 2nd circle magic?" He stared at Hale, waiting for a solid answer. Nervously, Hale replied, "I improved the memorization method itself." That stopped Kim Kanjin in his tracks. He stood from the couch, laughing with genuine surprise. "You mean it could be done?" he said, walking up to Hale, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "That's incredible." But in the next moment, his expression shifted completely. His eyes turned a deep, glowing red. Then, smiling again, he placed a hand on Hale's shoulder and said, "I'm impressed. Who would have thought the limitations of such a basic technique could be surpassed?" Hale mumbled a thank you, but his voice was tight. When he looked up and met Kim Kangin's glowing red eyes, a chill ran through him. Those eyes weren't just observing. They were piercing, as if trying to read his very soul. The atmosphere thickened. Hale felt a creeping unease crawl over him. Then, just as suddenly, Kim Kanjin smirked and stepped away. "There's no trace of a 5th circle mana structure inside you," he said casually. "So it seems your claim was true after all." He headed toward the door. "I should go explain all this to the reporters," he added. Then he pointed to his face and said with a grin, "My red eyes will be the proof." Hale stood up from his seat, thanked Kim Kanjin, and wished him a safe trip home. He gave a respectful bow, and once the door clicked shut behind the Tower Master, Hale let out a deep sigh. "Who would have guessed the Tower Master's red eyes would end up backing me up?" he muttered. It was said the Blue Magic Tower's master could see a person's very essence with those eyes, recognized as the most accurate magic detector in the world. But somehow, he had passed the inspection without issue. Baitinio's magic style was a tightly guarded secret, and exposing it now wasn't an option. It was time for the next competition. As always, Hale had come out on top. After a quick glance at his defeated opponent, he started toward the waiting room, but was stopped halfway. "Wait," Adela called out from behind. Surprised, he turned around. "I thought you'd be out cold for at least 4 more hours," he said. "How are you already up?" "I'm fine," she replied calmly. "What's up?" he asked. A bit hesitant, she said, "If you don't mind, I'd like to go over our match. Not right now, though. The final's coming up. If you're tired, we can do it later." With a small smile, Hale answered, "I'm not tired. We can talk now, and I wouldn't mind analyzing the fight either." Her eyes lit up, and she eagerly followed him toward the waiting room, thinking that breaking down every move and strategy from their match would be a great learning opportunity. One day, she wanted to be on his level too. As they walked, Hale scratched the back of his head and thought to himself, her aura is intense, even from behind. Meanwhile, over at the Shin family subsidiary office, Shin Seiya, the eldest daughter of a prominent magic family, was watching the news in disbelief. Her brother's face filled the screen. "I thought he was done for," she shouted, scowling. She turned to her older brother, furious. "Are we really going to let Hale just walk away like this?" Shin Jihan gave her a calm smirk. "And what exactly do you expect me to do?" She snapped. "What happens if he comes back to the family? Do you remember what it was like just a year ago? I can't go through that again." He sighed. "Relax. A year ago, sure, people called him a genius. But now, he can barely use 2nd circle magic in a real fight. It's nothing. Didn't you see his matches?" she asked, her concern starting to grow. Jihan pulled her into a light hug, trying to settle her nerves. "Listen carefully," he said. "His opponents, so far, just regular students, barely touched the 3rd circle. Even if he took on a rookie at the 4th circle, they'd still hold their own. But he's got a fatal flaw," he added. "He's completely unfit for interactive magic. Even if he's found a workaround or dug up some old, obscure technique, his level's nowhere near what you'd expect from a real 4th circle mage." Seiya felt a twinge of guilt for not noticing sooner, but she didn't let it show. Calmly, she said she had been thinking the same thing. No matter what he did, he was still just crawling in the dirt. Trash stays trash, she muttered under her breath, chewing her nail with nervous energy. Then she voiced the real fear gnawing at her. What if he somehow threatens my position as the heir? Jihan looked at her, then suddenly crushed his coffee cup with a burst of magic. Then we'll deal with him. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the competition rolled into the evening hours. Another student collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, and the instructor stepped forward to declare the result. The winner of the midterm competition, Shin Hale. The crowd erupted. Standing tall in the arena, Hale spread his arms, flames gently fading from around him. Cheers echoed from the stands, full of excitement and admiration. He beat artificial intelligence with just ancient magic. He's a real genius. Basking in the moment, Hale gave a wave to the students. But then, someone dashed into the arena, his friend, shouting at the top of his lungs, "You're the best." Reaching him, he grabbed Hale by the shoulders and shook him with joy. "Now everyone knows how strong you really are." Okay, calm down, Hale said with a laugh. Just then, a group of students approached from behind, though their expressions were far less cheerful. One of them muttered, "Without his ancient tricks, he's nothing." Ignoring the tension, their instructor walked up and congratulated Hale with a proud smile. "As your homeroom teacher, I'm proud of you." Sunchan chuckled and said, "Then how about throwing a party to celebrate your star student?" Hale sighed. "Please don't start." But the man waved him off. "Come on, I insist. You deserve it." Sunchan grinned and threw an arm around him, pumping a fist in the air. "All right, everyone, get ready for a party." Just as quickly, Hale slipped away and said awkwardly, "Actually, I can't. I've got an important meeting." Sunchan froze, disappointed. "What? You're ditching your own celebration?" Hale winked. "Sorry, it really is important." He turned and jogged out of the arena, shouting an apology over his shoulder. The teacher gave him a supportive pat as he passed. After changing clothes and packing what he needed, Hale stepped outside. This meeting, I can't miss it. He spotted a car waiting nearby, and the moment he saw who stood by it, he froze for a second, tense. He walked up slowly. The driver bowed and greeted him with a respectful tone. "Young master, I've been waiting." The MC stepped closer, and the man waiting for him gestured toward the car, saying the family head was expecting him. He'd be escorting him to the mansion. By the time they arrived, night had fully fallen. As Hale stepped out of the car, he found himself once again facing the towering doors of his family's estate. He glanced around. Has it really been a year already? A year since he was branded a disgrace. Since he defied his cold-hearted father, joined the academy, and stayed in the dorms all this time, banned from setting foot in the mansion. Pushing open the doors, he walked into the grand entrance hall. Everything looked just like he remembered. Not a single thing had changed. He continued down the hallway and paused in front of an enormous set of doors, his father's office. He stood there for a moment, frozen. Just the memory of his father's strict gaze made his nerves spike. But then he steeled himself. "It's time. I'm finally back." He knocked. From inside, his father's voice called out, granting him entry. Hale stepped in. "It's been a long time," he said, bowing in greeting before raising his eyes with quiet confidence. His father gestured for him to sit. Once Hale took the seat across from him, the man spoke, saying he had long since accepted Hale's failure. Rising, he circled the desk, walking toward him. He criticized Hale's slow manifestation speed, noting how his magic would fall apart the moment he lost focus. His spellcasting was clumsy and unrefined. Standing behind him, he said that despite his apparent success, he'd shown himself to be a failure. No talent, no future. Still, others saw promise in him. That's why he planned to steer him toward a scientific path. Not because he believed in him, but because he had no expectations. This return, he assumed, was just the desperate flailing of someone who had already lost. Hale calmly responded that he understood. His father continued, saying that when he read the article, he figured it'd be another moment of humiliation, one more fall that would force Hale to wake up. But instead, he shattered expectations. Not only had he overcome his incompatibility, but he'd even developed his own magical variant. Turning to him with a rare smile, his father acknowledged his victory. "You've earned the title of a true sorcerer." At those words, Hale's eyes went wide. Then, unable to contain himself, he shot to his feet and thanked his father loudly, his voice echoing through the room. In-hyuk told him that from now on, the family would fully back him. He could request anything he needed for his studies, and all the bans tied to the Shin Mansion were officially lifted. As the rightful heir, he was free to use his abilities to bring honor to the family name. Hale lit up with a smile, but his father's tone suddenly turned sharp. With a stern gaze, In-hyuk stepped closer and issued a final warning. If Hale failed again, or even if he plateaued for too long, he would personally destroy his magic circle. He reached out and tapped his son's forehead, the gesture heavy with threat. Hale clenched his fists. Of course, he thought. This is exactly what I expected. The overwhelming pressure from an eighth-circle sorcerer still shook him to the core, but this was his final shot. Despite the fear, he answered firmly. He understood. His father returned to his chair and asked him plainly, what was his goal? Hale paused, unsure what he meant. In-hyuk reminded him. Didn't he once talk about leading the Shin family? But now, he was still far behind the other heirs. Hale looked him in the eye and said that nothing had changed. He wasn't giving up his claim to be the next head of the family. That was final. First, though, he would make every person here recognize him. In-hyuk asked how he planned to do that. Hale's gaze dropped to the newspaper on the desk. He answered, the World Magic Olympiad was in 2 months. The most elite young magicians from around the world would be there, and he would bring home the gold. The Olympiad, open only to students under 20, was an annual battlefield for rising stars. Its prestige rivaled that of even professional tournaments. In-hyuk pointed out that the best result their nation had ever achieved was a silver medal, earned by the master of the Blue Magic Tower himself. Did Hale truly understand how absurd it was to aim for gold? But Hale didn't flinch. He confirmed it. That was his goal, and in return, he had one request. For the next 2 months, until the Olympiad was over, don't let his siblings interfere with him. In-hyuk sat quietly for a moment, studying his son. What a reckless gamble, he thought. He's staking everything on a gold medal he might not even win, just to buy himself some time. Still, with a small smirk, he finally replied, sounds tempting. Morning arrived, and Hale was still in the dorm, passed out on the floor, surrounded by open books. As he stirred awake, he rubbed his eyes, tried to remember if he'd actually fallen asleep or just blacked out mid-study. Sitting up, memories of last night rushed back. The moment he returned from the mansion, he'd thrown himself straight into training, hungry for the next challenge. He had just cleared the requirements for the second circle, but his sights were already locked on the third. To reach it, he needed to complete the second trial. The problem? He had no idea how. His only real lead was resonance. If he could raise it to the level of a second circle master, that might open the way. Flipping through the pages of his book, he muttered to himself. Pouring mana into the trial crystal had made it glow before. Maybe the resonance trial worked the same way? He had done that with the heart circle, so this one might follow similar rules. He summoned 2 infinity symbols, one glowing blue, the other red, and intertwined them. Holding the merged symbol over the book, he waited, hoping for a reaction. Nothing. After a few seconds of silence, he let out a long sigh. Maybe I just need to clear my head. He decided to take a walk. Soon, he was strolling along the riverside, hands in his pockets. The city was quiet, the breeze light. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Sometimes, all you need is some fresh air. He closed his eyes, letting the peaceful moment sink in. After breakfast, he dived back into resonance theory with a clear mind. But just as he was enjoying the calm, a voice called out, panicked. Watch out! Hale spun around, just in time, to see something white flying straight at his face. Before he could react, whap, a bag smacked him right in the face. He staggered back, groaning in pain. Ow, what the? A girl rushed over to him. Are you okay? Still clutching his face, he looked up. That hurt. Hey, wait, It was Adela. A few moments later, the two of them walked along the river together. Hale glanced sideways and asked, so, how exactly did I end up getting smacked in the face by a plastic bag? Adela let out a sigh, looking embarrassed. Then she explained she'd been spinning around, humming to herself, daydreaming about enjoying a cold banana milk. She had the bag in her hand, and, well, it got away from her. Adela glanced away, a little embarrassed. The bag just slipped out of my hands, she mumbled. Hale, now holding the banana milk she'd been carrying, gave her a small smile. I get it. Clasping her hands over her chest, Adela sheepishly apologized. He shrugged. Well, I got free banana milk out of it. Is this the only thing you drink? With a proud grin, Adela opened her bag. Of course. This is humanity's greatest invention. Hale chuckled. All right, maybe not that great. The two walked on, sipping their drinks in silence for a while. Then Adela turned to him. I heard you went back home. He nodded slightly. Yeah, yesterday, they officially restored all my rights as part of the family. Adela's smile brightened. That's great. So, do you still want to become the head of the family? Hale looked at her, puzzled. Did I say that before? She nodded, a bit nostalgic. Yeah, back when we were kids, you used to talk about it a lot. He touched his chin thoughtfully. No, that's not my dream anymore. Adela blinked, taken aback. Wait, so you've given up? She coughed lightly, covering her mouth with her fist. I mean, the House of Magicians has a lot of strong contenders. Becoming the head isn't exactly easy. Hale looked at her, a little confused. Why would you say that? He smiled. It's not just about leading the House of Magicians. I'm aiming higher. I want to become the head of the Magic Tower. No, I want to stand at the very peak of the entire magical world. That's my goal. Adela froze, eyes wide. The The top of the magic world? That's insane. Then, her expression softened. She smiled again, a little more serious this time. But coming from someone who's walked your path, I guess no goal is easy. Meanwhile, back at the Shin family mansion, Seah slammed her hands on the table, glaring. Brother, aren't you even a little concerned? Jihan stood with his arms crossed. I'm sure father has his reasons. He scowled at himself, though. Still, I can't believe he actually made that kind of decision. At the head of the table, In-hyuk sat quietly while both siblings stood before him. Jihan finally broke the silence. Why did you call us here, father? In-hyuk laced his fingers together and leaned forward. You two, I know exactly how you think. So let me make it clear. For the next few months, you're not to interfere with Hale in any way. Both of them immediately looked displeased. Seah shouted, What? What? Jihan smirked. Is there some special reason for this? In-hyuk's expression darkened as he spoke. You both should know by now, Hale has been officially reinstated as a member of the Mage House. His tone was firm. His standing may be low. He's been away from family matters for over a year. It'll take time for him to readjust. Seah and Jihan listened in silence, both visibly irritated, fists clenched at their sides. In-hyuk narrowed his eyes. You're probably thinking about putting pressure on him, trying to block him from making a move for the head position. Am I right? Jihan didn't respond. Then, with a forced smile, he replied, Understood, father. Anything else? In-hyuk stood and walked over to the window. Without turning around, he said, No, that's all. You two must be tired. Go get some rest. As they stepped out of the office, Seah spun around and shouted, Big brother, why didn't you even say anything? She stared at him, confused, but Jihan just rubbed his face in frustration. What difference would it make? He wouldn't listen. Jihan knew why Minhyuk and Minji hadn't been summoned. They never showed interest in the family head position. That made sense. But Hale? After a year of absence? And now they were supposed to leave him alone, just like that? It didn't add up. Their father must have told him to compensate for lost time somehow. But still, protecting him like this? That kind of leeway was only given to the younger kids under 16 who hadn't received their AI chips yet. Hale was already 17. He didn't qualify. Jihan's frustration boiled over. Why? Why would he demand this? Say, I bit her nail again. Maybe father already. No. Jihan cut her off. Definitely not. Hale hasn't done enough for father to bet on him like that. Say, I yelled. Then what is this all about? Does father see potential in him again, or what? Jihan's mind flashed back to what he heard about the tournament. Maybe he's just curious about that strange magic Hale's developed. Or maybe Hale struck some kind of deal. A deal. Seah echoed, frowning. But what could he even offer? She clutched her head in frustration and screamed. Ugh, this is infuriating. Now I'll have to recall all the people I planted to keep tabs on him. Jihan gave a half-hearted wave. Yeah, probably. Unless you want them gutted by the Shadows. The Shadows, father's personal spy force. Trained in everything from surveillance to infiltration and execution. Once they were involved, there was no getting around them. As Jihan headed for the door, hands stuffed in his pockets, he casually said, Oh, and I've already pulled back the observers. Seah blinked. Wait, then what are you planning to do next? Jihan turned to her, a smirk playing on his lips. I'll move first. You rarely get involved directly anyway, and I'm not about to sit idle for 2 months. If Hale had made some kind of deal with her father, that meant things could get messy. He'd need backup, and the Black Magic Tower might be exactly what he needed. Sometime later, at the Obelisk Academy, the classroom buzzed with a midterm energy. The teacher clapped his hands and smiled. All right, everyone passed the midterms. Nice work. Give yourselves a round of applause. A moment later, he looked toward one student in particular. I'm especially proud of the top scorer, Shin Hale. Hale stood from his seat and made his way to the front. The teacher beamed. Among all the students your age, I can confidently say you're the best in the country. Well done. Thank you. Hale replied with a slight nod. The teacher continued. Now that you're in first place, how about holding that spot until the World Olympiad? Ever thought of competing? Hale smiled. That's exactly what I'm aiming for. Murmurs broke out around the classroom. A guy in the back leaned over and whispered, Did you hear that? He learned a few tricks, and now he thinks he's a big deal. 2 months, another scoffed. Let him dream. He'll crash and burn soon enough. Bet he'll be a washed-up nobody in a week. Hale returned to his seat, unfazed. Later, in the hallway, Sunshine stretched with a groan. Finally, it's over. 8 theory classes, pure torture. Hale walked by and gave him a wink. Well, starting tomorrow, it's all practice, right? Sunshine slung his bag over his shoulder. Yeah, but it's going to be just as intense. Hale gave him a friendly jab in the chest. Good. I could use a bit of physical activity. Sunshine dropped to his knees, dramatically folding his hands. Are you sure you're a magician? Hale sighed, looking down at him. Clearly, you're out of shape. Sunshine got back up, face scrunched. You want to talk? Aren't you a magician too? He coughed. Right. Not weak with magic anymore. Hale waved him off. Then stop complaining and work on your weaknesses. Sunshine clenched his fists. Fine, I'll bulk up and beat you one day. Hale chuckled. Is that so? Well, how about we grab some food first, then hit the gym? Sunshine gave him a confused look, brows furrowed. Wait, seriously? What kind of face was that? The protagonist asked. Sunshine took a step back. It's not that I don't want to, he said. I'm just not feeling great today. Hale crossed his arms and cut him off. Spit out. If you're not going to say it straight, then forget it. Sunshine rested his hands on the protagonist's shoulders. Fine, I'll be honest, he said. I don't hate training. I just don't like training with you. That clear enough? Hale frowned. Then why are you even here? Sunshine sighed and lowered his head. Because you're scary. Everyone thinks so. Later, in the Obelisk Academy training hall, the protagonist was lifting a heavy barbell while the others stared in disbelief. His strength stunned the room. Hale, doing squats nearby, was deep in thought. What's up with Sunshine? All he did was try to remind him how important training is. Someone nearby pointed and asked, Who even is that? Is a human really lifting that? Another chimed in, rubbing his chin. Isn't that Shin Hale? Second-year champion. After finishing his set, the protagonist wiped his face with a towel. He reflected to himself. He'd been so focused on mastering the weightless energy style that he'd completely overlooked physical training. Now he felt weak. Taking a sip of water, Hale remembered what Eider once said. The circle of infinity flows through the entire body. Strengthening the body strengthens the circle. They worked together. The protagonist stepped onto a treadmill, thinking if he trained both physically and magically, he could build the body he always wanted. Before long, he was headed to the tower for monster training. The pumas circled him, hissing with fiery eyes. As they lunged, Hale summoned a magic circle and sent them soaring into the air. The beasts charged again. He crouched just in time. Focusing his energy, he shouted, Fiery volcano, and leapt aside as the pumas froze mid-attack. Then they vanished. A voice called out Shin Hale. Monster training complete. Result perfect. Highest score. He smiled and thanked the teacher. Later, sitting on a bench, he stared at his hand. Thanks to the infinity circles, he thought, my physical strength's gone up by at least 50%. Once I hit the third circle, he clenched his fist. I'll push the infinity circles as far as they can go. The protagonist lowered his head, reminding himself to focus. Resonance circle. 2 streams of mana surged through his body. Now came the hard part, reducing vibration and flow deviation. 12.25%. For 0.63%, stabilize. He shifted his focus to the Heart's Call circle. Aligned by 8.9%, steady, energy pulsed through him, flowing evenly. Hale concentrated a bit longer, then finally lifted his head and let out a tired sigh. 99% synced, he thought. Still missing that last percent, no matter what I do. But he had to master the second circle. He clenched his fist, determined. He would make it happen. Sometime later, he was out running, earbuds in, music pumping. As he rounded a corner, a figure blocked his path. The man lunged. Hale dodged instantly. Who the hell are you? He asked. A hooded figure in a black mask stepped forward. Sayuk, Hale said, recognizing him immediately. Sayuk launched another attack, but Hale dodged again. TC, squirming like a rat, Sayuk muttered. Hale calmly placed his earbuds on the ground. It's the weekend. Shouldn't you be heading home? Sayuk sneered. Oh, it's not that I don't want to. It's that I can't, right? Hale stood up, smirking. Let me guess, probation? That why you're stuck here? Sayuk snapped. Shut your mouth before I shut it for you. Hale just laughed. Didn't you used to hide behind your dad's name? Now look at you. Too ashamed to face your own family? Got nowhere to go. Enraged, Sayuk's magic flared. He hurled a wave of fire toward him. Shut up, you trash, he shouted. Eyes wide, Hale backed up. Wait, is this idiot really casting magic in public over a few words? Sayuk leapt at him, yelling again. Hale caught his wrist mid-air, his grip tight. Wah! Sayuk froze in fear as Hale kicked up, sending him flying. With one swift move, Hale pinned him down using his legs. Get off me, you idiot! Sayuk shouted. Even this mess, it's still a good chance to test myself, Hale thought. Moments later, black cars screeched to a halt. Officers poured out, restraining Sayuk as he yelled. Let me go. I need to teach that punk a lesson. Calm down, one officer said. You can explain later. Come with us. Hale stood nearby, speaking to the inspector. He tried to hit me with combat magic. There's a security camera right there. It probably caught everything. Hard to believe he actually used magic in public. The inspector nodded. We'll release the report at the academy tomorrow. It's late. Head back to your room. As the staff forced Sayuk into the car, Hale watched from the side, thinking, just let him keep spiraling. Later, the academy hallways buzzed with students. A new penalty report had been posted on the wall. Beck Sayuk docked 10 points for attempting to use combat magic off campus. Someone nearby muttered, Did you hear? He really tried to cast combat magic on the street. Seriously? And he only got 10 points off? That's it. Why didn't they suspend him? Hale turned away, thinking to himself. Just a 10-point deduction. Huh? Not that surprising. The Beck family had deep ties to the academy. They donated a massive amount in the past. Naturally, the school wasn't about to jeopardize that relationship. A slap on the wrist was all he'd ever get. Still, Hale thought as he walked through the corridor, he's probably going to be drowning in lectures at home for a while. Outside, Sayuk stood with his phone pressed tightly to his ear. His father's furious voice echoed so loudly, it could have been on speaker. "You stupid rat. Please, father, forgive me," Sayuk stammered. "I told you to keep your head down until graduation. Was that so hard? No, if our family loses rank because of this, it'll be your fault. Do you understand?" "Yes. I'm sorry." He pulled the phone away, glaring at the screen. The contact read money bag. With a disgusted look, he hissed, "Ugh, freaking leech." Enraged, he hurled the phone at a nearby pillar, clenched his jaw, and growled through his teeth. "Shin Hale!" He shouted louder. "Shin Hale! That damn Shin Hale! That insufferable smug!" He kicked the phone across the ground, still fuming. "It's all because of him. That worthless trash." Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, light and calm. My, that heart of yours looks pretty twisted by jealousy." Sayuk froze and turned around. "Instructor Smith?" Smith stood smiling, arms casually open. "It's perfectly fine to love or to hate. Everyone gets to choose." He stepped closer. "But Sayuk, don't you want revenge?" Sayuk stared at him, unsure. Smith's tone shifted. "Then go take it. On Shin Hale." After some time had passed, the protagonist sat quietly in his room, eyes fixed on his phone screen. He figured back, Sayuk must have already faced consequences. Well, that only worked in his favor. Just then, a message from his father popped up. Apparently, a deal had been struck with the Beck family. In return for ignoring the incident, they'd hand over shares equal to 3% of the profits from their magic stone mines. His father added, "He's a good kid. If he needs anything, just let him ask." The protagonist figured the Beck family was desperate to secure an official title. That meant maintaining solid ties, not just with the academy, but also with powerful families like theirs. They had no choice but to go to such lengths. After all, the person involved was him, the rightful heir of the House of Magicians. No doubt they'd do whatever it took to bury the issue. And 3% of those mining profits was no small offering. It was a clear example of how much weight an official title carried. A title symbolized status and recognition. The Divine Guardian family held the title of mystical, and the Wei family bore the title of mysterious. Titles set families apart. As for Beck Sayuk, he'd now been disowned by his own family over the recent events. With his current abilities, he posed no real threat. The protagonist closed the message, picked up a book, and said to himself, since that's dealt with, it's time to stop playing Santa and handing out favors. Time to get back to work on the residence project. Later on, security personnel in suits began appearing around the academy. The protagonist, Hale, glanced around and thought, looks like they've stepped up security after everything that happened. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Shin Hale." He turned to see Instructor Smith approaching. Smith gave a slight smirk. "Ah, yes. He studied Hale's calm expression, then said, I noticed something. You don't seem to like me very much." Hale smiled. "Yeah, that's not at all." Smith gave a knowing smile. "It's okay. I get it. I was tough on you, but it was always for your own good. Don't take it the wrong way, all right?" Hale furrowed his brow, a bit confused. "Okay," he replied, thinking, why is he bringing this up now? Then Smith asked, "What do you say we start fresh?" He extended his hand. Hale hesitated. "I don't think that's necessary." "Thanks, though." Suddenly, a dark energy surged around him. He stiffened, thoughts racing. What is this strange sensation? Instructor Smith, though a bit late, finally spoke up. He congratulated Hale on taking first place in the midterm exams, extending his hand with a smile. He wished him continued success. Hale clenched his jaw, a flicker of confusion in his mind. Smith was clearly radiating mana. He narrowed his eyes, sensing the heavy, sinister energy pouring off the man. Could it be? Is this really happening? That ominous feeling. This isn't normal. Is he connected to the Black Magic Tower? Hale froze, eyes widening. The Black Magic Tower, an underground faction not officially recognized like the other 12 towers. It was a den of criminals, led by a mage who called himself the king of black magic. No way. Smith's involved with them? Hale's thoughts raced. If that's true, then it's possible other members of the Black Tower are hiding within the academy too. But the timeline doesn't matter now. A flash of red flickered in his eyes. First things first, analyze the spell structure, he thought. That'll give me a read on the situation. System windows materialized in his mind as he initiated a breakdown of the magical formula. Wait, this pattern, this is mind control magic. He paused. Mind control? But my brain can't be influenced by mana. Smith's spell won't affect me. Relieved, Hale closed his eyes for a second. Good, that's one problem avoided. Still, he needed to play it smart. If I act like the spell worked, maybe I can figure out what they're planning. He opened his eyes again. Smith gave a slight wave of his hand, expression shifting. Who would have thought, he sneered, a defective reject who couldn't use an AI chip. Now getting an apology from me. He stepped in close and ordered, listen carefully, Shin Hale. Smith pressed the chip into his hand and said, keep this on you at all times. Don't ask questions. Just follow instructions. Hale gripped the chip tightly. Understood, he replied, eyes calm but mind racing. Smith adjusted his glasses. Shin Hale, tell me everything about your magic modification. Hale's eyes widened. No way I can reveal that. Clutching his head, he let out a sudden scream, staggering as if in pain. He stumbled, yelling louder and louder. Smith stepped back, clearly alarmed. It seems his subconscious is fighting to protect the secrets of his unique magic. He hesitated, then backed off. Fine, cancel it. Hale smirked silently. What a fool. Mind control magic targets the brain and forces a person to obey. It's the Black Tower's signature technique. If cast by a powerful mage, it can even destroy the target's mind. That's why it's banned. But he knew the key weakness. If the spell touches a subject deeply tied to someone's core, their mind can naturally resist. Pushing harder only risks mental collapse. He backed off too easily, Hale thought. That means my magic isn't their main objective. Smith, visibly annoyed, muttered, what a shame. If your magic was part of our plan, I would have taken it, happily. But we can't let personal greed get in the way of the mission. Smith extended his hand with a grin. Well then, we'll just wait till the mission's over. After that, I'll drain every last secret out of you. Hale suddenly shouted and stood up, eyes locked on Smith in shock. The instructor raised an eyebrow. Student Shin Hale? He forced a smile. Are you all right? You seemed out of it during our talk. Maybe you're just exhausted. He gave a short nod. Well, I won't trouble you any further. With that, Smith turned and walked away. Hale watched him leave, frowning in frustration. Not long after, familiar voices echoed through the academy halls. A few students were headed toward the entrance, grumbling about how hungry they were, tossing around the idea of hitting the canteen. Off to the side, a group of girls chatted quietly. Evening classes were wrapping up. Hale kept walking, trying to clear his mind. Eventually, he reached the garden, took a seat on a bench, and stared at the chip Smith had given him. This is an illegal AI chip, extra level. They're trying to set me up, he thought. Make it look like I've been using forbidden tech. He pictured the scandal splashed across news feeds, a promising heir exposed as a criminal. They were aiming straight for his reputation. He rested his chin on his hand, narrowing his eyes. Smith doesn't seem like the type to go this far, just out of spite. He said our relationship wasn't ideal, but even then, someone must have put him up to this. Someone from the Black Magic Tower, no doubt. That would explain a lot. Then he remembered Sayuk screaming his name. Shin Hale, I'll kill you. But Sayuk was under too many restrictions now. That level of retaliation was nearly impossible for him. No, Hale thought, the real threat is closer. It has to be one of my siblings. They want to drag me down so they can secure their spot as head of the family. He counted 4 suspects. Minji, she's never really been part of the power struggle. No reason for her to go this far. Minhyuk does want the position, but he's not the type to stoop this low. That left 2 others. They're the most likely ones. They could even be working together. He clenched his fist. Should I confront Smith? Force the truth out of him? No, that was too risky. The Black Tower wouldn't sit back if their secrets got out, and there was no guarantee Smith even knew who was behind it. Pressing him could just turn Hale into a target. Drawing the Black Tower's attention now would be a massive mistake. He scowled. In that case, time passed. Eventually, Hale stepped into a large building. There, by the window, stood Kim Kanjin. Welcome, Hale, Kim Kanjin said with a smile. He turned to face him. So, Hale asked, what exactly did you want to see me about? Kim Kanjin frowned, eyeing Hale with a sharp gaze. Hale thought to himself, that's Kim Kanjin, the master of the Blue Magic Tower. His greeting was noticeably colder than usual. Still, there was no other choice. Kim Kanjin rubbed his forehead and sighed. Listen, I'm a bit tied up right now. This isn't the best time. No way, Hale thought. This might be my only shot. Rumors have been swirling that Kim Kanjin had buried himself in research lately. He's clearly been on edge. Must be deep into something. Hale stepped forward. Did I interrupt your research? Kim Kanjin gestured to the side. Yeah, I've been working on something unusual. A Man of Stone. It's taking longer than expected. Man of Stone? Hale glanced toward a crystal lying carefully on a cushioned lining inside a suitcase. That's an elemental stone, he realized. A grin formed on his face. Perfect timing. Kim Kanjin settled onto a sofa and waved his hand. All right, make it quick. Just get to the point. He pinched the bridge of his nose. So, Hale, what was so urgent that you had to insist on a face-to-face meeting? Hale paused, noticing how agitated Kim Kanjin was. He's on the edge. No matter what I say, he's not going to cooperate unless we find some common ground. Before diving in, Hale spoke calmly. Before we get into anything, there's something I want to share with you. Something about the stone you're studying. Kim Kangin's eyes widened, his whole body freezing. What? You know something about those stones? Hale nodded. Yes. Kim Kangin's tone shifted instantly, now sharp. You'd better watch your words. The name of those stones hasn't even been officially disclosed yet. Are you spying on the Blue Magic Tower? Hale raised his hands in front of him, keeping his voice steady. Absolutely not. I'm not spying. Kim Kanjin narrowed his eyes. Then how do you know? Hale calmly reached into his bag. It's simple. He pulled out a glowing crystal. I have one, he said, holding it up. Kim Kanjin shot up from the couch. What? Hale nodded. That's right. It's a perfectly tuned elemental stone. Kim Kanjin clutched his face in disbelief. Wait, Hale, did you tune this yourself? Hale looked him in the eye. Yes, I did. Kim Kanjin stared at him. Are you kidding me? He thought back to James Pillar, one of the top magic engineers from the Red Magic Tower. Even the elite engineers from Kim Kangin's own tower, experts with years of experience in magic stone research, hadn't been able to solve it. Even I couldn't manage the mana synchronization, he thought. And now you're telling me a student figured out? He smirked and asked Hale, was tuning that stone just pure luck? The protagonist nodded, saying he figured only the master of the Blue Magic Tower could truly understand what kind of material it was. That's why he brought it along. Kim Kanjin raised a brow and asked if he'd be willing to explain how he tuned it. Hale glanced at the crystal and simply said he didn't really know. It just sort of happened naturally. That's all he could say. Kim Kanjin squinted slightly, a hint of envy in his voice. So he got the stone by luck. And tune it by luck too? Seems like fortune's favorite. Hale just laughed it off. Kim Kanjin leaned on the table. All right, he said. Every magician has the right to keep his own secrets. He shut his eyes, raised his hands, and added, I won't press any further. Hale thanked him. Kim Kanjin then pointed to the crystal. Mind if I take a closer look? The protagonist gave a nod. Go ahead. Slipping on his gloves, Kim Kanjin examined the stone. This is perfectly attuned, a mana stone aligned with all 4 elements. He handed it back to Hale. So you brought this for? Hale confirmed. He brought it to craft an artifact. Kim Kanjin removed his gloves and thought for a moment. An artifact, huh? What kind? Something to wear? Jewelry? A weapon maybe? The protagonist replied, anything that could enhance elemental magic would do. Kim Kanjin nodded. Got it. But stones of this level need equally rare materials. It's going to cost you. A lot. You sure you're ready for that? Then, with a dramatic wave of his hands, he exclaimed, Forgive me. He's a proud heir of a mage's house. After all, he joked about sending the bill straight to Hale's father. But Hale shook his head and put a finger to his lips. Let's keep this for my family, he said seriously. Kim Kanjin chuckled. Ah, so that's how it is. You're a crafty one. So how do you plan to pay? He traced a glowing number in the air. 645 million. That's about how much this will run you. Think you can cover that yourself? Hale replied with a smile, then went silent. Kim Kanjin pressed. You have another way, don't you? Hale nodded. I can attune all elemental stones like this, he said, holding out his hand. I can even show you right now. Kim Kangin's eyes lit up. Wait, you're saying you'd actually show me how you do it? The protagonist clenched his fist with a grin, and Kim Kanjin exclaimed, Now that's a tempting offer. Honestly, that kind of skill was worth more than the price. It would even leave them in his debt. But Hale's smile faded. He asked if he could request a favor in return. Kim Kanjin raised a brow. A favor? Does it have something to do with our current agenda? Hale reached into his coat and handed something over. Kim Kanjin studied it carefully. This is an extra-level chip? A forbidden AI? He looked up. Where did you get this? Hale's hands tightened into fists. A mage from the Black Magic Tower slipped it to me at the academy. I'm convinced there's a criminal group working inside Bisk Academy. He looked straight at Kim Kanjin. Please, help me take them down. Later, after everything was discussed, Hale stepped out of the car, leaned toward the window, and said, Thanks for the ride. Take care. Kim's secretary gave a nod. See you around. As she drove off, Hale watched her go for a moment before heading upstairs. He dropped onto his bed with a sigh. I'm exhausted. Still, he couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought Kim Kanjin was researching elemental stones? Thanks to that, he was getting his hands on an artifact that even his own father wouldn't know existed. His thoughts drifted to Sayuk, furious, shouting he'd never forgive Hale. Originally, Hale planned to use the 3% share he'd received from the Beck family as a bargaining chip. But now, he didn't have to. That asset was safe. Perfect. He remembered Kim Kangin's serious expression. I still can't believe it. Mages from the Black Magic Tower hiding out in Obelisk Academy, a place known for its airtight security. And this AI chip is our only lead. Hale asked, "Isn't this too much to expect from you?" Kim Kanjin gave a sly wink. Under normal circumstances, sure. A student's word and one illegal chip wouldn't mean much. But fine, we'll take a risk and look into it. Sometime later, Hale walked through the corridor, speaking into his phone. "Is he there yet?" a voice asked. "Yeah," Hale replied. "The rest is up to you, just like we planned." He stepped into the elevator. Kim Kangin's voice came through next, reassuring him. "If your info checks out, the Blue Tower won't make any mistakes." "Understood," Hale answered. "I trust you. I'll wait for your call." The elevator doors opened, and he stepped into a grand hall. He smiled. "I'm here, everyone." Seated at the table were his family members. Minji, the second daughter of the House of Magicians, beamed. "Oh my god, it's been forever, Hale." The protagonist smiled and said, "It's been a while. You haven't changed a bit." Minji raised an eyebrow. "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" "Of course it is," Hale replied. She reached up and tousled his hair. "You've grown up. At this rate, you'll be taller than Inyik soon." Just then, Shin Inyik, the second son, grinned. "Come on, Minji. You still got some growing to do." He patted Hale's shoulder. "Welcome back. I know it's silly, but I'm really glad you're here." Hale smiled. "Thanks, brother." He thought to himself. Inyik hadn't changed at all. Still straightforward and sincere. Minji frowned. "Brother, you always say things like that without thinking." Inyik looked confused. What did I say this time?" Hale turned away, pretending not to notice the tension. "It's been a while since we've all been together." Just then, Shin Jihan, the eldest son, chuckled. "Look at you, acting all grown up. You don't look so uptight anymore." Seiya, the first daughter, gave a cool greeting. "Long time no see, youngest." Hale smiled politely, but thought to himself, she might be smiling, but deep down she'd tear him apart without hesitation. If there's a villain at this table, it's definitely her. Jihan raised his glass. "Come on, sit. Let's eat and talk. I'm dying to know. Why'd you call us all here, little brother?" Hale took a seat and replied casually. "No real reason. Just felt like seeing everyone again after all this time." Seiya, clearly irritated, asked, "That's it? You drag us all here for that? We're not exactly free, you know." Hale smiled slyly, narrowing his eyes. "Let's be honest. Even if I didn't call this meeting, you and Jihan would have arranged one yourselves eventually. Am I wrong?" Seiya slammed her hands on the table. "Watch your tone when you speak to your elders." She pointed a finger at him. "Enough games. Just say it. What are you scheming, you little brat?" Hale blinked. "What are you talking about?" She shouted again. "Cut the act. You're planning to fight for the head of the family, aren't you?" He grinned. "But what if I said I wasn't? Would you believe me?" "Never." Seiya snapped. "Then why bother asking?" He replied coolly. Seiya's face turned red with rage. "You little rascal." Jihan gave a light smile and said, "Yeah, you're right. You shouldn't have asked. Actions speak louder than words." "But hey, Hale, did he come up with some kind of magic? Modified magic, right? Isn't he going to explain it to the family?" The protagonist looked at him, slightly surprised. Smart move, getting him to reveal his technique. This is a subtle way of testing if he's fit to become the next family head. That's actually clever, he thought. But they can't back him into a corner. Putting on a helpless look, he said, "Brother, sister, that magic is my only card. I don't mesh well with AI like the rest of you. I can't just hand over the one thing keeping me afloat. This has nothing to do with the competition." Minji's eyes welled up. "Then, there's nothing we can do. This really is all he has." Jihan and Seiya looked at each other, confused, clearly not expecting that response. Minji gently wiped a tear from the protagonist's eye, and he felt deeply thankful that she understood. Inyik let out a laugh, raised his glass, and said, "Well then, forget the competition talk. It's pointless. Let's just hear how he's been lately." Minji nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I want to hear what brother's been up to." Jihan glanced down at his glass, then crossed his arms and shifted his gaze towards Seiya. Meanwhile, the rest of the siblings laughed and talked amongst themselves. Just then, the clock chimed. Hale thought to himself, that should be enough time. Out of nowhere, everyone's phones buzzed at once with a notification. Minji looked at her screen, shocked. "Wait, what is this?" Inyik frowned. "An emergency alert?" Seiya yelled, "Right now? Seriously?" Jihan's expression darkened, but he didn't say a word. The breaking news alert flashed across their screens. A connection had been confirmed between certain Obelisk Academy instructors and the Black Magic Tower. Lang Smith, second son of the well-known Smith family in France, had been arrested. The report cited confirmation from Kim Kangin's secretary, Zhang Sua, a six-circle sorceress from the Blue Magic Tower. The protagonist glanced at Jihan's face. Busted, he thought. So it's him, Shin Jihan. Later, Hale was walking down a quiet street, talking through his earbuds. Kim Kangin's voice came through. "Just like you predicted, it's all gone down." Hale looked at his phone screen, where an article was open. The headline read, "At 10:31 p.m., Zhang Sua, six-circle sorceress and secretary to Kim Kanjin, apprehended Lang Smith tampering with the training facilities at Obelisk Academy. Lang had secretly altered the equipment used for the upcoming survival test. If Jong Sua hadn't noticed in time, the scale of destruction that could have followed was unimaginable. The Korean government, the Korean Magic Association, and the International Magic Association all released statements condemning the Black Tower and promising zero tolerance from this point on. Kim Kanjin asked, but how did he figure out Lang Smith would mess with the test preparations? Hale adjusted his earpiece and answered calmly, it was the only logical outcome, given the clues I had. He recalled the events in his mind. Since someone had infiltrated the academy, it had to be with a goal in mind. When he lined up the timeline, it all made sense. The mind control spell had been triggered right before the survival exam, which was set for Friday. If someone wanted to sabotage the exam, the most efficient way would be to tamper with the equipment. And since all the gear gets inspected the day before, the perfect window to strike would be Thursday night, tonight. That's why Hale had asked the Blue Magic Tower to keep an eye on the equipment room. Meanwhile, he had gone to meet his brothers and sisters. Around the same time, the Black Magic Tower's representative should have been apprehended. And sure enough, Instructor Smith was caught. The protagonist imagined Smith's pathetic expression plastered across news headlines. He also discovered it was Jihan who had been secretly liaising with the Black Tower. By keeping his involvement in the shadows, he got the intel he needed without putting himself at risk. The plan had gone off without a hitch. As he strolled down the street, he thought, the only problem is I only have indirect proof linking my brother and Smith. Nothing solid yet, but he'd get to the bottom of it. Just then, Kim spoke up. Hale, you tried to stop it, but it ended up working in their favor. The Blue Magic Tower's fame is through the roof now. It's like they had everything figured out from start. I'll return the favor somehow, Hale replied with a chuckle. Kim grinned at his sincerity and said, that's what I like about you. Hale removed the earpiece and said, yeah, tell them thanks. That's it then, he thought. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind him, and the shockwave flung him backward. He let out a terrified scream. What the hell? A dark figure emerged from the smoke, muttering, Shin Hale. Shin Hale. Sayuk stepped forward, voice cold and sharp. Die, you filthy insect. Just die. The protagonist stared, stunned. Beck, he thought. Without warning, Beck hurled a wave of magic at him. So fast, Hale barely had time to react, clenching his jaw as he summoned his energy. He cast Resonance, followed by a water shield, but the pressure of the attack was overwhelming. This shield won't hold. Gripping one hand with the other, he layered in a static water shield. The two energy forces collided, and the impact triggered a violent explosion. Hale was thrown to the side, glancing at his burned palm. I didn't dodge all of it, he thought grimly. Sayuk burst from the smoke, laughing maniacally. Feel it. The gap between us, he yelled, eyes wild. You pathetic, broken failure. Had enough of playing hero. Sitting on the ground, Hale muttered with frustration. Beck Sayuk. He eyed the crazed attacker carefully. Something's off. Bloodshot eyes, reddened skin. It wasn't normal. It looked like he had taken Berserker, an illegal enhancer that forces the magic circle into overdrive at the cost of bursting blood vessels. They called it Berserker because the user turned into a mindless brawler, fighting until their body gave out. He's lost it, Hale shouted. Sayuk charged like a man possessed. Lost it? No, I feel great. Hale kept scanning him. Scarlet mana pulses. That's third circle magic. Flame infection. Throwing his arms forward, he tried to intercept the charge. You lunatic! Hale screamed. Sayuk, drooling and wide-eyed, cackled. I'm more alive than ever. Everything makes sense now, and you're going to die. As Sayuk's flaming hand came within inches, Hale braced himself. The moment the flame infection struck, a massive explosion erupted, sending thick smoke billowing into the sky. Sayuk rose from the smoke, laughing again. Look at this fool. Hale was down, coughing hard, his hand over his face. He's still breathing? Sayuk snarled in disbelief. He blocked it again. What kind of broken freak is this? Glaring at him, Hale watched as Sayuk spiraled, mumbling over and over. How dare he? How dare he? How dare he? Gripping his own hair, Sayuk let out a raw scream. SHLY. Then suddenly he stopped. Exhausted, he muttered, no, it's possible. Maybe. Hale slowly pushed himself upright, thinking carefully. He's emotionally unstable. Definitely a berserker. But something wasn't right. Even with that drug, there's no way it should boost his magic that much. Should I test it? Noticing Hale's stare, Sayuk narrowed his eyes. What are you looking at? Raising his hand, Hale shouted, Air Spear. Streams of energy surged towards Sayuk, but right before impact, they twisted and turned into flames. Sayuk froze, staring in shock. What? What kind of magic is this? The protagonist muttered. He dodged the spears, sure, but he'd better stay alert. Without wasting a second, he closed in and activated his magic. Staring at Sayuk's wild expression, Hale focused. Gotta strike before he reacts. Airstrike. The blast of energy surged forward, landing squarely. Sayuk let out a heavy cough. Got him, Hale thought, until Sayuk suddenly threw his hands up and conjured a fire shield. Fire magic? At this distance? Hale braced himself. Sayuk launched a fire pellet, shouting die. The flames surged out fast and intense. Fire pellets were devastating at close range. Within 7.74 meters, they could melt through almost anything. But outside that range, easier to dodge. As the flames roared toward him, Hale made a quick leap, dodging just in time. Exhaling sharply, he thought, does he hate me that much? Did he really install an illegal over-enhancement chip? Sayuk snarled, swinging an arm wildly. What extra chip? Don't spout garbage. Hale closed his eyes briefly. He doesn't remember? Then I was right, Sayuk bellowed. I don't need tricks to crush garbage like you. And there it was, a small, purple chip embedded at the back of Sayuk's neck, digging into the skin. Stop babbling, Sayuk screamed. Just die already. Hale ducked aside again, explaining, an enhanced chip like that doesn't just strengthen the body, it also reconfigures spell formulas. That's why it's banned. Too much damage, too much range. Charging like a madman, Sayuk shouted. Why should I care? Shut up, idiot. Hale stepped back, murmuring, how ironic. My latest research has been all about how mana circle structures affect magic formulas. That's why I can sense these unnatural boosts. It suddenly clicked. Was this dumb luck? Or fate? Either way, I'm seeing it all now, thanks to this illegal chip and the Berserker combo. Sayuk turned blue with rage. What nonsense are you spewing now, freak? Hale raised his hand and said calmly, I'm not thanking you, but I am wondering if I can end this before sunrise. He activated his magic again. Resonance. I'm going to push even higher. Enhanced chips like this allowed someone to cast one circle above their usual limit. But Hale wasn't walking in blind. He'd been digging through piles of intel on this exact topic, even the most obscure records. Clutching his head, Hale grimaced. The real issue is the cost. He had experimented before, speeding up magic circles by blending energy flows. It worked, but at a steep price. Mind and body couldn't handle the strain for long. For someone at the second mana circle, he muttered, it lasts 3 minutes. Just 3. He raised a hand again. After that, the circle shuts down completely. No mana output. For 12 whole hours. He tightened his stance. So before using something like this, you'd better be damn sure it's worth it. Sayuk kept gathering energy, muttering something under his breath. What's he babbling about now? Idiot, he growled, shaking from fear. The protagonist shut his eyes. 3 minutes, that's all I need, he whispered. He crouched low, palms flat against the ground. In an instant, massive energy spikes shot up from the earth, piercing through Sayuk's body. Screaming in agony, Sayuk shouted, is this third circle magic? How can an idiot like you already control third circle spells? The protagonist scratched his head with a finger. How do I even begin to explain it? Sayuk staggered back, rage boiling over. Just die already, he roared. Arms spread wide. The protagonist replied calmly. You know, I've realized something. I suck at spells, and my curses are even worse. Real textbook stuff. He cast a water shield, just as Sayuk hurled blazing fire magic at him. Sayuk laughed maniacally. You fool, you're gonna try to block it again? You messed up last time. Burn. Suddenly, a massive energy vortex exploded into view. Sayuk's eyes widened. What the hell is that? The protagonist traced the energy flow with a hand. You should have thought this through. Anyone in your shoes would have realized this shield's not like the last one. Just like those earth spikes, different level entirely. Your flames won't even scratch me now. Sayuk charged. Shin Hale, he shouted, repeating the name again as he rushed forward, laughing. So you powered up, huh? Must have juiced yourself again. No way you're winning without doping. The protagonist kept his eyes closed. It's over, he said flatly. You brought this on yourself. No mercy. He cast darkness, blindness. Sayuk panicked. What the hell is this? Swallowed in pitch-black void, he stumbled. The protagonist's voice echoed. If you hadn't been so fixated on killing, none of this would have happened. Sayuk clenched his fists, shouting wildly. Stop running, Shin Hale. Face me, you coward. Attack already. Without a word, the protagonist used Earthbind, followed by Airbind. Energy chains lashed out and pinned Sayuk in place. What is this magic? He gasped, feet sinking into thick mud. It's too late, the protagonist said. The last bit of kindness I can offer is to end this fast and make it painless. Sayuk screamed, thrashing. Stop preaching, you idiot. I'm not finished. If it weren't for you, my life. Eyes still closed, the protagonist walked past him and murmured, even if it wasn't me, nothing would have changed. Sayuk frantically looked around, yelling, where did he go? The protagonist's voice echoed. T-Sich, typical. Just looking for someone else to blame. Come back here, you idiot. Sayuk shouted. Oh right, the protagonist continued, ignoring him. You ever wonder why extra-level chips are banned? What the hell are you talking about? Sayuk screamed. In a flash, the protagonist appeared behind him, grabbing him by the neck. Sayuk howled in pain. The protagonist grinned. All it took was a single pulse of mana to your overheated chip. Even under the effects of Berserker, it must be excruciating. Drool spilled from Sayuk's mouth as he begged for it to stop. With a slight smirk, the protagonist said, "Your system's overloaded. The AI, your body, neither can handle even the tiniest shock anymore." Sayuk kept screaming in agony. And finally, the protagonist added, "Thanks for your idiotic performance today. The Beck family's gonna pay up big time. This time, not just 30%, maybe 40, of the Magic Stone Mine profits." Eyes full of tears, Sayuk stammered. "Goodbye, Beck Sayuk," the protagonist said calmly. "And thanks again. You just became my walking gold mine." He placed his palm over the chip. With a burst of dark energy, Sayuk was erased. In reality, his body collapsed to the ground, smoke rising off it. The protagonist picked up a phone from the floor and made a call. "Father, it's Tail." In-hyuk answered groggily. "Why are you calling this late?" Looking off into the distance, Tail replied. "You saw everything, didn't you? No need to act like you didn't." The empty streets were unnaturally quiet. Not even a single student in sight. No cops, either, even after all that noise near the dorms. From the top floor of a skyscraper, In-hyuk replied, "Maybe the students just went into hiding. And just because I could stop the police doesn't mean I actually did." Tail chuckled. "True, plenty of people can stop the police, but only you would watch the whole thing play out. Anyone else would have stepped in, either to stop the fight or stab me in the back. And thanks to our little deal," he added, "the others can't interfere anyway." In-hyuk laughed. "Yeah, that does sound like me." Tail glanced toward a cluster of green bushes, just as a man in a black mask stepped out. In-hyuk's voice came through the phone again. "I assigned Sukhyun to watch over you." A moment later, Tail began walking away from the scene. "So tell me," In-hyuk asked, "if you knew we were watching, why even call?" Hale smirked. "Just want to brag. I hit third circle." In-hyuk frowned. "Strange. I don't recall you pulling off any major feats lately. Don't tell me you've been hiding your third circle magic this whole time." The protagonist replied with clear irritation. "Yeah, that's what I said, didn't I?" Of course it was a lie. The truth? He'd only tapped into the resonance circle's acceleration to give himself a short burst of power. In his mind, he pictured Jihan and Seiya. No matter what, he still didn't have the strength to face them. If word got out that he wielded third circle magic, his siblings would clamp down on him even harder. Winking, he added, "Oh, and one more thing. Sukhyun used a soundproof barrier and illusion spell to keep us sealed off from everyone else." The protagonist looked towards Sayuk, still slumped near the bushes. In-hyuk nodded. "Smart move. I've sent a car for you. Go home and rest for the night." "Thanks," the protagonist replied. "We'll talk again soon." In-hyuk hung up, chuckled to himself, and muttered, "I have no idea what he's been doing all year, but damn, his confidence is something else." Meanwhile, the protagonist turned with a faint smile. "It's been a while." Sukhyun. Sukhyun removed his mask. "Indeed, young Master Hale," he said with a respectful bow. "Forgive me for being late." He reached out, gently touching Hale's cheek. "That's quite a wound. I'll take care of the first aid. Your family doctors can handle the rest." Hale nodded with a smile. "Thanks. I'll leave the rest here to you then." Sukhyun replaced his mask. "Don't worry. Nothing that happened tonight will get past the barrier." At that moment, elsewhere in the city, inside a sleek apartment, Jihan yanked off his tie and screamed in frustration. "This is a nightmare." He stormed forward, yelling again, "What the hell went wrong?" Suddenly, he spotted a man in a hooded robe lounging on his couch. "You just getting back?" the man asked casually. "I thought I'd be waiting all night. At least the sofa is comfortable." Jihan glared. "You from the Black Tower?" The man twirled the ring on his lip and nodded. "Yeah, but now's not the time for formalities." What a disaster. Can't believe the Blue Tower had to step in and wreck everything. Hard to make moves when your people get busted before they even start. Furious, Jihan snapped. "You think this is funny? Your tower promised everything would go smoothly, or do your guarantees mean nothing?" He slammed his hand down. "Are you trying to ruin me?" The robed man raised his hands calmly. "Easy. I get it. I laugh when things blow up too. But since the mission flopped, we'll return the full payment. And of course, erase every trace, clean and quiet." He extended a hand. "After all, we do everything for our VIP clients. No leaks. You have our word, Lang Smith." Then he added with a sly grin, "He won't be seeing the sunrise." Jihan waved him off furiously. Smith doesn't care about who lives or dies. But those illegal AI chips he gave to Hale, and that moron Beck Sayuk, plus the Berserker gear, he definitely cares about that. "So tell me, how are we going to fix this mess?" The hooded man adjusted his cloak. "You don't need to stress. Beck's done for." Jihan stiffened. "Done for? What does that even mean?" "He went after Shin Hale," the man replied. "Now, he's practically a walking corpse. Side effects hit him hard. Jihan grabbed his face in disbelief. I told you, I don't give a damn about some Shin Hail whatever. Just tell me what happened to him. The man crossed his arms, peering at Jihan through them. Relax. Maybe he's a little roughed up, but he's still breathing. Jihan's voice rose, frustrated. Are you kidding me? Are you here to mess around or what? Hey, I'm just stating the facts, the man shrugged. No need to flip out. Jaw tight, Jihan asked. So Hail, he managed to take down Beck. While he was under both Berserk and an upgraded chip, the man pointed at him. Exactly, but that's not even the wild part. When Beck Sayuk went after Hail, I'm not sure if it was for recon or self-defense, but Sukhyun was there too. He continued. Right away, Sukhyun dropped a soundproof barrier in an illusion field. Smooth work. I couldn't even watch how it all ended, but it was one hell of a show. Jihan's eyes narrowed. So the shadows are in play now? Since when has Sukhyun been following Hail around? The man tilted his head. First noticed him when his path crossed with his brother's, but no clue how long he's actually been involved. Jihan flushed with anger. Sukhyun works directly under my father. That means the shadow leader himself is involved. Why the hell would he be watching Hail? His expression darkened as the realization sank in. If the shadows are involved, this just got a whole lot messy, eh? I'll have to back off Hail. For now. And the chip? He asked sharply. The one I gave him. What if it leads back to me? No worries, the man said coolly. The chip had a built-in self-destruct. It probably disintegrated already. Jihan still looked uneasy. And if it didn't? The man ignored the tone. He walked over to the balcony door and slid it open. Then I guess I've got work to do. Still need to tie up some loose ends with Lang Smith. With a short wave, he jumped off the balcony. Later, dear client, he said, pulling his hood down as he vanished into the night. Jihan stood by the railing, watching him disappear. One thought surged in his mind. He had to erase everything that could trace back to him, especially if it led Sukhyun his way. Breaking through his home's security wards would be easy enough, but he had to move fast. A few days later, the protagonist leaned back at the table, stretching with a yawn. He thought about what the master of blue magic had told him earlier. Lang Smith had suddenly clutched his chest and died before the ambulance even arrived. Folding his hands behind his head, he muttered, knew something like that was bound to happen. Didn't think it'd go down so quietly, though. Oh well, at least Sukhyun had wrapped up the Beck Sayuk situation neatly. Just then, his phone buzzed. He checked it. It was a message from his father. Negotiations with the Beck family are done. To keep this buried, they offered 43% of their Magic Stone mine profits. Well done. With that, overseas business funding won't be an issue. If you need anything, speak up, but choose carefully. Hale smiled. That's a long message coming from you, father. Feeling proud, maybe. He turned to the window, sunlight spilling in. Good. Looks like everything's finally settled. Now, it was time to focus on the next challenge, the Academic Olympiad. He glanced at the headlines. The entire world was watching the upcoming event. Only 53 days left. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged through his body. The 12-hour penalty's up, he thought, clenching his fist. Now was time to reach the third circle. He opened a book glowing faintly with power. Energy pulsed from its pages. Let's begin the next test. A light dropped onto the floor, casting a glow throughout the room. After some time, the protagonist opened his eyes. Where is this? He murmured, glancing around. A dim, hollow space stretched endlessly. It looked like a whole different dimension inside the book. Then, out of nowhere, a pulse of energy formed behind him. A figure appeared. A girl stood in front of him. Welcome to the second page of the test, she said. I'm Beta, the guide for this stage. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Second test, huh? Wonder how this one's going to compare to the last. He remembered a part of the previous task. Alpha, the guide of the first page, had ordered him to establish the final sequence of the elemental stones. Beta raised her hand. This part of the test evaluates your control over your current mana circles. The rest of the details will be revealed once the trial begins. If you pass, she added, pages 31 to 81 will unlock. They hold the knowledge of the third mana circle. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Let's go. He grinned. Page 81, huh? I thought they'd hand over maybe 15 pages total. This is way better. Still, it meant one thing. The third circle was in a league of its own. The Circle of Heart's Call and the Circle of Resonance were already strong. But this new one? It had to be something far beyond that. A mix of excitement and nervousness swirled inside him. Beta placed her hand over her chest. Your test begins now. She vanished into thin air. A voice echoed through the space. Student, it's time to reveal the second trial. Hale looked up and said, that voice, it's the teacher. The teacher's voice echoed. Now, a series of magic circles will appear in front of him, hundreds in a row. He must activate every single one. The protagonist raised his hand and activated the first seal. Raybell commented, if he can sync his resonance circle with each one, they'll trigger on their own. Hale reached out again and shouted in confusion. Why did it suddenly change? The teacher explained, each circle refreshes every 3 seconds. If he doesn't activate it in time, he starts over. He must stay sharp. The protagonist furrowed his brows. So, it's about remembering the pattern? Ray Bell added, actually, the sequence changes every time, so memorizing won't help at all. Hale sighed. Of course it wouldn't be simple. He closed his eyes, muttered, all right, and then extended his hand, a small smile forming. Let's give it a try. Hours later, the protagonist stood by a table, glancing at an open book. 8 hours. I spent 8 hours on this, he muttered, and I only managed 10 rounds. He picked up the book. Still, slowly but surely, I'm getting there. He added, instinct alone won't cut it. There has to be some kind of pattern. He dropped on a bed and began digging through the pages. As he studied, a voice chimed in. By the way, Idard isn't the only book I write. If you hit a wall, young student, seek out his other writings. They'll help you move forward. Hale shot up. So, Idard isn't the only one? Then I'll need to track down more of his books. He paused, even if I don't know their titles, or where to look. The next morning, the protagonist headed to the store, craving a break from the routine. Just then, Adela appeared out of nowhere. Hey, she greeted. She looked surprised. Hale. Later, the two found themselves walking through a park again. The protagonist grinned. Funny how often we bump into each other. Adela smiled. Yeah, seems like it. Hale raised an eyebrow. You look like you haven't slept. Adela sighed and covered her face. That's because I haven't. She pulled out her tablet. I was reading this fascinating article, The Technical Possibilities of Teleportation Magic. The protagonist laughed. Sounds like a pretty bold topic. Adela's eyes lit up. Exactly, but you should read it anyway, come on. As Hale sat down and started reading, he thought to himself, where did all these seals even come from? Adela sat beside him, sipping banana milk. Her bag still held a few more packs. The protagonist handed the tablet back to her. Interesting, he said. Adela smiled. Tell me what you think, too. Hale nodded. Well, except for one thing. They both said it at the same time. There's no clear conclusion. The protagonist stared at the screen, deep in thought. This analysis is built on data from ancient manuscripts by Ray Bell Bitinio. His eyes widened. Wait, Ray Bell Bitinio? He read over a few lines again. The structure and language are different, but some of these theories, they're definitely similar to Bitinio's work. Then he frowned. But the content feels shallow. There's not much depth here. He turned to Adela. Who did you say wrote this article? Adela looked surprised. It's by Go Sang-jun. Later, back in his room, the protagonist muttered to himself. Go Sang-jun, a magic researcher with no public info. No name, no age, not even gender. And this article is the only one out there. He glanced at a paper in front of him. Maybe the backlash scared them off. Then he picked up his phone, smiled faintly, and placed a call. Hello, he said into the receiver. This is Hale, a student technically, but that title doesn't really suit me. In the Blue Magic Tower, Kim Kanjin picked up his ringing phone. Hello, it's Shin Hale, the voice came through. Kim Kanjin sighed. What is it now? I've been up all night researching. Hale chuckled. I found something that could benefit both of us. Kim Kangin's eyes lit up. Hale continued. But I'll need your help to track someone down. Not long after, at Obelisk Academy, Hale was training in the hall. He swung his arms, unleashing a burst of energy. Sunshine stood across from him, raising protective barriers. The blast broke through. Sunshine staggered and yelled, You maniac! Hale grinned. What? That was just the first magic circle. What's the big deal? Sunshine flipped backward to recover, glaring. You're asking what's the big deal? That was just the first circle. He clenched his jaw, still shaken. Hale smiled again and glanced at Sunshine, who now surrounded himself with 4 defense barriers. See, Hale teased. They held up just fine, didn't they? Sunshine growled. I nearly died. He jabbed a finger toward Hale. All right, that's it. Hand to hand now. Hale smirked. Sure, I'm game. But you really think you've got a shot at beating me without magic? Sunshine clenched his fists and shouted, Come on. The protagonist stepped up and landed a clean hit to Suinchan's chin, flipping him over. The students froze in shock, staring in silence. Hale just grinned and said, So, is that your big idea? Lying upside down, Sunshine could only groan in response. Hale gave a quick wink. If we're talking hand-to-hand, there's not much to tweak. It's just your second circle-enhanced body versus someone with third circle reinforcement. That alone makes it interesting, right? Hey, that was an insult, wasn't it? Sunshine barked, clearly annoyed. A while later, as he pressed a heating pad to his back, he muttered, That's so unfair. Not only does he cheat with magic, he's a monster in close quarters too. He turned and grumbled, Such a dirty fighter. Hale stuck a bandage on Suinchan's back and joked, Then maybe you should go build up his endurance too. Sunshine glanced over. By the way, what's his plan? Plan? Hale echoed. Sunshine suddenly asked, Is he getting for the Olympics already? The protagonist's eyes widened. How'd you know? Sunshine smirked. It's obvious. You can tell on day one. He walks around in a daze, totally wrapped up in his thoughts. Even during the magic stone suppression test, he was totally distracted. Everyone else finishes it in 27 seconds. He took 74. Still, Sunshine continued. He's been blowing everyone out of the water lately. Training tests, he's always on top. If he's serious about taking on the upperclassmen at the Olympiad, he can't afford to lose focus. But honestly, in his current state, there's no way he'll win. Even he knows that. The protagonist simply smiled and let out a loud hum. Sunshine raised a brow. See, he gets it. He paused, then added, word is the top contender for the Olympiad is already a fifth circle mage. If he's still stuck at second, well, the odds aren't in his favor. Hale frowned, thinking it over. Sunshine had a point. If he wanted to stand a chance at the Olympiad, he had to go beyond temporary boosts. Reaching the fourth circle was the bare minimum, and for that, he needed to find Go Sangjun. Later, Hale arrived at a building, checking his navigator. Is this the right place? Kim Kanjin smiled. Sorry it took me a while. Took me a whole week to track him down. First time doing this. Time to get to the point. Go Sangjun was here. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Wait, this place? Isn't this the used bookstore I always go to? He had a feeling. That was it. Go Sangjun was hiding in plain sight. The bookstore had been right across from the academy all along. After being labeled incompatible with interactive magic, he had thrown himself into studying, especially from books, even old and used ones. But he still had no clue where either codex could have come from. Maybe it came from here. Hale opened the door and stepped inside. Good afternoon. From beneath the table, the shopkeeper peeked out and blinked. Hale? Been a while. The protagonist smiled. How have you been? The shopkeeper chuckled. Same as always. Though I did hear you finally figured out how to use magic properly. You live a lot better now. Hale gave a small smile. Thank you, sir. The man waved it off. No need to thank me. I just sell books. But it's thanks to those books that I've come this far. The protagonist replied sincerely. The shopkeeper nodded slowly. Even if you're just being polite. Thank you. So, what brings you here today? Hale paused, then spoke carefully. Sir, I wanted to ask, is it possible to meet Go Sangjun? Your son. The man tilted his head. Why are you asking about Sangjun? No. How do you even know about him? Hale placed a hand over his heart. I read another article under his name. It got me curious, so I started asking questions, and eventually that led me here. I'm sorry for digging around in secret, but this really means a lot to me. I'd really like to meet him. The shopkeeper rubbed his neck and muttered, the article. Right, I remember that one. After a brief pause, he said, all right, I'll arrange it. The protagonist bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. The man added with a sigh, but don't expect answers. Not from that meeting. Hale blinked. Huh, what do you mean? Instead of replying, the shopkeeper simply opened a side door. Come with me. He's this way. They walked down a narrow hallway. Stopping in front of a closed door, the shopkeeper turned. He's in here. Hale's eyes widened. Go Sangjun. Inside, a long-haired man lay motionless on a bed, hooked to a breathing apparatus. This is him, Hale said in disbelief. The shopkeeper pulled over a chair and nodded. Yes, my son, Go Sangjun. After a moment of silence, the protagonist hesitantly asked, May I ask what happened? The shopkeeper gave a heavy nod. Of course. Sangjun broke a taboo. He folded his hands together and added, a rule all mages are warned never to cross. Hale leaned in. A taboo? What kind? The man crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He ran a mana circle directly through his brain. He paused. That's a forbidden technique in the world of magic. The protagonist's eyes shot open. He pushed mana straight through his brain. Tried to replicate that. He clenched his fists and muttered. But why? Why would he do something like that? The salesman gave a serious look. For the sake of his research, he had a choice. Either prove his theory or abandon it midway. So the only way to make it work was to send mana directly into the brain, the protagonist realized. The salesman turned toward his son. I had to stop him. I couldn't let him go any further. So that's how he got into the Vintner magic style. Through a different path entirely, the protagonist thought. The salesman's voice dropped. Still, I doubt I could really answer any of your questions. Sangjun would have gladly explained his work himself. He paused, then looked down. Forgive me. I shouldn't have brought it up. It's still a heavy weight for me. He placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder. It's all right. No need to dwell on it. I saw firsthand how obsessed he was with his research. Every day, combing through ancient magical texts reminded me so much of Sangjun. As the sky outside began to glow with the colors of sunset, Hale finally asked, Sir, if it's not too much, may I read the materials your son used for his research? The man looked at him closely. You really want to see Sangjun's notes? I do, Hale said, sincere. They're just gathering dust, right? I like to learn from them, put them to use. The clerk held up 2 fingers. All right, but I have 2 conditions. Hale's eyes widened. First, the clerk said, if you're planning to continue Sangjun's research on teleportation magic, I want you to credit me as a co-author. Hale smiled. Of course. I'll make sure of it. The clerk nodded. Good. Second, whatever you do, never try channeling mana directly into your brain. Hale shouted, got it. I promise. The clerk led him into a room. This is where he worked. The books he used are here. He gestured around. These are probably the ones you'll need most. Hale's eyes scanned the bookshelf. Something about one of the spines caught his attention. That design, it looked familiar. He stepped closer, pulled the book out, and it slipped from his hands. His eyes widened in shock. He crouched down, staring at the cover. Is this Idard? He wondered, picking it up carefully. Sir, he said, holding the book up. The clerk glanced over, and for a moment, it was as if he saw his son standing there. That one, he asked. Sang-jun always kept it close, like there was something special in it. Go ahead, take it. There might be something important inside. Hale opened the book and nodded gratefully. Just as I thought, this awful handwriting again. The same as Idard's. They were written by the same person. He suddenly blurted out, Sir, can I bring this to read? Will you allow it? The clerk smiled warmly. Of course. Take whatever you need. Hale clutched the book to his chest. Thank you, really. Then he asked thoughtfully, have you seen other books with this same handwriting? The clerk rubbed his chin. I'm not sure. Suddenly, Hale yelled. What about the red hardcovers? The fancy ones. The clerk blinked. Red hardcovers? No, nothing like that. Looks like those aren't common around here. Then how did Sang-jun get his hands on one? Hale wondered, staring back down at the book. All right, thanks anyway. Come to think of it, how did a dread end up in his collection? Later, Hale sat on his bed, surrounded by the books. He sighed. I searched every corner of Sang-jun's library, and this was the only one that looked like Idard's. He picked up the book, smiled faintly. Even finding one is still something. Then, suddenly, energy crackled around the books. They began glowing, merging. Hale's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? In a burst of light, cakes, confetti, and roses erupted from the book. A voice rang out. I hereby bequeath this book to the rightful owner of Idard. Hale gasped. Not again. The voice continued. This book is named M.I.M. Hale froze. That's my teacher's voice. He felt himself being pulled in, transported again to the book dimension. The voice echoed once more. Enjoy the contents with all your heart, my student. A tiny energy bear climbed out of the book as the world around Hale shifted. He now stood in a room draped with green vines crawling across the walls. Looking around, he asked, Where am I? Suddenly, a girl poked his neck from behind. Wow, you made it. Welcome to Book Mimir. Hale turned, confused. Who are you? The girl pointed to herself. Me? I'm Mimir. She flung her arms out dramatically. And I'm in charge of measuring the Mimir well. She reached out her hand with a smile. Nice to meet you, successor. Hale stood up and asked, the Mimir well? Mimir nodded. That's the name of this library. Ray Belbitinio created it just for his successors, those who walk the path of the teacher. Hale glanced around. It's a bit small for a library. Mimir tapped her cheek with a finger. That's because your progress is still modest. The Mimir, well, grows along with your level. Judging by the current size, you haven't even passed the second page test yet. Hale sighed. Yeah, that's true. Mimir tilted her head thoughtfully. Then, would it be okay if I speak casually with you? Hale blinked, surprised. She flicked his nose playfully. We'll be seeing each other a lot, and formality would just make things awkward. Let's keep it casual, okay. He chuckled. All right, sounds good. Mimir grinned. Great. Oh, and by the way, successor, you're not bad at all. You've already reached the second circle. Hale frowned. What's so special about finding you quickly? She extended her hand, narrowing her eyes slightly. It means you're capable of jumping straight to the fifth circle. His eyes went wide. Fifth circle? Seriously? Raising her hand, Mimir summoned a book off the shelf with magic. It floated down gently into her hands, and she passed it to him. Read this. You'll understand. He took the book and asked, Is this the full resonance theory? In here, you'll find everything that was left out of the Idard, Mimir replied. Like the contents of that book you're holding. Then, why didn't they just include it all in the Idard? Hale asked. Good question, Mimir said. The Idard is already packed with tons of content and tests for every stage of the successor's journey. There are other reasons, too. That's why supplementary books like this were made. Hale looked down at the book. So the teacher went into more detail inside the Mimir well? Exactly, she said. Think of the Idard as the main thesis. This one is more like a reference guide. Got it, he replied. He looked around again. So that means every book here contains knowledge tied to a specific level. And as I grow, more books will appear. Mimir pointed at him with a wink. That's right. So, do you think you'll figure out how to reach the fifth circle with this? Hale nodded confidently. Definitely. This will help me crack the second test for sure. Sometime later, Hale floated weightlessly, suspended in zero gravity. Is this the 79th? He wondered. The second test required activating 100 magic circles. During his first attempt, it had taken him 8 exhausting hours to manage just 10. But now, after his visit to the Mimir well, he had already reached 79 in one go. He grinned. It was nearly impossible before. Then his smile faded slightly. If I push myself, I might even hit 100 tonight, unless I get unlucky. He pictured Mimir and thought, getting that book before the Olympics, pure luck. Later, Hale followed a maid down a long corridor. Why did Father summon me? He wondered. Could it be about the compensation for what happened with Sayuk? He recalled Sayuk collapsed on the ground and sighed. I was hoping to study with Mimir after school, but this is important too. The maid stopped at the office door. Young Master Hale has arrived. Inhyuk, seated behind his desk, nodded. Let him in. Hale stepped inside and said, Father. Inhyuk gestured to a seat. Sit. I'll keep it short this time. His tone was serious. This wasn't entirely your doing, but your contribution was a little more than half. So, including the previous gains, your share in the magic stone mines now totals 26%. I see, Hale replied calmly. This is no small reward. Inhyuk said, You've earned it. So, have you thought about what you want? Hale nodded, hand to his chest. Yes, I'd like one of the ancient relics stored deep in our family treasury. Inhyuk raised an eyebrow. An ancient relic? You do realize most of them are just antiques, right? Rarely do they hold any actual secrets. I don't believe that, Hale said. I think the stories about ancient relics and the events described in they're all real. Inhyuk rubbed his temples. You're still young, I suppose, but honestly, believing in that kind of nonsense is foolish. Then he pointed at him. Still, your choice. You may take one item. Hale's eyes lit up. Thank you. So, Inhyuk asked, which relic are you choosing? Hale answered without hesitation. The one kept beneath the treasury, the Rei Bell Bitinio cloak. Deep beneath the Shin family estate, inside the underground treasury, the assistant carefully handed a box to Inhyuk. He took it, then passed it to Hale. I hope you won't regret this choice, Inhyuk said. Hale smiled. Thank you, Father. Inhyuk let out a sigh. Can't believe you actually bought into that ridiculous fairy tale. Well, you're still young. He crossed his arms. Just focus on your training. That way, you won't have regrets later. You're dismissed. Yes, sir, Hale replied, still smiling. A little later, riding in a car, Hale glanced at the box in his lap. Most of the relics in our family are the real deal, he thought. If this is truly Rei Bell Bitinio's cloak, then not even 30% of the magic stone mine profits could compare. He folded his arms. But what if it's not real? He opened the box. His eyes widened. Wait, this? He gently lifted the cloak from inside. Is this fiber made from pure mana cloth? He wondered. Mana cloth, an ultra-rare material process from magic stones, handled by fewer than 30 artisans in the entire world. But this cloak wasn't just partially made with mana cloth. It was made entirely from it. Not only that, Hale whispered, this technique didn't even exist in their era. He ran his fingers across the fabric. This exceeds any known artifact woven from mana fibers. I've never seen anything like it. Back in his room, Hale sat down and examined the cloak more closely. His eyes landed on the rough, scribbled inscription. What horrible handwriting, he muttered. It's got to be the teacher's work. I've gotten used to deciphering his mess. He lifted the cloak again, admiring it. But this, what kind of structure is this? The inner and outer layers seemed tangled, inverted. Working with mana cloth was already complex. Normally, the inner layer enhanced mana flow for stronger spell casting, while the outer layer reduced it to guard against incoming magic damage. But this cloak? The outer layer pulled mana in, making the wearer more vulnerable, and the inner layer blocked mana, weakening outgoing spells. This is completely backwards, Hale muttered. There's no way the teacher would make such a basic mistake. Then it hit him. Wait, what if I just turn it inside out? He flipped the cloak, but the structure didn't change. Even reversed, the inner and outer layers kept their original functions. Hale's expression tightened. This was done on purpose, but why? Is this really an ancient relic? He leaned back, staring at it in silence. No wonder Father had it buried in storage. Not long after, Hale returned to Mimir's library. Mimir, he called out. She turned to him with a bright smile. Oh, successor, how have you been? He held out the cloak. Her eyes widened as she rushed over. Wait, is that Rao's cloak? You actually found it. That's incredible. Yes, Hale replied. But there's something strange about it. Mimir took the cloak into her hands, inspecting it closely. Strange how? She studied it for a moment, then suddenly screamed, making Hale jump back. Holding up 2 fingers, she asked, You're still at the second circle, right? Yeah, Hale replied, confused. Why? Mimir sighed. That explains it. Of course you wouldn't know yet. Okay, enough with the riddles, Hale said. How am I supposed to use this thing? She held up crossed fingers. Forgive me, successor, but I can't explain it yet. What? Why not? Mimir returned the cloak to his hands and crossed her arms. There's a specific kind of magic found only in the Wait Inner style. Her eyes widened. Wait Inner has special magic? Hale asked. Suddenly, she grabbed her head and let out a panicked scream. I shouldn't even be talking about this. Clearly shaken, she took a breath and stretched out her hand. All right, I'll say just one thing. There's a special form of magic in the Wait Inner style. It's called true magic, Hale repeated. Mimir stood tall, placing her hands on her waist. It's not like the magic you're used to. True magic is real. What does that mean? You're saying I haven't been using real magic all this time? She nodded. Sadly, yes. Then she tapped her lips. But I'm not allowed to explain more about true magic until you reach a certain point. Hale rubbed his chin. So there's some kind of restriction? Exactly, she said. This cloak is an artifact. It's designed to help you use true magic. So, you're really not going to tell me anything more? He asked, disappointed. Mimir smiled. You catch on fast, successor. Hale opened the cloak again, studying it. All right then, what level do I need to reach to learn about this artifact? She held up 5 fingers. The 5th circle, or more accurately, complete mastery of the 5th circle. That's when you unlock the 5th page of the trials. From there, the Wait Inner style's 5th circle magic will truly begin to shine. After some time, Hale began re-attempting the 2nd page of the book. 98, 9, 10, 100, he shouted. He had finally done it. A voice echoed. Congratulations on passing. Hale glanced around. That voice, it's the teacher. The teacher continued. Completing the 2nd trial must have drained you. You've worked hard. Now it's time to teach you how to weave the 3rd magic circle. Clenching his fist, Hale muttered, the 3rd circle. The teacher explained, the 3rd tier of the Wakener's internal style is called the Circle of Interaction. Hale's eyes widened. Circle of Interaction? Later, he closed the book, reflecting quietly. He had passed the 2nd trial. Staring at the cover, he thought, now, to craft the 3rd magic circle. He stood up with a grin. If it weren't for the cloak in Mimir's well, I'd still be stuck on that 2nd test. The night before, in Mimir's well, Mimir extended her hand and spoke, or better yet, mastering the 5th circle to unlock the 5th page of the trials. From this point on, the Wakener's 5th circle magic shines even brighter. Holding the cloak in his hands, Hale said, no choice. Until I master the 5th circle, I'll have to set this aside. Mimir interrupted. Wait, successor, what are you thinking? You can't just toss something this precious into storage. Hale asked, but how am I even supposed to use it? The inner and outer layers are all mixed up. It'll just get in the way. Snatching it back, Mimir shouted, oh my god, give it here. She smiled. This cloak traps your mana, keeping it from leaking out. It lets you hit mana overabundance. Hale's eyes went wide. With mana overflow, your circle of infinity spins faster, she explained. That means your brain will absorb more mana, and your mental fatigue will fade quicker. Same goes for physical exhaustion. Hale took the cloak back. So, wearing this will cut down how much I need to sleep? Mimir reached for it again and yelled, oh my god, are you insane? She covered her face, squealing. With this on, you might never need sleep again. Hale blinked. Wait, what do you mean, never? Mimir answered, exactly that. Wear it for just 5 hours a day, and you'll hit your peak in no time. And that's just one of the side effects. Sharing this with the successor was probably a smart move, right? The protagonist smiled confidently. I'll reach the 5th circle soon, no matter what. Mimir nodded, but added firmly, just remember, this only works for the successor. For anyone else, it's poison. No one else can wear it. Hale replied, of course. I get it. With a tool like this, the rest of the test should be a breeze. 2 days later, Hale sat cross-legged on the floor beside his bed, still wrapped in a cloak. He stared ahead, deep in thought. He was so close, but something still didn't click. He muttered to himself, I think I'm almost there. I just need to understand the circle of interaction. The 3rd circle of the Wakener's inner style, interaction. It allowed him to influence the spell formation process of others. But to tap into another's mana, perfect synchronization was key. Closing his eyes, Hale thought, so that's why syncing all those circles was important, to learn how to affect someone else's magic. He let out an excited laugh. This is actually kind of amazing. I never thought of it this way. He hadn't expected the 2nd trial to pave the way for creating the 3rd circle. Opening the book again, he read, to weave the 3rd circle, the circle of heart's call and resonance must align in perfect harmony and connect with the surrounding mana. By continuing to resonate, the 3rd circle will form. Clenching his fist, Hale said, all right, this time, I'll get it. He took a deep breath. Absorb the mana in the air. Sink it all. With all this extra mana, it's like building a house, one brick at a time. Sitting in the lotus position, he closed his eyes. Mana flowed through him, settling into place. Every bit he absorbed seemed to carry a voice. In his mind, he felt like he was floating weightlessly, and he heard them. A playground. It's small, but it's warm. We want to stay, play here. The mana didn't want to leave. They wanted to stay together. Hale, drifting in this meditative state, thought I've come this far, but this is just the halfway point. I need to maintain the resonance. The voices continued. We need a bigger space to play. We'll hold hands, form a circle. We'll dance, sing, become one. He visualized the mana like little figures, holding hands, forming a ring of energy. But suddenly, Hale winced. Too hot. If the mana deviation exceeded even 1%, his body couldn't hold it. He could only accept energy within that narrow threshold. He needed to reduce that margin, even down to 1/100%, using the third circle to gently, almost invisibly, bring it under control. Time passed. Eventually, Hale opened his eyes, sweat dripping from his brow. He slowly got up. It's done. Stretching out his hand, he shouted, Circle 1, Heart's Call. Circle 2, Resonance. Then, with a clenched fist, he declared, Circle 3, Interaction. Hale grinned to himself. He had finally grasped the third circle, Interaction. Now he had to get stronger fast and push toward mastering the fifth. Sometime later, he was stretched out on a thick tree branch, birds casually perched on his head and leg. A combat survival test, he mused. It was a large-scale trial held on the rugged grounds of Gangwon Province, a wide, open training zone filled with rocky terrain. The test ran for 32 hours straight. Each participant carried a special artifact for evaluation. The task was simple: survive within a gradually shrinking zone for the entire duration. Hale glanced at his watch. All right, time to move. But there was a catch. Survival didn't just mean fending off monsters. Other students would come for you too. And earning points? That meant fighting. The birds scattered from his body just as Gahak suddenly appeared below the tree, sending a surge of energy at him. Die! Gahak shouted. Hale sprang up, dodging the blast. He moved behind Gahak in a blink and launched a counterattack. Gahak sneered. You're fast, but you can't escape. Hale threw a punch, but Gahak blocked it with a barrier, laughing. Seriously? You think fists are going to break through this? But Hale activated interaction, his third circle, and the barrier instantly shattered. What? Gahak gasped. With a quick earth push, Hale hurled him backward. Gahak clenched his jaw, furious. That weak earth spell broke my barrier. Hale stared him down. And who's the real fool here? You try to sneak attack, and still shouted like an amateur. He balled his fist, realizing this is the power of interaction. He'd targeted the core of the second circle's barrier, weakening it just enough so even a basic first circle spell could break through. A voice echoed across the area. Student Kong Gahak, eliminated. Hale adjusted his watch. That guy practically set himself up. No wonder it worked. The voice came again. Shin Hale earns 10 points. Hale smiled. Nice way to start. Later, as he walked through the forest, his mind lingered on the new circle. He could feel himself getting addicted to it. At this rate, I'll be able to use it against even third circle magic soon, he thought. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned on instinct and fired a fireball into the trees. Then his eyes focused ahead. Bloody Claw wolves? They had already surrounded him. Hale scanned his surroundings. The wolves were drawing in fast. They must have been drawn here by the noise from that last fight, he thought. He started loosening up his limbs. If I were just another student, I might complain about getting attacked non-stop. Maybe even cry about it, he said casually. But I'm aiming for the top. There's no room for excuses. This pace. I welcome it. The wolves howled and charged. Hale's energy surged as he roared back. Come on, then. Let's see what you must do. Meanwhile, the instructors were seated in front of a wall of monitors, tracking every movement. A female staff member pointed out, Adela Starrett, Ji Sunchan, Kim Kong-soo, Ma, Jae Hak. Those students are standing out. At this rate, they're all looking like top 10 material. A male instructor chuckled. Yeah, but surviving to the end is the real challenge. She turned toward another instructor. No one doubts Shin anymore, right? Instructor Go Chong-soo smiled. That's for sure. The boy added loudly. He's nothing like that so-called amateur who was nearly expelled. She raised a brow. Expelled? Really? He's been at the top of training with a huge lead. Still is, in fact. It's crazy how well he understands the behavior of those blood claws, another instructor noted. He didn't attack right away. He waited for them to gather the whole pack. Use that tactic to rack up more points, someone else added. If he keeps this up, the Olympics might be within reach, one of them said with a grin. Back in the field, Hale wiped sweat from his brow and looked at the fallen wolves around him. Must be around 60 points now, he said, surveying the scene. Then the ground began to tremble. What, an earthquake, he muttered. No, the ground's moving. He leapt toward a cluster of crystals, jaw tight. This is it. Something massive stirred. A colossal beast emerged, its bulk rivaling an elephant, its shell glimmering with emeralds. An emerald turtle? Hale thought, eyes wide. Pushing himself to his feet, he smirked. Where did a rare monster like this come from? Craving a real challenge. Our boy couldn't hide his excitement when he spotted the rare emerald turtle. Without hesitation, he leapt from his back to the ground, wondering if this was the biggest opponent he'd ever faced. Still, like every monster before it, he was ready to take it down. We jumped to the training field at Obelisk Academy. The evaluation panel watches closely as Hale goes head-to-head with the massive beast. Ji Sunchan quickly catches on. Hale isn't retreating out of fear. He's moving strategically, possibly looking for a chance to team up with others. They all know this part of the training field doubles as a rare monster zone. Another panelist points out that even with Hale's reputation as a prodigy, taking this fight solo is beyond bold. It's flat-out dangerous. Blocking his path is the Emerald Turtle, a massive, reptilian creature from the Great Seas Class 4 category. It's known for impenetrable defenses and is especially lethal to magic users. Now, it stands between Hale and any chance of escape. The turtle slams a colossal claw down, trying to crush him, but Hale dodges cleanly and lands back into formation. He thinks fast. If he manages to bring this thing down, the points he'll rack up would be insane. His eyes dart to the tail. It's fast, way faster than expected. He throws up a barrier spell, but it shatters instantly. A voice from the panel remarks that while barrier dodging is clever, it's nowhere near enough. Even a magician at the sixth circle would struggle against something like this. Then, Hale makes his move. He releases Volcane Flame, setting the battlefield ablaze and cloaking everything in a dense black fog. Watching from the shadows, he hopes this is the end of it. But the monster bellows and shakes off the attack like it was nothing. Hale freezes. His spell didn't even scratch it. Now, he's thinking about survival. Even a fifth circle magician wouldn't stand a chance solo. Then it hits him. What if the turtle's aggression is because it's guarding something? A mana storage core? Maybe? His curiosity flares. Time to find out, he murmurs. He surges mana into his legs and takes off, racing in tight loops around the turtle. The beast stays locked on him, tracking every step. One hit would break him completely, so he keeps dodging, pushing his speed to the limit. At one point, the turtle hammers the ground so hard that shards of emerald fly loose, and nearby trees are tossed like they weigh nothing. Hale knows he can't keep running. It's now or never. As the turtle charges again, he throws up a broader, reinforced barrier. This time, it holds, but only just. The force behind the beast is crushing, and he knows it won't last. He quickly casts Resonance to sharpen his footwork. This one's up close, he mutters. After this, his legs will be useless for a bit, but that's a risk he's willing to take. He channels wind magic and dashes head-on toward the beast. Suddenly, we flash back. Young Hale flipping through a picture book. A memory clicks. The Emerald Turtle's double charge puts strain on its joints. After a full-force slam, it's momentarily paralyzed. This is the opening. He vaults into the air. Now's my chance. With that, he summons an enormous ice sphere, far larger than anyone watching could have expected. The panel watching from the academy is stunned, silent at the scale of his spell. Without missing a beat, Hale activates interference magic and releases a magic arrow straight into the sphere. It slices through the emeralds and punches right into the turtle's body. The beast topples unmoving. Breathing hard, sweat dripping, Hale checks his system watch. A new notification blinks. You have earned 1,000 points. He tightens his fist. Nice. Cut to the mansion of the magic god, where Hyan and Mr. Shin have been watching the fight unfold. Mr. Shin comments, sure, the emerald turtle's weak to ice, but still, how'd he do that with just 3 spheres? Hyan replies, no clue, but his judgment was on point. When food and survival are on the line, instincts kick in. Mr. Shin nods, impressed. I didn't teach him that. Then Hyan asks, sir, why is your son so daring? Thinking of Hale's siblings, he adds, compared to Jihan and Xia Checks, this feels reckless. Mr. Shin responds, every move he makes is planned. Back when magic use was restricted, Hyan was left out of family competitions. His status? Rock bottom. But that's changed. In just 2 months, he's not only grown stronger. He asked for protection from his siblings just to buy time. And now he's making noise to rise fast. Mr. Shin smiles. He's aiming to be noticed by everyone. With those 2 months of safety behind him, he must believe Jihan and the others can't touch him anymore. Back at the field, Hale sits by a fire, roasting turtle meat. The flames crackle softly as he tastes the rewards of victory, earned by the kind of boldness that few dare to follow. Night settled over the forest, and Hale had set up camp beneath a thick canopy of trees. He grilled quietly, letting the scent of roasted turtle drift through the air. With each bite, his thoughts drifted back to the survival training rules. From 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., no one was allowed to gather or even talk to others. He figured the restriction had a purpose. Making things too easy wouldn't help anyone grow. In some countries, outdoor training programs were even stricter than this. Maybe it was time the academy caught up. Still, At least they were allowed to bring magical tools this time around. Thanks to that, he was able to recover faster than usual. That alone was a blessing. With his belly full, he leaned back and let the calm wash over him. But then, he heard rustling. He turned his head, alert. Out from the bushes stepped none other than Sunshine and Adela. The three of them locked eyes, equally surprised. A little later, the trio sat around the fire, the scent of roasting beef now filling the space. Curious, Hale asked how the two of them ended up together. Adela explained casually that they'd been at it until just after 11. Sunshine jumped in to clarify. We weren't fighting. She was beating me. Completely one-sided. Hale chuckled. So the fight wrapped up at 11, and the smell of food dragged you here, huh? Sunshine grinned, sharp as always. Then, putting on his best pleading expression, he added, this smell is killing us. You planning to share? Hale gave them a look and warned, keep your greedy eyes off my food. The two of them whined like hungry kids, arguing that food was meant to be shared. Eventually, he caved. They tore into the meal with excitement, celebrating like kids discovering candy for the first time. Between bites, they couldn't stop talking about how good it tasted. This is amazing. Hale, you cooked this yourself? Sunshine asked wide-eyed. Hale couldn't help but feel a little proud. So this is what Gordon Ramsay feels like after making a perfect dish, he mused. Just then, Adela paused mid-bite. She had the meat curious. Wait, this could be honey bear. She explained how honey bears, a type of bear monster found in the forest, had meat that tasted incredible when grilled. Hale shook his head. Nope. Adela tilted her head. There are only two monsters in this field you can safely eat, honey bear and emerald turtle. Everything else either poisons you or tastes like garbage. It hit her. Her eyes widened as she stared at Hale. Wait, don't tell me. This is emerald turtle? Seriously? Hale stayed cool and gave a simple nod. Took one down earlier out west, he said. Sunshine immediately broke into a sweat. Wait, you actually fought one? I've only seen emerald turtles online. They kept eating, but the questions kept coming. Chew first, talk later, Hale said, not even looking up. But Adela wasn't done. I've never heard of anyone under 5 circles taking one down, she said. That's practically impossible. Hale stood up, a grin spreading across his face. Then watch this. He struck a dramatic pose and shouted, burning trash. Instantly, a fiery tornado spun into existence above his hand. Flames roared, spiraling upward as 3 glowing magic circles appeared around him. Adela and Sunshine froze. Her voice shook. That looks like transformation magic. And it's easily 6 circle tier. Hale stood proud, the firelight dancing across his face. He didn't flinch, but inside, he knew the truth. It was still only a 3rd circle spell, powered up with the master's help. Before he could dwell on it, Sunshine leaned in. All right, I have to know. How'd you beat the turtle? You go for the head. Hale shook his head. Nah, straight through the shell. They both stared, stunned. That wasn't just difficult. It was supposed to be flat out impossible. But Hale remained calm. It's true. The Academy drone caught everything. You'll see it after this is all over. He smirked, knowing full well he'd probably get to review the footage before anyone else. His confidence left them speechless. He dusted off his hands and said coolly, get ready. We've still got fights coming tomorrow. Sunshine and Adela wished him luck, their voices still dazed. Then Adela stepped forward with a soft smile. I've got something to show too. She raised her hand, and a wave of blue mana surged out, bathing half the forest in glowing light. The trees shimmered under the spell's aura, casting the dark woods into a magical glow. And just like that, day 2 of survival training quietly began. Elsewhere, at the control center, staff continued to monitor the field in silence. Only 2 hours remained. The survivor zone had narrowed. Just 4 students were still standing. Now the question on everyone's mind, who would come out on top? Morning breaks, and Hale strolls through the jungle with an easy pace. But in a flash, something cuts through the air with lightning speed. Instincts kicking in, he spots it from afar, sharp, deliberate. Without hesitation, he conjures a wind spear in defense. The next second, boom, a massive explosion erupts just above him. As the smoke clears, a figure steps out, eyes gleaming. So we're back to the supernova phase, huh? The stranger murmurs cryptically before launching himself off a tree branch at a blinding pace. He throws a punch, fast and fierce, but Hale slips past it with barely a breath to spare. The guy's speed is unreal. Before Hale can recover, a follow-up kick tears through the air. He ducks back smoothly, dodging it with a calm, calculated move. Dropping low into a crouched, spider-like stance, he grits his teeth. His mind races. That wind cutter, it was just bait. The real danger's up close. Suddenly, a roundhouse kick slices the air right where his head had been, missing by inches. This guy burst onto the scene, yelling Hale's name like Jackie Chan making a grand entrance. With a cocky grin, he said, "Tough luck running into me here." Hale recognized him right away, Sanwook, the close combat magician. The sudden surge of pressure coming off him was no joke. Sanwook had mastered Bodine Has brand magic and pushed it to its peak. Among second years, he was one of the best in martial arts, especially in tight-range combat. And now, he was standing right in front of Hale, ready to throw down. Hale didn't flinch. He slid into a defensive stance and shot back. I'd say I got lucky. The tension snapped into place. A fight was inevitable. Hale knew this wasn't someone he could mess around with using experimental interference spells. So he adapted. If Sanwook wanted to brawl, he'd brawl. Channeling body enhancement magic, Hale gathered energy into his fist. Then he fired a punch, clean, fast, and loaded with power. Sanwook didn't back off. He actually looked more fired up. He thrived on head-on battles. To him, this was perfect. Back at Obelisk Academy, the observing panel monitored every move. They noted both fighters were using enhancement magic. That naturally gave Sanwook the edge. His movements were crisper than Shin's, and his recovery rate was unmatched. After all, he held the title of National Junior Enhancement Magic Champion. Still, they hadn't forgotten what Hale pulled off during the Emerald Turtle match. No one had been able to pin down his limits. On the battlefield, San struck first, punching straight at Hale. But Hale tilted his head and dodged with ease. That's when he caught something strange. San's eyes were glowing with a sinister light. Hale focused in. He could trace the mana swirling inside San's body. Just as San raised his fist and gathered mana in his arms, he suddenly feinted into a kick. The energy shifted instantly to his legs. Hale reacted quickly, throwing up a shield just in time. The kick landed. The impact nearly shattered the barrier. But Hale didn't stop there. He flipped the shield's energy and blasted it outward. It worked. Sin staggered back, clearly stunned. He'd never seen anyone weaponize a barrier like that before. A thought crept into his mind. Could this really be that legendary magician everyone thought had vanished? Sin wipes the sweat from his brow, breath heavy, heart racing, but a grin still playing on his lips. The fight was just getting good. He resets his stance. But Hale doesn't wait. He charges forward and hammers a fist straight at San's face. San braces. The blow lands, blood trailing from his lips, but he doesn't flinch. I don't lose in close combat, he growls through clenched teeth. Hale keeps the pressure on. He channels a burst of mana into his fist and aims it at San's chest. Sin crosses his arms to take the hit. The impact booms through the arena. But Sin doesn't just take it. He counters right after. The sudden move stuns the onlookers. Even the panel's caught off guard. Hale steps back, eyes narrowing. That kind of response wasn't what he expected. The technique might have lacked finesse, but got the job done. And Hale knew, if he'd added fire magic to that punch, San's arms might have been wrecked. They clashed again. Hale threw another punch, but this time he pivoted mid-swing. Sin had guarded his chest, but Hale twisted, aimed higher, and grinned. Your armpits wide open. The punch connected. San's body trembled. A sharp pain stabbed through his ribs. They might be cracked, but he didn't fall. I'm a fighter, he said, standing tall. Pain doesn't stop me. He rushed in again. A fighter keeps going until the very end. Hale didn't move. He watched, studied the reckless stance, and muttered to himself, push your body like that, and it'll give out. But San didn't care. He launched another vicious kick. Hale slid around it effortlessly. You're burning out, he said calmly. San roared, throwing a flurry of desperate strikes. Hale waited for the right moment, then stepped in close and slammed an uppercut straight into San's chin. San's feet left the ground. He hit the floor hard. Silence blanketed the arena. Hale exhaled slowly. San didn't move at first. Then, inch by inch, he raised a hand in surrender. Even now, Hale noticed it. San had concentrated all his energy into his jaw, a last-ditch defense to soften the blow. Risky, but impressive. He's not just strong, Hale muttered. He's a fortress. A system alert flashed in front of him. 100 points earned. That sealed it. Sin wasn't just another challenger. The night grew darker. Tension rose. The crowd around them thinned. Only 3 contestants remained. Or so Hale thought. He blinked, checked the numbers again. Now just 2. That's when Adela stepped into view, her voice soft and words light. Good morning, she said with a smile. Lovely night, isn't it? Night has fallen, and the survival match is down to its final moments. Deep in a dense green forest, the circle closes in. Only 2 contestants remain. One of them, our protagonist, stands quietly, eyes locked ahead. His last opponent, Adela. Elsewhere, inside a towering building, a giant screen displays his face in real time. Watching closely are Jihan and Sia. No way, Sia breathes out, chewing her nails. How did he end up making it to the final round of a nationally broadcast academy test? Her frustration boils over, and we can't lay a finger on him. He's slipping further out of control. Panic creeps in. If this keeps up, Hale's going to rise again. He might even become a candidate for succession. No, I won't let that happen. Never. Jihan listens silently. She whirls toward him. Say something. He took down the emerald turtle by himself. On live broadcast. Not just online. Father definitely saw it. The whole family did. She slams her hand against the door, trembling with fury. Jihan finally speaks, voice low and measured. Sia. She turns to him, eyes wild. Calm down, he says again, but she's unraveling. Calm down? You expect me to calm down right now? She tries to vent more anger, but then Jihan's tone shifts. He repeats himself, firmer this time. I said calm down. Sia flinches. Her voice lowers, hands slowly dropping. Okay, I get it, she whispers. I won't say anything else. I don't want to be punished. At that word, punished, Jihan stands and steps toward her. The air grows tense. He speaks softly, but it only makes her shiver. Why would I ever punish my own sister? A faint smile plays on his lips. Shin's always been like this, always grabbing the spotlight. We're family, but if he keeps shaking the foundation, I won't just stand by. The feed shifts back to the battlefield. The ring has nearly closed in. Smoke billows in the distance. Adela has already fired a moonlight bullet. This time, you won't catch me off guard, she calls out. I've studied every one of your battles, over and over. Before, Hale had used the sunlight to his advantage. But now, bathed in moonlight, the tides have changed. Adela steps forward, a magic circle glowing beneath her feet. This ends now. I won't even give you a window to strike back. Surrounded by roaring red flames, Adela hurls massive blue spears toward Hale. The sheer power of the barrage hits him like a wave. One of the spears grazes his arm, drawing blood. It becomes clear. This is no ordinary moonlight bullet. It's a full-scale attack, far more intense than what she used in the midterm evaluation. Dodging them all is out of the question. With calm confidence, Adela speaks. Magic users who rely on control and technique are weak against raw, long-range attacks. She forms another attack with a sharp gesture. This is your weakness. I'll surpass your skill, your effort, everything. The spears explode on impact, creating a massive burst of energy. Hale braces himself, shocked by how quickly she's pressing the attack. But beneath the chaos, he's already deployed a barrier, steadying himself. Weakness or not, this is just brute force with a magic circle. Off to the side, Hale watches intently, wondering how the boy plans to respond. After all, not just anyone can afford to drain their resources like this in such a relentless assault. The boy strengthens his barrier, preparing for the next wave of spears. As expected of the Rhinold heir, his speed suddenly picks up. He mutters, barely audible. Since when did you reach the fourth circle, Adela? He'd been studying her technique closely. Hidden behind the smoke, he silently summons an ice needle. Adela feels it instantly. As expected, you noticed right away. A moment later, she adds with a sly grin, I reached the fourth circle 4 days ago. And that's not all. The ice needle speeds toward her, but Adela doesn't flinch. She closes her eyes as it cuts through the air, aiming directly for her. With a cool, controlled tone, she says, I won't fall for such obvious tricks again. With a swift, decisive motion, she unleashes a blast of thunderlight, shattering the ice needle midair. Hale is taken aback. She's using the heart's eye. It's not just the fourth circle. Adela has mastered the heart's eye, a secret mystic art passed down from her prestigious French bloodline. The heart's eye is an action-type mystic eye, like Kim's ruby eye or the Blue Tower Master's mystic vision. It allows her to see and react to the world in ways others can't. Now, Adela combines the sheer power of the Shinbui family's magic with the incredible detection ability of the Steert family. In short, she's a living monster. Adela raises 3 magic circles. Then 5. I'm not dumb enough to hold back against you, she declares. When do you plan to reveal the spell you used to take down the emerald turtle? The spears tear through the air once again, relentless and sharp. The boy intercepts them with ease, casually replying, I was just about to show it. In that instant, he catches it. Adela's mystic eye and the inner workings of her moonlight bullets. Mana from light, dark, and water attributes fused together, cast 12 times in tandem. The structure is no accident. It's based on a shielding pair line formula, with the energy tightly focused through the inverted helix of the Fredania equation. The outcome? Interference. The spears twist midair, their paths warping unnaturally. Adela stares in disbelief. They curved off course? What did you do? He stands tall now, no longer on the defensive, a calm confidence radiating from him. With a sly grin, he strikes a relaxed pose. Well, from your point of view, what do you think I did? He tilts his head slightly. Were you able to see it with that heart's eye of yours? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Mystic Council mansion, where 2 men, Shin Inhyuk and Wai Sankiol, watched the battle unfold from afar. Still processing what he'd seen, Sankiol turned to Inhyuk, baffled. What kind of spell lets you twist another attack's path like that? Inhyuk shook his head. I couldn't tell you, he admitted. When Sankyol asked if Hale had explained anything beforehand, In-hyuk said nothing had been mentioned. That answer visibly surprised Sankyol. He didn't say a word? That's not like him. In-hyuk sighed, eyes fixed on the ongoing duel. He's changed this past year, he said quietly. Keeps more to himself now. Sankyol slowly nodded, finally seeing the shift in Hale's demeanor for himself. I guess it's true. Sometimes you need to leave home to grow. He reflected on the midterm evaluations and confessed, back then, I honestly thought he just got lucky. Felt bad even thinking it, but I figured he'd peak early and disappear. In-hyuk gave a small nod of agreement. Hale was always a little out of place. That's what made him different. Back in the fight, Hale and Adela continued exchanging powerful blows, but the conversation didn't stop. Hale admitted that his previous win over her hadn't come from superior strength. It was all strategy. He knew that once people studied his tactics, they'd catch on, and his edge would fade. In the council mansion, In-hyuk agreed, noting Adela's sharp, analytical mind. Sankyol, watching with pride, added that his daughter was one of the best when it came to dissecting and adapting in battle. But in that moment, even he had to admit, he'd clearly underestimated Hale. Their clash reached its peak, energy flaring wildly as neither held back. Blow after blow lit up the battlefield, each refusing to yield an inch. From the sidelines, Adela's father spoke with rare softness, his gaze steady on the fight. He admitted that, in truth, he was grateful to Hale. He recalled the days when his daughter had lost her drive, when nothing seemed to ignite that spark in her. But now, her eyes were alive again, burning with purpose. He was sincerely thankful that Hale's return had helped rekindle that fire in her. In-hyuk nodded in quiet agreement. That's something worth being thankful for, he said. Then, the arena echoed with a loud announcement. The battle survival round was officially over. All participants were to stop immediately. Hale slowly rose to his feet, his uniform soaked through with sweat. He stood there, chest heaving, staring across the field at Adela. She wiped her forehead with a sleeve, breathing just as hard. If I had even a few more seconds, Hale said, flashing a crooked grin, you'd be the one lying down. Adela scoffed, flicking back strands of damp hair. Get real. I had you beat, and we both know it. So does everyone watching. Their eyes locked again, the air between them heavy with unresolved tension. But before it could go any further, a loud voice snapped through the charged silence. All right, enough already. Both of you, get over here. And just like that, the moment broke, and the scene shifted. The next day, Adela stepped out and wasted no time. By the way, she started, I was clearly winning yesterday. Hale didn't even let her finish. Let it go, he interrupted, waving her off. As usual, I had things under control. She scowled, mentally replaying the match. What fight was he even watching? She wondered in frustration. Out loud, she shot back. I was this close to cracking your technique. Just 5 more minutes, and it would have been over. Hale shrugged casually. And in 5 more minutes, your mind would have burned out. You'd have collapsed right there. Neither was willing to concede, and the rivalry was far from over. While the two were still caught up in their back and forth, Soon-chan, who'd been crouched nearby, suddenly cut in with a flat voice. If you're gonna keep arguing, take it somewhere else. Fighting in my room is a nightmare to clean up. Immediately, both Hale and Adela shot back in unison. 26th eliminated. As if that alone ended any debate. Soon-chan stood up with a defeated sigh. This is my room, you know, he whined. I just wanted to watch the battle survival replay with you guys. I even got pizza fries and drinks ready, and now you're killing the vibe. He flopped down dramatically, eyes glistening like he was about to cry. Hale didn't miss a beat. You're blocking the screen. Move. Then he added, completely serious. We're watching from the very beginning, every second of it, even if it's 14 hours long. As the footage rolled, the hours slipped by. Eventually, Soon-chan dozed off, curled up in a corner, while Hale and Adela stayed locked in, still watching with full focus. At one point, Soon-chan mumbled something in his sleep. She really is an analysis monster. Hale glanced over at Adela, who was now quietly laughing to herself. What's so funny, he asked. Instead of answering right away, she gently picked up a blanket and tucked it around Soon-chan. Watching all 14 hours of this actually turned out to be kind of fun, she said, still smiling. Hale shifted in his seat, shooting her a sideways look. Honestly, I figured you'd get bored halfway through and bail. She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she adjusted the blanket a little more, her smile lingering. You've got some really good friends, Hale. Her words settled over the room like a warm breeze, softening the atmosphere. For a brief moment, the usual edge between them faded. The night felt calm. Sometime later, the mood turned more reflective. She looked down, her expression shadowed with regret. You guys almost seem too good to be real, she said quietly. One of you even became a real friend. The hero tilted his head, puzzled. Why do you sound so down all of a sudden? She hesitated, then admitted, I spent a whole year pretending I didn't know the truth. I kept my distance, clinging to something I didn't even understand. Looking back, I think I made the wrong call. I'm sorry. He didn't even blink. You don't have to apologize, he said firmly. I saw the signs, and I still chose to stay away. That was on me. Then he added with a faint grin. Truth is, I kept my distance from that guy too at first. Out of nowhere, Soon-chan suddenly sat upright. Wait, was that for real? He asked, blinking like he just snapped out of a dream. She turned to him, startled. You were awake this whole time? The hero smirked without looking away. Yeah, he's been awake for a while now. His tone shifted then, more grounded, more certain. I've gone back to who I was a year ago, he said, but this time I got power in my hands. Real power, and comrades I can count on. Both of them stared at him, caught off guard. He took a step forward, his expression unreadable. There's something I want to show you. As he rose to his feet, a strange magic began to radiate from him. It started at his core and spread outwards. Waves of vivid blue energy rippling through the air. It looked like streaks of pure light bursting in all directions, painting the space with brilliance. She gasped. This is it. Sunshin's eyes went wide. No way. That's not possible. But the hero didn't stop. With one hand raised, he walked forward, the magic flowing from his palm and expanding until the entire space around them glowed with overwhelming light. Bright, blinding, and impossibly beautiful. That's right, the hero said, and their expressions froze in disbelief. Without hesitation, he lifted his glowing hand, blue energy swirling around his fingertips. This is my magic, he declared. Sunshin's eyes widened even more. Wait, does that mean your alteration magic can mess with someone else's spell? The hero touched his cheek casually. Exactly, and I've also got mystic eyes that let me see spell formulas. Both of them went silent for a beat, stunned. The girl finally found her voice. So that's how you saw my secret magic? He nodded. Family techniques usually stay hidden, but I was able to figure yours out. I've seen enough up close. He moved to the center of the hall, arms spread as if presenting his whole journey. I had to study every detail to make it work. She stepped forward. Then, when you broke through the emerald turtle's shell, that was alteration magic too? Exactly, he confirmed. I weakened the shell by interfering with a magical structure that held it together. That thing's body was basically just magic in solid form. Soon-chan threw up his hands. You're seriously a monster. The hero grinned. And now you know why I didn't need to explain the moonlight bullet thing. The girl's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. If interference magic only works when you fully understand the opponent's spell, then it wasn't that you didn't use it in the beginning. You just couldn't yet. The hero gave her a nod of approval. Smart. You kept using moonlight bullets, which made it easier for me to analyze your mana. If you'd mixed in other spells, it would have been a lot tougher. She sank down, closing her eyes. So sticking to one spell type was my biggest mistake. Does this kind of magic have any weaknesses? The hero leaned back slightly, watching the shimmering traces of his spell fading into the air. Mana analysis isn't simple, he said, scratching the back of his neck. I can only interfere with spells that get really close, almost brushing past me. His expression grew serious. And in an actual fight, you don't get time to break things down. You react on instinct. He raised one hand, gesturing lightly. If I'm lucky, I can shift a spell's path just a bit. She looked at him with curiosity. So, is it even possible to completely turn a spell around? Like a full 180 and send it right back? He shook his head. Not in a real fight. The timing's just too tight for that. Still, she said with a shrug, it's already ridiculously strong. Before either could say more, Soon-chan suddenly shouted from behind. Hold up. Why are you acting like this insane spell is no big deal? He marched over and clapped a hand on the hero's shoulder, clearly overwhelmed. The hero looked at him and simply said, You don't get it. The girl cut in two, echoing the same thing. You really have no idea. Now totally lost, Soon-chan blinked. What are you two even talking about? They answered in sync, the Olympiad. Soon-chan froze. Wait, what? The hero turned to face them both. I'm taking you two with me to the competition. Still stunned, Soon-chan looked at the girl. Did our hero just say that? He raised a hand as if to speak, hesitating, until the hero gave him a nod. Go on. Soon-chan exhaled. I mean, it makes sense for Adela to go. But me? There's no way I've got the skill to pull off something like that. He went on, explaining how third years had 7 classes, and just getting a spot in the academy lineup was already hard enough. Even second years had a slim shot. But the hero cut him off with calm certainty. Don't worry. I'll make sure you're in. The girl nodded thoughtfully. With all the restrictions in place, interference magic would be a total wild card. The next battle was a tiebreaker, a siege-style match where teams had to protect their own magic stone while firing cannons at the enemies and attempting to steal their flag. As the hero stepped forward, he confirmed it. In that kind of match, my magic is practically cheating. The girl raised an eyebrow. Do you have any abilities you're not telling us about? He paused for a beat, then replied, Of course I do. The scene shifted to a quiet library. The hero stood before a book, one hand resting on its cover. As energy flowed into it, he thought to himself, "It's ready." A magical space opened, and he stepped inside. Waiting, there was Mimir, who looked up and greeted him. "You're late," she teased. "Don't tell me you didn't come in first." He smirked. "Obviously I did." The emerald turtle points were just misleading. Then, with a spark in his eyes, he reminded her, "Don't forget, I've still got a gold medal to win at the Olympiad." She paused, thinking back. "Wait, did you actually tell them everything? About the Olympiad? And your interference magic too?" He nodded. "Yeah, I did." She gave him a disapproving look. "You said you'd wait until you'd fully mastered it before saying anything." "It felt like the right moment," he replied, shrugging. She looked at him, half skeptical. "So, you've really mastered it?" He didn't say anything, just gave a small, confident nod. Her eyes widened. "That's amazing." With the same calm confidence, he turned to her. "Then let's get to work. Find me everything on the realm of destruction and something called Third Circle Bastard Destruction. It's time I stepped into that." Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He picked it up. It was the Tower Lord on the line. "I saw the footage," he said, voice sharp with interest. "You took down the Emerald Land Turtle alone." The hero replied modestly, "I got lucky. The Tower Lord didn't buy it. You were holding your own against Adela, and she's reached the fourth circle. And I saw what happened during that moonlight spell, how it veered off course. At first, I thought it was a mana distortion, but it wasn't, was it?" The hero hesitated, then said politely, "I'm sorry. I can't explain that." There was a beat of silence. Then the Tower Lord chuckled softly. "Fair enough. A mage has the right to guard his own secrets." That answer caught the hero off guard for a moment. But before he could say anything else, the Tower Lord continued. "I'll figure out eventually. Still, well done." Then his tone shifted. "By the way, the elemental mannerite artifact you asked for? It's ready." He paused, then said, "Now it's time to get serious." The hero blinked in surprise, asking if maybe everyone was just getting a little too carried away and suggesting they take it down a notch. But the Tower Lord laughed it off, saying that everyone at the tower was a craftsman through and through, unable to resist the excitement of a fresh mana stone. The hero thought to himself that, just as he figured, these people were probably working themselves to the bone purely out of love for their craft. On the other end of the call, the Tower Lord told him not to worry about the aircraft and cheerfully thanked him, saying he was looking forward to what was coming. But just as the call was about to end, he suddenly stopped. The hero raised a brow. He had a favor to ask. The Tower Lord asked if this had something to do with the Langsmith incident and possible compensation. The hero shook his head, explaining that it would all come down to how the Tower Master wanted to see it. The Tower Lord seemed intrigued, curious about what kind of pitch he was about to hear this time, and told him to go ahead. The hero laid it out. He wanted the Artifact Craftsman room from the Blue Magic Tower assigned as the engineering team for the national squad at this year's Olympics. That's when Mimir cut in, stunned, asking if he really intended to go up against a Fifth Circle mage. The hero admitted that it was a condition set by the Blue Tower Master and, with a hint of regret, confessed that maybe he hadn't thought it all the way through. The Tower Lord echoed the request, asking if he truly wanted their artisans to act as the official engineers for the Olympiad. The hero confirmed it. At first, the Tower Lord flatly refused. The hero stood frozen, thinking maybe he really had asked for too much. But then, the Tower Lord continued. If Hale could win a one-on-one match against a Fifth Circle mage, then they'd talk. That caught the hero off guard. He softly repeated the condition. The Tower Lord reminded him that 2 of the foreign competitors this year were Fifth Circle mages. He made it clear he wasn't questioning Hale's skills, but explained that deploying their tower's craftsmen was an enormous financial burden, too big a decision to make based on pride alone. The hero stared at his phone, absorbing the weight of what had just been laid out. The Tower Lord ended by saying he needed clear proof that Hale could actually take gold at the Olympiad. Mimir wanted to know what the plan was, saying that from her point of view, taking down a Fifth Circle mage as the grand successor sounded nearly impossible. The hero responded that he'd secured a 10-day grace period. She asked if he was planning to come up with a counter in that short time and finish the match with it. He told her that with a proper countermeasure, pulling off a win wasn't completely out of reach. Still, Mimir cautioned him. Mastering anything in just 10 days wouldn't be easy. She asked if it was really worth going this far, just for the Blue Magic Tower support. Without hesitation, the hero said yes. Without them, nothing else would matter. He explained that the only people in the country who could fine-tune and modify Olympiad-approved artifacts were at the Blue Magic Tower. Mimir remarked that the place must be on another level. The hero thought about how there was a solid 10% performance gap between standard artifacts and those made by the Blue Tower. More critically, they were currently the only ones who could handle element mana light artifacts. Mimir then asked if that performance difference really had a big impact on tournament outcomes. When he confirmed it did, she agreed they definitely needed the Blue Tower's backing. She quickly changed the topic, asking when they were heading to the third trial page, urging him to hurry. The hero said he wanted to read through all the books she'd prepared before diving in. She smiled, saying that was the perfect attitude. Before he left, she told him to pass along a message when he reached the third trial room. Just a simple, she's doing fine. Curious, he asked if she knew someone there, but she grinned and said it was a secret. It wouldn't be fun if he found out now. The scene shifted to a grand and stately building, buzzing with energy. An announcement echoed through the air, welcoming esteemed guests to the Motto Shurna Group's grand celebration and inviting everyone to enjoy themselves. In the crowd, someone pointed out the obvious, that the president had arrived, and at this point, he was all but confirmed as the next head of the Motto Shurna family. The president responded with a smile, brushing off the praise and saying he was just lucky, that everything he had was thanks to the people around him. He added that the future of the Motto Shurna Group looked nothing short of brilliant. Of course, and to top it all off, the youngest master had started making waves again, only adding fuel to the crowd's excitement. The president looked on, eyes burning with rage. Then someone wearing a green tie stepped forward from the group and said everyone had seen it for themselves. Who would have thought Hale could defeat the Emerald Turtle solo? He laughed, saying once a genius, always a genius, and asked if anyone there could honestly deny it. Right then, another man raised his glass of red wine and joined in, bringing up Hale's fight against Adela, who had already advanced to the fourth circle. He explained that Hale managed to hold his own against the secret moon element magic, a technique passed down in the Divine Guard family. It was no small feat, he said after watching that match. No one in their right mind could call Hale an AI fluke anymore. If his face had been hidden, people would have assumed it was a battle between veteran adult mages. He said he couldn't wait to see Hale at the Olympiad, and someone nearby echoed the same. Rumor had it, even the family head was extremely satisfied with Hale's recent achievements. Just then, someone yelled Hale's name above the noise, and the president's expression darkened as he quietly slipped out of the spotlight. Inwardly, he fumed. If things kept going this way, his little brother might actually be named Heir. The room was getting too loud, people showing off fire magic like it was some kind of stage act. He hated all of it. Grinding his teeth, he muttered under his breath that everyone was talking too freely and that kid was getting too full of himself. With clenched fists, he admitted the truth. There was no one he despised more than Shin Hale. Just when he thought he'd finally pushed him out of the picture, Hale was clawing his way right back to the top. Back at the gathering, the boy in the green tie glanced around and asked where the president had gone. When had he slipped away? The moment the question left his mouth, someone nearby dropped their wine glass. It hit the floor and shattered, sending a ripple of silence through the group. Meanwhile, the president was already storming toward the exit, fury etched across his face. He muttered to himself that this was all wrong. This couldn't be happening. Out on the terrace, standing alone with the city lights stretching out in front of him, he whispered the one thought that had taken root in the darkest corner of his mind. That guy has to die. The scene shifted to a quiet, expansive hall. The hero sat alone, surrounded by towering piles of books, flipping through one with focused intent. As his eyes paused on a particular page, they widened slightly. Then, without another word, he shut the book and said, simply, "Good." Mimir, who had been waiting nearby, walked over and asked if he was finished. He gave a nod and looked around, confirming that this was everything. Mimir told him he'd now read through all the material on destruction. With a hint of curiosity, she asked if his understanding had deepened. But the hero answered plainly, no, it hadn't. She raised an eyebrow and asked if at least the vague parts had become clearer. He replied that he could at least start to see the structure. She reassured him that being confused was perfectly normal. Trying to understand destruction was like telling someone without wings to just flap and fly. It didn't make sense until the right conditions were in place. The hero let out a soft sigh, glancing at a complicated sketch in one of the books, and gave a small, defeated meow. The drawings were rough, he admitted, but he felt like he had a grasp on the general concept. Mimir muttered something under her breath about her magnum opus, clearly frustrated. Meanwhile, the hero was silently thinking about the conditions she mentioned. He came to a realization. If he wanted to meet those conditions, he'd have to go into the page of the third trial. Mimir confirmed it. That's where he'd find the answers he was searching for. Still uncertain, the hero asked if the person she told him to pass greetings to was the same one who would be teaching him about destruction. She smiled and told him that if he really wanted to know, he'd just have to enter and find out for himself. After all, he'd already finished the readings. Not quite satisfied, the hero asked if there was some kind of rule that kept her from speaking about the third trial. But Mimir shook her head. It wasn't a restriction, just a promise, one made between the two of them. She repeated that same quiet line again, like it held a memory too heavy to share. Just then, the book holding the third trial page sprang open in front of him. The hero reached out, resting his hand on it as he asked what kind of promise could bind her to such total silence. But before Mimir could answer, his fingers made contact with the page, and everything around him vanished. A bright moon beamed down from above as he slowly opened his eyes, taking in the sight around him. Towering trees stretched endlessly into the sky. This was no normal forest. He muttered to himself that this place was something else entirely, trying to make sense of where he'd landed. Mimir's voice echoed faintly, like it was reaching from a great distance. She said it felt like another strange pocket space, much like before, but this time there was no guide, and she couldn't hear her master's voice at all. The hero frowned and whispered, "No way," before he began making his way through the dense jungle. He wondered aloud if the entire forest was the trial itself. The thought seemed absurd, yet the longer he walked, the more likely it felt. He shook his head, remarking that master magic really did go beyond anything imaginable. He'd been walking and walking, yet there was still no end in sight. Eventually, he reached a river and stopped, trying to guess what kind of challenge this trial could be. But before he could figure out, the ground trembled beneath his feet. At first, it felt like an earthquake, but then he noticed something different. It wasn't the earth. It was a presence. Something was watching him. His eyes snapped toward a towering shape between the trees. A reptile, but not just any reptile, one so massive it seemed unreal. He stared in disbelief. It was right there in front of him, yet he hadn't noticed it until now. The creature took a step forward, and the ground shook with each thunderous movement. The hero instinctively backed up, only to slip and fall into the lake behind him. He resurfaced with a loud splash, gasping for air, eyes locked on the beast closing in. Its slit-pupiled eyes gleamed beneath the moonlight. Thick, armored scales lined its body, and its claws and fangs shimmered like blades forged for war. It looked like a nightmare come to life. There was no mistaking it. A rank-exempt disaster-class drake, standing right in front of him. Mana flared beneath him as the hero struggled to lift himself into the air, just barely hovering above the water's surface. He whispered under his breath that he always thought creatures like this were just legends. But now, face-to-face with one, he realized this was his trial. The objective was to defeat it. The idea alone was laughable. Every breath the drake took distorted the air, warping the mana around him like ripples in a storm. Suspended above the lake, the hero could only acknowledge one thing. This monster wasn't just powerful. It existed in a realm entirely above anything he'd ever faced. To the drake, he wasn't a threat. He wasn't even a person. Just raw mana, ripe for the taking. A prize. A meal. He clenched his fists and forced himself upright. But the moment he tried to move, the drake's eyes locked onto him with an animalistic glare that froze him to the core. It was impossible. No matter how fast he could react, there was no outrunning it. Worse still, his body refused to respond at all. If it charged now, that would be the end. Paralyzed, he stared into the eyes of something that only knew how to destroy. But then something fell off. The drake hadn't moved. He blinked, confused. Why wasn't it attacking? Something was stopping it. Something invisible, but real. Then a voice rang out. The sound of heels, lightly tapping against the forest floor, cut through the tension. A figure emerged, confident, poised, her every step graceful and deliberate. She approached without fear, eyes fixed on the hero. Even when faced with a creature far beyond your limits, she said, "You didn't let despair take over." Your will was unwavering, like steel. Calm in the face of overwhelming power, she added, and with a small, deliberate wave of her hand, told him he had passed. She added that his body should now respond freely. Still reeling, the hero turned toward her, stunned, and asked who she was. She smiled gently. "Alina," she said. "Alina Greenwood, once known as the Guardian of the Forest. A Grand Mage, and an old friend of Ray." He froze the moment he heard her name. It hit him like a crashing wave. A dryad? That couldn't be right. But before he could voice his disbelief, she calmly turned toward the towering drake and said they needed to drive it away first. He gave a slow nod, then addressed the beast with an odd, commanding grace. He praised its restraint and, especially for sparing her garden, granted it forgiveness. His words sounded like an order given to an old, fallen noble, urging the creature to quietly return to its rightful place in the woods. The hero stood there, stunned, heart hammering. She lifted her hand and summoned a radiant sphere of golden magic. Power surged through the clearing, as if the forest itself had awakened in response. Facing the drake without flinching, she accused it of being blinded by desire, of daring to step into her realm. The hero could hardly breathe as he watched her spell stretch outward, the trees around them softly thrumming with energy, all echoing her presence, acknowledging her as their sovereign. She told the drake that if it couldn't grasp her words, it would vanish into the void of the Forsaken. Just as her final syllable left her lips, the drake lunged, but before it got far, thick brambles lashed out and bounded in midair. The attack was swift and silent, a blur that ended with the beast suspended and helpless. The hero could only stare, speechless, trying to comprehend the spell she had cast. A thin gash now marked the drake's body. As it neared the lake once more, she gave it a last command. "One warning," she said. "Leave." The drake paused, then slowly slinked back into the woods. The hero remained frozen, realizing the creature's wounds were already gone. It was truly a disaster-class being, and yet she had faced it as if it were nothing. Who was she? She turned to him and asked if he was all right. He gave a quick nod and muttered a shaky thanks. But before he could say more, she gently cut him off, saying he must be in shock. With that, she motioned for him to follow and began walking into the forest. Eventually, they came upon a quiet little home nestled beneath the towering trees. The scene shifted again. They were now seated at a wooden table. She placed a steaming cup of herbal tea in front of him and explained that it was a blend Ray used to love. It would help settle his nerves, she said. He thanked her politely, but the moment he took a sip, he froze. Warmth spread through his chest, and it felt like a thick fog had suddenly lifted from his mind. He took another sip. She asked if it was to his liking. With a smile, he said it was the best tea he'd ever tasted. She gave a small nod, visibly relieved, and asked if he felt any more at ease. Lowering the cup, he admitted he felt a little embarrassed by how he'd reacted earlier. But she dismissed his worry, saying there was no need for shame. Instead, she praised him for standing his ground against such a threat. He hesitated, then asked her if that creature had really been a drake, because he'd been completely paralyzed in its presence. She confirmed it was, and explained that while drakes usually avoided her domain, this time had been different. The pure, dense mana he carried must have lured it in. To a drake, she said, "You probably looked like a rare delicacy." Tapping her chin thoughtfully, she asked if he had any more questions. Still overwhelmed, he asked if they were really still inside Idard's book. Everything felt far too vivid, too real for a simple trial page. He recalled how it had taken them almost 15 minutes to walk from the clearing to her home, and how vast this forest seemed. Compared to the earlier trial pages, it felt like another world entirely. She smiled gently and answered with ease. This space, she said, stretched from page 214 to 232 of Idard's book. It was the third trial page. He blinked in surprise at the specificity of her answer, then suddenly stood. He asked if the drake had just been another illusion crafted by magic. She looked at him with a curious glint and replied, "Who knows? It's not real, but it's not fake either." Perplexed, he asked what that was supposed to mean. She explained that everything they saw was created from memories, records of the past written into Idard's book. This was a replica of the Greenwood Forest as it once was. Maybe calling a copied world would make more sense, she mused. Not truly real, but not entirely false either. Still trying to process everything, the hero repeated her words, stunned. They had recreated an entire world exactly as it had once existed and sealed it inside Idard's book? How was that even possible? She admitted she didn't really know the full workings of it. Only Ray, or someone who inherited Ray's magic, could truly understand such a feat then. Almost casually, she added that one day, that person would be him. Once he reached Ray's level, it would all become clear. That took him aback, but he pressed on, asking why their master would go through all the trouble of creating a place like this. She answered plainly, it was meant to pass down a specific kind of magic. His curiosity spiked, and with a tense edge to his voice, he asked what kind of magic she was talking about. For a brief moment, her expression darkened. Then she replied, it was the magic of Bytenia, refined to the level of a third circle master. A powerful and dangerous art, crucial for mastering destruction. It was the ability to perceive the very essence of magic itself, what they called the divine eyes. Eyes that seemed to pierce through everything, brilliant in gold. The hero could barely grasp what he was hearing. In a hushed voice, he called it what it was, the mystic eye of the Bytnor style, the divine eye. She gave a small nod and confirmed it. Though she admitted her own divine eye wasn't complete. Only Ray, and the one meant to carry on his legacy, could truly master it. She explained that Ray had entrusted her with the task of awakening that power within the hero. Her presence here, she said, was nothing more than a remnant, an imprint placed in this space for that very reason. The scene shifted. Now, a sleek car cruised down a wide road in front of a towering building. Inside, Manhwa sat calmly and requested an update. The man beside him started with the subject they had previously discussed. He said that there had been little response. Young Master Hale had drawn barely any attention. Manhwa raised an eyebrow and noted that even Lady Sea's indifference was unexpected. Apparently, the head of the family had influenced them both. Shiha, too, had pulled back, though he doubted she would completely leave Hale unguarded. More likely, she was simply treading carefully, knowing Minhyuk's shadows were already keeping watch. Minhyuk then asked about Jihan. The report was similar. Young Master Jihan was a little guarded, but nothing more. Even the recent gathering he hosted hadn't raised any red flags. Minhyuk acknowledged the details, commenting that both of them had clearly learned to keep personal emotions out of their roles. Still, he ordered full surveillance to continue until the protection period expired. The man confirmed, noting that he had already blocked the sound for this conversation. It involved classified intel. Minhyuk nodded and gestured for the next report. This one concerned possible ties between certain family members and the Black Magic Tower. So far, they had investigated 32 individuals, including several elders who were openly displeased about Hale's return and senior executives from related companies. Minhyuk looked over, eyebrows raised, as the man went on. The tower itself seemed clean, but before he could say more, Minhyuk interrupted. Just because the tower appeared untouched didn't mean the rot wasn't somewhere else. He agreed. Out of the 32, 5 had backgrounds that stood out, too suspicious to ignore. If this had gone on any longer, it could have drawn attention from the hyenas. Minhyuk narrowed his eyes and said he'd take care of those individuals himself. The scene shifted once more, returning to the hero and Elena. She stood, arms outstretched, and announced that they would now begin his training in the Divine Eye. The hero didn't flinch. He told her to push him as hard as she could. She smiled, clearly amused, and said that as Nakaryai's heir, he really was cut from the same cloth. She instructed him to close his eyes, and when he did so without hesitation, she praised him. Then she began slowly channeling mana into his body, careful and precise, as she started to explain the foundation of the Divine Eye. Normally, she said, access to knowledge about the divine, I only came after one reached the fourth circle. For most, the only way to learn about it was by digging through scattered scrolls and ancient books. Hearing that, the hero repeated the words fourth circle to himself. He thought about it. Neither Idard's tome nor Mimir's tome had ever mentioned anything about the Divine Eye. So it was true. The knowledge was locked away until a mage hit that level. He then asked if the other book she referred to as Mimir's tome. She looked genuinely surprised and asked if he knew about it. He replied with confidence. Of course he did. He even added that he'd received a message from Mimir himself. That moment came back to him vividly. Mimir's voice, delivering a private message meant to be remembered once he reached the 3rd trial page. He called her name, and she responded softly with an apology. He felt a subtle tremor in her mana and wondered if he'd touched on something he shouldn't have. She placed her hand gently on his back and quietly acknowledged that he'd met Mimir. That was good, she said, comforting even, but she suggested they set that topic aside for now and return their focus to the Divine Eye. She went on to say that the reason this magic was revealed only at the 4th circle wasn't because of some hidden rule or ancient restriction. It was simply due to her being tied to the 3rd trial page of Idard's tome. He blinked in confusion and asked if that meant she was part of the book itself. Elena nodded with a smile. Ray had placed her there and tasked her with explaining everything. She chuckled, adding that there were limits to how much information could be packed into the tome, and Ray had a way of pushing people to their edge. The hero thought back to something Mimir had said, how just the creation of the trial page and the successor verification spell had required so much power that they couldn't contain everything in one book. That was why Idard's tome only held the essentials, and the rest had been compiled separately into Mimir's tome. As Elena's magic settled, she finally stepped back and, with quiet certainty, told him it was time. Open your eyes, she said. The hero did so slowly, and instantly sensed something had changed. His eyes darted around, unsettled. Elena's mana was now fully entwined with his infinity circle. The connection was flawless, so smooth he couldn't even tell where her energy ended and his began. Looking around in confusion, he told her something felt off. Elena gave a small nod and said, strange, isn't it? Then she revealed what she'd done. She had blocked his optic nerves using mana. His eyes went wide. You cut off my vision? He asked, stunned. She remained calm. This was just the beginning, she explained. The divine, I wasn't part of the 5 senses he relied on. It was something else entirely, a 6th sense. To awaken it, all his other senses needed to be erased. She placed a firm hand on his shoulder and continued. Soon, touch, smell, and taste would vanish too. Even sound would fade until nothing remained. He stood frozen as it all started to happen. The feeling in his fingers disappeared. The scent of the forest was gone. No more warmth, no more sound. Only silence and stillness. He whispered in disbelief. It's real. Everything's gone. Elena gave him a gentle smile, and in a solemn voice, heavy with meaning, she said, welcome to the world of death. She stood in silence, simply watching as the stillness around her thickened. The very air felt heavy with thought. Meanwhile, the hero was adrift in a world stripped of every sense. Sight, sound, touch gone. He couldn't tell if he was standing, sitting, or floating in a void. Without smell or taste, it felt like his body no longer had any link to the world outside. A chilling question crept in. Was his body even working anymore? Or worse, was he still alive? The fear that rose inside him wasn't just panic. It was something far deeper. This wasn't blindness nor darkness. It was absolute nothingness, an overwhelming solitude that drowned everything in silence and absence. He muttered that this felt like hell, and Elena, watching quietly, agreed. But she reminded him it was still just training. He remembered then what she'd once told him, that the sixth sense, the ability to perceive mana, was completely separate from the five physical senses. That thought sparked something in him. Maybe, even here, in this void, he could still see mana. With that hope, he shut his eyes, not physically, but in his mind, and focused. He let go of everything else and tried to grasp the flow of mana, pouring all of his concentration into that single purpose. As the scene shifted, focus returned to Elena. She now looked down at his still form on the ground. Silently, she reflected on what he was enduring. Losing all senses, sight, sound, feeling, was more than disorienting. It was mentally shattering. Most couldn't last even a minute before panic set in. By the second minute, their thoughts turned toward death. By the third, many would rather end it than continue. That was the harsh truth of the sensory sealing spell, and she knew it better than anyone. Originally, she had only planned to let him feel it for a few moments before releasing him, just enough to understand it. But now, she stood there, watching as he endured it far longer than expected. She remembered her own path, how she had to train slowly, step by painful step, to adapt to this very spell. But him, he had already passed the 3-minute mark, and he was still holding on. It was more than she had hoped for. Suddenly, his voice broke the silence. He spoke clearly, saying the forest was resonating with her mana. The moment she heard that, she knew they could proceed as planned. Elena was astonished. 20 full minutes had passed, yet his breathing remained steady, and his mana circle was perfectly stable. He was focused, composed. Truly, this was the one chosen by Idard's library. Deep down, Ray must have known he could endure the seal. When he called her name and asked her to lift it, she gave a small nod and released the spell. He inhaled sharply, gasping, saying he could finally breathe again. She looked at him, worry flickering in her gaze, and asked how he had moved so easily, how he'd survived something so terrifying. He admitted it had been horrifying every second of it, but he had forced himself to believe he was safe. Over and over, he repeated it in his mind, using that belief to smother his fear and concentrate on seeing mana. Elena frowned slightly. The kind of fear, she said, couldn't be overcome just by telling yourself it's not real. He nodded in agreement. He had almost given up. Even though he knew it was only training, his body refused to respond until it accepted that truth. The darkness felt endless, the despair unbearable. But just as his focus began to crack, a memory rose. He remembered a day from a year ago, the moment he discovered he wasn't compatible with AI magic, when his family rejected him and his own father cast him aside. That day, he lost everything. That had been real despair. Compared to that, this was nothing. He held on to that thought, and it carried him through. Outside the room, near the trees, Elena whispered softly that the sensory seal really was better. He nodded. Just another trial, he said, on the path forward. She looked at him, ready to ask how far he'd come to reach this point. But before she could, he smiled and said he was all right now. The past was behind him. His voice was lighter, even a little excited, as he spoke about carving his own path, one that belonged only to him. Elena's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't help it. Her thoughts drifted to Ray. But when the hero called her name and thanked her, she quickly wiped them away. He told her that in the sealed darkness, he had felt her mana. It had been calm, gentle. It was that gentleness, he said, that helped him stay centered. Elena blinked, caught off guard by that word, gentle. She hadn't expected to hear it again. Not since Ray. The scene shifted once more, the quiet stillness of the house wrapping around them as they sat together, sipping green tea. The hero leaned back slightly and said he kept drifting between memories of the tome and the present moment. Elena offered a gentle smile. She said it was good to hear that Mimir was doing well, and thanked him. It was all thanks to him, she added. He quickly waved it off, saying he'd only passed along the message. But Elena tilted her head and said that if he had truly met Mimir, then he must have heard something about her and about Greenwood Forest. The hero shook his head. No, Mimir hadn't said a word. He explained it was part of a promise, a silence he had to keep. That surprised her. She murmured that Mimir must still be holding on to that vow. Then, after a pause, she admitted she couldn't hold her end of it anymore. That made him sit up a little straighter, his voice soft with concern as he called her name, Lady Elena. She quickly apologized, saying she hadn't meant to darken the mood without a reason. He reassured her that it was all right. He didn't mind. Then she shifted the conversation slightly. Since he brought up a promise, she said, it sounded like Mimir had grown quite fond of him. He gave a simple yes, but Elena wasn't done. She tilted her head again and asked if she was wrong. He said no. Their relationship wasn't bad. Then, with a curious glint in his voice, he asked her what exactly the promise had been. Elena looked at him for a moment, then smiled faintly. She said it seemed that promise was really bothering him. But she was sorry. She couldn't tell him. It was a secret, just between her and Mimir. Not even Rain knew. That startled him. He said that if Mimir had made a promise in the past, then Mimir must have been real. Just like Elena. She gave a small nod, but said that if Mimir hadn't told him yet, then she wasn't allowed to either. That memory, she said, was still holding its secrets. She couldn't be the one to break them. The hero nodded slowly, accepting her words. If it was a real oath, then it wasn't meant to be broken anyway. Elena thanked him, truly grateful that the successors could understand him this way. As the sun sank lower and dusk settled in, the hero rose to his feet. He said he'd be heading back for now, but that he'd be relying on her from here on out. Elena smiled and replied with a quiet yes, then added that until the divine I was fully mastered, they'd both have more work ahead. Just before he left, the hero paused and turned back. "Can I ask one last thing?" he said. Elena nodded. "Of course." He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "What kind of relationship did you and Mimir have?" She looked at him and replied simply, "We were friends, distant like constellations scattered across the sky, but always connected. We protected Beitner's magic together, alongside Ray." The scene shifted. The hero opened the book once more and instantly found himself face to face with Mimir. She looked surprised. "Back so soon?" she asked. He grinned. "I've got school tomorrow, so I figured I'd return early." She gave a small nod. "Did you actually go through the proper training?" "Of course," he said, clearly still buzzing with excitement. As he looked at her, he noticed something odd. Mana drifted slowly around her, sluggish and unfocused. With a playful tone, he pointed it out. She narrowed her eyes. "What?" He smirked. "Your mana's still a little unstable, but I can tell you've been training." Mimir stepped closer, placing her hand on his cheek. "Strange," she said quietly. "After training like that, you shouldn't be this composed." He just smiled. "I know, but your real mana, it feels cold. Controlled." She looked at him for a long moment. "Maybe because I really am cold." They sipped the last of their tea, and she leaned back. "So, you went through the 5 senses sealing spell, and you're fine?" He nodded. "I'm good." She crossed her arms and sank into the sofa. "Did Elena go easy on you because she's too soft? Or was it the forest's magic helping out?" He blinked. "Forest magic?" Her eyes narrowed. "Don't tell me. You didn't go through trauma cycle therapy?" "I don't think I developed any trauma," he replied, a bit confused. Mimir went quiet, thinking. "Something's off," she murmured. Then, suddenly, "Wait. You had a trick, didn't you? That's the only way someone survives that madness without side effects. Come on, what was it?" The hero hesitated, then started to tell her about what had happened a year ago. The same thing he had told Elena. She listened closely, then asked what exactly happened back then. When he finished, she muttered a curse under her breath. "If it were me, I'd have handled it differently." But he cut in gently. "Back then, I was completely lost, crushed under everything people expected of me. And when it all fell apart, the weight of it dragged me into despair. But looking back, that was the moment that trained me the most. That pain," he said, "built the strength I needed to be who I am now." He said that even having all his senses sealed hadn't been that bad. Mimir stared at him, clearly stunned. She said she'd always sensed a shadow in him, a quiet darkness, and now she understood why. He'd grown used to that kind of emptiness. The hero glanced at her, expecting her to shrug it off with her usual sarcasm. But her serious expression caught him off guard. "If you try to understand us," she said softly, "then we'll become people who understand you too." He laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. "Maybe just a little." Mimir tilted her head and looked at him like he was losing it. "You really think you'll handle everything before the deadline?" The hero just grinned. "I will, no matter what." Then his tone shifted, calmer, more grounded. "That year in despair, it made me realize how lucky I am to be a mage at all." He knew there was no time to waste. As the successor of legend, the only path left was forward. The scene transitioned slowly to the quiet of the Obelisk Academy dormitory. In the stillness of a small room, 2 books rested on a side table. The hero lay on his bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, mind replaying Elena's words. The divine eye, an evil eye in form, but tied to the boundless flow of the infinity circles. At the first circle, it revealed the color of mana. At the second, it showed the broken fragments of magic formulas. And at the third, it exposed the core essence of magic itself. He pressed a hand to his face, surprised. To truly master it, he would need the ability to see mana at will, to call on the divine eye as easily as breathing. He extended his hand. Blue light flickered to life, dancing across the air in shimmering waves. "I can do this," he thought. Just then his phone buzzed. A message flashed across the screen. It was from the Blue Tower Master. Opponent confirmed. Ju Hanwook, 5th Circle Mage. Age, 29. Blood type, B. The hero read it, eyes narrowing. A grin slowly spread across his face. Oh, this is going to be interesting. The scene shifted to Obelisk Academy's indoor training grounds, where the air crackled with magic and spells zipped across the room in every direction. Off in a corner, Sun-chan sat stunned on the floor, staring in awe and whispering to himself, questioning whether these people were even human. Their mastery of magic felt unreal. At the center of the chaos, Adela was locked in a fast-paced duel with the hero. She hurled precise fourth circle spells, which he countered effortlessly. As they exchanged blows, she casually mentioned receiving an email from the Blue Tower Master. It included a detailed strategy guide. The hero responded calmly, reminding her that he'd already mentioned it wasn't just a profile. It laid out a full combat approach. Dodging backward mid-sentence, Adela's interest peaked. She asked what he meant exactly, but before he could answer, a wave of magic surged through the hall. Trying to rise, she slipped and fell back. The hero approached and offered his hand, asking her what she thought. She took it, stood up, and asked if she could take another look at the file. He smiled and told her to go ahead. As she read through it, her eyes widened and she let out a surprised breath. It really was more of a strategy manual than just a profile. The hero just nodded knowingly. That's when Sun-chan wandered over, eager to see it too. Adela praised the analysis, then quickly shifted focus, saying they shouldn't get too caught up in it. They needed to work on their own growth. Maybe, she mused, this was the Blue Tower Master's way of lending a hand. The hero admitted that with how outmatched he was, the help might be genuine, a small nudge to balance the scales. Sun-chan chimed in, saying help was help, and they should take it. The hero agreed, but added that progress came from training, not overthinking. He clapped his hands and announced that break time was over. Sun-chan groaned dramatically, saying he hadn't even had a chance to breathe and begged for 5 more minutes. The hero just grinned and said stamina was built in the tough moments. Then, with a wicked smile, he declared they were doing an hour of running. Sun-chan looked like he was about to collapse, cursing under his breath and muttering that Shin Hale had to be some kind of demon. Watching the others resume their sparring, Sun-chan shook his head in disbelief. Using high-tier magic like that indoors? He couldn't wrap his head around it. That evening, the setting shifted to the dorms. Adela trudged down the hallway, clearly worn out. She pushed open her door, frustration written all over her, then dropped straight on her bed. Muttering that she should at least change first, she let out a long sigh and shut her eyes. But her mind didn't rest. She replayed the moment from training, specifically the hero's moonlight bullet. His spell had been faster, stronger, more refined. Her eyes flew open. This is so frustrating, she said sharply, sitting upright. She'd put in endless effort, yet the gap between them still felt enormous. She clenched her fists, telling herself she couldn't let it stay this way. Now when everyone was going all in with their hidden techniques. Springing off the bed, she said there was no time to waste, not tonight. She needed a cold shower and had to rewatch their training. As she rushed out, a magic book floated into the air behind her, glowing faintly in the fading sunlight. Outside, the moon rose high above the trees. Elsewhere, the hero had arrived once again at Elena's house. He walked slowly, lost in thought, finding it odd that he no longer needed to rely on the 5 senses seal so soon. Just then, Elena stepped outside. He greeted her respectfully. She smiled, noting that it looked like he'd finally learned how to see mana properly. He nodded, admitting that while it still gave him headaches if he focused too long, he could now see it whenever he wanted. Elena gave an approving nod and told him they were ready for the next stage of training. This time, she said, he'd use his mystic eye to examine the structure of her magic circle. He blinked, caught off guard, but she went on. By closely observing it, she explained, he would begin to understand the very fabric of the spell, its essence. With time, he'd notice small vulnerabilities, gaps in the flow. Gaps, he repeated, trying to grasp the concept. With a graceful motion, Elena drew a glowing magic circle in the air. She explained that every spell, no matter how complex, had a weakness. Find that gap, she said, and the entire structure could be unraveled. That, she concluded, was what they called destruction. The hero stood frozen for a moment, echoing the words under his breath, erasing a magic circle. Elena nodded and explained further. The mystic eye, when pushed to its limits, could completely dismantle a spell. She urged him to try, confident he'd pick it up quickly. Before him, the spinning magic circle floated in midair, shimmering with power. He activated his mystic eye, locking onto it. Elena began to guide him, noting that while the mana felt strong and comforting, no magic circle was flawless. The trick was to see past the surface. Now was the time to dive deeper, to dissect the structure with the mystic eye. He gave a small nod, his focus narrowing. As his vision sharpened, a passage from the book of Mimir surfaced in his mind. In the world of magic theory, perfection didn't exist. An old excerpt from the sage Pavavi echoed. Every spell, no matter how perfect it seemed, carried a flaw. A gap was always there. No matter how elegant or powerful a spell appeared, it wasn't without weaknesses. Elena reminded him to perceive the very core of magic, to tune in to the rhythm of mana flowing through the air, and to catch that fleeting instant when a spell's structure faltered, when a gap appeared. The hero glanced at her, curiosity flashing in his eyes. And then what? She met his question with calm certainty. Once that gap was found, once it was fully understood, the spell would cease to be magic. From that point on, it would just be an unstable formula waiting to break apart. So began a new stage of training. Side by side, Elena and the hero practiced not just casting spells, but learning how to dismantle them from within. Together, they stepped into a deeper realm of magic, one built not on creation, but on precision, control, and the power to destroy. The scene shifted back to Obelisk Academy as the voice of the announcer echoed through the corridors, announcing that the Olympic preliminary strategy meeting was about to start. Lord Shin In-hyuk stood and walked down a quiet hallway, only to be stopped moments later by the voice of the Tower Lord. With a hint of amusement, the Tower Lord remarked that he hadn't expected the head of the Arcane Divine Clan to show up in person. In-hyuk responded coolly, saying it should be the other way around. After all, the Blue Tower Master had even less reason to attend. The Tower Lord chuckled, explaining that he was only there in the capacity of a sponsor. In-hyuk raised an eyebrow. A sponsor? The Tower Lord clarified. Well, a potential sponsor. That caught In-hyuk's attention. He asked if that meant the Blue Tower was planning to send artisans. But the Tower Lord waved him off, saying nothing had been decided yet. He was still considering it. After all, he repeated, he was just a potential sponsor. In-hyuk found it odd. Dispatching artisans wasn't something the Blue Tower did lightly, especially with how strapped for resources they usually were. But the Tower Lord explained that things had been going well lately, and this seemed like a worthwhile opportunity. That made In-hyuk pause. If the event warranted that level of investment, then something was definitely in motion. The Tower Lord added that with Shin Hale leading the Korean team, they might just have a shot at gold. At the mention of Hale's name, In-hyuk tilted his head, intrigued. So, Hale made you the same proposal? The Tower Lord gave a sly smile. I figured you'd catch on. In-hyuk asked directly, what exactly had Hale proposed? The Tower Lord explained that Hale promised to win a gold medal and requested an engineer be sent to support him. Then he flipped the question back. What had Hale said to him? In-hyuk replied that Hale made the same bold promise and asked for all the support he could get up until then. He admitted Hale had changed a lot over the past year. There was a new sense of confidence in him. The Tower Lord leaned in slightly and asked if In-hyuk had agreed with no strings attached. In-hyuk nodded. It wasn't difficult to offer some help, he said, but what he couldn't understand was why the Tower Lord would seriously consider deploying artifacts or artisans over a promise from a student. The Tower Lord quietly noted how much Hale reminded him of his father. Then he answered he was willing to make that investment, but only on one condition, that Hale could defeat a Fifth Circle mage in single combat. In-hyuk looked genuinely impressed. That's not a bad condition at all. The Tower Lord then asked if In-hyuk planned to attend the match. In-hyuk paused, unsure if it would be appropriate. The Tower Lord smiled and told him he was more than welcome. The scene shifted, leaving the academy behind and settling deep in a quiet forest bathed in golden light. At a small, secluded house, Hale sat slouched, clearly drained. I'm completely wiped out, he muttered. Elena appeared carrying a tray with a steaming cup of tea. Seeing his state, she smiled gently. Well done, successor. That wraps up your training. Hale returned a tired but sincere smile. You're the one who worked hard, Lady Elena. I wouldn't have made it this far without you. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and a hint of pride. I hope I didn't go too hard on you, just because it was the last session. Hale chuckled, assuring her that her robe had made the toughest parts bearable. She handed him the tea and told him it would help ease his fatigue. He nodded in thanks and took a sip. As she watched him, she casually mentioned how different he was from Ray, who used to grumble whenever anything physical came up. Ray had always wanted to rely on magic alone. Hale laughed softly. I guess that makes sense, considering how skilled you are. The camera panned out to the peaceful forest, now glowing under the soft light of dusk. Elena looked at him with quiet affection. Thank you for keeping up with me, successor. Your training here is complete. Teaching you, it's been a joy. She paused, her expression growing bittersweet. And yet, I can't help feeling both relieved and a little sad. I always knew this moment would come, the moment we'd part ways. Hale's face shifted, confused. What do you mean? She looked at him gently and explained. When my role ends, the page of dismantling will disappear. This forest and I will vanish too. It's part of a promise I made with Ray. Hale stood frozen, the weight of her words sinking in. Sadness crept into his expression, but before he could speak, Elena reached out and touched his arm lightly. Don't look at me like that, she said softly. If this world is fading, it just means it was real. It means what we shared mattered. She smiled faintly, eyes soft. Goodbye, successor. Tears welled in Hale's eyes as he cried out, his voice trembling with emotion. He said he never could have dreamed of mastering dismantling without her. Elena smiled, her own tears falling, and told him she was truly glad he ended up as Ray's successor. It gave her peace, knowing someone so deserving would carry on this magic. Still, she admitted one thing made her sad. She wouldn't get to see how far he'd go from here. Overwhelmed, Hale rushed toward her. Elena reached out, gently taking his hand in hers. No matter what happens, she said softly, don't give up. Ever. Then, with a small smile, she added, and take care of Mimir, okay? She gets lonely, and, well, she could be a little much sometimes. Hale nodded, promising he would. With one last look, Elena told him this was goodbye, forever. A sharp ache bloomed in his chest, a sorrow deeper than words. Then, as if in response to the moment, a glowing book materialized before him, bathed in white light. Elena's voice echoed within him. Congratulations, she said. You're now a third circle master. Reverently, Hale reached for the book and opened it. Inside, the page of dismantling was complete. He whispered his thanks to Lady Elena, vowing to carry the memory of their time in the forest close to his heart, and the weight of this farewell as strength for what lay ahead. The scene shifted. Now at the Blue Tower's dual training grounds, tension filled the air. The Tower Lord stood and announced the start of the match. Shin Hale versus a fifth circle mage. Sun-chan wore a deep scowl, his nerves plain to see. Beside him, In-hyuk leaned in with a thoughtful hum. Sandwiched between the two, Sun-chan sat stiffly, looking completely out of place, and quietly wondering how he'd gotten roped into this at all. The scene shifts once more to the Blue Tower's dual training grounds, where anticipation hangs thick in the air. Tower Master Kim steps forward, voice steady as he announces the duel is about to commence. Off to the side, Sun-chan mutters a quiet curse, frustration bubbling just beneath the surface. His father watches with a furrowed brow. When's this thing supposed to start? He asks, clearly unsettled by the whole setup. Kim looks like he's enjoying himself a little too much, while Sun-chan is pacing like a wreck. The contrast makes him feel like the only rational person caught between two extremes. He sighs, wishing Adela were with him, but she's already down in the arena, helping Hale prepare. Sun-chan keeps pacing restlessly, murmuring that they need to hurry things up. Across from him, Hale stands motionless, calm, composed, completely focused. Kim suddenly breaks the silence. You think Hale has a shot? He doesn't wait for an answer. I'd say maybe 10%. Hale's father folds his arms, voice flat. That's higher than what I'd give him. Kim turns to him with interest. Oh, then what would you say, Lord? 2%. At best. Kim smirks. That's cold. What about you, Sun-chan? Sun-chan looks up, startled. Me? Yes. Forget you're his friend for a second. Just give me your honest take. What are his chances? Sun-chan hesitates, then says 50%. Kim blinks. That's generous. Why so high? Sun-chan scratches the back of his head. No real reason. Just a feeling. If Hale gets serious, if he really goes all out, this could be a fair match. He's been improving so fast, and I don't think we've seen everything he can do yet. You're saying he's been holding back? Sun-chan nods slowly. At that moment, the defense barriers are activated and inspected. All systems are good. The arena is set. Adela walks back from the field, passing Sun-chan, who's still visibly tense. She gives him a quick nod. Nice work. She takes a few more steps, then glances back. Something about him feels off. She almost asks, but the thought fades as the camera moves toward the arena. Hale stands across from his opponent now. The countdown begins. The crowd falls silent. His opponent eyes him carefully. Didn't expect to end up dueling someone from the arcane Divine Clan's elite bloodline. The referee's voice rang out, marking the start of the match. Neither fighter moved. With a relaxed smile, Hale spoke first. Please go easy on me, Senpai. His opponent chuckled. I'll let you have the first move, Junior. Without wasting a second, Hale launched Wind Cutter. A red and a yellow magic circle ignited beneath him. He immediately followed it up with Flare Ball. I gave up the first move, he muttered under his breath. So this one has to count. His opponent observed calmly. So this is the adaptive magic I've heard whispers about. Interesting. Hale tilted his head. You seem a bit too comfortable for someone in a duel. That's because I have the luxury to be, the man replied evenly. Hale's smile sharpened. We'll see how long that lasts. Multiple spheres, flaming red and crackling blue, erupted from his hands. Each looked identical, but curved in wildly different directions, making them nearly impossible to block using standard defenses. The opponent's eyes narrowed. If one of those fifth circle spells hit me directly, it'd be serious. He moved quickly, his arms weaving through the air. A fifth circle, non-elemental defense spell formed, Absolute Shield. The powerful dome of energy rose just in time. Every sphere slammed into it and dissolved into smoke. Hale's gaze hardened. Even this spell couldn't crack it. But Absolute Shield has one fatal flaw. It cuts off its caster. He surged forward without hesitation. His opponent caught the movement. So, getting close was your real plan. Not bad, but it won't be enough. Hale's grin widened. You sure about that? He placed a palm flat against the shield. A pulse of magic rippled out. Interference magic. Fine cracks began spreading across the glowing surface. Even Kim's eyes widened, taken off guard by the tactic. Hale didn't let up. The interference deepened, and lightning coiled around his hand in a fierce spiral. I figured you'd lean on interference defense, so I prepared for it. Embedded a hidden acceleration spell into the cast. The moment you try to block, it picked up speed. Flames and wind combined into a blazing storm. With a deafening roar, it smashed down onto the shield, and the Absolute Shield shattered into glimmering shards. Adela's eyes widened, speechless. The opponent remained silent. As the smoke cleared, Hale stepped forward. Wouldn't it be nice if you dropped your guard just a little more, senpai? From within the haze, the response came cool and steady. Stay calm if you must, but never lower your guard. As the smoke thinned out, a fresh, Absolute Shield was already glowing around the opponent, fully restored. That's what the Tower Master drilled into me, he said calmly. Hale took a step back, eyes narrowing. Now, he understood. This was the true power of a Fifth Circle Mage. Both fighters squared up, tension crackling in the air. The atmosphere shifted again, heavier than before. All right, Junior, the man said with a quiet intensity. My turn. He raised his arms. A radiant swirl of purple and yellow magic began to pulse around him, growing brighter with every second. The next phase of the duel had begun. A blazing magic circle surged to life, stopping the incoming inferno in its tracks. Hanwook stepped forward with confidence. This time, I'll take the lead, he said firmly. Hale's gaze narrowed. So it's true. A Tower Master sent him my battle records. Ju Hanwook, 29, Blood Type B, was a flame magic specialist with a knack for physical enhancement. A man driven by a deep curiosity for unexplored magic. It made sense this would be his next move. Hanwook wasn't just a long-range caster. He was deadly up close, using his boosted strength to dominate melee fights. As he surged in, Hale steadied himself. He wants to study my magic, Hale thought. He won't go for a killing blow. But that doesn't mean he'll hold back. If he's striking, there's only one way through it. Hanwook suddenly lunged with a flaming right hook, sword igniting as it cut through the air. But before it could connect, Hale responded, landing a heavy punch of his own. The hit sent a shock through Hanwook, who stumbled back. You kept up with that? He said, surprised. I've had plenty of close combat training, Hale answered coolly. Yeah, I can tell. Hanwook nodded. Even though he's not built for brawling, he's quick to read and adapt. Hale, watching closely, thought he's more than just another brawler. With a smirk, Hanwook muttered, this is insane. A third circle mage with hand-to-hand skill like this? All right then, time I stop holding back. He raised his hand, and flames erupted. This was true Fifth Circle fire magic, overwhelming and raw. Hale tensed. So this is what that level of power looks like. As the spell expanded into a wide area blaze, fire surged from Hanwook's right hand, growing fiercer by the second. A third circle spell won't be fast enough to counter this, he said, voice sharp. What's your play now? You done? But Hale's eyes didn't waver. I'm not finished yet, he replied, and a wave of magic pulsed from him, forming a powerful water shield. Hanwook's eyes widened. That level of defense, from a third circle spell? Wait, is this adaptive magic? Watching from the sidelines, Adela was frozen in place. Fire rain versus a water shield, they're colliding head-on. Soon-chan squinted into the haze, his voice trembling. I can't make anything out. What's happening in there? High above, the Tower Lord furrowed his brow. Water shield's just a third circle spell, right? But this one, it's reacting like it's stronger than a fourth. Amid the smothering mist, Hanwook cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't see a thing. Where's it going to come from? Without warning, a mystic eye snapped open. If sight fails, mana will guide me, Hale thought. The red energy of Hanwook's flame sword flickered in the distance. There, he dashed forward. Hanwook sensed the motion and flared up, fire bursting from his palm. Got you, he grinned. Lightning fast, Hanwook fired off a blast of flame magic, but Hale was already at close range. How'd he get here so fast? Desperate, Hanwook tried to conjure an absolute shield. No time, it's too unstable. Then, a surge of yellow mana erupted through him, flowing across his chest and arms. Earth magic formed instinctively. A shield took shape, but before it could fully materialize, Hale struck again, cutting it off mid-cast. Hanwook's eyes went wide. He's faster than I thought. Hale's fist ignited, hurling a fire-charged blow toward Hanwook, who stood frozen for just a beat too long. Blue mana flared. Is that a water laser? But Hale tanked the blast, unmoving. He came at Hanwook again, fire roaring in his punch. Hanwook responded with a wall of water. The impact created a thick cloud of smoke as the two collided. Hanwook growled to himself. These damn tricks. That mystic eye, it's throwing everything off. His frustration boiled. Enough. I'll put an end to this now. Flames blazed around him, his aura surging like wildfire. But Hale didn't flinch. With his mystic eye locked on a Hanwook's mana signature, he focused deeply, searching for the precise gap in the spell. The flaw is there. Just then Greenwood extended her hand. Energy pulsed outwards, her power resonating through the battlefield. Hale's eyes glowed with intensity. His control, his presence, it declared one thing. He had transcended magic's limitations. With that, he struck a crushing final blow that cut through Hanwook's defenses. Hanwook staggered, stunned. Sweat ran down his temple. My inferno, it's gone. The second you think it's over, that's when you lose, Hale thought, charging in like a raging storm. As the clash reached its peak, a voice echoed across the field. Match over. The winner is... Shin Hale stood tall. Hanwook was down, defeated. Inside the waiting room of the Blue Magic Training Hall, Hale sat still, sweat rolling down his face as fatigue weighed heavily on him. I'm drained. His thoughts felt like they were dragging through mud. The Tower Lord entered, surprise in his voice as he commended Hale's performance. Resting a hand on the doorframe, he paused, clearly still processing what he'd just seen. Facing Hale, he admitted, At first, I couldn't figure out what you were doing. But when it all came together for that last magic nullification, it was like watching a masterfully played game of chess. He held out his arm. The goosebumps were real. Clapping a hand on Hale's shoulder, he brought up the final spell, Tempest Circus, a 4-circle spell. He was especially curious how Hale had bypassed the limitations of Memorize. Hale, unfazed, replied casually, What if I told you I reworked Memorize using transformation magic? The Tower Lord blinked at him, clearly skeptical. I can follow spells up to the 3rd circle, he said. But that wasn't just a patch. You took out the flaws entirely, flipped the whole logic on its head. Hale said nothing. His thoughts wandered to how fast his casting had become, nearly instantaneous. His free-form magic, it no longer followed convention. The Tower Lord leaned in slightly, voice softer now. You even neutralized his magic. So what exactly are you using? Hale's eyes gleamed faintly. Sweat clung to his skin. He was just about to answer when the scene cut. At Blue Magic Tower HQ, the Tower Lord now sat in Kim Kangen's office. Without turning from her monitor, Kangen spoke, I'll take care of the engineer for the Olympiad by tomorrow. He nodded, sipping from his cup. Make sure the new assignment doesn't disrupt the contractor's schedule. As he set the cup down, Kangen gave him a curious look. What's that supposed to mean? Instead of explaining, the Tower Lord threw her a question. Do you really think we can take gold at the Olympiad? Kangen replied, calm and even, not impossible. He chuckled. Funny, just yesterday, you said even bronze was a long shot. Kangen smirked without missing a beat, her fingers still dancing across the keyboard. Things are different now, she said simply. The Tower Lord's eyes gleamed. You feel it too, right? It's incredible. Kangen rested her hand beside the keyboard and gave a small nod. Yeah, it really is. He laughed. You got so caught up in it, you forgot you were one of the judges. Kangen shot him a playful glare. Don't start. He shifted gears. What do you make of Hale's magic? Kangen explained that the entire match had been monitored using the Eye of Ruby. I saw it through the eye too, the Tower Lord said. Even then, I couldn't pin anything down. He used steam to mask his presence, layered misdirection into his casting. Honestly, it was kind of scary. He paused, then added, I could see how he disrupted the Inferno spell structure during the fight, but I have no idea how he pulled it off. Kangen admitted she was stumped as well. And the Eye of Ruby isn't some basic tool, it's top tier. But even then, I couldn't figure out what sort of magic he was using. The Tower Lord nodded slowly. Bothered me so much, I went and asked him straight after the match. She glanced up, and he just smiled. The Tower Lord said with a shrug. Told me something I once said myself, that a mage has the right to keep their magic secret. So he refused to answer. Said I'd have to work it out on my own. Kangen raised an eyebrow. Do you think it's illegal magic? He shook his head without hesitation. No way. The mana was too pure, the structure too refined. Nothing shady about it. Reaching for a tablet, he tapped the screen. That's all I've got so far. He thought back again to his earlier question, the one about modifying Memorize through transformation magic. Hale's answer had been evasive. The Tower Lord murmured to himself. Doesn't feel like it's just transformation. He leaned back in his chair, a grin forming. This year's Olympiad is going to be wild. Then, standing up, he grinned. Come on, let's go grab some food. Kangen's eyes lit up, and in her mind, one mischievous thought surfaced. He's definitely footing the bill for this overtime. Back at Obelisk Academy, the alarm blared at 7:30 a.m. Hale's hand rested beside his phone, unmoving. He fumbled for the screen, glanced at the time, and let out a quiet sigh. 8 hours of sleep. Still, the exhaustion clung to him, a lingering weight from using both resonance and dispelling. His mana flow had completely shut down during resonance. Even the master's robe had been useless. That wasn't something he could ignore. He had to tread carefully from now on. Sitting up on the bed, he dropped his head into his hand. Sweat rolled down the side of his face. Then his phone buzzed again. A new notification. It was from his father. The message was brief but thoughtful, acknowledging that yesterday's fight must have taken a toll. Another followed. His father had arranged medical leave, so he could take the day off. Hale thought back to how he'd left right after the match, saying nothing. His father must have worried he was upset. He nodded to himself. That's good, then. An open book glowed before him. Light spilling out as petals danced in the air like sparks. Maybe, just maybe, I've earned back a piece of his trust, he thought. But not yet. This is just the beginning. The Olympiad's not far off. Far below, hidden in the depths of the tower, Mimir lit up as soon as Hale appeared. Welcome back, he called, eyes wide. So, how'd it go? A grin tugged at Hale's lips. I won. Mimir leaned in, suspicious. You sure? You look like you're about to pass out. Hale chuckled. It was close. Too close. If even one thing had gone sideways, I'd be out. I gambled everything off the Blue Tower Master's intel. He paused. So no, it doesn't feel like much of a win. Then, his face turned serious. He held up 4 fingers. It's time, he said. We need to talk about the 4th infinity circle, the Ring of Expansion. Mimir smiled warmly, reaching out her hand toward Hale. This is the 4th infinity circle. Expansion, she explained gently. I've gathered all these books just for you, successor. Make sure you read every single one. Hale stood atop a towering pile of books, his determination visible. Under the clear sky at Obelisk Academy, Hale stood calmly before a group of students, hands clasped behind his back. From chapters 5 to 10, he announced clearly, describe the properties of AI magic and submit your assignments by tomorrow. He quietly thought to himself, if they studied carefully, this shouldn't be difficult. Hale turned his attention to the screen, his pencil poised as he reflected on the words, the Ring of Expansion. The Ring of Expansion differs fundamentally from previous infinity rings, he noted. While the earlier rings, the Ring of Deliberation, Resonance, and Interference, are formed from multiple layers shaped like petals, each serving a specific function in AI magic flow. The Ring of Expansion introduces a completely new structure. This new ring encircles 3 distinct circles, which rotate in a stable, coordinated manner. As a result, the entire infinity circle achieves greater balance and magical efficiency. This newfound stability significantly reduces known drawbacks. Mental energy consumption for the Ring of Deliberation is lessened. Resonance becomes stronger and lasts longer. Interference penalties diminish, and even dispelling magic becomes easier to manage. Hale's eyes narrowed in concentration. Mystic eyes, too, will benefit immensely from this stability. Yet, this new structure introduces unprecedented complexity. It won't be easy to master. He sighed internally, recalling the critical passage from a book he had read earlier at Mimir's Spring. Forming the Ring of Expansion typically takes at least 1 year. And the more circles one masters, the harder they become to control. He leaned back, frustration flickering across his face. I don't have that kind of time. Later in Obelisk Academy's indoor training grounds, Hale carefully observed students pushing through intense drills. 5 more minutes, he called firmly. Sunchan faltered slightly, breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his face. Adela remained composed and focused, her determination unwavering despite obvious fatigue. Finally, Hale announced decisively, that's it, 10-minute break. Sunchan immediately collapsed onto the floor, gasping weakly. I feel like I'm going to die. Adela knelt beside him with concern, her voice soft yet encouraging. Are you okay? Hang in there. She leaned in slightly, a small smile on her lips, and reminded him gently. Remember, we promised to keep pushing harder. Sunchan stared back at her, wide-eyed in disbelief, exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Sweat poured down Hale's face, his exhaustion evident. He looked at his teammates, his voice strained, and asked, could we postpone the feedback? I just finished a match, and I'm completely drained. Sunchan immediately raised a finger, clearly frustrated. This isn't the first time, Hale. Feedback has to be done the same day, no matter how tired we are. Adela, looking pale and tense, spoke gently, suggesting, maybe we should rest today and continue tomorrow. Everyone's already pushed to the limit. But Sunchan shook his head, firmly disagreeing. Skipping feedback is like throwing away 30% of our training. Remember, true improvement happens when you're already exhausted. A knowing smirk appeared on Sunchan's face. Isn't that what our teacher always says? He added pointedly, reminding Hale of his own previous lessons. This comment resonated deeply with Hale. A mix of pride and realization, swept over him. He knew he had been making excuses. Internally, he chastised himself, realizing he'd grown complacent. Drawing a deep breath, Hale refocused. Despite his fatigue, anticipation stirred within him for the rigorous training ahead. Observing the change, the Tower Lord chuckled lightly, suggesting sarcastically, "Perhaps some sleep first?" Hale stepped forward decisively, confidence renewed. "No, let's start right now. We'll begin with the first move and take it step by step." Overwhelmed by the sudden enthusiasm, the Tower Lord playfully collapsed to the floor, dramatically reaching out to Adela for assistance. Adela simply looked down at him calmly, a faint, composed smile on her lips. "Congratulations," she said softly. Later, as they walked together near an Obelisk 24 convenience store, Sunchan glanced at Hale and remarked thoughtfully, "Hale really is a genius. Even as friends, you can clearly see he's on another level." Adela nodded without hesitation, agreeing sincerely. "He truly is extraordinary." Sunchan continued, admiration evident. He completely changed his entire strategy mid-match, just because his opponent surrendered the first move. That level of flexibility is incredible. Pausing briefly, he asked curiously, "Has Hale always been this spontaneous? Even as a kid?" Adela sipped her juice, recalling their childhood with a thoughtful expression. "Back then, he was younger, more ways than one." Sunchan tilted his head curiously. "Do you mean immature?" Adela nodded slightly, smiling faintly. "He used to be overly optimistic, almost to the point of arrogance." Quietly, she acknowledged to herself that she had once been similar. Yet now, seeing Hale's growth firsthand, she realized little had changed in their dynamic. If anything, she found herself even more captivated by his magic, and a subtle, fond smile tugged gently at her lips. Sunchan seemed genuinely surprised that someone as meticulous as Hale had once gone through such a phase. Adela calmly clarified that this had been before Hale joined Obelisk Academy. Reflecting deeply, Sunchan suggested thoughtfully, maybe being judged as incompatible with AI magic wasn't a curse at all. It could have been a blessing in disguise. Adela looked startled at his words. Realizing her confusion, Sunchan quickly clarified, "I don't mean it as an insult. Think about it. Geniuses often become arrogant, and that arrogance slows down their growth. But Hale doesn't have that flaw. Maybe being labeled unfit erased that arrogance before it could take root." Listening closely, Adela asked softly, "You mean his failures shaped him into who he is today?" Sunchan nodded firmly, confirming her interpretation. He added with a grin, "Hale might not like hearing this theory, but now that he's found his own path, I think we can safely discuss it." His eyes brightened with determination as he turned to Adela. "We got to prove we're walking the same path. Let's give it everything we've got." Fired up, he shouted enthusiastically, "We're going all in. It's time to prepare for the Olympiad." Adela's eyes sparkled with motivation. "Agreed," she said firmly. "Let's work hard together." Standing quietly nearby, Hale smiled approvingly. Sunchan, noticing Hale's silence, turned to him in mild confusion. "What's up?" Hale gave a slight nod of approval, his voice calm, yet encouraging. "You explained it well." Laughing lightly, Sunchan jokingly replied, "So you're the one who gave me the disease, and now you're offering the cure?" Chuckling softly, Hale handed Sunchan a bottle, correcting him with mock seriousness. "No, I just wrote the prescription and provided the medicine too." Sunchan bowed dramatically, teasingly saying, "Thank you, brilliant doctor." Adela stood tall, confidently looking ahead. Hale raised his hand purposefully, calling out clearly, "All right, Adela, back to special training." Without hesitation, Adela stepped forward, accepting the challenge wholeheartedly. Inside Obelisk Academy's indoor training grounds, the Tower Lord sat slouched and breathless, clearly exhausted. Nearby, Adela stood quietly, composed and observant. Approaching carefully, Hale raised a hand toward Adela and apologized gently for interrupting her break. "Can we talk for a moment?" he asked. Adela blinked in mild surprise. "You want to talk right now?" Standing slightly apart from the others, Hale began calmly. "Now that the Olympiad team is officially confirmed, I've been thinking about revising our training schedule." He explained clearly, "Starting tomorrow, we'll be excused from regular classes." Adela nodded briefly in acknowledgement. Hale continued, his tone determined. "Even though the Academy has its own Olympiad training program, 8 hours a day isn't enough. From now on, we'll hold tactical strategy meetings each morning." Curiosity lit Adela's eyes. "Strategy meetings?" she echoed thoughtfully. "Exactly," Hale confirmed. "We'll analyze each Olympiad event in detail, especially the new rules introduced this year, to find advantages we can exploit." Intrigued but still uncertain, Adela tilted her head slightly. "Why are you telling only me?" Hale's voice softened slightly. Sunchan is already overwhelmed just with physical training. Explaining strategy to him now would be pointless. He's too exhausted to absorb it. That's fair, Adela admitted thoughtfully. Hale added, Zhang Sua from the Blue Magic Tower is already busy analyzing international competitors around the clock. Keep that in mind. We'll use that information starting tomorrow. Adela paused, raising a practical concern. Developing strategies is fine, but do you really think the third years will listen to second years' plans? Hale's lips curled into a subtle, confident smile. Calmly, he reassured her, there's a way to handle that. Nearby, third years Kong Shinwoo, Ma Jinseok, and John Hyun glanced over, more curious than cautious. Hyun remarked quietly, noting, they're even more confident than I'd heard. From across the training area, John Hyun stepped forward, hands resting lightly on her hips. With a playful but challenging smirk, she addressed Adela directly. Hey, you really meant what you said earlier about beating seniors? Unfazed, Adela replied calmly. Is there a reason I shouldn't? Hyun raised an eyebrow, amused and intrigued by Adela's boldness. Hale, observing the exchange closely, wiped sweat from his brow and raised 3 fingers, quietly pointing out, everyone except us is a third year. That could create an awkward dynamic. Surprised by his concern, Adela shrugged lightly. Why should that matter? I've already proven myself against them before. Hale paused briefly, processing her confident reply, then nodded slowly in agreement, recognizing Adela's strength and resolve. Adela calmly asked Hyun, what exactly are you referring to? Hyun narrowed her eyes, reminding Adela, you said you could beat any third-year student in a fight. Why don't you repeat that again? Unfazed, Adela maintained her composure. If you really want me to say it again, then yes. I still believe there's no one among the current third years who could defeat me. Sunchan quickly jumped in, alarmed. Hold on, he apologized hastily to the third years. Turning sharply to Adela, he scolded her. Nothing good will come from provoking our seniors. Be careful, Adela replied quietly. I was only stating the truth. Attempting to ease the tension, Sunchan turned anxiously to Hale. Hale, please don't make this worse. But Hale, with a subtle smile and calm confidence, stepped forward to address the seniors directly. Actually, he began smoothly, I've been waiting for you. Sunchan's eyes widened in panic. Hale, wait. Ignoring him, Hale calmly proposed. How about a match, second years versus third years? He bowed slightly in respect, yet his voice was firm. I apologize for issuing this challenge, but if I'm going to lead this team, I have to prove myself by defeating our seniors first. A steady silence filled the room. Kong Shinwoo stepped forward, composed and thoughtful. Just to clarify, you mean second years versus third years? A 3-on-3 match. John Hyun, visibly irritated, cut in angrily. I'll gladly accept your challenge myself. Overconfident juniors need to be put in their place. Hale smiled calmly, correcting their misunderstanding. Actually, what I'm proposing is an all-out match. All second years against all third years. 3 of us against 7 of you. Hyun's expression shifted sharply into disbelief. The Tower Lord's face turned pale, clearly alarmed. Even Adela looked momentarily puzzled. Shinwoo studied Hale carefully, eyes narrowed. What exactly is your goal here, Hale? My goal, Hale echoed calmly. Shinwoo nodded slowly, analyzing him. Someone like you doesn't provoke a fight without a clear motive. You must have a reason. Inwardly, Hale recalled seeing Shinwoo years ago. His cautious, analytical nature hadn't changed at all. A slight smile formed on Hale's lips. I simply believe that a spar is the best way to truly understand each other's capabilities. Suddenly, Ma Jinseok erupted in anger, storming toward Hale aggressively. You arrogant brat, he shouted, pointing furiously. Are you trying to embarrass us seniors by showing off your skills? Hyun's eyes shifted quickly, curiosity sparking in her expression. Beside her, Shinwoo stood thoughtfully, his hand resting on his chin. He had already seen through Hale's intentions. This newcomer wanted control of the Olympiad team. Stepping forward decisively, Shinwoo faced Hale directly, eyes blazing with intensity. Is that what you're really after? He asked pointedly. Hale stood calmly, his confidence unwavering. Hyun jabbed a finger toward Hale, voice sharp with indignation. Your arrogance is unbelievable. You and Adela might be talented, but challenging all of us is going too far. There's a limit to how much disrespect we seniors will tolerate. She shook her head dismissively, adding, maybe you could win a one-on-one duel, but 3 second years against 7 third years? It's ridiculous. Glancing aside, Hyun silently scoffed. There was no way they could overcome such overwhelming odds, especially with someone as obviously nervous as Sunchan on their team. Nearby, Sunchan was visibly uneasy, sweat trickling down his temple. Fidgeting anxiously, Sunchan muttered under his breath, Am I really that useless? Adela stood quietly beside Hale, calm and unshaken, her blue eyes reflecting clear resolve. Hale himself radiated quiet strength, standing tall and confident. Hee-yoon crossed her arms firmly, stating with authority, "Apologize now, and we might consider dropping this. It's your last chance." Shin-woo nodded in agreement, his tone calm but stern. "Hail, you've clearly crossed the line." Hale's expression remained cool and composed. He exhaled slowly, his voice quiet but firm. "All this talk is getting tiresome." Shinwoo's mouth curved slightly into a smirk. Behind Hale, Soon-chan covered his mouth in panic, whispering anxiously, "He's completely lost it." Adela's calm expression finally tightened, anger flickering briefly across her usually serene face. Then Hale spoke again, his voice unwavering and direct. "Who exactly are the useless ones here?" Silence fell sharply. Hale's eyes narrowed, locking onto theirs with determination. "Enough talking," he declared firmly. "Let's settle this with action." Taking a decisive step forward, his gaze powerful and commanding, Hale addressed them clearly, confidently uttering one final word. "Seniors." While standing beneath the bright sunlight beside the jogging track, Shin Hale and his team boldly challenged their seniors. His friend Sun-chan attempted to stop him, but their other companion, Adela, stood firmly with Shin Hale and motivated him further. Upon hearing the challenge, the seniors, already in an aggressive mood, accepted the fight. It became an official confrontation between second-year and third-year students. Shin Hale's team consisted of only 3 members, whereas the senior team had more than double the number, 7 members in total. All the seniors were furious, trying to suppress their emotions, but Shin Hale's constant taunting pushed the situation far beyond reconciliation. In his anger, Ma Jin-suk questioned Kang Shin-woo, the leader of the third year, if he agreed to this reckless challenge, and Kang Shin-woo gave his approval. With that, Ma Jin-suk declared the match official, a 3 versus 7 battle. As the topic shifted toward strategy, Ma Jin-suk stated that if their team lost, they would adopt the junior strategies moving forward. Wearing a smug and egoistic smile, Shin Hale agreed and turned to walk away to prepare for the match. Ma Jin-suk then asked him what they would gain if the seniors won. Without even glancing back, Shin Hale responded that they could ask for whatever they wanted, even if it meant asking him to quit playing something he believed would never happen, and continued walking. The seniors stood there, laughing bitterly with anger simmering inside them, waiting for the match to begin so they could teach him a lesson. Among them, John Hee-yoon was particularly enraged and eager to humble the juniors, but she had no choice but to wait for the battle to start. As Shin Hale departed, he added one final condition. If the juniors won, the seniors would have to apologize to Sun-chan for ever calling him useless. Soon, the stage was set inside the Obelisk Academy Coliseum, and the chosen battlefield was a mountain at night. Both teams were positioned on their respective sides, deciding strategies during the 5-minute prep time allotted before the siege began. They all adjusted their positions for the most strategic advantage. An announcement was made, declaring that the match between 3 versus 7 was a simplified siege battle under international rules. Each team had been assigned a location, and the objective was to capture the opponent's flag. Shin Hale stood arrogantly in front of his team's flag, thinking about how quickly he would wrap up the match. He noticed Sun-chan sitting beside the flag and asked if he was all right. Still overwhelmed and downcast, Sun-chan asked whether provoking the seniors like this had been necessary. In response, Shin Hale questioned what he meant. Sun-chan clarified that he was referring to how Shin had deliberately provoked the seniors by targeting their emotions just to incite the match. He added that the juniors were already following Shin Hale's lead, yet he still felt the need to manipulate them into agreeing to a match, all just to win. Standing confidently, Shin Hale responded with his trademark egoistic smirk, claiming that mere obedience wasn't enough for him. He needed them to obey completely, inside and out. He promised Sun-chan that he would handle everything and reminded him that no one understood the nature of the upcoming battle better than Sun-chan himself. Still troubled, Sun-chan asked if pushing the seniors this hard wouldn't just breed resentment. Again, with a prideful grin, Shin Hale assured him that he already had a plan to overcome the seniors. He added that if they achieved a dominant victory, there would be no room left for bitterness. While saying this, he already began celebrating the outcome, while Sun-chan internally scolded himself for even asking, knowing he would never truly understand Shin Hale's mindset. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the senior team burned with rage, furious that a junior dared to command them. All of them longed to punish Shin Hale for his arrogance. John Hee-yoon, especially, was cursing him under her breath, unable to forgive his bold claim that he would bet anything, even his entire future, on their victory. Unexpectedly, Kang Shin-woo remained composed and urged John Hee-yoon to calm down and focus, reminding her that only 5 minutes remained until the battle commenced. Hearing Kang Shin-woo's words, John Hee-yoon tried to soothe her fury by telling herself that in just 5 minutes, she would get her chance to teach the juniors a lesson they would never forget. However, Her anger reignited the moment she recalled that the juniors had demanded an apology for calling Sunshine useless. She justified it to herself, muttering that calling a useless person what they are isn't wrong. Watching her spiral, Ja Min-sik began to feel mentally exhausted. Kang Shin-woo turned to Ja Min-sik, noting that although he had wanted to calm the team, it was no longer the time for restraint. Ja Min-sik agreed. Realizing he could no longer hold back, he decided to channel his rage into raw power from the very beginning, comforting himself with the belief that anger drives strength and is the best natural performance enhancer. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived. The battle announcement echoed through the Colosseum. Everyone, hearing it, settled down, mentally preparing for the siege. The countdown began 3, 2, 1. Ja Min-sik gave the immediate order for everyone to attack and seize the opponent's flag as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Shin Hail and Adela advanced together toward the enemy's side, aiming for the seniors' flag. They left Sunshine behind to defend their territory, fully confident in his ability to guard their flag. Standing resolutely, Sunshine prepared to protect their position from any incoming enemies. 5 minutes into the match, John Hee-yoon had already infiltrated their area. Perched silently on a tree branch, she was stunned to see that only one person, Sunshine, was guarding the flag alone. She immediately contacted Ja Min-sik to inform him of her discovery. He asked who was guarding the flag, and with a devilish grin, John Hee-yoon replied that it was none other than the so-called useless guy, standing there by himself. Ja Min-sik began to question whether Sunshine was alone or if someone was lying in wait to ambush them during the assault. Given the darkness of the field, John Hee-yoon couldn't be entirely sure either. Ja Min-sik warned her to remain cautious, suggesting there could be someone else nearby in hiding, and instructed her to proceed carefully with the attack. Without wasting any further time, John Hee-yoon jumped down in front of Sunshine, confirming that he was indeed alone. Once again, she mocked him by calling him useless. In response, Sunshine admitted that he was defending the flag all by himself. She asked if he had expected her to be the first to attack, and Sunshine calmly confirmed that he had. Curious, she then questioned how he had known it would be her. Without hesitation, Sunshine explained that Shin Hail had predicted it and referred to her as the gorilla who would come. However, as he recalled, Shin Hail had mentioned her by name. It was Sunshine himself who had labeled her with the insult. He went on to explain that Shin Hail knew she had a short temper and figured they would assign her to attack rather than defend. After hearing everything, John Hee-yoon grew even more furious, realizing the juniors had provoked her intentionally so she would be the first to attack. Infuriated, she launched her offensive move. Flame Sniper, her strongest attack, surged towards Sunshine. But to her shock, he effortlessly blocked it. In that moment, Sunshine remembered the reason behind his placement. His technique made him the ideal defender, and the flag was the most vital position to protect. The siege battle had already commenced, and the assault on the juniors had begun. Sunshine was doing his utmost to defend the flag from John Hee-yoon, who had already launched her most powerful attack right at the start. However, Sunshine effortlessly blocked it, which left her slightly unsettled and increasingly enraged. Before the match had even begun, Shin Hail had spoken to Sunshine. He reassured him that he was not useless and affirmed that he was the only one naturally born to be the tank of their team. Shocked by this claim, Sunshine had asked why he was being called a tank and why he had been chosen. With a radiant expression, Shin Hail explained that a tank was someone who safeguarded his territory and protected his teammates at all costs. Shin Hail went on to brief him about the enemy mages who would be attacking, clarifying that they possessed primary attributes, each with its specialty. He mentioned Kim Kanjin of the Blue Magic Tower, who specialized in water attributes, James Filler, the master of the Red Magic Tower, who primarily utilized fire attributes, and John Hee-yoon, who also mainly wielded fire attributes. Shin Hail elaborated that when these mages used their primary attributes, their mana consumption was significantly reduced, while the impact and intensity of their attacks increased, causing more severe damage to the enemy. Finally, Shin Hail disclosed that Sunshine had no primary attribute, and it would be wasteful to include him in the offensive lineup. Instead, he emphasized that Sunshine was uniquely gifted in defense magic, and it was his responsibility alone to guard the flag from enemy attacks using his powers without requiring any assistance. Now, on the battlefield, Sunshine was successfully blocking John Hee-yoon, and her relentless attacks proved to be ineffective against his formidable defense magic. No matter what strategy she attempted, John Hee-yoon found herself unable to break through. Frustrated and fuming, she cursed while begrudgingly acknowledging that Shin Hail and Adela might have been the ones behind Suinchan's strength, unaware that he had always possessed the qualities of a true tank. Despite channeling all her fury and magical attributes, John Hee-yoon continued to mock him, claiming that he was delusional and insignificant compared to Shin Hail and Adela, labeling him as nothing more than an extra. Though her words momentarily disheartened Sunshine, he refused to give her an opening. Instead, he turned the tables by mocking her, calling her weak and taunting that if these were the extent of her powers, then he could guard the flag effortlessly. John Hyun grew even more incensed upon hearing his remarks. But before she could retaliate further, 2 additional team members arrived to support her. Shin Hail had already warned Suncheon that 3 enemies sharing the same primary attribute would come, and only he could withstand their combined strength. Now facing a trio of mages, Suncheon defiantly stood his ground, taunting them as losers while they launched their coordinated attacks. Unfazed, John Hyun yelled at him to stay quiet and prepare for her chest impact attack. Yet, once again, her powerful strike proved utterly useless against Suinchan's impenetrable defenses. He continued to dominate, standing resolutely in front of the flag. Unwilling to concede, John Hyun struck again, but still, not even a scratch appeared on Suinchan's shield. Astonished by its strength, she began to question what material it was forged from, realizing how incredibly difficult it was to penetrate. Meanwhile, the senior spectators speculated about the unique form of defense magic Suncheon was using, one they had never witnessed before. Convinced that a synchronized attack would finally succeed, John Hyun commanded her allies to strike together. Arrogantly overconfident, she failed to consider the consequences that awaited her. Just as all 3 mages charged at Suncheon simultaneously, a magical bullet suddenly descended from the sky, striking the senior mages with incredible force. Caught completely off guard, they collapsed, stunned by the unexpected interference. Initially, John Hyun assumed it was Shin Hail attacking from the shadows and cursed him, but as more bullets rained down, she realized they were Adela's moonlight bullets and cursed her as well. It had all been a pre-planned strategy devised by the juniors. Adela had set a trap so that when the seniors grouped, the bullets would fall precisely on them. However, Ma Jin-suk's voice rang out, calling to John Hyun and accusing her of joking around, informing her that both Shin Hail and Adela were right in front of him, and he was completely alone. Regret flooded him as he cursed himself for sending support to John Hyun while leaving himself defenseless. Now, there was no turning back. He stood isolated before Shin Hail and Adela, lamenting that his decision had left him exposed. Senior Team 1, upon hearing that Shin Hail and Adela were present on both flanks, grew increasingly confused. While they were struggling against Suncheon with no chance of advancement, they were now simultaneously being bombarded by Adela's random, falling attacks. Desperately trying to dodge the projectiles, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Cursing her in frustration, they soon fell to the ground, breathless and defeated, with no option left but to surrender. Meanwhile, the second senior team, led by Kang Shin-woo, faced its dilemma. Originally dispatched to support John Hyun, they now received urgent calls from Ma Jin-suk. Torn between the two, they scrambled to decide which location required immediate reinforcement. Kang Shin-woo, analyzing the situation swiftly, ordered his team to retreat and rush back to protect Ma Jin-suk and defend their flag from further enemy advances. Back on the battlefield, Shin Hail stood before Ma Jin-suk, smiling with amusement. He calmly clarified the situation, assuring him that the match would soon be over. Beside him stood Adela, eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity, declaring that he was finished. Ma Jin-suk, standing in front of his team's flag, wore a strange smile. He tried to convince himself that this was all a mistake, but he knew deep down it was too late to undo anything. He admitted to himself that he might have been able to defeat Shin Hail alone, but with Adela beside him, his chances had dwindled to none. In his mind, he imagined himself cornered by 2 ferocious beasts, a dragon and a tiger, both ready to devour him. With no other choice, Shin Hail and Adela launched their attacks, and in a matter of seconds, Ma Jin-suk was overwhelmed. Accepting his inevitable defeat, he collapsed. As Kang Shin-woo and his team arrived at the scene to offer backup, they were greeted by the sight of Ma Jin-suk lying on the ground, admitting defeat with a sense of resignation. Gracefully and proudly, Shin Hail stood with the flag raised high, symbolizing their victory. Elsewhere on the battlefield, John Hyun was also down, gasping for air in the aftermath of her team's defeat. Meanwhile, Suncheon stood triumphant, celebrating his hard-fought victory over the senior team. After the friendly match, everyone gathered in the Obelisk Academy conference room. Since the results were in favor of the juniors, they were quite confident, standing in front of their seniors with pride in their victory. On the other hand, the seniors sat quietly in their chairs, unable to speak, weighed down by the embarrassment of their loss. Suddenly, John Hyun punched Ma Jin-suk's arm out of frustration, blaming him for the defeat. She reminded him that he was supposed to stop the enemy from taking the flag and stall for time until Kang Shin-woo could return. However, Ma Jin-suk had no proper response. He argued back, saying it wasn't only her who had to deal with 2 opponents, so why was she blaming him alone? He added that it was her fault for giving the wrong information about the enemy's location. She had claimed all enemies were attacking her, which led him to send the other teammates to defend her. But it turned out to be a trap, and he was left alone, allowing the enemy to take the flag. Confused and defensive, John Hyun insisted it wasn't her fault. She explained that it was Hale and Adela who had attacked her. Growing annoyed with their argument, Kang Shin-woo stepped in. He asked both of them to stop and told them to let go of their emotions. He explained that it wasn't their fault. They lost because the other team simply played better. After hearing his words, everyone went quiet, embarrassed. They avoided each other's gaze and remained seated. Then, Kang Shin-woo turned to Shin Hale and asked a question on everyone's mind. How were you able to appear on both sides? What trick did you use? Shin Hale agreed to explain the situation that had made them so curious. He began by stating that Soon-chan was the only one guarding the flag. Upon hearing this, John Hyun was shocked. She asked whether the strange wind cutters and moonlight bullets were also Soon-chan's abilities. But Shin Hale denied it. He clarified that those were his and Adela's spells. He had created traps and spells that lured the enemy into difficult situations. Frustrated, Ma Jin-suk shouted that it wasn't possible. He said Shin Hale had been standing in front of him, but how could he cast long-range spells from such a distance? Shin Hale calmly explained that it was indeed his doing. The moonlight spells were his as well. John Hyun then questioned whether those spells weren't classified as secret spells from the Mystic Authority. She asked Adela if she had broken the rules and leaked the spell. Shin Hale cleared up their doubts. He said his spells weren't secret ones. He had deciphered them through his analysis. Kang Shin-woo wondered aloud whether it was even possible to analyze a secret spell, but Shin Hale confirmed that it was. He had mystic eyes, the kind that could see magic formulas. Everyone in the room was stunned by the revelation. Shin Hale had mystic eyes. Ma Jin-suk was shocked. He thought it was impossible to possess such power. Shin Hale explained further. With his mystic eyes, he had analyzed the Moonlight Blast spell. At the start of the match, he pre-positioned wind cutters and moonlight blasts around the battlefield. With the help of pre-cast floating spells, he was able to perform long-range magic attacks. He mentioned that it was a modified version of the spells he had used against Ju Hanwook of the Blue Magic Tower. Kang Shin-woo then asked how Shin Hale had aimed so accurately that his spells had flown straight at the enemies with perfect precision. Soon-chan stood up and answered. It was because of him. He had given Shin Hale the numbers beforehand. Kang Shin-woo asked if it was some sort of coordination system. Shin Hale clarified that it wasn't exactly that. The first number was the ID of the fixed spell, and the second was the angle to adjust the spell's trajectory. He said he had shared the spell setup with Soon-chan and Adela, but not the tenor-style spell. He concluded by saying that was all he could reveal about his magic. In his mind, Shin Hale felt relieved. Now that both Adela and Soon-chan, and even the seniors, knew about his techniques, things would be easier moving forward. It would help him convince the seniors, too. He stated that his ultimate goal was victory. He wanted a gold medal, no matter what. For that, he needed full cooperation from every team member. This friendly match, he said, proved his strength and the effectiveness of his strategies. He also apologized to the seniors for being rude earlier and asked them to follow his lead. He promised that if they did, he would deliver them a championship. Then, John Hyun suddenly spoke. She declared that she wasn't happy, but she would go along with Shin Hale's idea. Everyone was surprised to see the usually fierce John Hyun calm. She said it was a bet, and she lost. Now, she would cooperate. If she didn't go along with the plan, she'd have to give up her position as a national representative. Concluding her words, she walked up to Soon-chan and apologized for calling him useless. She acknowledged that his defense magic was solid. Soon-chan, appreciating her words, complimented her powerful fire magic in return. Shin Hale, Adela, and Soon-chan were all sitting in the cafeteria having their lunch. Shin Hale called their attention and appreciated his team for doing a great job in defeating the third-year seniors. The protagonist then asked them for a favor. He told them that he wouldn't be joining the evening training, and they would have to continue without him for a while, as he had something to do alone. Adela, curious, asked him if he was going to do mana circulation training or something else. Shin replied with a yes. He told them that he was beginning to get a glimpse of the wall of enlightenment. Adela and Soon-chan were stunned after hearing him. Adela asked if he meant the wall of the fifth circle. Meanwhile, Shin Hale, in his mind, was thinking that he could not tell these two about the tenor-style magic either. He had already announced it to the world under a different name, modification magic. The power of by tenor-style third circle magic was already equal to all the magic of the fourth circle. So, if Hale wanted to claim that he was reaching the fifth circle, he needed more time to construct by the tenor-style fourth circle magic. All this was circling in Hale's mind. The words wall of enlightenment that he used were only a bait so he could buy some time, and no one would know his true goals. Soon-chan, while standing there, whispered into Adela's ear that obtaining the fifth circle at the age of 18 was even possible. He continued with harsh words, saying that Hale was just spouting nonsense, nothing more. But Adela was proud of Shin Hale. She told Sunshan that if he succeeded, he would be the youngest to reach the 5th circle. Adela was so happy for Shin Hale that her eyes sparkled, full of belief, without a single doubt. Shin Hale saw all of that and then brought them back to the favor he was asking. The protagonist then reminded them again that he would not be able to attend the evening training and asked them to understand his situation and continue without him. Adela, while laughing, accepted. She told him that if it was for that reason, then he could skip training and there was no need for him to attend at all. As Adela gave her permission, Sunshan agreed as well and told him that starting from tomorrow, there was no need for him to join, while smiling at him. Shin Hale saw the smiles of his friends and felt relaxed seeing them happy. He also told them not to worry. He would still check up on them and would monitor how their physical fitness test scores were going regularly. Then Shin Hale went to the head family of the mage clan. There in the study, Shin Hale asked his father for 3 items. The first was the horn of the octagon beast, the second was the heart of the catastrophe, and the third was the eye of Leviathan. His father told him that he was expecting such a demand. He pointed out that these were some of the most outrageously expensive materials. He asked why Shin Hale needed these items and what his plan was for using them. With anger on his face, Shin Hale told him that the items he was asking for were necessary for his magical achievement. With his limited knowledge and research, the protagonist explained that he had found a hint to weave the 4th circle from the springs of Mimir. Some days ago, he was in the library, and he started telling the story of what had happened to him there. While sitting around the books in the library, Shin Hale looked around. Mimir, who was sitting in front of him wearing mage clothes, was also reading a book. As he searched for a specific book, he recalled that there should be a version with a more intuitive explanation about the rings of expansion. Suddenly, Mimir, sitting across from him, whispered that there was no such book with more explanation. He thought that she wasn't helping and was just making things more difficult for him. As he looked around, some books slipped and fell. Looking down at the fallen books, he found the one he had been searching for, a book about magic potions. As he flipped through its pages, he realized it was an old book. While reading it, he found information about the elixir potion. Upon finding it, he shouted that this was the book he had been looking for. Mimir was also shocked to see how he had found the book. Shin Hale started reading it, and as he saw the information, it all began to make sense and answered his questions. In the book, the protagonist found a recipe for a potion that could absorb a large amount of mana. He thought that if he could make this potion, it would shorten the time needed to acquire the rings of expansion. After telling the story of how he got his hands on the secret, he told his father that now he was standing before the wall of enlightenment. His father then asked him if that meant he was getting closer to reaching the 5th circle, with a question in his mind. Shin Hale confidently told him that he was correct. The items he had requested were essential ingredients for him to achieve a magical breakthrough. He explained that most of the ingredients he could gather himself, but for the rare materials not available on the market, he would have to rely on his father's influence. His father, after listening to the story and the request, concluded that Shin Hale was not lying. The materials were indeed for making a potion. Shin Hale confirmed that his theory was correct. His father also asked where he had gotten the information about the potion, since he had never seen such a formula before. Shin Hale told him that he got it from an ancient book. With a thoughtful gaze, his father whispered the words ancient potion and agreed to his demand. He told Hale that he would give it to him. Upon hearing that, Hale welcomed the decision. His father then recalled how Shin Hale first took an ancient robe from him, and now he wanted to make an ancient potion. Smiling, he said that he had no idea what Shin Hale was really up to. As they both sat in the car, his father started asking him questions about his magic. He asked about the spells he had used in the duel with Ju Hanwook, and also about the questions the Blue Tower Master had asked him. He asked everything that Shin wasn't expecting, but Shin didn't respond to any of it. He was sure that in time, he would end up answering because nothing would remain hidden. As they reached the monster byproduct street, Shin Hale went in to find the items he needed, ones that were easy to get. As he started window shopping, there were many items, but none were suitable for him. Then a woman tried to grab his attention and asked him to buy products from her shop. She even showed him her rare items, but he refused to buy them. He told her that she was a fake and revealed the truth about what she was selling. In his mind, Shin thought that the shopkeeper believed he was an easy target, but he had already memorized 40,000 spells and knew every monster byproduct, so he was not someone who could be fooled. To make the spell, Shin Hale required ingredients, and for that reason, he went to Monster Byproduct Street. Shin Hale had thought about making his ancient potion. Also, he was careful not to buy something useless, as there were a lot of swindlers who were trying to sell fake monster byproducts. As far as he has gotten, only a lady tried to sway him, but as he had already memorized the formulae of a lot of potions, there was no way he couldn't tell if it was a fake or real. As he started to travel more inside the market, an old man came near him and called out to him. He told Shin that he had gotten some sharp eyes for his young age. Shin Hale replied that he wanted something from him. The old man saw his attitude. but still he told him that he wanted to help him get what he wanted, as the shop he was in before was backed by an organization. Shin Hale smilingly told that it is no problem, and if somebody gets swayed by such shops, he would be a big fool. Old appreciated him for being funny, and he told him that he would give Shin Hale a good deal, so he should come by his shop for a bit. Shin replied by agreeing with him, and asked if he happened to have black bull horns. The old man wrapped his arm around Shin Hale and started to push him towards his shop, and told him that he had gotten the black bull horn just yesterday. As they reached the old man's shop, he asked Shin Hale to wait, and he would bring the item out for him to take. After a few minutes, he came out, while he had the horns in his hand, and he offered them to Shin Hale to hold. He also said that this is a flawless grade item with purity over 90%. He said that if there is any doubt, he could check its purity from the manometer, as they do not lie. So Shin Hale checked the purity, and he was correct. The meter showed more than 90% reading on the meter. The old man was happy for him, and said that this was fate, and asked for 27 million won against that horn. He also said that such high-grade byproduct usually goes for more than 30 million won. But today is Shin's lucky day. But there was a twist. Shin, with a devil smile, asked when the horns of an African bull became the horns of a black bull. Upon hearing him, the old man got cautious and knew he had been caught by him. Shin Hale, in his mind, cleared the picture that the previous lady openly tried to sell him the fake product, and he caught her easily. But this old man used the manometer proof, but since he was a master in knowing the fake product, he was not swayed easily. With his devilish smile, he then asked the old man will he would still make a joke out of him, or does he have the real item and not waste his time at all. The old man then changed his style of walking and told Shin that he was not an ordinary kid, asked him to step inside his shop, and apologized for swaying him. Shin's father was traveling in his car with his secretary. His secretary saw a huge amount of money being transferred from the young master Shin's card given by his father, and he told Shin's father about the transaction and questioned him why he would be doing that. In return, Shin's father told him that he had given Shin permission and the card to freely use and get whatever special ingredient he wanted. His secretary asked what kind of ingredients he was purchasing from the market, which cost such a high price, and what the young master would do with them. Shin's father replied that he was making an ancient elixir. The secretary, with suspicion, and asked again if Shin Haniel was doing something unusual. He also told him that he would check the quality of the byproducts he had bought, but Shin's father told him that there was no need. Shin Haniel had already mastered all monster byproducts from the age of 5, and he didn't raise his son to be stupid enough not to tell the real from a fake item. Shin's father then asked what happened to the octagon beast's horns. The secretary replied to him, confirming that they're finished with the deal, just the price negotiation is being held. Shin's father was also told that it would take about 1 week to import the item, too. Shin's father then silenced his secretary and asked him what happened to the internal audit he ordered earlier. In reply, the secretary said that they were investigating it carefully and someone was colluding with the Black Magic Tower. He also said that he deliberately leaked part of the Black Tower-related report and saw signs of tampering, but he was not able to identify who was behind it, and he also apologized for the situation. He elaborated the situation to Shin's father that they have narrowed the suspect down to high-ranking individuals capable of altering top-level family reports. But even after conducting an investigation, they had found no suspicious clues. Shin's father was not surprised upon hearing no suspicious clues and being too clean. He whispered that if they are too clean, that means they are suspicious. He then told his secretary that if they are too clean, then it would probably be meaningless to investigate further, and asked them to wait until the traitor makes contact with the Black Magic Tower. They should all be ready for that. While Shin Hale went back to the library and was fully exhausted, the girl there called him master and appreciated that he was able to gather a lot of byproducts, and only a few were left to complete the potion. Shin Hale, while reading the book again and thinking that if the elixir potion is made and he can use it and enhance its mana, he can easily weave the ring of expansion. The girl then asked when the left item would arrive. So Shin replied that he had asked his father to get them for him, and he said that it would take a week for the item to arrive. The girl then told him that it would be perfect for him, as that lined up perfectly with the Olympiad. But Shin was not satisfied. He said that even if the elixir is finished, he can't use it right away. He told her that the book stated that to maximize the effect of the elixir, it must be consumed in a place where the ambient mana concentration is high, and the person using it must perform mana circulation afterward to draw out the elixir's full effect. The girl in curiosity asked that does he had such a place. In return, he replied that he has a place in mind. The girl was even more curious now and asked where, so he told her that in Baekneon Island. Shin told her that the research shows that it's the island with the highest mana concentration in the country, and recently, the mana concentration there has been steadily rising. The girl told him that he had a plan to go there. In return, he told her that yes, he had one plan, while Shin went back to his friends and told them that they would go to a training camp on Baekneon Island. Upon hearing him, all of his friends were excited to go there. Shin Hale joined the others in the training and broke the news to them. Shin Hale told everyone that there had been a change, and now they were welcome to join a training camp on Bangyang Island for a week. Shin explained to them that it would be 5 nights and 6 days of special training, and he personally asked the Blue Magic Tower lore for this special arrangement, so everyone should prepare for it. John Hee-yoon, upon hearing the news, leaned onto Adela and smilingly said that it would be a lot of fun in the camp. Kang Shin-woo also thought of it as a great opportunity and suggested starting preparations for the training. Soon-chan also mentioned that it would be less tiring since the Blue Magic Tower had prepared it for them. Ma Jin-suk also told everyone to take it easy. Shin Hail, while seeing everyone together, was assured that the atmosphere was now settled, and the conflict between second and third years also seemed to be resolved. Hale told everyone that he had already managed everyone's training schedule. In his mind, Hale thought that now, with the help of the Blue Magic Tower, he had naturally begun to earn everyone's trust. Shin then announced that first, they all had to head to the Blue Magic Tower right now and undergo a unique mana test. As they all went to the Blue Magic Tower headquarters, a lady stood in front of them, waiting for their arrival. She introduced herself as Young Sua from the Blue Magic Tower. Young Sua then asked those who had to go under the unique mana test to follow her. Secretly, she asked Hale if the master of the tower had requested to see him alone. As Shin Hale reached the office of Kim Kanjin, he was warmly welcomed, and Kim asked how his training was going. Hale replied with a smile that his training was going well because of him. Kim asked if there was any discord or issue within the team, as they were seniors and juniors, but Hale told him that he had already resolved every issue, and now they were working as one unit. Everyone was trying to work together, and since it hadn't been long, everyone was giving their best. Kim was happy to hear that they all were trying their best, and so he assured Shin that if things kept going like this, he would take care of everything. Shin was very thankful for Kim's help, and even thanked him for the Bangyang Island matter. Kim laughed and told him that it was nothing, it was easy for him to rent out the whole island, and then he got to the point for which he had called him. Kim asked Shin Hale if he had a rough idea of what he was asking. Shin replied, artifact. Kim confirmed that he was right. He wanted Shin to prepare to engrave his unique mana onto the artifact. While they talked about the unique engraving, Shin's team was going through the test, specifically the ones needed for the unique mana engraving. Kim, in the end, told Shin that he should also hurry to complete the mana test before the group training begins. Shin told him that he would complete his test after 8 p.m. He also questioned Kim about whether the unique mana engraving had been mentioned, which meant the outline for completing the artifact was taking shape. In return, Kim replied that yes, things would go quickly, and at least 2 to 3 weeks would be taken, and without any doubt, they were planning to complete it during the Olympiad period. In between the test, Shin Hale went back to the library, and there he finished reading the ancient book he had found and told Mimir that he had finished the book. So Mimir used her magic and gave him a new book to read. Mimir then asked him how the preparation was going so far. Shin asked her which preparation she meant, about the Ring of Expansion or the Olympiad. She asked that he tell her about both. Shin then told her that his preparation for the Olympiad was going fine, but there was no real progress with the Ring of Expansion. Mimir then asked him if it was really hard to weave the Ring of Expansion, but Shin told her the opposite. He had theoretically mastered it completely, but the problem was that his body was overwhelmingly lacking in mana. So Mimir realized that, in the end, the blessing of mana was the key. Also, Shin told her that, fortunately, the materials that were supposed to be delivered 1 week later were going to arrive soon, as the law had been revised, and now was easier to import items. Mimir was shocked that the law had suddenly been revised. With a devilish smile, Shin whispered that his father must have done something to change the law, and upon hearing him, Mimir called him lucky to be his successor. The next night, in the Blue Magic Tower headquarters, Shin had just finished his test and was all worn out. Kim appreciated him for doing the hard work and asked how the test was, as it was the first time Hale was taking this type of mana test. Shin told him that it was simple and fine, but too long. Kim told him he couldn't say that. It was still very fast. He also said it only took 1 hour for the test, but normally it took 8 hours. Shin was shocked upon hearing that it usually took 8 hours. Kim told him that calling this test easy was not normal. That was something amazing. The test might be simple, but repeatedly moving mana and maintaining precision within a 0.3% margin of error was not easy. But Shin Hale replied that for someone like him who had mastered the second trial, it was as easy as pie. Kim then told him that the results of his test were quite good, and they did not have to worry about the artifact quality. At the level he was, he might be worth aiming for a masterpiece. Shin Hale laughed and said that wasn't a masterpiece, a bit too much. Shin told him that in the Blue Magic Tower, there was an S-Class 4th tier artifact, an Imperial Ring, that could be used. Kim told him it could be done, as Shin could control an artifact that didn't fall short of the Imperial Ring. Upon hearing that, Shin Hale realized he would now be able to weave an artifact of at least S-Class and 4th tier. Shin smiled to himself, his thoughts solely focused on the Imperial Ring. In the lab, after the test results of Shin Hale came out, it showed that he could weave a S-class 4th-tier artifact, which was a great achievement for him. Upon hearing the news, Shin Hale only had one thought in his mind, that now he can weave the Imperial Ring as it is much as level as he can offer. Shin Hale was way too excited and was only thinking about what to do next. Kim saw him and remarked that it was the first time he had seen Shin Hale so excited. Shin Hale fully energetically replied that yes, he is excited that his artifact is being compared to the Imperial Ring. He then asked if the artifact was named yet, but suddenly he had a notification on his phone, and he excused them as it was from his father. His father texted that the ship is scheduled to arrive at the port at 2:30 a.m. today. The material handover is scheduled for tomorrow at 6:30 p.m., and Sukhayan will deliver the material to match the end of the training. Upon reading the text, Shin Hale was sparkling as all the ingredients to make the potions were gathered. The day at 8 a.m., Shin Hale was in the library with Mimir, and they both together were both gazing upon the material gathered there, and Shin told her that the materials are all of top quality. Mimir was smiling and happy to have them, but the size of them was also perfect. She also told them that with all this, they can get started on the potion right away. So she started to prepare the ingredients. They both kept some of the materials saved so that if they got into any trouble with the formula going wrong, they could try once more. Stepwise, they both started to cut the excessive material. First, they cut the crystals carefully so that they would not be wasted. Then they had some tentacles which they carefully cut off to the perfect size they wanted. Some ingredients were weak in front of the light, so they carefully took some of their parts for the potion. After some time, they had separated the simple material and were now left with the most important and main materials. Mimir then asked that they take a short break first, and Shin agreed with her, as he was also very tired. Lastly, the materials left were the Octa Deer's Horn, the Heart of a Catastrophe, and the Eye of a Leviathan. Shin Hale told himself that these are the most expensive materials, and on top, he won't be able to get these materials ever again in such high quality. So he should not mess things up at all. Then he took a short tea break and relaxed. After some time had passed, he was back on his feet and was ready to complete the potion making. He then grabbed the Octa Deer's Horn, and then he injected as much mana as possible into the carving knife. Then he started to peel some of the part of the Octa Deer's Horn slowly and steadily. Mimir, on the other hand, said that the Heart of Catastrophe must be soaked in water mixed with ground fairy wings powder to completely drain the blood. While they do it, they need to maintain the water temperature at 25 degrees. As the process was so delicate, she told them that while this all happened, nobody should move their eyes off it for 6 hours. Finally, it was the turn of the Leviathan's eyes. Mimir told him that he has to coat the eyeball with mana, but with care, or else it will explode while boiling. As with all the ingredients were pre-processed. Now, it was the last step to simmer the ingredients while stirring constantly for 10 hours. It was morning already. Mad Shin Hale was lying on the ground, fully exhausted from the stirring and hard work, and Mimir was smiling at the efforts he had put into making the potion, the blessing of mana. Now it was time to go to the island for the training camp, as they all were settled in the ship and they were having the time of their lives. The weather was also great, while Shin Hale stood on the side waiting to reach the island, thinking that now all the preparation was done to weave the expansion circle. Sunchan suddenly came and wrapped his arms around Shin Hale, telling him that he was posing like he was a model and asked him they take a selfie together. With a wonderful sea in the background, they both clicked a photo. As he was done taking the photo, he thought that something was missing. Hale didn't understand him, but Sunchan told him that Adela was missing from the photo, and so he called her to join them in the selfie. After Sunchan insisted her, she also joined to take the selfie with a sea background. After a long-awaited journey, Shin Hale with his companion reached Bengniang Island. Everyone was standing at the top of the ship, gazing upon the island. After landing on the island, they went straight to the hotel where they were going to stay and train, named Harleton. Shin Hale told everyone that this is the accommodation prepared by the Blue Magic Tower. And everyone, upon hearing him, was more excited than him. First, as they checked in, a huge feast was prepared for them. Seeing the food prepared for them, Sunchan and John Hee-yoon were smiling, as a lot of dishes were prepared for them. Then Shin Hale came and announced that they should finish their food quickly, and in 30 minutes, gather around in the training area, and they will begin the training soon. He told us to arrive at 3:30 at the training ground in short. On Bengniang Island, a magic training ground, everyone gathered around, and Shin Hale stood in front of them to lead them in their training. Shin Hale then told them that before they start their training, there is something they need to do first. He explained to everyone that this island has denser mana concentration than any other region, so everyone will feel a strong sense of discomfort when they try to absorb mana through the circle. He then told everyone to circulate the mana once. He then called everyone's name and told them what to do. He first called Senior Shinwoo and Adela, telling them that they do not need any help from him. They just need to do what they are doing, then he called. Senior Jin Suk told him that he should lower his circle output by about 20%. Then he called. Senior Hee-young, and told her that she should increase the circle output by about 20%, the opposite of Jin-suk. He then called Soon-chan and told him to reduce his output by 50% and adjust his posture to fit his body type. Soon-chan, in return, told him that he is now feeling more comfortable doing them. He told the other seniors the same, to increase and reduce their output for the best results. And lastly, he told them to stay in this posture for at least 1 hour. Soon-chan called him in terror and told him should kill him instead of making him do so, but the other just stayed still. As soon as 1 hour passed, Shin Hail then told everyone to stop, and they were all relieved and took a huge breath of being freed. He then saw everyone and noticed that Shinwoo and Adela were the only ones who were not tired, and were even starting to help others catch their breath. Jeon Hee-yoon and others said that it was too tiring and tough for them. Adela, in her full strength, went to the other and passed them water, and as Shin Hail saw her, he was amazed me the Mystic House being on a different level. Shin Hail then asked everyone if, from this training, everybody had gotten an idea. He then asked them a question if there were any, but everyone said no. Then he announced that the type of training they were going to do on this island was self-directed training. Jin-suk questioned him about what type of training this is. Shin Hail then said that in this type, everyone will train at their own pace, and concluded that he had given all the advice he could. He said that during the training, they all have to make their judgments and carry them out independently. Jeon Hee-yoon asked Shin that you told that what we are doing, but what will he do at this time? Shin Hail replied that he has his adaptation training. Shin Hail then recalled that first, he had to get used to the island's mana density, so when he drinks the potion, he can increase its efficiency. Jeon Hee-yoon and Adela whispered to each other that it was Shin Hail's first time on this island, but they thought that he had come before, but it was a no. And so he sent everyone to do their training and was left alone. As the density on the island was thicker than the expectation of Shin Hail expected, he was excited to use the potion. To weave the ring of expansion, Shin Hanyul needed to make the most of the environment to get the maximum results. As he traveled on the island, he reached a place that was most suitable for him to take the potion. On the island, he found a mana veins. The place where the mana is concentrated is the place called the mana veins. It was close to his accommodation, so he chose that place. It also had more mana density than anywhere else, almost 5% more. From his 5 potion bottles, he chose one to drink, the elixir of mana. Shin Hail was all prepared to drink the elixir. As soon as he drank the potion, he felt the bad taste of it, but he couldn't take it out, had swallowed it completely. Then he waited there to see how it worked. Suddenly, by the tenor-style infinity circle started deploying the 3rd circle from his body. He was quite amazed that it was a real spell, and now the mana is flowing into his body multiple times more than usual. But suddenly, he sat down as the mana amount was immense, and he told himself to control it at any cost without failure. As if he did not do it, it would go berserk. He then sat there, prepared himself to control it for 1 hour, and for the path of the ring of expansion to rotate, he needed at least 20% mana from every bottle. As 30 minutes passed, Shin Hail was trying his utmost to control the mana flowing. It actually started to work and was becoming stable, but then suddenly, he vomited blood into his hand. In a luxury hotel at 11 p.m., somebody made an offer to assassinate Shin Hail. Somebody from the Mage Association called the Black Mage Tower to kill Shin Hail, and as he was their VIP client, they agreed. While on the call, the man asked them if it was possible to kill him, and they replied that yes, it is, but also they asked that does they wanted them to avoid the eyes of the shadow unit led by Kim Suk-hyun. And he replied that yes, they have too. It was a condition for the work. The assassin explained to him that it would be difficult for them to do so. It was too much to handle for them. The assassin told him on the phone they wanted to do the work as he was their VIP customer, but his one condition did not match with theirs. They then told him that if he wants to, he has to wait and hold his breath and lie low, and when the target is alone, they will try to kill him with one strike. The man from the Mage Association told them it would be too late if they didn't kill him. They should act now and kill him, no matter what the condition is. The assassin then asked why he was saying such. What reason does he have? So the mage replied that it's Kim Suk-hyun, and he is trying to support Shin Hail. The assassin recalled and asked him the closest aide to the current head of the mage family. So the man replied that he is right, and if Kim Suk-hyun sides with Shin Hail, he won't be the only one in trouble, but others too. The Dark Tower assassin then told the other person that he hopes he becomes the new head of the great mage family. But also, they explained to him that it was difficult to kill Shin Hail without getting into the eye of Kim Suk-hyun, as he is very powerful. The answer Hotmin given was that he also knew that much, but was told that he knew it was hard, but there's always a way. The assassin then appreciated him for being a VIP customer and having sharp instincts. Then the Dark Tower assassin told him that there's a good method of dealing with Shin Hail, as the target was on the island of Baengmyeong. So over there a special method could work, which, upon asking, he told that they would cause a mana disaster on Baengmyeong Island and disguise it as an accident. The mage asked them if they were planning to artificially trigger a mana disaster, and if that was even possible. He got the reply that it was possible on that island because of its current state, it's able. He asked will they would increase the mana concentration, so the assassin told him yes, they would. Also told the Dark Tower assassin told that it is classified information, so he shouldn't be telling him. The assassin then called him by his name, Mr. Shin Jihan, and as he was his VIP customer, he would share the information and started to tell him what was hidden on the island. Currently, on the other side of the island, there was Shin Hale vomiting blood because of the elixir potion he had drunk to boost his mana. And so his mana was overflowing in the body, which was causing trouble. He was confused that this wasn't an ordinary mana overflow. As a moment ago, it felt like it was absorbing mana with a vacuum cleaner, and now it was like every pore of his had turned into a black hole. Shin still didn't stop and sucked every mana over there, no matter how strong the mana was, but he had no idea how the hell the place was releasing so much mana. He told himself that he was to endure it and get a grip on it with all his focus. The pain that he was feeling was like he would lose consciousness, but Mimir had told him that whatever happened, if the potion ever causes his mana to rampage and get out of control, he should never go unconscious and hold on to it. And if he doesn't, he will be killed. He then held in there and tried to focus with all his might. As it turned to morning, he was all exhausted and on the ground and was unable to move his hands at all, nor was he able to feel mana inside his body. He then told himself that it was normal, and he thought that this would have happened to him in any situation. He might be lucky that he is still alive, which was thanks to regular mana circulation training and Mimir's advice. Still, he was unable to recall why the mana overflow happened there, and the mana vein where he was sitting had also dried up fully, as he has never heard about the mana vein drying up or losing its power. But suddenly something happened to him. Next, Shin Hale was in the training room having a duel against Sun Chan, and Sun Chan begged him to have mercy on him. Shin said that he will try to go easy on him as he cannot see his face begging him. As the match starts, Sun Chan quickly makes a defensive shield around himself to protect himself from Shin Hale's attack. Shin Haniel first used his first circle deliberation and charged at Sun Chan with a hard impact. Sun Chan shouted at him to go easy as he wanted to kill him, and told him to control his strength. Shin Hale was totally in his mind. He was just testing his new power and was amazed to see that his magic output had increased a lot and his mental strain had been reduced. Shin Hale then used his attack of Ring of Resonance, as he hasn't used it for a long time because it gave him strain and he was lacking power, and then he charged his ability. Sun Chan watching him warned that he should not kill him, and with that all Shin Hale attacked on him, and in no time Sun Chan was on grounding cursing him for using such power. Everyone there was amazed. Even Shin Hale himself was satisfied by seeing his results. And now it was time to weave the ring of expansion. Everyone was having their training on the Bangniang Island. Shin Hale just came out of a shower after the training he did to test his powers in the training room. He again checked and confirmed that the ring of interference had been stabilized. He also felt that the overall strain on his body was lessened and the range was increased. He was still a little hasty as we forgot to use his dispel in the duel, but later on, he will be easier to use it at the daily level. He also had an upgrade in his divine, yes too. He then sorted out that as the mystic eye grows along the circle, the divine eye has also grown. He noticed that the output of it has increased and the duration of its usage has also extended. And he could now see the colors, magic formulae, and even the essence of the spell more clearly. But he also noticed the atmosphere there. The mana around the Bangniang Island was getting denser and denser day by day. He concluded that this change is occurring very quickly, and at this rate, it might interfere with his training, and he might spend all his time just adapting to the place. He then searched that there was supposed to be a research lab at the center of Bangniang Island. With that, he went to rest, deciding that tomorrow he would go and look thoroughly. While Shin Hale slept, something strange was going on at the central research lab of Bangniang Island. The director there was tampering with the machine, and he just twisted the axis of the domain a little more, and he shouted in that empty lab that his work was for the sake of the Black Magic Tower. The next day, in morning, after the training of mana circulation was finished, Shin Hale told everyone that he had to be somewhere, and he was leaving. Shinwoo was quite suspicious of him about where he would be going in such a hurry. So Sun Chan told him that I asked him, and he said that he was going to the lab. Shinwoo confirmed with him that it was the mana research lab. Jin Suk also confirmed that there is something going on the island. The mana here has been weird since yesterday, so he would have gone to investigate. Everyone there seemed not to see the situation as serious at all. The Central Research Lab of Bangniang Island is an institution that both observes the current state of Bangniang Island and researches the overflow mana of the island. Shin Hale, after he reached the research center, decided to go inside and ask about the mana abnormalities on the island. As he entered, he was welcomed by a lady. Shin Hale apologized to her for being late at this hour, and he was forgiven and told that they were the ones who asked him to come at this time. She told him that as the situation was serious and they had no option or time to waste, they firsthand had to contact him urgently. He He then questioned whether this was about the abnormalities of the mana on the island, and also asked that has the cause had been identified. But she refused to accept that they hadn't identified the problem and had made no progress in that situation. She just told that the leading hypothesis is that a mana vein explosion. Soon, she guided Shin Hale into another room, suggesting that further details would be discussed by the director directly. She then asked him to wait until the director arrives. As Shin Hale was waiting for the director, someone came in apologizing for the delay and said that he was the director of the research center. Shin Hale was shocked by looking at his face, so the director asked if there was something on his face, but Shin Hale told him there was nothing, just that he wasn't expecting someone younger. The director laughed and asked him for some tea, but Shin Hale was laughing in his mind, as he had already checked the details about the director. He was still not believing that he was the real director, as he was claiming to be at least at the 7th circle or higher, and a person on that level is a grand mage, and fewer than 10 such high-level mages are in the entire country, and one of them is being in front of him serving, just as a research director. The director then served him some coffee, and Shin Haniel thanked him. Shin Haniel was not sure that he was hiding his powers, or if he was a fake. Shin Haniel, in curiosity, decided to verify it quickly and looked into the director by his ability of Divine Eye. As he looked, he was shocked that there was a lot of mana flowing around the director. The director then asked a question about his training on the Bangneong Island and asked if it would have been a hard time for him, with everything piling up. While smiling, Shin Haniel, that the island has the perfect environment for magical training, but even the adaptation training alone is overwhelming. The director then told him that the density over the past few days has been an extremely rare abnormality. The director also said that it wouldn't be strange if something happened, so he should avoid overtraining. Suddenly, Shin Haniel saw the ability with his divine eyes, which the director was using, 6th non-elemental illusion magic, a fake illusion. Shin Haniel was then certain that he was using a spell that concealed the user's identity with a special mist and made them look like someone else. And he concluded that he was a fake. And suddenly, he realized that this was an ominous black mana, and it is the same as the instructor Smith had around him. And he pointed out that the director is a mage of the Black Magic Tower and called the place the Den of Vipers. After talking to the director, the main character realized that the director of the lab was a fake. With his divine eyes, the main character was able to see through the director, and he had threatening black mana around him. The main character pointed out to him that he was a mage for the Black Magic Tower and thought of the lab as a Den of Vipers, but he had no choice but to stay calm at the moment, because if he tried to fight with them, not only he but his friends and seniors on the island would be in great danger too. The director then asked him why he came to visit, and he explained that he wanted to ask about the mana density issue on Bangneong Island. The main character smiled at him and told him that indeed he was here for that reason, as he wanted to continue his training, but there was a problem that he was facing due to mana density, which kept changing, and it had caused some trouble for him in adjusting to the atmosphere. The director laughed at him and told him that if he was having a hard time, there was a problem with the mana density. They both continued for a while, and the director explained everything about the problem to him. Later on, the main character thanked him for explaining to him, and he left. The director told him that it was nothing. He enjoyed talking to him, and as the main character left, the director and the assistant turned into their real forms. The assistant asked the director if he wanted to put a surveillance on the main character, but he told him to leave it as it was because he had already put a shadow on him. While the director covered him with the cape, the black aura that he was hiding became visible, and it was also around the assistant. He told them that they should not leave a single trace about themselves plotting the scene, and also assured them that the main character had not left enough time to live now. The assistant agreed to his orders, and she also called him Lord Turkish. They both then opened a secret path which led them down into the underground, where the real thing was settled. The assistant asked Lord Turkish that she was confused because the target, the main character, came to the lab in search of a question and thought that the main character might know about their plan. But Lord Turkish told her that it was nothing to worry about because now it was too late for him to do anything. He told her that the spirit core was already at its limit while he watched the mana crystal, and told that tomorrow afternoon, the whole place and island will explode. Also, he assured that whatever power somebody uses now to stop it, but there was no way that it should go against nature's power. Also, he said that after this accident, the whole world will be in darkness, and this whole plan was going according to the Black Tower's idea. The main character, after leaving the lab, started to run towards the hotel. He was sure that something was not right in the lab, as he questioned why Black Magic Tower mages were at the research lab, and also thought that he was being chased by someone. He was curious that the director was a 7th circle and an executive level figure and was in the Black Magic Tower. So why would somebody this strong have to come to an island, which was nothing in comparison? They thought that it was Jihan who had hired him to kill him. He also questioned whether it was Jihan. Then he would have the idea that he had a shadow attached already, and he would be that dumb to take on high-level risk to kill him at the moment. The main character's thoughts were filled with imagination. His brain was telling him different scenarios. He thought again about another situation, that it could be possible that the target of the black magic tower was not him, but something else on the island, and he started to think step by step. Now he first thought that there was the mana amplification on the island, and the director of the research lab was an executive from the black magic tower, and it was quite a good reason to tell that he was already doing something insane on the island. And then Jihan suddenly requested them to train at the island, and his group training matched the time with great precision. He then realized that if they were causing all this chaos and the mana overflow or a mana vein stormed, it would be a perfect time for them to kill him, and nobody would get any evidence on this island. It was all that he had expected. The answers to everything were in the research facility. He then called Mr. Sukhayan and asked him to investigate the director as quickly as possible, and he decided to leave the island with everyone as soon as possible. The next morning, the main character and his friends came to the boats to leave, but they were informed that it couldn't happen because the weather was not in a condition to sail the boats at the moment. The main character was curious. He asked them what if they used the mana lines, and also asked if it was only normal boats that were affected by the weather, but he was told that the mana lines were out, and it was because the density of the mana was quite thick and abnormal. And the ship's captain told them that whenever he tried to start the ship, the engine automatically started to heat up, and so it was not possible, and as there was no mechanic around, there was nothing they could do right now. The main character was angry to hear them, as he thought that the Black Magic Tower had already prepared something like this if they tried to leave. The main character's friends asked him about the situation, and he told them that he would request the mana lines from the Incheon port as fast as possible. Kang Shin Woo and Ma Jinseok also talked about helicopters, but as the weather was not good, it was impossible, and they decided to return for their training. The main character smiled at them, as it was no big deal, and told them to return to the hotel. All he was thinking was not to let them panic at the moment. As they all left, the main character felt something was off. Mr. Sukhayan had replied to him, and he told the main character that they couldn't find the director in the lab or on the island, and the Black Magic Tower's executive had already disappeared. The main character was in anger. He was now 100% sure that the Black Tower was behind all this, and thought about what the Archmage was planning. The guards came to the main character and made a shield for him to avoid the rain. The main character asked what the situation was, so he replied that after receiving the messages, they quickly went to the lab to investigate, but the place was empty and the data was also erased from the computers. The guards told him that they had been searching the entire island since last night in search of the director, but they couldn't find any answers related to him. The main character was confused. He was not able to understand, as he thought that they had just got what they wanted or something else had come up to them, and they had to leave as their actions were very fast. Mr. Sukhayan told the protagonist that he felt that the research lab was different. The main character asked him if he too felt that. Sukhayan told him that the rain was also strange, and he had an idea that the mana overflow was causing the rain like this. But still, it was too early for them to get to any result, and also, the Black Tower mages disappeared because their objective was completed. The main character told him that they should check the lab, but as Sukhayan tried to think that they just did, he stopped as he thought about the main character's father. Then he told the main character that he was just like his father at work and told him that he would accompany him. But then, suddenly, something strange happened, and the main character dropped to the ground in pain. The rain wasn't nearly going to stop, but suddenly the main character started to scream in pain and dropped to the ground. He was hearing a strange sound that he couldn't stand. The guards got worried about him. They tried to ask him what had happened. The main character realized that it was the sound of mana resonance, but it was not similar to the clear resonance which came from the infinity circle. It was a sound made by mana fighting with each other. The sound was coming strongly from the research lab direction. The guards held him and tried to calm him down. The main character asked them if they weren't able to hear anything, but they were confused. They had no idea. They told him that they only heard the sound of rain and wind. The main character was even more curious because he was the only one to hear the scream of mana. He thought that the mana would be saying something to him through the screams. The main character then saw the path to the lab with his divine eyes, and there was a huge barrier in the lab. As the barrier around the lab was filled with unstable mana, the main character realized that it was something that was going to explode if there was the slightest movement around it. The main character realized that he had seen the thick mana before when he was on the balcony of his room. Now, there was a huge amount that was enough to break the research lab's protective barrier. And now the scream of mana. He was assured that there was a mana disaster on the island, and it was a sign of a mana explosion. He was angry with himself for not realizing it before and tried to handle the situation. He told his uncle Sukhayan that he was heading to the lab at this very moment as something was going on inside. Sukhayan also came along with him and wanted to accompany him. As they reached the lab, there was a protective barrier, and Sukhayan was confused about what had happened. When he last came, there was nothing. It was a solid security barrier that had been set all over the lab, and there was no way inside. They were all curious who would have done this. They calculated the situation, and the barrier was a high-tier security barrier, composed of almost 720 parallel magic formulas. Even if they tried to dispel 1 or 2 barriers at a time, they would regenerate themselves in no time. Sukhayan told the main character that it would at least take more than 10 hours to break the barrier, and also told that it was curious that somebody would put a barrier over the lab, and asked the main character if he believed that there was something far more important inside. The main character replied to him that he also doubts that there would be something. The main character thought that there would be a bomb inside that would cause an explosion, and he was sure that it was something as big as to destroy the whole Bangnyeong Island. The main character then told them that he would now destroy the whole barrier, and then he'd charge his attack and try to blow the barrier, but only one wall was destroyed. The guards told him that there were still 720 barriers remaining. The main character had no time to waste. He knew that the mana inside the barrier was expanding rapidly, and it was about to overflow. The main character told the guards to step back and give him some space. They knew that every magic circle always had a weakness. He also knew that even if only one formula was broken, the concentrated internal energy would overthrow the barrier ability that likely repairs itself, and it would react in a chain reaction, which would detect that gap and break the magic circle to destroy it. The main character then used his dispelling ability on the barrier, and in no time, a chain reaction started as the other guards and Sukhayan saw it happening with their own eyes. They were in shock. They thought that he couldn't break the barrier so easily, and in no time, the barrier vanished. Sukhayan asked the protagonist if he had heard that he had passed the 5th circle, but he was also in the 6th circle, and he was not near him at all. The main character's magic was on a completely different level. The main character then told everyone to enter the lab and look for any clues. But there was nothing as expected. The whole place was empty, and there were no signs of any destruction. But the main character was looking at the place with his divine eyes, and he was tracking the mana flow, and he saw that the mana was flowing behind a closed wall. As soon as he broke the wall with his interference attack, there was a secret stair behind it that was leading underground. Everyone was stunned. They had never imagined it, and the guards told him to stay behind them, and they would lead the way. As soon as they reached underground, the thing they saw was shocking for them, and they were assured that it was causing the mana disaster in Bangnyeong Island. It was a mass of runaway mana, a spirit core. It was a source of high-density mana energy that was only found in the region where there was a thick mana concentration. Spirit core was usually situated deep beneath the ground, and it releases mana into the atmosphere through the lines. And because of the mana vents, the mana veins are formed, and areas where there are multiple mana veins formed always have mana concentrations that are incomparably higher than other regions. The main character then thought about what the director was going to do with all this. Sukhayan was also completely lost as to what they were trying to get out of the research on the spirit core and cursed the lab director. It was totally illegal to have a spirit core in possession. The main character was assured that this work was totally of the mages of the Dark Magic Tower, but still, he didn't know what the real identity of the director of the research lab was. The main character then told the guards that they first have to deal with the current situation. Sukhayan told the main character that this scene was also done before in a country, and while they were researching the spirit core, there was a huge explosion that destroyed half of the territory. And he also said that if they started to evacuate the island as fast as possible, they had no idea how much time they had left before the explosion. The main character said that he would look into it, and with his divine eyes, he looked inside, and suddenly, he was flowing with information that he couldn't comprehend at the time being. The amount of information was overwhelming, but he concluded that there was no time left, and only 1 hour was left before the explosion, and then the whole island would be destroyed. After looking into the spirit core, the main character realized that there was only 1 hour left in the explosion, and it would cause the whole island to be destroyed, and everyone here would die. The information was too vast, which caused the main character pain in his eyes, and he fell back a little bit. But as the guard came in, he told them that he was all right, and told them that there was a bigger problem than him, and that only 1 hour was left in the explosion. Sukhayan and the other guards were shocked. They estimated that it wouldn't be enough time to evacuate everyone from the island. The main character was also thinking of a plan to do, but still, the time was the biggest obstacle. He then decided that the only option to live was to stabilize the spirit core, and there was no other way. The guard were confused as they had no idea how to stabilize the spirit core, as there was no record anywhere in the world on how to stop a raging spirit core. The main character then remembered that when he read the book in the Mimir's Well, it was written inside that it was nearly impossible to find a spirit core because it was stated that the spirit core was under the ground closer to the outer core. And if in a scenario, if there was one closer to the surface, it would release mana so immense that pinpointing its exact location would be nearly impossible. And on top of every debate, it was said that if the spirit core is taken out, it loses its power because the surroundings of the inner surface are different from the outside of the surface. And due to all this, the functioning of the spirit core is changed from its original function. But now the spirit core function on the outside of the island hadn't changed its function. The main character cursed the mages of the Black Tower and thought about what they could have done to get to this point. The main character was also worried because there was only this information he had, and nothing else. But then his uncle Suk Hyen told he should not to worry and also to seek help from them, as they are always standing with them. The main character was a little bit relaxed after hearing him. He told Suk Hyen that they were lacking information and ordered them to collect all the data about the spirit core. His uncle Suk Hyen said that he would ask the head of the family and tell him the situation. The main character agreed with him. But still, he thought that there was no time to rely on his father or the head of the Blue Tower because they had no time and only 1 hour left. He was thinking of finding a solution to stop the mana catastrophe. While in the main estate of the great mage family, Suk Hyen told the head of the family about the situation. Without wasting any time, the head of the family prepared himself and thought that the 1 hour time limit was way too short to stop the explosion, but he had to do whatever he could in his power to save his own son from death. He told his servant to stop every mana line that was currently in operation and to summon every mage that was above the 7th circle immediately. While on the island, the guards found a file that had the research data log and told the main character to look into it, but as he started to read it, a timer started to count down. The main character saw that there was a huge amount of data stored, but there was a counter that started. It was a device that was set to delete all the data once it was opened, so someone later on could not find the data and would be left with nothing. The main character asked the guards if it was possible that they could just make a backup for him, but the guards told him that it was all encrypted and they needed more time for it. They asked the protagonist if there was anything he could do, but then Shin Hale started to use his divine eyes to analyze all the data. As he searched inside, he didn't get any trace of the mages of Black Tower. The main character thought that the connection between Shin Jihan and Black Tower was still anonymous. He was thinking that if he didn't find something soon, he would die here, and everyone else over here who came because of him would also die with him. He cursed Shin Jihan and challenged him that he wouldn't die so easily. He angrily screamed at the sky, thinking of him and telling him that if he survived, he would kill himself. While the main character looked further inside, he saw a solution, and he was sure that it would work, and if it didn't work, he would die for sure. The main character then decided to go through the mana veins, which would eventually weaken the spirit core. The protagonist started to think about how he could use the mana vein, as there were not enough people with him who could absorb the mana. He then decided that there was no choice, and he ordered the guard to bring all his team members here, and also the bag from the lodging. As soon as everyone heard about the explosion in the next 40 minutes, they all got worried. The main character told them that he had seen it with his own eyes, and also told them that to survive, they had to stop the mana core rage. Kang Shin-woo asked if this was the reason the weather was abnormal on the island. Everyone was scared that if they did nothing, they would be dead in some time. Ma Jin-seok asked the main character if there was any way to stop the explosion in time. Shin Hale replied to him that there was, and he opened his bag and said that yes, there was. The main character told them that he had called them all here to stop the raging spirit core, and showed them the elixir he had made, and told them that it was a blessing of mana, and also told them that it worked only on the mages below the 4th circle. The main character then told the function of the elixir, which was to increase the absorption rate of the surrounding mana into the body. His friends asked him why he even had something like that with him, but the main character told him that he had made this elixir by himself, and he had already tested it on himself, and assured them that it wasn't poisonous. Kang Shin-woo was surprised that he was able to make such stuff on his own. The main character told them that he had only 4 bottles left, and they had to use them wisely, and with them, they could release the mana out of the spirit core through the mana veins. He then told them the plan that spirit core of the island was currently in rage, and the mana veins that releases the core mana were also in rage, but if they take the elixir and absorb the mana directly while standing on the current location of mana veins, the massive mana that comes out of the spirit core will flow through the unstable mana vein and then into their bodies. It will cause the veins in the body to rampage as well, but then those rampaging veins inside would allow the mana to overflow in the end and will cause the mana to get into the atmosphere, and this will stabilize the spirit core. But then the main character said that there was only one problem, as he said that there must be someone to take the elixir and then stand on the veins to make that happen. He warned them that when a huge amount of mana surges inside the body, it can also lead to the worst case, not only the loss of their career as a mage, but their life could be lost. While Adela drank the elixir, she believed that it was the only way to save themselves, and there was no time left to waste. The main character told them that he would stay underground to see the stabilizing of the spirit core. He then chose the one to whom he was going to give the elixir. He told Adela, Senior Kang Shin-woo, Senior Ma Jin-seok, and in the last Senior Jin, Hee-yoon to drink the elixir and carry out the mission. After assigning the roles, everyone left outside. The 4th squad was told that they had reached the ley line number 4. The main character told Senior Jin, Hee-yoon, that she should get ready and drink the elixir, but she asked him a question that didn't matter more to be good in mana circulation control, but in the circle level. The main character replied to her that she was right, and so she advised him that Soon-chan was a better option to do that than her. Soon-chan thought that he could not be better than her, and the main character also agreed with her decision, as he had better control of mana than he did. The main character thought that it was a very serious situation, and someone with more control should take it. Then Jin Hyun gave the elixir to Soon Chan, as she knew he had worked a lot harder than her, and asked him to help everyone in completing the mission. Soon Chan then took the elixir and assured that he would help everyone and that he would handle it carefully. Soon Chan also asked the main character if he was okay with the decision, and he agreed with him and said that he had his faith in him. While all this was going on, Lord Turkish was on a boat far away from the island and was looking at the situation at the current moment. He was only thinking about today, as it would be special for him. He was all prepared to see the island while it exploded in his luxurious ship. As he was thinking, somebody called him, and as he picked up the phone, he knew who it was and told him that he welcomed him for his thanks. But from the other side of the phone, the person was screaming. He said that his father had already noticed his mana core and asked what they should do. But Lord Turkish was laughing at him, saying he wouldn't have to do anything, but the person was angry with him and asked what he was barking about, as he had spent a lot of money on him for the job he gave him. Then Lord Turkish said that he didn't mean that he had to do anything. The situation was already taken care of, and there is nothing for him to do more. He also assured that the Bangneong Island would be completely vanished from the world in no time, and even the 8th Circle clan head travel all the way here. There was no time left to stop the destruction, and it was final that if they do anything else, or even stay calm, the main character would die today, and told the caller to just enjoy and see the show. But the caller told him that he should be more inquisitive because the whole chaos was happening under the storm, and no help could get there. But hearing his theory, Lord Turkish said that he thought it was just a coincidence, and the storm hit the island at the exact time. Hearing him, the caller was confused. Then Lord Turkish told him that before the core explosion, the mana lines were broken and the engineer who could fix them vanished. And also the storms came into action and the storm absorbed the mana from the core. And also the flight magic became unstable, which was not a coincidence. But all of this was his plan from the start. The caller was stunned that this was all his plan all along, and the explosion was planned to occur on the island in less than an hour. This ensured that the main character assassination plan would be a success. But he also asked that if something went wrong and he didn't die, what would he do then? So Lord Turkish told him that if some miracle happened, then he would go and kill the protagonist with his own hands. And Lord Turkish told that he should now just hang up the call and prepare his bonus. And wait for a while now. Suddenly, there was a huge light on the island, and Lord Turkish was shocked by seeing that he had not planned something like this to happen and praised the main character to surprise him. While on the ley line number 1, mana circulation had begun by Adela. Also on the ley line number 2, the circulation was started by Kang Shin-woo, and on the third one, the circulation was going on by Ma Jin-seok. While Soon Chan was going to drink the elixir and start the mana circulation, the main character was looking at them and thinking positively, as everyone's future was in their hands. As the mana circulation started, the main character judged that the mana swirling around the spirit core had already started to disperse, and there was a change in the mana flow. The guards also told him that the distortion in the communication with the ley line was also getting stabilized. The guards then started the hologram communication, as the mana communication was now getting more stable. As soon as the main character saw everyone, he was worried. He saw blood coming out of Adela's mouth and asked her comrades to remove her from there quickly. He told them that the core of this operation was to only cause a mana surge, and there was no need to do the mana circulation for more time at that place. The guards told the protagonist that Adela was safe and had been given first aid. The guards then ordered him that the mana surge at number 2 was also a success, and now Kang Shin-woo was also getting aid. Hearing that the main character saw the spirit core, he was able to see that the mana core's energy was decreasing. At the surge number 3, Ma Jin-seok was also successful, and he was also getting the first ad for the damage his body took to start the man surge. Now the protagonist was only waiting for Soon Chan to be successful, and he asked the guards to tell him about his status. But they said that Soon Chan's mana surge was not working properly, but he was already getting a lot of damage inside. And at the rate he was going, it was possible that he would die before the mana surge could occur. As the mana surge started in no time, the mana overdrive occurred in vein number 1, and then the mana overdrive occurred in vein number 2. After Adela and Kang Shin-woo got the aid, Ma Jin-seok in vein number 3 was also successful and started to get the first aid. The main character was able to see that the mana in the core was dropping drastically, and now only vein number 4 was left. And he asked the guards to tell the situation of Soon Chan. They told him that Soon Chan was facing trouble with mana circulation, and it looked like he would die before the full mana overdrive could occur. Jin Hyun saw Soon Chan in pain and asked him to swap places and thought that it should have been her in the first place. But now it was too late, and the guard stopped her because there was no liquor left for her to drink. She was helpless and cursed herself for not doing anything for him. Soon Chan was in pain, and he was thinking that if he continued, his body was going to explode from the inside. The main character asked Soon Chan if he was able to hear him, and Soon Chan replied to him that he was. The main character told him that among the vein that releases mana from the core, the three of them were currently overdriven by the other friends, and now only his was left, and if he looked at the flow of mana, the only one left was coming towards his way. The main character told him that it was he who was forcing it and overdriving the circulation on his own. The main character then told him that he would help him and cut the mana flowing towards him for a while, and as he did that, Sun-chan should relax and catch up on his breath to start over again. Then the main character, with his magic, started blocking the flow of mana towards Sun-chan and took the pressure on himself. It was quite a pain, but he was ready to endure it for Sun-chan to recover. The guard saw that the vein surge was getting calm around Sun-chan and told him to catch up to his breath quickly. Jin told Sun-chan that they were all going to die if he did not complete the mission and warned him that if he collapsed and died before doing the work, she would make his death even more painful, and so she told him to do something. Sun-chan was thinking that he was the only person who could control the vein, but his whole body was in pain, and he questioned whether anyone else had the same pain as him. But then he realized that Hale was already carrying his burden in the lab right now, and he couldn't let him down like this. The main character then called Sun-chan and asked if he was ready to continue, and told him that he would now restore the mana vein for him to overdrive it. Sun-chan told him that he would do anything to be successful. Then, as the mana circulation started in no time, the mana started to surge. The guards told the main character that the fourth mana overflow was confirmed, and they started to provide first aid to Sun-chan, while Suk-hyen was carrying the main character from his injuries. But he told that he was alright, and as he believed in Sun-chan, everything went as planned. Suk-hyen praised the main character for having such strong mages in his friends list. The main character said that it couldn't have happened alone. All his friends believed in him and followed his orders, and they staked their own lives, but it was not over yet. The island was still in chaos, and there was a state of tension because of the core. Even if the core that was accumulated at sea had dispersed, there was still a little time left for it to explode. The main character then told everyone that now it was his turn to do the miracle. The main character then activated his divine eyes, and he was able to see the structure of the mana core and the flow of the ley lines. He then used his ability, Batener-type Second Circle Resonance. He was thinking that all of his friends risked their lives to reduce the core, and with this small amount of mana in the sea core, it was enough for him to control it at his current level. He used the interference and then dispelled it, and with that, there was a huge explosion around the spirit core, and a huge light came out of it, which went straight into the sky, and in no time, everything was once again normal on the island. While Sun-chan was on the ground, and he was losing consciousness as he saw the yellow light going in the sky, he thought that it was the end, and Jin Hee-yoon dared Sun-chan to die at the current place, and she told him to look at the sky as everything was getting normal. The guards were also happy to see the sky all fixed, as well as the friends of Shin Hale. They were all praising the main character for doing such a great job in the end, as everyone's life was saved because of him. While Sun-chan was so tired that he thought he was going to die, he told others that it wasn't a bad ending for him, and then he went unconscious. While everything was normal, everyone was taken to the hospital, and when Sun-chan came back to his senses, he thought that everyone else had died with him, but they laughed at him and told him that he was safe and sound in the hospital. Ma Jin-suk told him that the island was safe and everyone was rescued, and while he was out, the news of the island spread like fire on the internet. He showed Sun-chan that the main character was featured in the news, and he had already returned to the academy, and now he won't have any rest as he would be handling the cleanup and the reporters nonstop. Adela said that he was amazing, as expected. While the head of the family was getting the report from Suk-hyen, he told the head that the main character was the one who detected the raging mana core with his divine eyes, and he used a magic that nobody else had even seen before to dispel the sea core, as well as save everyone. Suk-hyen said that he saw everything with his own eyes and can confirm it. While the head was shocked to hear it, he said that he was involved in such an event and had a solution in his hands so quickly, and ordered Suk-hyen to investigate and conduct a joint investigation with the Blue Tower because it was necessary to look into the problem as it was stopped this time, but they should be ready for such events to occur in future. While everything was back to normal, the main character went to see the Mimir, and she asked him what was wrong. After the chaos on the island was handled, the main character went back to the library and asked Mimir some questions. She looked curious and asked him what he wanted to know. As they both looked at each other and smiled, the main character asked her if she was thinking of something and was curious about that thing as well. Mimir was flying all around the place, and she replied to him, "What are you saying?" The main character said that he looked around, but there was nothing written about the black mana in the place, and asked her if she had any idea about it. Mimir thought for a few seconds, and then told him that if he was asking about the dark attribute mana, then she had something to tell him. The main character told her that he didn't want to know about black attributes mana, but instead something that matches the corrupted by darkness mana, and he was too curious about it. Hearing his demand, Mimir was shocked and looked at him as if she would kill him at that moment. The main character also got scared looking at her face, and then she asked him if he had even heard that name from corrupted mana. The main character thought for a second about where he had heard it for the first time, and he didn't even tell her about the Black Tower, and then started to make a storyline to tell her from the start. He then told her that it was not once, but more than once. Mimir got even more scared and asked her if the successor was being threatened twice by the Black Tower in this short amount of time. But the main character told her that first it was his academy teacher who tried to kill him, and then it was the director of the research lab on the island. And he also told that both of them had the same corrupted mana all around them. He continued with the story and elaborated on the situation when he first met them, and said that he felt a chill down his spine when he first witnessed the mana, and that whenever he meets someone like that, it feels as if there is danger approaching him from the Black Tower. Mimir was angry and asked him why he was telling him all this now. Shin Hale replied to her that he didn't have any dealings with the Black Tower after the Academy incident, but now he had an incident on the island. Mimir turned her face to him as she was angry that he had left something important. The main character tried to calm her down with some sweet words, but Mimir was not getting into his trap, and then she told him that she would tell him something important, so he should focus on her words now. She asked the protagonist if he knew that all the magic that existed had originated from Rei, and the main character agreed with her. She then continued, explaining that the Infinity Circle was also a form of magic based on the mana of nature. If that was the case, she questioned him further, asking what he thought about the origin of the dark magic controlled by the Black Tower, which he had mentioned. Did that too come from Rei? But the main character replied to her that he thinks it came from something else because it was a different aura from the dark attribute magic. Mimir told him that he was thinking right and explained to him that the dark magic was simply created by the dark magic, and the dark magic is totally different from the Rei magic. The dark magic had a completely different magical system. The main character asked her if she meant that the dark magic had a separate founder who created such magic. She then told him that there was a calamity of the world whose very existence corrupted the mana, and it also polluted the world. It was the start of the dark magic, and it was also called the Destroyer of Structure, and the one who was behind it was named by Veilstole. While in Shin Jihan's penthouse, he was breaking the stuff and was cursing Turkish for not completing the task he was given. He asked him what he was going to say now, as he was bragging about killing the main character on the island before on the call. Jihan also told him that because of the problems he created on the island and the main character easily overcame them, he has become a hero who saved the island from explosion, and even with the clan, he was getting the support, and now everyone is starting to like him even more. Jihan grabbed a Turkish collar and asked how he would now take the responsibility for the mess he had made. Turkish suddenly got angry and asked him to let his collar go and apologized to him for making a mess. He said that he was not really going to show his bare face, but now he would take the responsibility and would not make another mistake. Jihan asked him what he meant by taking matters into his own hands. Turkish told him that he doesn't care that Shin's reputation got improved or that he gained several supporters in the clan, and even if he was going to be nominated as the next head of the family, it wouldn't matter if he died. Jihan asked him if he was saying that he would kill the protagonist by his own hand. Then how would he do that? Turkish told him that the Olympiad was going to come soon, and as the target stays in the country, the eyes of the shadow are going to protect him every second, and he won't escape their eyes, but he also told him that when the target travels to another country for the matches, then there will be an opportunity. Turkish told that he would then take matters into his own hands and kill the main character by himself in the name of the Black Tower. Now the main character was resting in his bed while he was thinking about Veilstole. He was told by Mimir that he could only get more information from her if he was able to become a Fifth Circle Master. Mimir told him that he was a target of the Black Tower, and he should see them as enemies and take care of himself from them and their tricks, and also that he should get even stronger. The main character was frustrated at the moment. He wanted to learn the real name and the power of the Master Robe, but they were opened only after he reached the 5th circle level. He was sure that the things he was after were quite mysterious, and even getting to level 5 was hard, so it was definitely something bigger for him at the 5th level. But still, he was quite motivated because he had to get stronger to participate in the Olympiad after all. The next day, in the Blue Tower headquarters, the main character went to meet with the head. The head took him to the artifact work, which was the best thing the tower had, and he showed him some machines which had never been released. The head also apologized to him for what happened at the island because he thought that he was the one who allowed them to go on the island, and he should also take some responsibility. The head promised that he would give him as much support as possible. The main character was very much thankful to the Tower Master, and then the Master showed him the machine from which they were making the artifact from Shin Crystal. The main character was very curious, as he had never seen such a machine, and the Master told him that Ed bought the machine just to make his artifact. The main character was amazed that it was just for his artifact and no one else. The Master explained to him that the machine was able to compress the magic stone to less than 0.01% distortion per cycle, and he personally repeated it about 100,000 times, so the magic stone could be as thin as paper because the main character was the one who asked that the artifact should be something that didn't hinder his body. The master said that they researched many methods, but this was the most effective one. He then showed him the world's first quadruple attribute composite artifact and the first eye contact artifact, and told him that it was the Blue Tower's greatest master police officer for the 4 seasons. As the main character went to the Blue Tower, the Tower Master told him that he had bought a machine that was only going to custom make his artifacts. The main character was amazed by hearing that. The Tower Master laughed at his surprised face and told him that they had researched a lot of methods, but there was nothing better than the machine they were now using. He then showed him the world's first quadruple attribute composite artifact, known as the Eye Contact artifact, which was the greatest masterpiece of the Blue Tower. The master told him that with this, he would be able to see the world with new eyes, and he could assure it as well. Later that day, they both went to eat at a fancy restaurant, and the waiter asked him if the food was to his taste. The main character mentioned that today he knew about another place where he could come and eat, as the food was very delicious. The Tower Master was glad that the protagonist liked the food, but then he asked him what the real reason he had come to visit him was. The main character asked him if he was okay with the security here, but the Tower Master told him not to worry about the security, cast a spell around them, told him it was perfect, and asked him to tell what it was. The main character told him that he had a suspicion that in the Olympiad, there was a chance that the Black Tower would attack him once again. The Tower Master got curious and asked him to tell him everything in detail. The main character then told him that he had recently given an interview after returning from the island, and in that he had to reveal his magic eyes. And it also revealed his weakness to the rival in the Olympiad team, and he was also in the Black Tower, which also caused him to expose his vulnerabilities. But he said that he didn't have any other option left to make an explanation and tell about the island incident. And it was also a chance for him to show off his abilities to many people. The protagonist also said that after revealing his eyes, he had gained a great following in the magic god family, who had already entrusted him. The Tower Master also told him that he had seen the interview, and he thought that the main character had chosen a bold strategy to make himself a target in the Olympiad. The Tower Master also said that it was a great idea of his, which required skills to back up such words. But he also asked the protagonist if his magic eye was similar to his ruby eye, a detection type eye, and also asked what his eye had to do with the Black Tower. The main character, upon hearing that his eye allowed him to identify the mana by different colors, said that his eye allowed him to identify the mana by different colors. The Tower Master was surprised, and he understood the difference, and said that the main character confirmed the unique mana of the Black Tower with his divine eyes. The main character then said that during the Langsmith incident, he identified the mana by the color he could see, and soon realized that it was the doing of Black Tower. And then on the island, there was the same black mana of the Black Tower, which was coming out of the director of the research lab. The Tower Master then added the nuclear rampage incident with the Black Tower and told that it would be also their doing, and in the end he told the main character that there would be someone within the magic god family who was behind him and wanted to kill him because the family was currently in a conflict over the next head, and so the one who was behind every incident was someone connected to the Black Tower. The Tower Master asked him if this was the meaning of all this. The main character told him that his theory was correct. The Tower Master said that if they went to the island just to kill him, then they could strike again at the Olympiad. Why would they leave such an option? The main character then asked the Tower Master for his promised victory in exchange for the tower's support. But with the enemies that were from the Black Tower, his life was constantly at risk. So during the time he would be out for the Olympiad, he needed the Blue Tower to protect him. As the main character was going back to his home, he was thinking in the car that the Tower Master told him that he cannot answer him right now. He said that he would think about it and give him a reply as soon as possible. The protagonist thought that, looking at the situation, it was like a refusal for him. But indeed for the Blue Tower Master, it was a 90% chance that he would agree, but only 1% that he could refuse his request, and it would be done when he would investigate and find something odd. The driver told him that they had arrived at the house. As the main character stood in front of the gate and thought that he could get a solution to his problem in his magic god family house. As he entered, his brother Jihan welcomed him and told him that it had been a while since they had met. The main character looked at him and thought that the first thing after arrival was that he would see his face. While Jihan told him that he was worried about him when he was notified of the incident on the island. As he saw him, he was relieved that the main character was all right. However, the protagonist was cursing him in his mind as he was trying to kill him in the first place. The main character told him that he was truly happy to hear that his brother was worried about him. The main character then told him that it was just a minor injury, so he would fully recover soon and feel great. Jihan was glad to know about his current health and was told that he was strong enough to overcome such a great crisis. And he also told him that it was as expected from his brother. He even assured him that from the next time something like this happened with him, he should rely on his brother for help, because that was the reason to have a brother in the first place. The protagonist assured him that whenever he faced a problem, he would come and ask for help. But he also said that he was a busy man, and in any case, he shouldn't worry about him at all. Jihan replied to him and said that he really cares about him, and he was glad to have a defendable younger brother in the first place. while they both praised each other. The maids were so happy to see their affection. They even said to each other that after Jahan becomes the head of the magic god family, it will become even greater, and the sight of them both was really good to see. Jihan asked the main character if he had heard that he wanted to win the gold medal in the Olympics. The main character said that he was correct. As he was participating, bringing the gold would only help the family name grow higher. Jihan appreciated his idea. He was told that he was sure that he could win easily, and he was truly happy to have such a helpful brother. The protagonist told him that he was confident that with his brother's help, he could win anything. He said that he needed to become even faster so he could support the family. Jihan then told him that he was getting late and that he would be going now. While Jihan left, he told him to meet somewhere nicer for the next time, while the main character, in his mind, thought that his brother was planning something fishy in the next Olympiad event, and he was sure that something bad would happen to him on the trip. After talking to his brother, the main character, Jihan told him that he was getting late, and so they should meet somewhere nice next time. As he left, the main character cursed him, and he believed that he was planning some trick to harm him in the Olympiad. As the main character went to the mage clan's main house in Shin In-hyuk's study, he greeted his father and said that it had been a long time since he had seen him. His father told him to sit down, and they both had a long talk. After being in the Obelisk Academy student dormitory, the main character was resting in his bed while he thought about the conversation he had with his father in the main house. He had a lot of talk with his father, starting from Rung Smith and then about Beck Sayul, and lastly about the incident on the island, which included the Black Magic Tower. The main character was quite sure that his father would have already received the report from his uncle Suk Hyen about the island incident, and his father told him that until the Olympiad was over, he would be protected by the Eye of the Shadow elite members, which also included his uncle Suk Hyen. And now the main character was done for the day. But he only kept one thing from his father, which was that his brother Jihan had connections with the Black Magic Tower, and also that his magic was a Beitner style. Now, only 9 days were left for the competition, and the main character was practicing with his teammates. As another day passed, the protagonist told them that as the 8 days remain, they should start to manage their condition as well. Jin Hee-yoon said that she was feeling refreshed and bittersweet, and Ma Jin-seok said that if they kept training at the same rate, they would surely win the gold medal in the competition, while Sun-chan was agreeing with him. The main character was thinking that after the island incident, the team members recovered from their injuries and quickly came back to their training, while Adela asked the main character if he wanted something to drink as well, but he refused the offer for a later time. The main character thought after looking at Adela that after she drank the blessing of mana on the island and the circulated mana passed through her veins, her mana circle had become much stronger. He also saw through Ma Jin-seok and Kang Shinwoo, but they weren't as affected as Adela was. However, he was amazed to look at Sun-chan because after he risked his life for the mana circulation, he broke through the wall of enlightenment and had finally reached the fourth circle. And it was because of a crisis they faced. He looked into the stats of his and the variety of tactics they could have had increased in everyone. The main character then made another announcement that he had previously told everyone about the flight adjustment to the Olympiad. So Kang Shin-woo asked if he remembered, but wondered aloud why he was asking about that now, asking the protagonist if something had happened. So the main character responded that there was a problem, and they were provided with a better option and a better plane. The main character explained to them that tomorrow they will board the Blue Tower, the Magic Tower's private jet, and depart for America at 10 a.m. Upon hearing him, everyone was shocked, and the most shocking was that they had to leave tomorrow, and also the Blue Tower jets. The main character told them that they should prepare well for their journey. The next day, they all received their artifacts that they were going to use in the Olympics. The main character told them that the Blue Tower craftsman specially improved them for everyone. He explained to them that the outward appearance was the same as the other countries, only the color was different. Sun-chan then asked Adela if he wanted to see her ring as well, and tried it on. He wanted to see if wearing 2 of the artifacts at the same time would affect them more. But the main character told everyone the rings were customized according to the person's unique mana, and so if anyone wore someone else's, he would feel off. And it happened to Sun-chan that he started to feel like he would vomit. The main character laughed at him and said that this would happen if someone mistakenly wore someone else's ring. As they were talking, the Tower Master entered with his assistant, and he said that he had forgotten to mention this detail earlier. He added that the artifacts had an adaptation time, so it would be good for everyone to wear them for the whole day. The main character looked at him and greeted him. He even asked the Master if he was looking tired, but the Tower Master told him that it was nothing, as his mana wavelength was so unusual that he was the only one who kept falling with artifact mana engravings. But the main character, in his mind, thought that he heard they had finally succeeded because of the Blue Tower Master. The protagonist was sure that he must have been doing the work all night. The assistant then told him that the plane was ready to depart, and the Master told them to follow the plane immediately. As they all came inside the private jet, they were very much surprised. The Tower Master told them that there were still 40 minutes left until the plane departed and told them that Miss SUA would show them around. The main character told the Master that he was grateful for him even making the artifact for them, and now he was letting them use the private jet, but the Tower Amsterdam told him that it was still not enough to repay his debt to him. And more importantly, the Tower Master handed over a secret envelope to the main character. As soon as the main character opened the classified document, he was told about the movement of the Black Magic Tower and its unusual ways. The private jet took off, and during the flight, Jihan handed Shin Hale a classified report, carefully sealed under a strong magical spell. He explained that he had been closely monitoring the movements of the Black Magic Tower and had noticed a sudden change in their pattern this year, indicating that something significant was about to occur. Using his immense power, Jihan had even investigated within their territory through various magical vantage points. Shin Hale was astonished to see the extensive information gathered in the report. Jihan explained that the number of incidents caused by the Black Magic Tower had drastically increased this year, reaching around 67 already. He had even prepared a detailed graph illustrating their activities over the past 10 years, which appeared alarmingly consistent. Excluding the current year's data, their average number of incidents per year exceeded 131. Hale was surprised to note that their activity this year was only half of the usual amount, which led him to suspect that the organization might be facing some internal issue or preparing for something much larger. Jihan then firmly mentioned an incident that had taken place 11 years ago. Between January and May of that year, the frequency of incidents had matched the current pattern, but soon after, a catastrophic event followed, the Great Atlantic Incident. Shin Hale was stunned, as the Great Atlantic Wormhole disaster was known as one of the world's top 10 major tragedies, causing massive destruction across continents. What shocked him most was the revelation that the event had been man-made and orchestrated by the Black Magic Tower. Jihan stated that 11 years ago, the number of incidents between January and May had been 61, the same as this year's count. This made our main character realize that the Black Tower was likely preparing another large-scale catastrophe. He concluded that there was a high probability of a new terror event that would spread fear across the globe. Jihan pointed at the screen, showing detailed data about the locations of the Black Tower's incidents, both from the current year and a decade prior. As Shin Hale studied the graphs and maps, he observed that the majority of this year's incidents were centered in the United States. Jihan confirmed his suspicion, emphasizing that the upcoming Olympiad was also being hosted in the same region, which could not be a coincidence. This realization struck Shin Hale deeply. It became evident that the Black Tower was preparing to execute a large-scale terror attack, perfectly aligned with the timing of the Olympiad. Jihan warned that they needed to remain highly vigilant, for even though they had identified the place and nature of the threat, the precise timing remained unknown. A great storm was approaching, and they had to be ready for it. Upon their arrival at Los Angeles International Airport in the United States, the group felt an air of excitement and curiosity. Suchan and Ma Jin-suk were particularly enthusiastic, remarking on how fresh and different the atmosphere felt compared to their homeland. Jihan's secretary approached the group and informed them that she would be guiding them through the city. Shin Hale inquired about the absence of the Blue Tower Master, and the secretary explained that Jihan was currently busy meeting with the Red Tower Master. Adela expressed her interest in meeting the Red Tower Master as well, and Shin Hale also showed curiosity in doing so. The secretary asked if that was the case, then should she schedule a visit, which instantly startled both of them. She then reassured them that the Red Tower Master himself had shown interest in meeting both of them personally, and that proper arrangements would be made whenever time allowed. Hale happily noted that if it was not too much trouble, he would gladly take her up on that offer. Adela also expressed that she wished to meet him as well. Soon after, as night descended, a specialized vehicle had already been prepared, waiting to begin the arranged transport. The management had organized the departure in advance, and every detail was carefully discussed by the secretary and the security team. The trio stood gathered outside, patiently waiting for their turn to board the buses while casually chatting. Without warning, a blinding flash of light engulfed the entire area. All three of them immediately shifted their expressions as a deadly sense of danger crashed over them, forcing Hale, Adela, and Suchan into full alert. From the dark sky above, countless energy spikes rained down like a freezing storm. The trio stopped in place within the plaza, recognizing instantly that the sudden assault was aimed directly at them, creating a devastating impact across the surroundings. Chaos erupted. Those nearby could only react in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening. The gust of wind that followed was so intense that Ma Jin-suk and Kong Shinwoo shouted for them to take cover. A massive, destructive burst of energy plummeted straight from the sky toward the exact spot where the trio stood. Yet, at the final moment before impact, Suchan moved swiftly, instantly creating a sturdy magical barrier that expanded around all three of them, shielding them from the fatal strike. As the smoke cleared, a lone figure then descended gracefully from above, observing the scene and acknowledging the trio's unexpectedly perfect coordination. A young boy stood before them with a proud expression. He was Kyle Vinsha, the representative from the United Kingdom. His sudden arrival and arrogant demeanor left everyone startled. Adela glared at him, unimpressed by his unconventional greeting, while Kyle Vinsha burst into hearty laughter as he dramatically dismissed the idea, admitting that his approach had been deliberate. His cheerful expression then faded abruptly, shifting into a sharp and provocative gaze. He recognized that this was not a welcoming gesture, but a deliberate challenge. Suchin's patience wore thin as tension filled the air. He felt his irritation rising, unable to hold back the surge of anger building within him. However, Kyle completely ignored him as he slowly lifted his sword, maintaining a calm demeanor while noting that honesty was a knight's virtue, and he would therefore speak with complete sincerity. Kyle Vinsha then swiftly drew his sword, pointing it toward Shin Hale as he boldly issued a challenge. He was curious about Hale's skills and wanted to test his strength against him. Shin Hale, however, remained calm, studying Kyle with his divine eyes. As he asked why he had a fight with him, through his vision, he saw that Kyle carried the epithet Knight of the Gale and was a battle mage who utilized wind magic to enhance his speed and combatability. Kyle seemed eager for a fight, declaring his willingness to provide a battleground if needed. Shin Hale, aware of the rumors that Kyle was a reckless fighter who sought out powerful opponents for the thrill of combat, decided not to engage him. His refusal only provoked Kyle further, as he couldn't comprehend why Shin Hale would decline. Meanwhile, Adela and Suchan sighed, fully aware that Shin Hale's pride often influenced his decisions. Hale then confidently stated that there was no benefit for him in fighting and that if Kyle were to get hurt, it would only cause unnecessary problems. His words sounded arrogant, leaving Kyle visibly irritated, while Ma Jin-suk and Kong Shinwoo silently thought that Shin Hale's habit of self-praise had surfaced once again. Kyle tried to tempt him by claiming that fighting him would grant valuable insight into the abilities of the Fifth Circle Mage, but Shin Hale dismissed the idea, saying he needed no such information. Upon hearing Hale's words, Kyle left utterly stunned. At that moment, a young woman descended gracefully from the sky and immediately intervened and urged Kyle to stop. She was Maya Naransha, another representative. She reminded him that they would soon face each other in the competition and that there was no reason to fight now, so he shouldn't be disappointed. Maya then turned to Shin Hale and apologized for Kyle's behavior, explaining that he was simply a battle enthusiast who meant no harm. Shin Hale remained composed and acknowledged her explanation, noting that the magic used earlier had only been sound-based and had caused no actual damage to the surroundings. Kyle Vinsha and Maya soon departed, declaring that they would fight with full strength the next time they met. Suchan looked at them and commented that their arrival felt like a storm. Shin Hale silently agreed, sensing that many more storms were indeed on their way. From the chaos caused by the UK team, Shin Hale and his team members quietly sat in the bus and departed for their hotel. Jeannie Yoon was extremely angry and furiously cursed the UK representative. She felt annoyed that they had attacked them first, and then casually apologized, as if it were nothing, walking away with an arrogant attitude. She screamed furiously as she noted that she simply wanted to punch them in the face and do something far worse. While Shin Hale listened to her constant cursing, he calmly asked what plan she intended to use to make them pay. She immediately answered that she would report them to the competition management so they could receive some punishment or penalty. However, Shin Hale calmly told her that nothing would happen to them, which made her angrily question why, since they had used magic in a public space. The protagonist's expression turned serious as he patiently explained that Kyle's wind cutter had been only an empty attack that contained no mana. Even if it had touched them, it would not have left a single scratch. Sunchan also realized that earlier, when he used a shield to block the wind cutter, there had been no real impact. Hale then pointed out that since they were in America, there was a limit on the strength of magic usage, which Kyle had used up to the allowed limit. Shin Hale ended his explanation by stating that it had simply been an observation of each other's magic, or so he guessed. Ma Jin-suk then added that cameras were installed everywhere to observe the intensity of the magic, so Jeannie Yoon should relax and not waste her energy on anger, but her frustration was still overwhelming. At the moment, Adela sat quietly, observing their conversation, and calmly commented that the UK representative had probably challenged the other teams as well, based on their intentions. Shin Hale agreed, and Adela assumed that their main goal was to collect as much information as possible before the competition. Shin Hale agreed, and noted that he was certain that the cameras were also placed to record their movements. Kang Shinwoo added that since Sun Chan had shown his shield, the UK team now understood that ability as well. Soon-chan then asked if other teams would actually accept such challenges since they had refused. Shin Hail replied that many would accept, making Soon-chan immediately shout, "Why would they?" Shin Hail recalled Kyle's words, explaining that fighting allowed them to gather information about a fifth circle mage like him. Soon-chan grew irritated, stating that the other teams would only gain knowledge about Kyle, but Shin Hail clarified that he refused the challenge because his own information was more important than theirs, so hiding it was the best choice. Soon-chan muttered in annoyance that those people were crazy, and as the argument continued, they reached their destination. After entering the hotel, Jean Eon was still displeased, her anger burning deeply. She silently promised herself that she would not forgive them and would take her revenge. She told Ma Jin-suk to accompany her, and the two of them immediately went to training after arriving at the hotel. Shin Hail went to his room and arranged his belongings. After setting up the room, only two of his tomes remained, Idard's and Mimir's. He noticed a safe beneath the table and decided to place the books inside. It was a magical vault, and he felt relieved to have one. Magical energy flowed from Hale's fingers as he began activating the room's defense system. He then noted that it was a perk given by the Olympiad management for all participants. The vault was not extremely secure, but for him, it was good enough, and he could not ask for more. Since he finally had some free time, he decided to get to his work. When he opened the book, various magical sparkles, ribbons, and flashes burst out as he teleported and stepped out into an ethereal library where Mimir was waiting, as he informed Mimir that he had returned. Mimir came running toward him, noting he had arrived safely. She eagerly asked about his trip, and he told her that he had landed safely and arranged his room. She asked if anything strange had happened, but Shin Hail replied that nothing significant had occurred, except that he was worried about the Black Magic Tower, as he had been told they were preparing something big and cruel, and also the British team. Mimir asked if he caused any trouble, to which the protagonist firmly responded that he had not, as he had no reason to. Mimir confidently told him that she understood what he was looking for, and helping him was her duty. She told him to trust her and leave the thinking to her. Shin Hail smiled and said that he trusted her, but asked what she meant. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted from Mimir, and she started floating in the air and instantly engulfed the entire space. Thousands of books floated and whirled chaotically through the air. Hail stood stunned, his eyes widening at the magnificent and overwhelmingly breathtaking sight. Amid the violent whirlwind of books, a single volume slowly and gently landed in Shin Hail's hand. He looked utterly bewildered, quietly wondering aloud what it was. Mimir noted that it was a book about the Fourth Circle Master. Hail was surprised by how she knew about that, and she explained that if he mastered it, he could handle the UK team alone. She also warned that he might have to face the Black Magic Tower, so he needed to increase his skills in case of an emergency. She teasingly added that she already knew he planned to ask how to reach the Fourth Circle, but maintaining her calm demeanor, she asked if it was right, leaving Hail speechless. He then told Mimir not to overreact, casually adding that she was right because he was actually going to ask how to reach a level beyond the Fourth Circle quickly. The protagonist firmly stated that he needed to raise his skills to prepare for what lay ahead, further adding that the book contained the realm of the Fourth Circle, Amsterdam Harmony, and he needed to master it before the Olympiad. Later that evening, Shin Hail stepped out for a walk to a nearby park and noticed Adela sitting alone. He called out to her and asked what was wrong, questioning why she was by herself in the park and wondering aloud if she was worried about something. She replied that it was already late and that nothing significant was troubling her, explaining that she was simply on her way back to rest. Shin Hail recalled that Adela had been off since morning. She had not been focused during training, and even at dinner, she seemed lost in thought. He was certain something troubled her, and was not good. As their captain and main strength, if she were not giving her full effort, the entire team would be affected. He then stopped her and told her they should talk for a while as they walked. Hale asked what was bothering her. He wondered if it was the upcoming visit to the Red Tower, since Ms. Sua had informed them earlier that the meeting schedule was fixed, and he felt her mood had changed. But Adela softly replied that it was not the reason. Our main character was completely confused, wondering if that wasn't the reason, then what the real concern was. Adela hesitated and told him she would explain only if he promised not to laugh, and Hale assured her that he wouldn't. She then admitted that she wanted banana milk, but discovered that America did not have any. Our boy was utterly stunned that she had been worried over some milk. Adela was completely lost as she tried to decide what to do now. Suppressing a laugh, our main character covered his face and said that they sold banana milk in America as well, mentioning that it could even be found in the imported goods section of a nearby supermarket. Adela's face flushed crimson, leaving her utterly embarrassed as she noted that Hyun had definitely said this. She suddenly realized that Hyun had tricked her by lying about it. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she immediately ran off, while Shin Hale watched her leave. He waved with a faint smile, quietly noting that he would see her tomorrow, and he should go now as he needed to prepare himself for the next day's visit to the Red Tower. Shin Hale and his friends were invited to the Red Tower to meet the master, and as they entered the place, Suchan was immediately struck by its beauty. The structure was entirely built and decorated with glowing red flame stones. Its unusual design made them compare it to a spaceship. While they observed the surroundings, Ms. Sua instructed them to wait as she prepared their visitation papers. Jin Hyun continued apologizing to Adela for her earlier joke, insisting she would never repeat it. Sunchan asked Shin Hale about the situation between the two, so the protagonist explained the prank Jin Hyun had played, telling Adela that there was no banana milk in America. Sunchan found it amusing, believing it was a significant matter for Adela. Meanwhile, Ma Jin-suk admired the advanced technologies in the tower, and Shin Hale added that as modern technology continued to evolve, mages were also working to automate their magical research. Sunchan, visibly worried, leaned toward Shin Hale and whispered that it might be strange to ask, but is it really okay for them to be here at this time? When Shin asked him why, Sunchan's fear surged as he mentioned that it was the Red Tower, then quickly dismissed, noting that it was actually Daoria Search's home base. Sunchan completed his thought, assuming that their information might leak. Shin reassured him that there was nothing to worry about since they were not using any magic here, as it was only a tour. Ma Jin-suk interrupted as he remained focused on the Olympiad. He grew quite excited. The event had turned into a far more interesting match than expected. Kyle Vensha of the Green Tower, Daoria of the Red Tower, and Shin Hale of the Blue Tower, supported respectively by their own towers, had essentially turned the upcoming contest into a proxy war. He then remarked, almost teasingly, that the Tower Masters were probably betting on the outcome as well. Hale could only force a strained laugh in response. But before the moment could continue, a cold voice echoed from behind them, noting that they had already placed their bets. Shin glanced at the girl as her entire body was engulfed by blazing flames, as she continued that they were returning after being thoroughly beaten, and they had declared that if the Tower Master lost, everything would be over. Ma Jin-suk had been left stunned by Daoria's sharp accusation. Her whole presence radiated a fierce and fiery aura as she directed her frustration toward Hale, expressing that such expectations seemed like excessive pressure for a disciple and wondering aloud if all Tower Masters behave in that manner toward their students. The protagonist responded awkwardly. He admitted with visible hesitation that he was unsure because he was not truly a disciple of the Blue Tower Master and therefore did not know the answer himself. Daoria appeared displeased and remarked that if the Blue Tower Master treated his disciple well, she might have switched to his tower. Shin softly smiled and told her that if she ever wished to join, she should know that the Blue Tower Master was the kindest person he knew and that he was the best option if she ever chose to change. Daoria laughed, admitting she was only joking and would never do that. Then she extended her hand, greeting him with confident ease while implying that he already knew her name without needing to hear it. Hale took her hand, returning the greeting with the same certainty and expressing that he did not need to introduce himself either, since they had met before. Daoria, however, did not gasp, wondering inwardly whether he was merely joking as their hands met in a brief handshake. Hale, however, responded calmly as he stated that this was not their first encounter and that they had met once when they were both 10 years old. A faint and distant memory flickered in his mind as he recalled the moment she had visited his home with the Red Tower Master during his birthday, where she had been introduced as the proud disciple of the Red Tower. Daoria, visibly puzzled, was trying to search through her memories for the moment he described, but was unfortunately unable to recall. She admitted that she barely remembered the moment, yet if he claimed it happened, she was willing to accept it, eventually believing him. Without warning, she suddenly rushed forward and embraced Hale tightly, greeting him as if they had reunited after a long time. Then, to the astonishment of everyone watching, Daoria leaned in and placed a brief kiss on our boy's cheek. From a distance, a figure wearing sunglasses observed the scene with clear satisfaction, appearing content as if witnessing something expected of his disciple. As he stepped forward, along with the Blue Tower Master with a wide grin, the Red Tower Master teased Daoria for already using her charm to win others over. Daoria, startled by their presence, turned around with a visibly flustered expression. The Red Tower Master then confidently told the Blue Tower Master that he had won a bet, since no one could resist her charm. The Blue Tower Master responded that it was not Daoria who used her charm, but Shin Hale who reacted to it. James agreed that it might be true since Shin was that type. Both masters continued bickering while Daoria looked helpless. Daoria then coldly told her master to stop teasing her because the guests might think they were being rude. James laughed, asking if she truly liked our main character. Daoria grew embarrassed, but her embarrassment quickly shifted into sudden anger as she erupted with a sharp outburst that demanded he stop. She then announced her departure, adding that she would see Shin Hale again during the upcoming Olympiad before hastily taking her leave. The Blue Tower Master warned James to stop testing his disciple, but James insisted that her reactions were entertaining to him. Shin Hale added that Daria had even considered switching masters. The Red Tower Master wondered if he was too strict for her. Jihan commented that if he continued, she might eventually transfer. James, however, dismissed it, noting it would never happen. James then greeted our main character as he introduced himself, mentioning that this was their second meeting. Shin Hale replied respectfully, and James calmly explained that he had planned to give him a tour himself but could not due to his workload. Before leaving, he told Hale to enjoy his tour. Once the masters departed, the students were taken on a guided tour. They first visited the Red Tower's magical analysis room, which was highly advanced, followed by an equally impressive training room. Adela admired the technology that provided instant analytical results and wished their academy had something similar. After 2 hours of touring, they gathered in the cafeteria for lunch, thoroughly enjoying their day. Just then, a man approached Shin Hale and informed him that the Tower Masters were calling for him privately. He followed the guide into an elevator that took them to the top floor of the Red Tower. As he entered a room, he quietly observed that the top floor of the Red Tower was crafted from flamestone. Just then, he was called inside and found both masters seated inside, along with his father. Shin asked his father when he had arrived, thinking he was only coming for the finals, but his father said he had changed his plans and had arrived 4 hours earlier due to a more urgent matter. Upon hearing his father's words, Shin Hale immediately assumed it was related to the Black Magic Tower. The Red Tower Master apologized for involving a student in such a business who was only here for a trip, but work required it. Shin grew anxious as Jihan continued informing him that something unusual had occurred in the morning and that they had captured a Black Tower Dark Mage who had been disguising himself as part of the Olympiad staff. This revelation left our main character completely stunned, and Jihan continued, explaining that the information had reached him immediately after they reviewed the report on the plane, which was why Hale had been called, so they could discuss the matter further and use his insight. The protagonist, still in shock, urgently asked where the Dark Mage had been captured and where he was imprisoned, but the Blue Tower Master urged him to remain calm, assuring him that everything was under control. Shin Hale instantly shifted his gaze to his father, who glared at him for acting anxiously, and Hale apologized at once. James sided with him, stating that he himself had reacted the same way and advising Hale to sit. The meeting began using a holographic screen with information about a spy, as they explained that the spy had been caught during the final checks in the battle arena where the siege battle would take place. Jihan then pointed out that the suspect was discovered during the final inspection. Hale asked for the details of how he was discovered. A blue magic pentagon was placed on the table, and Jihan told him that the suspect had been seen installing it, prompting immediate contact with the management. The protagonist was stunned as he picked up the cube. His expression grew serious, sensing an unusual surge of energy. He then closed his eyes, concentrating his entire mind to analyze the complex magical structure within. When he opened his eyes, Shin's pupils had changed into a luminous yellow. His divine eyes revealed that it was a trigger. The Red Tower Master reacted with extreme surprise at Hale's discovery, while the Blue Tower Master remained silent, and Hale's father observed him with sharp, probing looks. The protagonist then firmly explained that it was a detonation spell with a ritual engraved inside it, increasing the explosive power when combined with other magic. James was impressed by his abilities and praised him for being useful with such perceptive eyes. Hale then noted that the object carried traces of the Black Tower's black magic as well. James, delighted, praised him for his abilities and also envied his father for raising such a powerful son and potential successor. However, Hale's father's expression grew serious as he sternly reminded him to keep it secret. James flinched, immediately covered his mouth, and insisted he would never mention it, especially to Daria. Clearing his throat, the Blue Tower Master then added that the moment the man had been arrested, he had taken poison and committed suicide, preventing them from extracting any further information. The protagonist was not so shocked by this, though he had still hoped to gather more details had the man survived. Jihan reassured him that there was no need to be discouraged, as they already possessed strong evidence. Hale then questioned what the Black Tower Mages were truly planning and what their goal was in the Olympiad, and his father responded sternly that there was only one possible motive: kidnapping the most talented students for their own experiments. Jihan abruptly stood in protest, asking why he had revealed such information, but Hale's father calmly reminded him that he had already shared that report 2 years earlier. The Blue Tower Master became even more shocked and stood frozen, that a 16-year-old had known about such horrific matters. Hale's father asked sharply whether there was an issue, emphasizing that he had disclosed it only to a member of the Magic God family, who had the right to know. Meanwhile, our boy maintained an impassive expression, not interfering in the adult's argument. The Blue Tower Master quickly apologized for the Riesling he had overstepped, admitting he had spoken thoughtlessly. Hale's father gave a curt, pointed response, remarking that it was good he understood, and that he should be far more careful next time. He then stated that it was clear that the Black Tower mages were after materials for their experiments, as there was no other logical motive for targeting the event. Although the Blue Tower Master initially doubted this reasoning, no alternative explanations existed. James grew furious, unable to accept how anyone would harm students merely for experimental purposes. He then cursed them, stating that they are sickeningly disgusting. He pondered that since the Olympiad gathered the most talented young mages in one place, it was the only convenient location for such an attempt. The Blue Tower Master suggested canceling the entire competition, but James argued that it was impossible, as all preparations for the tournament were complete and the International Magic Organization, including the United States, would never allow the event to be halted. With the option of cancellation already dismissed, Hale firmly presented the only viable alternative. The most practical countermeasure, he stated, was to reinforce the defense system. Hale's father's gaze grew thoughtful as he considered the proposal. James, too, sank into silent contemplation, weighing the feasibility of reinforcing the defenses. Breaking the stillness, the Blue Tower Master redirected the discussion toward the core issues surrounding the defense system. The meeting continued, a tense atmosphere settling heavily over the room. As dusk descended over the city, the discussion finally seemed to be nearing its end. At last, the Blue Tower Master rose decisively, assigning the first task and planning to negotiate with the United States government and share what they had discussed, and then inform them later. James intended to coordinate with the Olympiad management, and Hale's father said he would contact the International Counterterrorism Headquarters. Our main character felt genuinely astonished by the precision and decisiveness of the people around him, and once they left, he understood why they were considered top-tier mages. Back at Mimir's, the protagonist explained everything, and she remarked that the Black Tower mages had not changed despite the countless problems they had caused over the years. She strongly advised him to withdraw from the competition and return home, but Hale insisted that leaving was not an option. He said he intended to adjust his strategy and become stronger, declaring that he would enter the fourth trial page. Mimir firmly warned him that the fourth trial allowed only one attempt per month, but Hale remained firm, and ironically, that day was none other than the opening day of the Olympiad. Soon, the day of the Olympiad opening ceremony arrived. Spectators filled the venue, eagerly anticipating the performances and curious to see the demonstrations of magical skill from each nation. Each team's leader was expected to display magic, and the most striking performance would determine which country appeared strongest. National pride was also at stake. The audience looked forward to the US, UK, and Korean representatives, though they paid the least attention to Korea, as they were unfamiliar with the names. Still, there were rumors that the youngest mage to reach the fifth circle under the Blue Tower belonged to their team. The stage had been fully prepared, and everyone was ready for the Olympiad ceremony to begin when Sun-chan suddenly rushed in, breathless, with the news that he could not find Shin Hale anywhere. It would soon be Hale's turn to step onto the stage to perform and represent their country. Jin Hyun anxiously asked whether he had checked Hale's room, and Sun-chan explained that he had already done so, but the room contained nothing except an old robe and a single book lying on the bed. The team grew confused and uncertain about what to do, especially with the performances about to start. Jin Hyun began to sweat nervously, knowing it was time for Hale to prepare for his performance. Adela urged them to wait for a moment. She reminded them that the Blue Tower Master and a Master of the Magic God family were on their way, and that they still had a little time before the ceremony progressed further. However, the team still believed that they should consider selecting another performer in case Hale did not appear. Before any decision could be made, the announcement echoed through the arena, declaring that the ceremony was about to start, and the opening performances would begin shortly. Hearing this, Sun-chan grew even more frantic, his eyes widening with worry. Adela also grew anxious. The truth was that, on the night before the Olympiad opening ceremony, Shin Hale had returned to his room after discussing things with Mimir as he grabbed the magical book to challenge the next trial. Determined to achieve the fourth trial, he had wasted no time. As soon as he began to study, the book opened, glowing immensely as a voice greeted him as the successor and stated that once he mastered the Ring of Expansion perfectly, he would be allowed to proceed to the fourth trial page. As the protagonist carefully observed, he realized that the successor could only attempt this trial once every month, meaning he had to be fully prepared for any difficulty. As the voice warned him to think carefully before challenging it. However, Shin remained resolute as he had already decided. The book was closed, erupting in a burst of bright energy. Upon entering the page, he found pillars arranged all around him, and he stood mesmerized by the structure of the fourth trial. Soon, a gentle voice welcomed him, introducing herself as Gamma, the guide assigned to him for the fourth trial. She told him it was an honor to meet him. Hale was not surprised, having previously encountered Alpha and Beta. He responded politely, and Gamma explained that the fourth trial would test the precision and harmony of his infinite circle. She coldly warned him that failure to deliver a result that satisfied the page would force him to leave empty-handed, and he would be unable to reattempt the trial for 30 days. The protagonist understood that he was taking a considerable risk by attempting this trial now, but he felt he had no choice. Without success, he would never stand a chance against strong competitors like Daria and Kyle. He wanted victory and nothing else. When he instructed Gamma to begin, she immediately started the trial, since it was the successor's wish. A flash of light appeared before him, and as it cleared, he saw a piano standing in front of him, leaving him completely puzzled. A familiar voice of his master echoed, explaining that Gamma had transformed into an instrument he could handle, and that this piano was exceptionally special. When he pressed a key, he was stunned as no sound emerged, and his master told him that unless he synchronized perfectly with the 4 rings, the piano would not respond. Hale understood and then channeled his mana into the instrument. The piano finally produced a sound, but it was not smooth, and he felt unsatisfied. His master stated that only a special form of mana could allow him to play properly, and the trial was deceptively simple. He only had to produce a sound that even he himself found satisfying. He was given 12 hours to complete the task. When the countdown began, the master wished him luck before his voice faded. Our main character realized that the trial was essentially a puzzle, and he had no choice but to attempt it with everything he had. He remembered his master's warning that ordinary mana would not work and Gamma's explanation that the trial would measure the precision of his infinite circle. With that in mind, he focused deeply, channeled all his mana through the ring, and began to play again. He quickly learned that the sound came only when he used mana harmonized with all 4 rings. Relaxing slightly, he firmly remarked that now that he finally understood the exact method, it was time to begin in earnest. The protagonist then turned his gaze toward the piano, a faint smile curving his lips as he quietly reflected that it had been a long time since he had last played. His most recent attempt dated back to a childhood etiquette class, yet the fundamentals from those early lessons still lingered in his memory. He then continued playing. While everyone in the present time continued searching for the protagonist, Hale finally burst through the door, completely exhausted, apologizing for being late. Sunchan burst into anger and cursed him and immediately demanded to know where he had disappeared, but Hale said he would explain the details later, as he was already incredibly late. He mentioned that he had already asked the Blue Tower Master for the performance clothes beforehand, and hearing that, Sunchan felt relieved. As the announcements continued, it was declared that the Italian team had completed their performance and had done wonderfully. The host then thanked Team Italy and announced the next performance, signaling that it was time for the U.S. team to showcase their skills. Leading them was Daria Sorensha, and the host emphasized her presence with clear admiration. The fiery and striking representative of the United States. The entire arena erupted into loud cheers, the crowd roaring in support of the United States team, their excitement heightening with curiosity as they eagerly anticipated what the Red Tower had prepared for this year's event. Daria's performance followed soon after. She was already prepared in her elegant dress, standing calmly as she awaited her turn on the stage. The moment her name was called, she moved gracefully to her designated position. The moment Daria initiated her magic, she raised her hand, and dazzling golden flames swirled around her. In an instant, those flames surged upward, forming a blazing pillar that shot toward the sky. The audience was left in awe by her performance, and loud cheers continued to echo throughout the arena. Daria looked up with quiet satisfaction. Gradually, the top of the fiery pillar reshaped itself into an enormous, breathtaking flower made entirely of flames. The audience was left amazed by the magnificence of the scene. As soon as the fiery flower dissolved, the flames turned into small petals swirling around the arena, leaving the audience utterly stunned by the breathtaking performance by the U.S. representative. Daria then offered a graceful smile and gently lifted one of the petals with her hand. Closing her eyes, she slowly curled her fingers around it as the energy began to gather. The flames then erupted and ascended even higher into the air and burst into vibrant fireworks, illuminating the sky beautifully. The spectators were astonished, as such a display was something they had never witnessed before. Their excitement surged, and they shouted passionately that she was the best, claiming her performance perfectly matched her essence. The host praised her calm execution and grand firework display, stating that such excellence was expected from Daria, especially as she was a fifth circle mage known for her incredible skill. From the back, the crowd continued cheering wildly. Sunchan and Jin Hee-yoon were equally stunned by her overwhelming ability, realizing she was truly operating on an entirely different level from them. After her performance, the host announced that it was England's turn. The girls who admired Kyle immediately started cheering loudly as he walked onto the stage, clearly smitten by him. Once standing in position, Kyle Vincha confidently raised his sword toward the sky, causing the wind around him to swirl intensely. As he focused his magic, the swirling winds gathered and formed a growing tornado. The spectators were thrilled, amazed by the intensifying storm. Suddenly, Kyle shot upward through the tornado and disappeared into the sky, leaving the audience searching for him in surprise. When the tornado finally dispersed, he was seen floating high above, and the crowd grew even more excited. Kyle then dashed downward, cutting through the wind, and landed in a stylish, dramatic manner, presenting himself like a living storm, and ended his performance as he landed gracefully. The host enthusiastically applauded his high-level performance, remarking that he had made his country proud. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, even Ma Jin-suk expressed admiration, noting that first aria and now Kyle had proven that this year's participants were exceptionally talented. Kang Shinwoo added that, after such powerful displays, their own team's performance needed to be impressive enough to satisfy the public's heightened expectations. Jeannie Yoon then asked where Shin Hale was, and Soon Chan, visibly worried, explained that Hale had already begun preparing, since it was their team's turn next. Soon Chan nervously asked Adela if she had heard anything from Hale, but she denied receiving any updates. Nonetheless, she assured them that they simply needed to trust him, even though Soon Chan remained extremely anxious and felt a throbbing headache from overthinking the upcoming performance. In the Olympiad Special VIP seating area, James, the Red Tower Master, sat beside Min Gayan, the Green Tower Master. He sarcastically commented that her student Kyle was not bad, but Min Gayan responded sharply, saying she felt ashamed that the pride of the Red Tower had not been completely crushed by Kyle. James sighed and believed the line should have belonged to him, yet he conceded that based on the performances so far, the competition was a draw between them. Min Gayan then questioned why Kim Kanjin was absent, mocking him by saying that despite being praised everywhere as the youngest Fifth Circle mage in history, he might have run away to hide. At that moment, the Blue Tower Master arrived and clarified that he had not run away. Min Gayan softly questioned why he was late, and he explained that he had been involved in a situation that required his attention, and once it was resolved, he came directly to the event. James mentioned that the performances of the US and UK teams were already over, and he wanted to see what kind of display the Blue Tower Mage had prepared. Jihan admitted that he also did not know anything about Hale's performance, but Min Gayan suspected that he was deliberately hiding information. Jihan, however, firmly insisted that he truly had no idea, saying that he only prepared the student's outfit and that Hale never used AI-based magic tricks anyway. He added that he was personally curious to see what Shin Hale would show. Finally, our main character confidently began walking toward the stage, his robe flowing behind him as he approached the spotlight. After Kyle's performance from the Green Tower, the host announces that it was the Korean team's turn to take the stage, and the one representing them was Shin Hale, whom everyone eagerly awaited. Soon Chan and the rest of the team, visibly nervous, watched him from behind the stage on the screen, while even the VIPs focused intently, as no one knew what the protagonist planned to reveal. When Shin Hale reached the center of the stage, he sternly used his magic to summon a piano, specifically the same piano he had received during the fourth trial page. The sight alone shocked Soon Chan, and even Adela questioned what he intended to show with such an unexpected instrument. Our main character quietly sat down, closing his eyes, directing his full focus toward the rings of expansion, while the spectators stared in surprise, astonished to see a musical instrument appear in a magical performance. The moment his eyes flashed, he began to play, and a soothing, gentle melody poured out. Instantly, the surroundings transformed, and the entire stage became covered in soft green grass, as though the audience had stepped into a serene garden. The sound traveled across the stadium like flowing waves, leaving the spectators breathless. As he picked up the rhythm, the sound grew even stronger. Meanwhile, in the VIP sitting area, the Blue Tower Master was surprised as he could clearly feel that the music was riding directly on mana itself. Soon the faint fluttering of butterflies and the delicate chirping of birds echoed everywhere, and the scenery shifted again into a blooming landscape filled with spring blossoms. Mana and music blended so naturally that the audience felt completely immersed, convinced the environment before them was real. Even James was stunned, wondering how anyone could create such a phenomenon, while Min Gayan was equally shocked, realizing that Shin Hale had been hiding a powerful trump card all along. Jihan was overwhelmed as well, briefly suspecting Kim Kanjin as the one who might have taught him, although he had never encountered such a spell in his entire life. Yet Hale's performance did not end there. As he changed the melody, the stage transformed once more, and a towering cylindrical waterfall surged upward. Within its spiraling water, dolphins gracefully swam, while the protagonist continued to play atop the water itself. The spectators could hardly believe their eyes, feeling as if they were witnessing a vivid dream. Moments later, a massive bridge of flames soared into the sky, and lush greenery spread across the surroundings while sunlight shone brightly, marking the arrival of the summer season. A sudden cold breeze swept past the stadium, carrying swirling leaves with it, and the scenery shifted into autumn, with fruit-covered branches adorning the trees. Even deer appeared, running effortlessly through the landscape, leaving spectators confused whether they were illusions or real beings. As the melody changed again, winter descended. The leaves withered, snow gently fell, and a quiet white stillness covered everything. It was the season that suited Shin Hale the most, a cold and solitary time that mirrored his own nature. His performance seamlessly displayed the harmony of the four seasons, precisely synchronized with his mana. For him, the moment felt deeply meaningful, as though he was stepping directly onto the path of the Archmage Vadener's Infinity Circle, an inheritance of magic he was destined to follow. His team was equally stunned by the skeptical performance. It overwhelmed him emotionally, and he reflected inwardly that true mages, despite their overwhelming powers, must avoid overconfidence if they wish to see the world from new angles and continue striving toward the peak, as his master had always taught. When the performance concluded, Shin gracefully concluded that that is who he was now. The entire stadium erupted in thunderous cheers, the audience shouting passionately in amazement at what they had just witnessed. Min Gaon felt tense, realizing that Shin Hale not only infused mana into sound, but also controlled its emotions, while James grew jealous seeing such mastery achieved without any AI tools. Min coldly questioned Jihan about what he had taught Hale, but Jihan admitted that while he had always known Hale possessed extraordinary control and immense magical capability, he had never imagined he could achieve something like this, because such a feat was impossible through spell formula modification or pure magic ability. He became certain that the protagonist was hiding another type of magic entirely. When Hale stepped off the stage, his teammates rushed to him, thrilled and emotional, hugging him tightly and praising the astonishing performance he had shown to the world. When I asked him to teach them the technique, he simply stated that he would demonstrate the magic trick later. Kang Xinwu felt confident that after witnessing this performance, everyone finally understood the level their team stood at, and he believed that their upcoming match would go smoothly. Hale then mentioned that he had a strategy in mind for the next day's battle, and that they needed to adjust their plans accordingly. By the next day, the announcement declared the beginning of the matches, with the first event being a 5 versus 5 siege battle. It was revealed that the opening match would be between the Korean team and the Italian team. The Italian team, however, felt extremely nervous, as their first opponents were the Koreans, and after seeing Shin Hale's overwhelming performance the previous day, any remaining confidence had completely vanished. Their leader tried to calm them, reminding them that all they needed to do was capture the enemy base, and there was no reason to directly confront Shin Hale. When the match began, one of the Italian scouts watched from atop a tree and suddenly spotted movement. He immediately informed the leader that someone had entered their territory. When asked how many intruders there were, the scout hesitated and then reported that it was only one, and that the person was Shin Hale alone. As the first match between Korea and Italy began, Shin Hale did not waste even a moment and immediately rushed straight into the Italian territory. The Italian team was stunned to see him arrive alone, something they had never imagined. Their leader, who was standing at the front, panicked and retreated, assuming this was part of a larger strategy and that the rest of the Korean team must have surrounded them from behind. He ordered his teammates to stay alert and search for the others, but no matter how much they looked, they found no trace of anyone else. Only then did Shin Hale calmly inform them that there was no one else to worry about, because he had come entirely alone to fight them. Their leader was even more shocked, unable to understand what kind of plan this was or what Shin Hale intended to do next. Our main character calmly asserted that he alone was enough to handle them, and that he would defeat them with ease. The Italian team felt deeply insulted, and their anger rose. As they cursed him, they gathered their mana and launched a full force attack at once, taking advantage of the fact that he was by himself. However, Shin Hale remained calm, and raising his hand, he activated his resonance, creating a massive fire blast that instantly incapacitated the entire Italian team and ended the match on the spot. That night, everyone celebrated their first victory. Jin Hee-yoon felt relieved, pleased that everything from the opening ceremony to the first battle had gone smoothly without complications. Kang Xinwu, however, felt slightly disappointed and asked why Jin Hee-yeon was so cheerful, since the victory had come entirely from Shin Hale's efforts, and they themselves had done nothing on the battlefield. Jin Hee-yoon simply remained pleased, saying that since they were all part of Shin, his win counted as a perfect victory for all of them. Ma Jin-suk then asked Hale whether he was alright after the battle, reminding him that Hale had claimed he would be exhausted for 12 hours if he used his full power. But Hale calmly said he felt fine. Internally, he thought about how his resonance ability remained secret from the others, and he covered it up by explaining that this was simply his full power whenever he used that particular skill. Adela eventually questioned him about his decisions, wondering why he revealed so much power during the opening ceremony and once again used his full strength in the very first match, wondering aloud if there was a reason behind it all. Hale replied sternly, stating that there was a reason, of course, and explained that he had worn the Four Seasons artifact during the ceremony, referring to the contact lenses he had obtained, and that this artifact allowed him to draw out his maximum power. He mentioned that now no other team should be able to recognize that, so he did not consider it a risk. Meanwhile, at the British team hotel, everyone gathered in the conference room as Maya explained that Shin Hale had not used any artifact during the opening ceremony, as she had observed closely from the footage they took with the mana analysis camera. Kyle wondered why the mana around him felt so dense, and Maya responded that it was the nature of his magic eye mana. She then showed them a detailed analysis report prepared by British experts. The report shocked everyone present there, as it stated that Shin Hale had been analyzed as a sixth circle mage. Kyle immediately understood why Hale had refused to fight him earlier. He had been concealing far more power than he showed. Maya then presented the analysis from the Italy match, revealing that Shin Hale had used magic spells above the 5th circle level, estimated around the 5.5 tier range. She coldly pointed out that he had cast 6 high-level spells consecutively, yet the monitoring meters showed no signs of fatigue. She concluded that he was undoubtedly a 6th circle mage, which meant that every plan they had constructed was now useless, and they no longer had time to waste, so they would now need a new plan to stop Shin Hale, while Kyle quietly pondered the situation. The following day, the siege battles for the top 16 concluded, and Korea emerged victorious. In their next match, Shin Hale's team overwhelmed Germany completely, leaving the German team stunned by the loss. Sun-chan felt proud that they followed his strategy, though they managed to win even without Hale's direct involvement. Hale himself was glad that he had been able to stay out of this match and that his team secured the victory on their own. Sun-chan happily claimed that his team had pulled off the super deluxe bait strategy, though Jin Hee-yeon was annoyed at the name he gave it. The day before, the protagonist had told his team that no other group would have any clue about his artifact, but Jin firmly believed that the Four Seasons performance was obviously tied to an artifact and that analysts would detect it easily. Our main character, however, remained confident that they would not. He explained that the contact lenses were directly attached to his eyes and did not physically exist as visible objects. And since his eyes released dense mana, observers would naturally assume he was only using his magic eyes. Because of that, any analyst would conclude that he was just a 6th circle mage using magic eye abilities. The whole team was stunned upon hearing this explanation, and Hale told them that they needed to take advantage of this opportunity. In truth, according to Wagner's classification, Shin Hale was only a 4th circle mage, but he kept this hidden and publicly claimed that his power came from spell formula modification, leading others to believe he was a 5th circle mage. He wondered anxiously what would happen now that rumors were spreading about him being a 6th circle mage. Adela, interrupting his thoughts, asked whether such a rumor would force other teams to adjust their strategies and potentially slow him down in combat. Shin Hale admitted that he was not certain whether the trick would work on the next opponent, especially since their next opponent was the British team representative, which included Calvinsha, already a 5th circle mage, and someone he would eventually have to face. The Siege tournament had reached its quarterfinals, and the moment match 3 was announced as Korea versus England. The arena exploded with noise. Voices overlined each other as the audience rushed to predict the outcome. A large portion of the crowd insisted England would claim victory, pointing to its deep history, tradition, and long-standing dominance. Others rejected that certainty just as quickly. After witnessing Shin Hale's crushing performance against Italy in the opening round, many believed he would repeat the feat and carry Korea to another win, even against an opponent as formidable as England. The arguments only intensified. Clusters of spectators debated loudly, some even throwing wagers into the chaos as excitement thickened the air. Anticipation pressed down on the arena like a physical weight. Even the leaders of the blue, green, and red towers were pulled into the storm of speculation. The green tower leader declared with confidence that Kyle's side would prevail. The blue tower leader answered coolly that recent performances made Shin Hale's victory the more logical outcome. As the two continued their back and forth, the red tower leader, James, watched with open amusement. Standing outside their rivalry, he found their heated dispute entertaining and savored every reaction. At last, the blue tower leader turned to James and demanded his verdict. James paused just long enough to consider the field before casting his vote for Shin Hale. With his answer given, the surrounding chatter gradually faded, and the match began. The signal rang out. Shin Hale burst forward from Korea's side without hesitation, and Kyle stepped up from England to meet him head-on. They closed the distance in an instant, their collision locking the audience's focus. Hale struck first with a clean, direct assault, but Kyle intercepted it smoothly, his defense effortless. Recognition flashed in Kyle's eyes. He spoke with certainty, recalling their previous meeting down to the exact hour, minute, and second. Hale answered that the precision might be exaggerated, but he agreed it had been a long time. Kyle remained unwavering. From the day they first crossed paths, he said, Shin Hale had never left his memory. Hale answered with a faint smirk, lightly taunting Kyle and suggesting he might still be brooding over that duel Hale had once refused. Kyle dismissed the idea outright. There was no resentment in him, only anticipation. He had been waiting for this clash with unfiltered excitement. Hale studied him in silence. Kyle's aggressive nature hadn't changed in the slightest. Yet no matter how carefully he searched, a clean opening refused to appear. Deciding the pleasantries had run their course, Kyle let his true power surface. In an instant, Hale understood why the world called Kyle the Knight of the Storm. Towering tornadoes spiraled violently around him as crushing winds gathered and wrapped his body. A vivid green aura surged outward, and when the storm steadied, armor manifested over his frame. Forged entirely from roaring wind, it carried the presence of a living tempest, the wind god. Kyle leveled his blade and demanded to see the might of the sixth circle, then launched himself forward. Hale shifted back a step to brace himself, just as Kyle blurred into motion. The explosive speed jolted him. He twisted aside at the last possible moment, narrowly evading the blade, yet a thin line of blood opened across his cheek. Defensive magic flared to life as he reinforced his guard, but Kyle pressed the assault without pause. With a sharp grin, Kyle praised him, declaring that no one had ever blocked his opening strike so cleanly. Hale replied evenly that the outcome didn't surprise him. He had already recognized the ultimate technique, Wind Strike. Kyle clarified without hesitation. The attack was the Wind God Sword Form 1, Wind Strike, a spell that compressed a raging gale into the blade to magnify both speed and destructive force. As Hale replayed the exchange in his mind, the truth settled in. The strike had been so fast it had nearly escaped his sight. He acknowledged his miscalculation. Kyle's precision and velocity far exceeded his expectations. That realization made one thing clear. Pre-fight analysis would offer little advantage here. Even so, Hale's composure never wavered. He had already intended to handle Kyle personally within their strategy. The Storm Knight lunged again, challenging him to stop the next charge. As the distance vanished, Hale awakened his divine eyes. The battlefield sharpened. He saw the chain of attacks forming before they were unleashed. Moving with exact timing, he slipped past each strike in sequence and answered with a blazing fireball that forced Kyle to skid several steps back. When Kyle steadied himself and regained his footing, Hale felt no triumph in the exchange. Hale's third circle fireball burst against Kyle's armor and faded without leaving the slightest trace. The message was obvious. The Wind God armor stood far beyond the reach of such attacks. Kyle openly praised Hale for evading every strike so cleanly, then questioned the choice of using a spell that week. To him, it hinted at underestimation. Hale cut that assumption off immediately. He stated with certainty that he had never underestimated Kyle, not even once. The answer pleased Kyle. A sharp grin crossed his face as he urged Hale to stop restraining himself and fight at full power. As their clash continued, the three tower leaders followed every movement with keen interest, openly admiring Hale's flawless counters. James spoke first, declaring that Hale was truly exceptional. In his eyes, Hale's strength exceeded not only Kyle's but even Dahlia's. What made him frightening was not just his magical output, but the combination of his magic eyes and razor-sharp intellect, traits that rendered him nearly unbeatable in battles driven by strategy. The Green Tower leader responded with a mocking tone, pointing out that revealing himself as a six-circle mage placed her team at an unfair disadvantage. James only laughed at the complaint and replied that advantages existed on both sides of the field. Kim Kong continued to observe in silence, analyzing every detail. From the moment Hale had first witnessed the Four Seasons, he believed the young mage had already begun constructing this entire plan. Breaking his silence, Kim Kong suddenly asked the other two leaders for a promise. James reacted with surprise at the abrupt request, but Kim Kong insisted they swear not to reveal what he was about to share. After a brief hesitation, both leaders agreed to keep his words confidential. Only then did he disclose the truth. The protagonist had not actually reached the sixth circle. He warned that this single match was far from decisive. Despite appearances, there remained a genuine possibility that Hale could still lose. The clash between Kyle and Hale dragged on without a single break, the battlefield thick with pressure as neither side retreated an inch. Kyle drove forward with pure aggression, demanding that Hale stop holding back and fight him seriously. Wind exploded around his body as he shot toward his opponent, releasing a sharp, compressed blast meant to push Hale to his limits. Hale didn't even bother to tense up. A faint scoff slipped from him as he mocked the attack. making it clear he saw no reason to reveal his full strength against Kyle. With nothing but his shield raised, he absorbed the rushing wind effortlessly, as if the strike had never carried any weight to begin with. The effortless defense stung. Kyle's expression tightened with open frustration, the feeling of being underestimated gnawing at him. He couldn't accept that Hale didn't see him as worthy of a serious response. Yet Hale's calm posture told a different story. Kyle had misunderstood the entire premise of the match. This was never meant to be a pure duel, and crushing him head-on had never been Hale's objective. The realization stalled Kyle for a split second as he tried to make sense of the situation unfolding around him. Then he reached out through the communication channel to check on his teammates. The answer that came back sent a jolt of panic straight through him. An emergency was erupting on their side of the field. Kyle froze, caught between shock and indecision. And in that opening, Hale shifted roles instantly. Locking onto distant targets with precise magical fixation, he began raining down controlled bursts of flame from afar. His team stayed secured within their zone, holding formation, while Hale dominated the air with relentless long-range support. Fireballs hammered Kyle's side without mercy, forcing his teammates into a steady retreat. With every new report crackling through the channel, the truth assembled itself in his mind. Hale had pinned him in place on purpose, using him as a distraction while dismantling the battlefield from distance. His teammates kept shouting for help, their voices edged with desperation, but Kyle had already been neutralized. When the full strategy finally clicked and anger surged through him, Hale answered with casual indifference, remarking that he had only done what he found entertaining. At that exact moment, Hale's team planted their flag deep inside enemy territory. The signal to end the match rang out instantly, and Team Korea was declared the victor. From the observation deck, the Green Tower Master shifted his gaze toward the Blue Tower Master, curiosity burning behind his eyes. He questioned who Hale really was, and how anyone could cast magic with such terrifying precision from nearly 2 kilometers away. The Blue Tower Master watched the fading echoes of the battle, and admitted he would need to review the footage himself before he could form a proper conclusion. The Green Tower Master shifted his attention to the Red Tower Master, demanding an explanation for what they had just witnessed. Yet even the Red Tower Master looked unsettled. He admitted he couldn't clearly decipher the method behind Hale's performance. The magic itself resisted clean identification, and the only theory he could offer sounded almost absurd. He suspected Hale carried thousands of hidden snakes within his body, some unknown mechanism that allowed him to project such impossible precision across the battlefield. He went on to note that Hale's earlier displays, including his confrontation with Italy, had been a carefully staged performance. Every move had nudged observers toward the same conclusion, that he was a sixth circle mage. Drawing Kyle far from the base hadn't been reckless aggression. It was a calculated maneuver to tag and isolate the enemy's strongest asset. By dragging the threat away from the core battlefield, Hale carved out a perfect window to bombard the field with extreme long-range magic, while his team advanced unchallenged. James watched the aftermath in stunned silence, his thoughts struggling to keep pace with what he had seen. An 18-year-old had orchestrated the entire sequence with surgical precision. What unsettled him most was the realization that Hale had never truly engaged Kyle in a direct contest. Even so, he had preserved the illusion of overwhelming superiority, selling the image of a higher circle mage without exposing his limits. James knew how dangerous that blend of bluff, misdirection, and confidence could become. Tactics like that didn't just win matches. They carried risks that could easily drag Dahlia into lethal situations if misjudged. Mimir recalled an earlier remark from the successor, who had described the battle-hungry lunatic as monstrously strong. Later, Hale admitted that his clash with Kyle had been the hardest fight he'd ever endured. The confession puzzled her until he broke it down. Kyle specialized in high-speed close combat, and constantly maintained a defensive barrier called Godwind. For a mage built around freestyle magical combat, that combination formed a nightmare matchup. She immediately argued that Resonance should have solved the problem outright. Hale didn't deny it. Activating Resonance would have secured a clean victory. The complication lay in what followed. He reminded her that Kyle wasn't his only opponent. The mention triggered her memory of the red-haired woman the successor had warned about, Dahlia. Hale explained that Resonance inflicted a brutal strain on his body. Since he would be forced to confront both Kyle and Dahlia back-to-back, he had to ration his strength. One of those battles had to be fought without leaning on Resonance. After absorbing the reasoning, Mimir let out a quiet scoff and teased him for suffering from perfect preparation syndrome. Even so, she conceded that deliberate caution and forward planning were far from weaknesses. Hale was fully aware that the Olympiad was only at its beginning. Strong opponents still waited ahead, and if he intended to survive every clash to come, he needed to push his limits further. His target was clear in his mind: the fifth infinity circle, the Ring of Truth. Reaching it wasn't ambition for its own sake. It was a necessity. The following day, his team assembled to review the semi-final victory they had just secured. Kang Shin Wu broke the silence first, noting that they had crushed their opponents without revealing a single piece of their hidden arsenal. He admitted Hale's earlier warning had been accurate. There had been almost no reliable data on Dahlia or the enemy lineup, yet the uncertainty hadn't slowed them down. Ma Jin-suk, leaning back with casual ease, dismissed the tension entirely. In his view, their opponents had fought on raw emotion rather than strategy. Someone else chimed in, recalling how last year's encounter with the U.S. team had felt less like a match and more like attending a funeral. Suchan cut through the rising excitement and warned them not to celebrate prematurely. Reaching the semifinals wasn't the end of the road. Ma Jin-suk answered with a broad, unshaken grin, insisting the previous battle had been hopelessly one-sided. After eliminating the UK team, he saw no real barriers standing between them and the finals. As the conversation circled, the door opened and Hale stepped inside. His presence alone steadied the room. He confirmed their expectations without hesitation. The semifinals would not threaten them. With their current cohesion and strength, defeat simply wasn't an outcome he considered possible. Confidence solidified. When they moved out toward the battlefield, every member followed Hale without a trace of doubt. Their trust in his judgment and power was absolute, though one voice quietly reminded him to stay sharp for what came next. Soon after, the results of the second bracket were announced. The 4 strongest teams had finished their clashes, and Team Korea stood victorious again, securing a position in the finals. Public reaction shifted instantly. Analysts and spectators alike began speaking of the Korean team as if it operated on a completely separate tier, already speculating how they might dismantle the U.S. squad in the championship match. Far from the celebration, Hale's brother watched the news with tightening fury. His fist crashed onto the table, shattering a glass of juice and sending liquid across the surface. He had expected solid performance, nothing more. This level of domination had never crossed his mind. What unsettled him most was a creeping suspicion he couldn't shake. The possibility that Hale had already stepped into the 6th circle, standing on the same level as himself. The thought dug into him like a splinter. If Team Korea returned carrying gold, or even silver, their rise would become impossible to contain. The balance he relied on would tilt overnight, and once that happened, suppressing them would no longer be an option. He moved immediately. The call to the Black Tower Master connected in seconds, and his voice came out sharp with restrained anger as he demanded to know what was unfolding behind the curtain. The response he received was ice cold. The Black Tower Master labeled him impatient and reminded him that he had already been told to entrust the entire matter to Black Tower authority. That answer only fueled his irritation. He snapped back that the Black Tower still answered to him and insisted on a complete briefing, warning him not to conceal a single detail. The refusal came without hesitation. The Black Tower Master stated flatly that no part of the operation could be disclosed, not even to him. One careless fragment of information, he explained, could unravel everything they had set in motion. He added that the executives mobilized for this mission extended far beyond himself, forming a network already in place. His final assurance was delivered with chilling certainty. Shin Hale would be erased. The day of the final siege battle arrived under a heavy, electric atmosphere. As the Blue Tower Master approached his seat and prepared to sit, his steps slowed. Lord Shin Hyok was already there, waiting in silence. Recognition flashed across his face. So he had come personally to witness the match. With a quiet remark, the Blue Tower Master observed that Hale would be startled if he knew his father was in the audience. He then asked whether matters on Lord Shin's side had proceeded without complications. Shin and Hyok answered evenly that everything had been resolved, and that the International Anti-Terror Bureau had accepted their proposal without resistance. The Blue Tower Master nodded in genuine appreciation, acknowledging the difficulty of negotiating with such an organization and persuading them to cooperate. When Lord Shin turned the question back on him, the Tower Master replied that his end had also been secured. James and his sister Gayan had confirmed there would be no interference. Work commitments would keep them away from the arena that day. James, he added, had regretted missing Dahlia's match. A faint smile touched the Blue Tower Master's lips as he admitted he was quietly grateful for the chance to cheer for Hale together with Shin and Hyok, something they had not shared in a long time. Shin and Hyok tilted his head slightly at the phrasing, commenting that it sounded misplaced. He doubted his son required encouragement from him when the entire stadium was already roaring Hale's name. The Blue Tower Master felt a ripple of amusement and satisfaction. Even Shin and Hyok, the man whispered about as the ghost of the Mage God clan, could not hide the fondness he held for his own child. The signal for the grand final cut through the arena, and the moment the countdown ended, Shin Hale surged forward. His mind sharpened as he ran, dissecting the battlefield in an instant. He reviewed everything he knew about Dahlia, her mastery of overwhelming firepower and catastrophic area spells. Engaging her amid a clustered fight would tip the scales against him, just as he had done with Kyle. Isolating her into a one-on-one clash offered the cleanest path to victory. The uncertainty lay in whether Dahlia would play into that setup so easily. He weighed the scenario quickly. If he could pull her into a solitary confrontation, he could replicate his earlier strategy and obliterate the enemy's main camp through coordinate fixation magic. The plan formed with cold clarity as he closed the distance, every step carrying him deeper into the decisive battle. If Dahlia chose to launch a full assault, he would have no choice but to storm straight into enemy territory with her. That possibility weighed heavily on him. More than anything, he feared the strategy Team America would ultimately commit to. If she picked the alternative plan, he knew his odds of losing would rise sharply. As he closed the distance, he spotted Dahlia already waiting. She looked relaxed, even cheerful, casually remarking on how nice the weather was and joking that a day like this was meant for strolling through a park, not fighting. Hale cut straight to the point and asked where her teammates were. Dahlia answered without hesitation. They were staying at the base. There was no reason to wander into the traps he had set and complicate things. Her calm reply sent a ripple of unease through him. It sounded like she had already figured out that his coordinate fixation magic was a place-type spell. Dahlia went on to outline their approach. The other 4 members of her team would focus entirely on defense, while she operated alone. Unless Hale's teammates tried to regroup with him, her side would not step a single foot outside their base. She explained it plainly. As long as she remained on the field as a wide-area annihilation specialist, Hale's team would never dare to close in on her. At the same time, her own teammates had no need to gather around her either. Then Hale saw it, the blue flames igniting around her body. Dahlia stated that the match would be decided solely between the two of them, and in the next instant, she hurled a blazing inferno straight at him. Shock flashed across Hale's face as he recognized her signature secret art, the pride of the Red Tower. The scorching inferno burned on a level completely different from ordinary fire. Those who mastered it could command blue flames that soared to temperatures of 1500 degrees Celsius. Dahlia sneered, asking how much longer he intended to keep probing the situation, and remarking that the fight was getting dull. Hale shot back that he had thought she might go easy on him, only for her to laugh it off and dismiss his words as childish whining. He was cornered. From where he stood, he couldn't read the structure of Dahlia's magic circle at all. To observe it, he needed to be within 4 meters and lock onto its core with his mystic eyes, and right now, that distance felt impossibly far. The scorching inferno spread too wide, its heat swallowing the battlefield in waves that made any direct approach impossible. Even a single fragment of that fire devoured everything within 10 meters. The instant Hale measured that range, he understood something unsettling. Dahlia wasn't just dangerous. She was troublesome in a way Kyle had never been. For a split second, he weighed the option of raising a shield and studying her magic circle from behind it. The idea died as quickly as it formed. Against heat like this, any shield he created would liquefy in moments. Dahlia's voice cut through the blazing air as she mocked him again, asking if he planned to keep retreating and warning that such cowardice would only disappoint her. Her taunt was followed by action. A storm of scorching infernos erupted and crashed toward him in rapid succession. Hale slipped through the gaps with razor-thin precision, evading every burst before snapping back with a sweeping blade of wind. For the first time, Dahlia hesitated. She caught the pattern and realized he had launched a trajectory-based strike. Her confusion faded into disdain. Techniques like that, she decided, were beneath her, predictable, weak, incapable of breaching her defenses. Watching her reaction, Hale felt a quiet frustration settle in. He had gambled on the speed and curve of that strike being enough to pierce her guard, and it hadn't even come close. With every simpler option exhausted, he steadied his breathing and reached a final conclusion. There was only one path left. He would meet her head-on and trigger resonance. Dahlia's eyes widened the instant she saw the water attribute spell form in Hale's hands. Surprise flickered across her face, then twisted into quiet scorn. To her, an element like that was laughable against the crushing force of her flames. She dismissed it as a clumsy, low-tier attempt, certain no simple spell could ever challenge her power. With absolute confidence, she launched another inferno ball, convinced that this time his ultra-heated hellfire would erase any chance of resistance. The blazing sphere tore through the air, then slammed straight into a curtain of water droplets already scattered across the battlefield. The collision was immediate and violent. Fire met water and collapsed into a roaring surge of steam that exploded outward, swallowing the arena in a thick white veil. Gasps rippled through the commentators as both fighters vanished inside the cloud. The crowd stirred restlessly, officials leaning forward, desperate to glimpse what was unfolding within the haze. At the center of it all, Dahlia stood frozen in disbelief, stunned that her attack had been smothered so cleanly. The steam slowly thinned. Hale's silhouette emerged first, standing composed and steady. A laugh slipped from Dahlia's lips as she admitted he was the first opponent to neutralize her strike so perfectly. She urged him to stop holding back and reveal more. Even as she spoke, drifting steam curled back toward her, clouding her sight again. For an instant she assumed he was manipulating the mist on purpose, unaware that he had already locked onto her position. She fired blindly, but his presence had vanished. In the next heartbeat, Hale materialized behind her and drove into strike. Dahlia reacted on instinct, throwing up a defense. In his mind, Hale dismissed it as insufficient. He cut in, yet the blow slipped past. Still, something subtle shifted in that exchange. Dahlia snapped a curse at him, irritated by the reckless attempt, then exhaled in relief when she realized she was unharmed. The timing of his attack had caught her off guard. Irritation hardened into resolve, and she resumed hurling fireballs, each one met by Hale's calm control of the suspended droplets that smothered her flames again and again. The rhythm of the clash began to thrill her. She tunneled her focus entirely onto Hale, chasing him with relentless bursts of fire while he wove through them without panic. Excitement surged as she poured everything into hunting him down. Then a sharp realization cut through her momentum. Her earpiece was gone. Memory flashed back to his earlier strike, and she understood at once. Hale had shattered it. She dismissed the missing earpiece as a coincidence and steadied herself. This was a team battle, and victory would only come when one side was completely eliminated. With that reminder locking her focus, Dahlia fixed her attention on crushing Hale where he stood. Even after repeated exchanges, the gap she expected to see never appeared. Frustration crept in. Watching the strain in Hale's movements, she convinced herself he couldn't possibly be a sixth circle mage. He was working too hard just to block and counter, never once managing to touch her. In contrast, she felt almost relaxed, as if she were sparring rather than fighting seriously. Then Hale spoke, cutting straight into the conclusion forming in her mind. Dahlia let out a short laugh, but he continued, telling her she had completely misread the situation. He wasn't unleashing his full strength because he saw no need to. His real purpose was to study the ultra-heat hell technique she kept relying on. She rejected the claim outright. If he truly possessed sixth circle power, she argued, he would have overwhelmed her already instead of wasting breath on explanations. Hale answered evenly. In a solo duel, he would have ended things exactly that way. But this wasn't a one-on-one fight. It was a team match, and a long tournament still stretched ahead. His reasoning only deepened her confusion. She demanded to know what he meant. Was he claiming his teammates could finish the opposing side without him? Hale confirmed it without hesitation, stating that this battle would follow the same script. The calm certainty in his voice scraped against her pride. Unable to endure it any longer, Dahlia surged forward and unleashed another attack. Before her spell could even settle, a sharp notification rang out across the arena. The match was over. Team Korea had been declared the winner. The words hit her like a physical blow. The opening Olympiad event, the siege battle, had already been decided in Korea's favor. Far from the arena floor, the Black Tower Master watched the spectacle with an amused smile. To him, the entire event felt like an extravagant display, drawing more excitement than it deserved. Beside him stood a Black Tower executive from the parade division, who remarked that people should enjoy their cheers while they still could. Once the Olympiad concluded, he warned, laughter would be a rare thing. Another executive, the figure known as Shadow, silenced them with a quiet command. Someone important was about to arrive. Moments later, a grand presence entered, and everyone in the vicinity bowed in unison. The one who stepped forward was the Dark Magic King. The siege battles reached their conclusion with Korea Obelisk Academy standing as the undisputed victor. In the aftermath, Dahlia remained motionless, the shock of defeat etched across her face as she struggled to grasp how their side had collapsed. Hale broke the silence with a calm explanation, offering her a single, pointed lesson. In large-scale team combat, communication devices had to be guarded as fiercely as one's own life. The moment key fighters like them were cut off from each other, defeat became almost inevitable, regardless of individual strength. His words echoed in her mind and pulled her back to a crucial instant in the fight. When he had slipped behind her, he hadn't been aiming for damage alone. He had shattered her earpiece with precision, severing her connection at the worst possible moment. The realization settled heavily as night gradually blanketed the arena. Hours later, Hale sat alone on a quiet bench, the pale glow of his phone lighting his face as he scrolled in silence. Footsteps approached, and Adela stepped into view, offering him a bottle of banana milk as a simple thank you for his efforts. He brushed aside the praise and redirected it toward her, stating plainly that she had been the one to carry the battle. While he had been occupied with Dahlia, he had heard enough to know Adela had crushed the U.S. team. He thanked her sincerely, adding that her performance had allowed him to conserve a significant number of valuable cards. He also mentioned hearing that she had dominated the reverse field match earlier that day. Adela answered with quiet modesty. The bracket had been kind to her so far, she said, but beginning with a round of 16 the next day, the tournament would become far harsher. Hale advised her to stay composed and resist the urge to overextend herself. An injury, he warned, will be the worst possible setback for the entire team. His concern left her quietly moved, and she accepted his words without argument. With the hour growing late, she excused herself to rest, and Hale stated he would do the same. Once she was gone, he opened the official Olympiad schedule on his phone. 10 events remained in total, and each competitor could only participate in 6. He studied the lineup in silence and reached a firm conclusion. Every moment, he wasn't fighting had to be spent improving. With that decision set in his mind, he turned away from the empty grounds and returned to Mimir. Mimir asked how the event had unfolded so far. Hale answered without hesitation that everything was running smoothly and that he was securing victories without difficulty. The confidence in his voice pleased her. She reminded him that he had said he would have the next 4 days free. Hale confirmed it and explained that his next match would only take place after that gap, which was why he intended to devote the entire period to training, specifically to refining Mimir herself. As he began gathering the books required for his regimen, Mimir questioned whether he truly intended to handle everything alone. She suggested he might be better off using the time to support his teammates with strategy. Hale dismissed the concern calmly. Even without his direct involvement, he said, his companions were fully capable of managing on their own. Mimir noted that such certainty reflected deep trust. Hale accepted the remark with quiet pride, convinced that his team stood above the rest. He then revealed his real objective for those 4 days, advancing the 5th Infinity Circle, the Ring of Truth. Mimir explained that the Ring of Truth existed in parallel with the Ring of Expansion. It was vast in scale and, on the surface, structurally similar. That resemblance was exactly what made it difficult. Like the Expansion Circle, it required smaller infinity circles to encase it. To complete the circle of truth, deliberation, resonance, interference, expansion, and finally truth itself all had to be interlinked. The explanation tangled in Hale's mind. From his perspective, it sounded less like forming a 5th circle and more like being forced to fuse 8 separate structures into one. 4 days passed in relentless training. When Hale finally emerged and reviewed the Olympiad news, the headlines stopped him cold. During his absence, both the UK and US teams had continued stacking victories. Korea, meanwhile, had been knocked out in the round of 16 of the LIL-side event and eliminated in the semifinals of the reverse field competition. The shift struck harder than he expected. In what felt like a single breath, the landscape had changed, and Team Korea had slipped to 3rd place in the overall standings. Public reaction detonated the moment the results spread. Viewers tore into Hale without mercy, insisting his absence had triggered the chaos now swallowing the tournament. Accusations stacked on top of accusations, but Hale never reacted. He stood unmoved beneath the storm of criticism, fully aware that his own decisive matches were still ahead. Meanwhile, the American representative Dahlia and the UK's Kyle had already clashed twice, and that history only fueled the endless debates flooding every channel. Speculation spiraled everywhere as people argued over how these shifts would reshape the remainder of the competition. 3rd place meant nothing to Hale. In his mind, tomorrow's victory was already settled. When the next match arrived, Dahlia stepped into the VIP lounge to observe Hale's event, only for irritation to flash across her face the instant she saw Kyle seated beside her. She demanded to know why he was there. Kyle answered calmly that he had come to watch the match as well. Dahlia snapped that they were hardly close enough to share seats. Kyle agreed without hesitation, then pointed out that this position offered the clearest view in the arena. Her eyes sharpened as she gestured toward the opposite VIP section and told him to move. Kyle countered that from there he would be staring at the players' backs, and if she disliked the arrangement, she was free to relocate. Dahlia bit down on her anger and said nothing more as the arena lights shifted and the match prepared to begin. The commentators' voices thundered through the stadium, formally announcing the showdown between the Netherlands and Korea. Hale stood with the Korean team on the field, posture steady, gaze locked forward. Kyle flicked a glance at Dahlia, questioning how she could look so unconcerned. Inside, Dahlia already held her answer. Once the contest reached the tiebreaker, Korea's win was as close to certain as anything in this tournament. The tiebreaker unfolded as a brutal exchange built on rhythm and precision. Teams rotated between offense and defense in strict turns. Attackers unleashed specialized cannons and enchanted spheres, aiming to shatter the opponent's protection stones. Defenders answered with layered magical shields, fighting to intercept every strike. The sequence cycled 10 relentless rounds, and whichever side reduced more stones to fragments would claim victory. Raymond stepped forward as the Netherlands' first attacker. He understood exactly what standing across from Hale meant. The pressure was immense, the odds unforgiving, but surrender never crossed his mind. He launched his assault with everything he had. The impact cracked through Korea's defenses and destroyed a single protection stone, dropping their count to 9. From the VIP lounge, Dahlia's expression hardened. To her, it looked deliberate, as if the Korean side had allowed that opening to pass unchecked. In Dahlia's eyes, the situation was simple. If the Netherlands tightened their defense and made no reckless mistakes, they could carry that advantage straight to the finish. Confidence settled over her as the rotation shifted and Hale stepped forward for his turn to attack. Across the field, the Netherlands assembled a magical shield operating at barely 10% output. They understood the unforgiving rules of tiebreakers all too well. Every shield had a hard limit, and wasting durability early could cost them the entire match. From Kyle's perspective, the plan was obvious. The Netherlands intended to play it safe, lock the field down, and grind out a controlled victory. His attention sharpened as he tried to predict how Hale would answer that strategy. Hale moved without hesitation. The instant his attack was released, the atmosphere changed. Instead of colliding head-on with the shield, the shot curved with impossible precision, slipping past the barrier as if it had never existed. It streaked across the field and struck the protection stones directly. The first one exploded, then the second. A chain reaction followed, each remaining stone shattering in perfect sequence. Gasps tore through the arena as thousands of spectators struggled to process what they were seeing. By the time the echoes faded, nothing remained of the Netherlands' defenses. With a single, flawless strike, Hale had erased the match from existence. Even the commentators faltered, voices shaking as they declared that, barring any foul, this instant would stand forever as a historic milestone in the evolution of tiebreaker battles. After the tiebreaker ended, the American team withdrew to the conference room of their hotel, the air inside thick with pressure. No one spoke lightly. Every face reflected the same, uneasy calculation. Sarah Sillen finally broke the silence, her tone steady and severe as she laid out her assessment. The official result of the tiebreaker had not yet been declared, but to her the implication was obvious. If that outcome stood, the American squad simply did not have the firepower to overpower Korea in the matches that remained. She added that the UK lineup was positioned far more comfortably, with favorable pairings that could carry them to the finals with minimal resistance. If events continued along this trajectory, the American team risked walking away with disappointing results. Dahlia's expression tightened as she listened. Sarah pressed forward, explaining that each team had only 4 remaining opportunities to deploy their strongest competitors, while 6 matches still stood ahead. That imbalance turned every assignment into a decisive gamble. Victory would hinge entirely on how carefully each side distributed its elite players. From her perspective, the optimal strategy was clear: avoid a direct confrontation with Shin Hale whenever possible. The room stirred at that suggestion. Someone pointed out the obvious flaw. They had no reliable way to know which events Hale would enter. Sarah acknowledged the uncertainty, but argued that patterns still existed. His choices could be narrowed through logic. She outlined the scoring structure with clinical precision. Battle survival, open raid, and the one-on-one duel carried the heaviest weight. Every serious contender would funnel their best fighters into those arenas. That left labyrinth exploration, the magic quiz battle, and area conquest as a secondary field. Among those, Sarah judged it highly probable that Hale would choose the magic quiz. His intellect made that event a natural fit. In his absence, there would be more surprising than his presence. Dahlia fixed her with a sharp look and asked whether that meant even Sarah could not defeat him. Sarah did not hesitate. She admitted flatly that she would lose. On that basis, she urged Dahlia to concentrate on securing victories in labyrinth exploration and area conquest instead. The recommendation landed poorly. Dahlia's displeasure was impossible to hide. To her ears, the plan sounded like surrendering one of the highest value battles without a fight. Sarah accepted the criticism without retreating. It was an unpleasant concession, she said, but stability demanded sacrifice. If the American team wanted the most reliable path to consistent points, this was a strategy that offered the greatest chance of survival. She continued by stating that if Shin Hale chose not to enter the Magic Intelligence match, then Dahlia's task would be simple. She would have to claim that victory herself. Sarah added that Maya on the UK side was sharp enough to reach the same strategic conclusions. Kyle, however, was a different matter. His style was relentlessly aggressive, and he would never tolerate a plan built around dodging a decisive confrontation. Sarah finished her breakdown with a final calculation. If the American squad could seize first place in the remaining labyrinth exploration event, they could still anchor themselves to an overall silver medal. The following morning shattered that fragile plan. Sarah's phone slipped from her fingers as the announcement loaded on the screen. For a moment, she could only stare, unable to reconcile what she was reading. Shin Hale had registered for the area conquest match. For the American team, that single line spelled disaster. It was the 9th day of the Olympiad, and the tournament's popularity had exploded, ratings climbing to more than 1.4 times last year's peak. Commentators beamed as they praised the event's success, their voices feeding the roaring energy of the crowd. The area conquest rules were brutally straightforward. Teams fought to secure the largest share of territory, but only 4 of the 8 would advance. That structure injected pure volatility into every decision. At the center of the storm stood the anticipated 3-way collision between Hale, Dahlia, and Kyle, the axis around which the entire match revolved. When the opening round sounded, Hale led his teammates toward the neutral starting zone, intending to lock it down first. They barely advanced before a wall of opponents materialized and sealed their path. The pattern snapped into focus immediately. The other 7 teams had synchronized their efforts into a single alliance aimed squarely at Hale. Each squad detached 2 members to shadow his group, forming a tightening ring, while their remaining players spread outward to seize open territory. Hale's laughter cut cleanly through the tension, amused by the sheer scale of the arrangement. One of the encircling opponents spoke up, cool and unapologetic, reminding them that cooperative hunting was standard practice and that alliances were perfectly legal within the match rules. Behind Hale, Kang Shin-woo and Ma Jin-suk kept their voices low and urgent. They warned that the enemy's intention was obvious. Erase Hale's team first, then settle their own rivalries afterward. Hale acknowledged the logic without argument, yet his gaze hardened. To him, the maneuver had crossed a personal line. An opponent suddenly launched an attack, the strike accompanied by a sneer aimed at their supposed naivety. Hale answered with a mocking smile of his own. He declared that being swarmed with such excessive force felt less like strategy and more like an insult, as if they were collectively looking down on him. And that slight struck directly at his pride. That instant, Hale stopped holding back. Power erupted from him like a detonating star. A violent shockwave tore across the field, and the arena trembled under the force of it. In the span of a heartbeat, every opponent standing in his path was wiped out. The encirclement collapsed completely. With no resistance left to contest the zone, the officials declared Team Korea the winner of the match. From the Olympiad VIP Lodge, the spectators absorbed the aftermath as the first round concluded. The Green Tower Master and the Red Tower Master exchanged measured observations, dissecting the field with calm precision. They noted how Sarah had structured the American strategy with extreme care and agreed that the U.S. side was not yet cornered. Nearby, the Blue Tower Master watched with open satisfaction. His team had secured an enormous stretch of territory, enough to swing the balance of the event in their favor. In his eyes, the advantage was decisive. He doubted the remaining teams possessed any realistic method to overturn it. That confidence stemmed from the area buff system governing the battlefield. 10 connected zones could be fused into a single merged territory. If an enemy seized that unified region, all 10 zones vanished at once, creating catastrophic losses. Within those borders, combat itself was distorted. Damage output and resistance shifted, and layered buffs amplified anyone fighting inside. The larger the merged territory, the more overwhelming the enhancement became. The system perfectly complemented Dahlia's specialty in sweeping, large-scale attacks. To the Blue Tower Master, it was the ideal stage to finally force Hale into a genuine struggle. Night settled, and the teams retreated to their quarters. For a short time the room filled with quiet relief as tension bled away. That calm shattered when the next matchup announcement arrived. Their opponent in round 2 would be the UK team. The mood tightened instantly. Fatigue mixed with irritation, much of it directed at the relentless pressure the UK lineup always brought. Kang Shin-woo turned to Hale and demanded to know the plan moving forward. Hale began laying out his reasoning, voice steady as he organized the situation. The door opened before he could finish. Kyle stepped inside as if the space belonged to him and greeted the room without hesitation. Shock rippled through the group. Questions fired at once, suspicion sharp in every stare. Some openly wondered whether he'd come to spy. Kyle dismissed the accusation with a calm shake of his head. He stated that information was not his purpose. He had come to speak directly to Shin Hale with a proposal, an alliance. The room froze as Hale extended his hand immediately and clasped Kyle's in agreement, accepting the offer without the slightest pause. After agreeing to the alliance, Sarah and Dahlia sat in silence, the weight of what had just happened settling over them. An alliance between Team Korea and Team UK should have been unthinkable, yet here it was, unfolding right in front of them. Sarah's mind was already racing ahead. To her, this was a rare opening, a perfect chance to study both sides up close and gather intelligence that could shape everything that followed. Dahlia leaned back in her seat and muttered that, ideally, one of the two teams would get wiped out on the spot. A quick elimination would solve a lot of problems. Even as she said it, she admitted it was nothing more than a selfish wish. Sarah shut the idea down immediately. There was no point clinging to fantasies. Both teams had already secured their advancement to the next round, and the odds of either collapsing now were slim to none. Still, Dahlia couldn't help wondering if the 6 remaining teams in the arena might somehow unite and pull off a miracle upset. Sarah shook her head. Shin Hale's display in the first round had already answered that question. He had shown more than enough power to dominate a battlefield of that scale. And teamwork, she reminded her, wasn't a crutch reserved for the weak. Strong teams understood its value just as well. Even with that certainty, a single doubt kept gnawing at Sarah. She turned to Dahlia and asked what she made of Hale's decision to enter this event in the first place. From his standpoint, the match was a massive gamble. Every move he made exposed his magic to analysis, and a single misstep during the quiz segments could cost him critical points. It didn't fit his nature. Hale wasn't the type to stake everything unless victory was practically assured. That left only one conclusion in Sarah's mind. He was still concealing a decisive trump card. Before long, the second round of the territory capture match in Area 1 loomed. Hale and his teammates had finished locking in their strategy, and the entire formation revolved around him. Even so, Ma Jin-suk couldn't shake his unease about Kyle's squad and the fragile alliance binding them. The fear of a sudden betrayal lingered in his voice. The protagonist answered without hesitation. Such a backstab made no sense. The current score didn't favor the UK team, and turning on Korea would trigger immediate backlash. They would find themselves isolated, forced to face every opposing alliance alone. It would be a suicidal move. On top of that, the American team was observing from the sidelines, and the UK squad couldn't risk looking weak or dishonorable under that scrutiny. The instant the countdown hit 0 and the match began, chaos exploded across the arena. Every team except one surged forward in a single, coordinated wave, and their target was the UK squad. Ma Jin-suk stared in disbelief at the sudden onslaught. He had prepared for conflict, but not for a situation spiraling this violently out of control. Kang Shin-woo turned to Hale at once. Tension sharpened his voice as he asked what they were supposed to do now that their entire plan had just collapsed. Hale didn't flinch. His answer was calm and steady. They would stay where they were and observe. For now, they would wait. While the battlefield roared in the distance, a figure approached through the smoke and motion. A woman representing the Russian team stepped directly in front of Hale and delivered her proposal without hesitation. She wanted an alliance. If he agreed, her coalition would personally ensure Korea's victory and wipe out the UK team, the very rivals Hale considered the greatest threat. Hale listened without interrupting, his expression unreadable, then asked the only question that mattered. What did her side gain from this arrangement? Her reply came smoothly. Her coalition didn't believe they could overpower a united Korea, UK front in a straight clash. But if the UK team fell here and now, the balance of the competition would reset. The remaining teams would finally have a real chance to compete for the top spot. She added that their coalition still had room to absorb one more member. The terms were simple and precise. While her forces concentrated on crushing the UK squad, Korea would stay out of the direct fighting altogether. Hale immediately saw through the structure of the offer. They wanted his team free to secure and link territories while others absorbed the danger and exhaustion of open combat. When he voiced that understanding, she confirmed it without shame. Hale fell silent for a brief moment, weighing the angles. Once the territory connection buff activated, his team would effectively vanish from meaningful threat for the remainder of the match. The strategy aligned perfectly with his priorities. The Russian representative caught the shift in his gaze and allowed herself a small, confident smile. She declared that she had expected him to recognize the opportunity. Refusing such a deal, in her eyes, would have been pure foolishness. Elsewhere on the far side of the battlefield, Ka was fighting a losing battle. Surrounded on all sides, he struggled to comprehend how quickly his team had been driven into a corner. Attacks rained down without pause, denying him even a second to summon his wind spirit. Only Maya and Nape's desperate efforts to draw enemy focus kept him standing at all. Even with their support, he felt his defenses crumbling. Time was running out. As pressure closed in and desperation tightened around his chest, a single thought surfaced in his mind. Where was Shin Hale? One of the fighters pressing Kyle forward let out a sharp laugh, mocking him for still clinging to the hope that Hale would appear. The taunt hit like a spark to dry tinder. Kyle's anger flared, but the opponent kept talking, voice dripping with certainty as he declared that no one was coming to rescue him. Their coalition leader, he said, had already delivered Hale an offer too tempting to refuse. As far as he was concerned, the UK team had already been sold out. The words struck Kyle like a physical blow. Seeing the shock on his face, the enemy pushed harder, urging him to surrender while he still could. There was no path left to victory. Once the UK team was erased, Korea would lose its only partner and its expansion speed would be cut in half. After that, the coalition could calmly pivot and crush the Korean side as well. In the opponent's eyes, Kyle was teetering on the edge. One final shove would make him collapse. The mockery escalated. The enemy sneered that Shin Hale was overrated, nothing more than a name inflated by rumors. Then the air split with a sudden surge of motion. Shin Hale stepped in without warning, planting himself in front of Kyle and intercepting the strike meant to finish him. Shock rippled through the attackers. They staggered back, caught completely off guard by his arrival. Voices overlapped as they demanded to know why he was there. Hale answered with quiet clarity. He had refused their proposal. Abandoning trust and loyalty for convenience wasn't something he intended to do. The realization hit the enemy ranks all at once. Their formation loosened as they retreated a step, understanding that their plan had just unraveled. Urgent whispers passed between them as they scrambled to adjust their approach. Behind Hale, Kyle felt a surge of emotion he couldn't suppress. He lunged forward and wrapped him in a tight embrace, gratitude written plainly across his face. Hale stiffened, visibly uncomfortable, and muttered that he wasn't that kind of person. Kyle pulled back in a hurry, clarifying that he wasn't confessing anything ridiculous. He just wanted to witness Hale's strength in a real battle, and besides, he already had a girlfriend. Hale replied dryly that he appreciated the sentiment, but their energy would be better spent on the fight ahead. Kyle nodded at once, reminding him that their partnership lasted only for this match. They should end it decisively. Hale agreed, and the two moved as one. Their coordination was swift and ruthless, cutting through the remaining opposition with overwhelming force. When the dust finally settled, the announcement rang across the arena. The victors of the second round were Team Korea and Team UK. After the match concluded, the protagonist drifted toward a vending machine to grab a drink, only to find Dahlia and Sarah already standing there. He asked what they wanted and casually wondered if they had enjoyed the second round. Their responses were cold and immediate. Neither of them felt like chatting. Sarah broke the silence by saying she had a question for him, but he answered just as quickly that he had things he wanted to ask them as well. Dahlia stepped in first, her eyes sharp as she brought up the moment he had wrapped himself in flames perfectly synchronized with Kyle's wind god technique. She asked bluntly if that spell belonged to the Sixth Circle and whether he was, in fact, a Sixth Circle mage. Hale let out a quiet laugh and gave a deliberately vague reply, hinting that the truth could go either way. Sarah's irritation surfaced instantly. In her mind, he was an infuriating puzzle of a person. She demanded to know why he would deliberately display something resembling Sixth Circle magic and expose that level of power in front of them. Hale shut the topic down without explanation, but Sarah refused to back off, continuing to push for an answer. Dahlia shifted the focus to the alliance battle, questioning why he had chosen to rush to Kyle's aid instead of striking another team's base. Once again, Hale declined to respond and made it clear he wouldn't discuss it. Frustration boiled over. Dahlia muttered that the entire exchange was pointless and told Sarah they should leave. Just as they turned away, Hale stopped them. Since they had come this far to confront him, he said he would share at least one thing with them before the finals. Elsewhere, in a separate chamber, the Blue Tower Master was openly delighted with how the match had unfolded. Hale remained polite and restrained, half convinced the praise was simple courtesy. The Master disagreed with that unspoken assumption and commended him for dissecting the Alliance's strategy, joining forces with the UK team, and dismantling the opposing coalition with such precision. He added that the apparent use of Sixth Circle magic at the climax of the fight had stunned not only him, but the other Tower Masters as well. With undisguised curiosity, he leaned forward and asked Hale directly about the final spell he had unleashed. Hale answered simply that he had made some recent progress. The Blue Tower Master froze at those words, his thoughts racing to a single, staggering conclusion. If that progress meant what it sounded like, then Hale was claiming to have touched the Sixth Circle at only 18. That level was infamous among mages, a brutal wall that crushed even the brightest prodigies. Until now, the youngest mage to reach the Fifth Circle had been 19, and the record for the Sixth stood at 25. By that measure, Hale wasn't just ahead. He was rewriting the scale entirely. Sensing the direction of the Master's thoughts, Hale clarified that he hadn't truly stepped into the Sixth Circle. The Master pressed him for details, and Hale admitted that ordinary magical theory struggled to describe what he had done. He explained it through the lens of modified magic. When he constructed the Circle of Truth, he had embedded a tiny infinity circle within it. The structure functioned like an extreme form of resonance and concentration, amplifying the output of his bite-turner style magic to an abnormal degree. That surge was what convinced observers he had cast a Sixth Circle spell. In reality, he emphasized, he couldn't wield genuine Sixth Circle magic. The effect only mimicked it. At best, the power he reached hovered around the boundary of 5.5 circles. The explanation left the Tower Master momentarily speechless. He muttered that he needed time to absorb what he'd just heard, then asked again, carefully, whether Hale truly hadn't crossed into the Sixth Circle. Hale, now intrigued, asked what the Master himself had perceived. The answer came in a low voice. When more than 6 mana circles synchronized, a distinct mana severance phenomenon appeared near a mage's heart. Hale felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't known such a tell existed. The Master warned him that this insight was a guarded secret, unknown even to the Mediator and the other Tower Masters, and ordered him to keep it buried. Pushing the discussion forward, the Tower Master demanded a direct answer. What exact Sixth Circle level spell had Hale unleashed in that final exchange? A long-standing principle held that a mage couldn't cast beyond their current circle without violating the first law of magic. As the thought surfaced, the Master's gaze sharpened. He wondered aloud if Hale had shattered that law and forced a spell past his natural limits. Hale considered the implication and replied that it was one way to interpret what had happened. Then he admitted, without embellishment, that what the Master had witnessed was the absolute edge of his capability. Hale lay back in his room, the noise of the arena finally gone, and replayed the confrontation in his head. He had survived on pure bluff. Somehow it worked, but the realization sat heavy in his chest. Tricks like that had limits. Sooner or later, words and deception would stop being enough, and when that moment came, he would need something real to stand on. Across the tower, the Blue Tower Master rested in his own quarters, yet his thoughts refused to settle. The spell Hale had displayed kept resurfacing in his mind. It was strange, unfamiliar, and deeply fascinating. He resolved to dissect it piece by piece once the Olympiad was over. The next day, 10 minutes into the arena battle, the situation had already exploded into chaos. The UK team surged forward like a tidal wave, crushing the Swiss, Thai, and Italian teams under relentless pressure. The commentators could barely contain their excitement as they praised the overwhelming display. On another front, the Korean and American teams had dismantled the Spanish and Egyptian squads. Spectators quickly began speculating that Korea and the US would join forces and push the UK out of the match. But that prediction never materialized. Everyone could see the truth plainly. The most dangerous individual in the arena was Shin Hale. Instead, whispers spread that the UK might ally with the Americans to erase Korea from the field. Then the battle twisted sharply. Without warning, the Korean and US teams collided head-on. In the heart of that clash, Dahlia dominated the field with crushing momentum, her attacks forcing Hale into constant motion as he dodged and retreated, buying time with every step. At last, Dahlia cornered him and sneered, certain she had him trapped. Hale answered by unleashing the Wind God technique, the very move Kyle had revealed before. Shock rippled through the arena. The audience froze, and even the Tower Masters failed to mask their surprise. Dahlia's confidence shattered in an instant. She had never imagined he could wield that power. Hale met her disbelief with a mocking smile. He reminded her of what he had said earlier, that he spared Kyle to pry information from him. At the time, she had dismissed it as nonsense. Kyle's secrets hardly seemed worth exposing one's own abilities. Worse, she had witnessed Kyle's powers only yesterday. Seeing Hale reproduce them now defied reason. As doubt crept into her thoughts, Hale told her to watch carefully. This technique, he declared, was no longer Kyle's. It was his. The entire audience sat frozen in disbelief, and even the Tower Masters failed to hide their shock at what unfolded before them. Hale stood at the center of the arena, like an untouchable force. When he unleashed another strike, the Moonlight Blast, a heavy silence swallowed the stadium. No one could find words to match the scale of the power they had just witnessed. Dahlia recognized the spell instantly. It was a guarded secret of the Arcane family. Moonlight energy hardened around Hale's body, forming a seamless armor as he leaned forward and prepared to charge. The moment he moved, her eyes widened. His speed had skyrocketed. He cut across the battlefield as if gravity no longer applied to him. The Moonlight Blast surging ahead like a spear of condensed light, radiating force she knew she could not meet head-on. As she tracked his approach, a colder realization settled in. Hale still wasn't fighting at full capacity. For a split second, she wondered if he had only just stepped into the realm of six-circle magic. Pure defense would never carry her through this exchange. Abandoning hesitation, she triggered another trump card. Superheated Hell Third Form, Phoenix Rondo. A colossal phoenix of blue fire erupted into existence, spreading its wings before her as both shield and weapon. Hale answered without pause. His resonance circle ignited and tightened, layering additional reinforcement over his spell. Then he shifted into the Byturner-style halo, compressing the spreading light into a razor-focused beam and driving every fragment of its energy straight ahead. Dahlia's breath caught. That wasn't how Halo was supposed to function. Yet he reshaped the technique effortlessly, bending its rules in real time. Seconds later, the blue phoenix shattered, its flames scattering into nothing. He pressed the advantage immediately, launching another strike before she could steady herself. This time her focus faltered. The attack closed in, and a figure cut between them. Kyle intercepted the blow, bracing against its force with a grin stretched across his face. Excitement flashed in his eyes. He had never imagined Hale would command the Wind God technique with such natural ease. The thrill of it only sharpened Kyle's smile as he proposed they take Hale on together. High above the arena, tension spiked inside the VIP lounge. The Green Tower Master slammed his demand across the room, ordering the Blue Tower Master to explain Hale's true identity at once. How could one person wield the Wind God arts and the Arcane family's magic simultaneously? The Blue Tower Master exhaled slowly and admitted the truth. He didn't fully grasp it himself. The only explanation he could offer was that Hale's mystic eyes were reading and replicating magic formulas with flawless precision. The Green Tower Master narrowed his eyes and voiced the conclusion forming in his mind. If that were true, then Hale's sight resembled the legendary eyes of Lady Sophia. Sophia Inachepri stood as the sole living Ninth Circle Archmage and the absolute sovereign of the Magic Towers. Before her jewel eyes, no hidden spell could survive scrutiny. The Blue Tower Master shook his head and dismissed the idea. Mystic eyes were not powers that could simply be inherited unless their original bearer relinquished them. Hale could not possess the same eyes. Even so, the similarity between his abilities and the jewel eyes was impossible to ignore. The Red Tower Master finally spoke, his tone heavy with realization. Hale's earlier actions now made perfect sense, especially the way he had instantly dissected and revealed the detonation device planted by the Black Tower spy. A quiet question lingered in his thoughts about what kind of existence Hale truly was, and the answer filled him with deep awe. On the battlefield, the pressure escalated again as Hale invoked the superheated Hell skill. To Dahlia, the fight no longer felt even remotely balanced. Kyle saw it clearly as well. Hale had merged the Wind God technique with superheated Hell, forging a seamless hybrid form. A sharp breath left Kyle as he acknowledged the gap between them. Even at his peak, he hadn't managed to land a single meaningful hit. Facing someone like Hale felt less like a struggle and more like a rare privilege. He answered by activating Wind God Third Form. The instant Dahlia saw his stance, she recognized the signature posture of the third Tower Master. Hale met the charge head-on and praised the strike's sheer force as it connected. The impact shattered the armor protecting both of them. Kyle laughed it off for a fleeting second before his strength gave out and his body hit the ground. He tried to raise a defense, but the damage was already too deep. Among the three aces, he was the first to fall. Hale shifted his gaze to Dahlia and noted the exhaustion written across her posture. He told her to concede. She rejected the idea outright and fired back that he should be the one to surrender, since he could barely maintain proper spellcasting anymore. Hale admitted without hesitation that his mental reserves were nearly drained. The blunt confession threw her off balance. She searched his face, unsure why he would expose such a crippling weakness so openly, and wondered if he was about to yield. Instead, even in that battered state, Hale began shaping another spell, proving through action alone that surrender had never entered his mind. Dahlia studied his posture, and a memory flashed through her mind. That stance belonged to the Shinkum martial clan. The realization struck hard. He had mastered Shinmu's hidden martial arts as well. Hale read the understanding in her eyes and confirmed it calmly, explaining that Shinmu was a classical combat style derived from Taekwondo. Inside, he measured what little strength remained. His mental reserves were almost empty. At best, he had 3 minutes left. This was the final window he could exploit. He shifted instantly into the Shinmu martial style, Muguk footwork. The moment he advanced, searing heat surged through his body, burning along his nerves. He endured it through sheer will and closed the distance in a blur. His leg snapped forward in a blast kick that connected cleanly with Dahlia. As the impact landed, he saw her blue flames flicker and weaken. He didn't hesitate. Driving forward again, he unleashed another blast kick, the force hurling her backward across the arena. A heartbeat later, the system's voice thundered through the stadium. The result was final. Dahlia was down. Victory belonged to the Korean representative, Shin Hale. In the aftermath of Shin Hale's victory, the reaction exploded across every major channel. Clips of the Korean team defeating Kyle and Dahlia and seizing the area circulated at lightning speed. Comment sections flooded with praise, hailing Hale as a phenomenon whose power defied conventional limits. The moment that drew the most attention was his seamless fusion of two distinct spells into a single, flawless technique. Speculation spiraled around one question: how he could replicate another person's magic with such exact precision. Veteran analysts of magical theory began drawing comparisons to the Jewel Eyes, the legendary ability associated with Jafua and Achepri. To them, Hale's performance mirrored the same unnatural capacity to read and reproduce arcane structures. The claim ignited fierce arguments. Some voices condemned his actions as outright theft, insisting that arcane magic was an extension of personal identity and could not be appropriated without consequence. Others rejected that view entirely, countering that if such replication were inherently wrong, then the bearer of the Jewel Eyes herself would stand accused by the same logic. The debate fractured public opinion and only deepened the mystery surrounding Hale's unprecedented talent. Within the Dark Tower, its mages followed the swelling controversy with sharp interest. Among the endless stream of posts, one message stood out. It claimed that Shin Hale, rumored to possess the Divine Eye, carried a fundamentally incompatible true nature. The rune stirred as the comments multiplied at a relentless pace. One mage glanced at the Tower Master and asked whether his phone was suffering the same avalanche of notifications. At that exact moment, a call lit up the Tower Master's screen. He ignored it without hesitation. A colleague leaned over and pointed out that the caller was a VIP client, urging him to respond. The Master dismissed the suggestion and let the ringing continue. His co-worker smirked and noted that whoever was calling must be seething with anger. The identity of the caller soon became clear. Hale's own brother, obsessively attempting to make contact, driven by a single goal: arranging his brother's death. Irritation finally won out. The Tower Master typed a curt message ordering him to wait and cease all disturbances. He added a cold warning that Shin Hale would be dead within 5 days and that any further interference would result in the mission's cancellation. The moment the message was sent, the barrage of calls stopped. Elsewhere, removed from the storm of rumors and threats, Hale focused entirely on training with Mimir. He repeated the spell sequences again and again, and each attempt collapsed before completion. Even so, he continued practicing in silence, pushing through failure after failure. Exhaustion carved deep lines into his face, but he kept forcing the spell forward, refusing to stop without something real to show for it. Mimir watched in silence, sharp eyes tracking every fluctuation of mana. For a brief instant the magic aligned perfectly, a clean surge that looked like success. Then it shattered at the very last moment. The backlash drained what little strength Hale had left. His legs gave out, and he dropped to the floor. Mimir stepped closer, asking what had gone wrong, and pointing out that his focus was slipping more than usual. Hale exhaled slowly and admitted the truth. The day had wrung him dry. He shut his eyes and surrendered to a short, heavy rest. Not long before that collapse, he had stood face to face with the Blue Tower Master. The old mage had spoken without pretense, revealing he had known for a long time that so-called transformation magic was nothing but a carefully maintained illusion. But after witnessing Hale's performance in the match, he believed he had finally grasped the real essence behind Hale's power. Hearing that, Hale understood the implication immediately. The Blue Tower Master had seen through a layer of his abilities that most people would never even suspect. When he woke, the lingering fatigue still clung to his body, but his mind was clear. He told Mimir he would be leaving earlier than usual. The sudden decision drew obvious curiosity, and Hale answered only that urgent matters demanded his attention. He went straight to his father. The man informed him, in a calm, measured tone, that within 30 minutes an official notice would be released. It would declare Hale the next head of the family, printed and spread far and wide without delay. The words hit like a physical blow. Shock locked Hale in place, and he asked his father to repeat it, certain he had misheard. The answer came back unchanged. He was to be formally appointed as the successor. Struggling to steady his thoughts, Hale demanded the reason. His father explained that possessing a magical eye on par with the world's highest S rank, first-tier jewel eyes, was justification enough. Add to that the achievement of reaching the 6th circle at 18, and there was no need for further argument. Hale pushed back at once. If those were truly the only reasons, the announcement should wait until the Olympiad ended. Issuing it now suggested another agenda. Otherwise, his father would have postponed everything until they returned to Korea. He stated plainly that he was not the type to choose an heir based on short-term outcomes or shallow metrics. His father studied him for a moment and remarked that the reaction was colder than expected. He had assumed Hale would show at least a hint of excitement. Then the truth surfaced. The notice, his father revealed, was bait. Understanding flashed in Hale's eyes as the pieces locked together. The public declaration wasn't about succession alone. It was designed to flush out the hidden informant from the Black Magic Tower lurking inside their own family. His father affirmed the conclusion without hesitation. Every incident so far pointed to a single goal. The hidden informant wanted to block Hale's rise as family head. Now that Hale stood in the global spotlight, a public declaration would corner that traitor. Once the announcement spread, the informant would be forced to act, and in that moment of desperation, they would expose themselves. Far away, inside an affiliate building of the Medusan clan group, a woman heard the news, and her phone slipped from her hand, clattering against the floor. Shock drained the color from her face. Panic rushed in to fill the void, tightening around her chest as she realized what the announcement meant. Desperation twisted her thoughts toward extremes. If the notice went through, everything she had fought for would collapse. To her, there was only one answer left. Hale had to die, and she swore she would drag things back to the way they used to be. Beside her, Hale's brother watched the breakdown unfold. He reached out and gently patted her head, his expression steady, almost indulgent, as he told her there was no reason to lose control. His calm only deepened her confusion. She demanded to know how he could stay so relaxed when everything was falling apart. A faint grin tugged at his lips as he answered. Shin Hale, he said with quiet certainty, would never live long enough to claim the title of family head. In his eyes, the announcement was already meaningless. Night settled heavily over the district, and a squad of guards continued their routine patrol around a sprawling warehouse. Their footsteps echoed softly as they circled the perimeter, alert but unsuspecting. Without warning, shadows peeled away from the darkness ahead. Several figures materialized in their path, halting the patrol mid-step. The guards barked demands for identification, only to feel a chill crawl down their spines as they realized shapes were closing in from every direction. Dark purple mana burst outward like a spreading stain. The guards instantly recognized the signature. Nearly 10 robed figures stood before them, mages from the Dark Tower, trespassing deep inside restricted grounds. The soldiers rushed to intercept, shouting warnings that the area was forbidden. The response was brutal and efficient. The intruders moved with practiced precision, overwhelming the guards in seconds. One mage laughed under his breath, mocking the weakness of the resistance, and remarking that suggestion magic would have been more than enough for such defenseless prey. He urged the others to hurry, reminding them another sector still awaited their attention. By the time his words faded, every guard lay unconscious, and the warehouse belonged entirely to the Dark Tower mages. At ML Universal Castle, the atmosphere inside the meeting hall was tight with urgency as every key figure gathered at once. The head of the guard stepped forward and delivered the report. 1 hour earlier, the Olympiad security unit had been struck by an organized assault from black mages. The attacked guards hadn't simply been overpowered. They had been placed under suggestion magic. They were tampered with, their ability to act stripped away. Ron Sturt, uncle to Adela, the Sturt family head, spoke up with visible unease. He asked whether the breach had originated from inside, whether the black mages had manipulated the guards directly through suggestion. The head guard confirmed it without hesitation. The corruption had come from within their own defensive line. Lord Shin and Hayok then pressed further, bringing attention to a woman seen among the attackers who had detected the suggestion spell. He asked if she had played a role in the operation as well. The guard explained that the intruders belonged to a unit known as the Hunting Dogs, an elite detachment of the Black Magic Tower, specializing in suppression and covert action. They were infamous even among mages, feared for ruthless techniques that many considered excessive. He confirmed that the woman was part of that unit, and that she had indeed recognized the magic affecting the guards. The Blue Tower Master observed calmly that such perception matched her reputation, while the Green Tower Master added that operations in this kind of field fell squarely within their expertise. Not everyone shared their confidence. Several members voiced concern, arguing that relying on people driven by vengeance carried its own dangers. The guards responded firmly that whatever the risks, the black mages were unmistakably moving against the Olympiad, even if the full scope of their intentions remained hidden. The discussion shifted when Lord Shin and Hyok revealed what he believed to be the true objective. The black mages, he stated, were abducting talented youths to use in human experimentation. The claim struck the room like a sudden blow. Two members reacted with open shock, while the rest absorbed the words in grim silence. Ron hesitated before answering, admitting the accusation sounded consistent with the Black Magic Tower's cruelty, yet questioning whether they would truly go so far as to target the Olympiad itself. He asked if there was solid proof behind the assertion. Lord Shin responded immediately. He produced documented evidence detailing a surge of kidnappings linked to the Black Magic Tower, showing that incidents involving minors had doubled over the past 3 years. The files came from a research log seized during a previous raid on a human experimentation facility. As the records circulated, disbelief spread through the hall. Lord Shin emphasized that the enemy had been operating quietly beneath their notice for far too long, then turned to Ron as if inviting further objection. None came. The head guard broke the silence, declaring that if the goal was the abduction of gifted youths, it was an atrocity beyond forgiveness, and that swift, decisive measures were no longer optional. The protagonist returned to Mimir and immediately noticed the tension in the air. She informed him that, after the recent upheavals, Uncle Kim Suk-hyen had enforced strict security across every Olympiad venue and hotel. Mimir frowned, unable to reconcile the chaos with the fact that the matches were still moving forward. Hale explained that canceling the event was never an option. The Olympiad was surging in scale and influence, and the damage already extended beyond the injured guards. He added that, while the black mages were undeniably dangerous, penetrating the reinforced defenses to reach him was effectively impossible. Mimir listened but couldn't shake the unease sitting in her chest. She wondered aloud whether the black mages would risk a kidnapping attempt under such suffocating security, or if patience would serve them better. Waiting until the games concluded and everyone dispersed, Hale accepted the logic in her concern, then shifted the angle, asking if there was another target they might be overlooking. After a brief hesitation, Mimir revealed what she had found in a record left by a previous successor, the Olympiad MVP reward, an artifact known as the Summit Radiant Stone. Hale questioned whether it was simply a rare mineral or ceremonial ornament. Mimir said she wished it were that simple. Her expression tightened abruptly as realization struck. If the Summit Radiant Stone was the mana stone she suspected, then under no circumstances could it be allowed to fall into anyone's hands. The following day at the arena, Hale stood absorbed in thought until Adela approached with an easy, warm greeting. She mentioned that the Magic Knowledge Finals were closing in and asked if the pressure was getting to him. Hale answered that the match itself didn't unsettle him, even with competitors like Britain's Maya and America's Sarah entering the field. He stated plainly that he intended to win. Adela smiled with open pride, her trust in his ability unquestioned, but she quickly noticed the distraction behind his eyes and asked what was weighing on him. His thoughts circled back to the crystal and to Adela's background. Remembering that the Shimbui clan specialized in mana stones, he asked if she recognized the Summit Radiant Stone and showed her an image of it. Adela studied the picture, confusion flickering across her face. To her, it looked like nothing more than the natural stone awarded to the Olympiad's MVP. Hale explained that Mimir required deeper insight, its origin, its structure, any hidden history attached to it. Adela nodded slowly and said her family's archives might hold records on unusual stones, though they were often cataloged under obscure or alternate names. Finding the right entry could take time. Hale told her that time wasn't an issue. At that instant, a sharp announcement rang through the arena, summoning every participant to prepare for the next match. Hale turned to Adela and told her he would be back soon, reminding her to contact him the moment she uncovered anything about the stone. She answered with quiet assurance. As he stepped onto the stage, the arena erupted with energy, the crowd's excitement swelling into a restless roar. Hidden among the spectators, one man sat perfectly still, his attention split between the spectacle and a covert line of communication with the head of the Black Tower mages. In a low voice, he reported that the interior atmosphere was stable and that the parade was continuing as scheduled. The reply came cold and immediate. He was warned not to improvise under any circumstances. If he disobeyed, a gunfake illusion would be cast on him without hesitation. Fear tightened his throat. He rushed to confirm that he would never dare act against orders. The head demanded a full situation update. The informant scanned the surroundings and reported dense security, including roughly 5 7-circle mages positioned around the venue. Hearing that, the head calculated quickly and concluded that any viable operation would require security pressure to be increased by at least half again, as much to create a safe opening. The man then asked about the third Mana Stone warehouse. The answer was blunt. Without redirecting additional guards away from that location, success was impossible. Desperation crept into the informant's voice as he proposed unleashing all the monsters at once to force chaos. The head cut him off instantly. Such a move would halt the Olympiad outright, ruining their broader objective. He added that the Summit Radiant Stone, recently transferred to the third warehouse, was scheduled to be moved even deeper into the central vault. The man's frustration sharpened. He suggested injuring guards or staff to force the mission through. The head remained unmoved. A thin grin surfaced as he revealed that his real plan targeted something far more consequential, and it would unfold that very night. Long after the crowds had dispersed, the Blue Tower Master stood alone on his balcony, the city lights stretching beneath him. A ripple disturbed the quiet air. From the darkness, a flying creature glided forward, a monster with red, glinting eyes and a rider cloaked in black. Recognition flashed instantly. Black Bell Wyvern. The rider guided the beast to a hovering stop and met the master's gaze. In a tone that carried no warmth, he greeted him and announced that this meeting had a single purpose. He had been sent to end the Blue Tower Master's life. The scene rolled back a few hours before the strike on the Blue Tower Master. At that time, he was riding with Hale, still basking in the afterglow of the magic quiz battle. Genuine pride colored his voice as he congratulated Hale on the victory. Hale answered with quiet gratitude, pointing out that winning just one of the 4 matches left would lock in the overall triumph for their side. The master admitted with a low chuckle that if he hadn't poured resources into this year's Olympiad, he would have been slamming his fists in regret, fully aware of how critical that decision had been. Inside the car, Hale laughed softly, savoring the rare lightness of the moment. Adela, seated beside him, suddenly broke in with news that cut through the air. She had located the stone they'd been hunting. Its true name, she revealed, was the Obsidian of Lamentation. The words caught Hale off guard. Adela calmly confirmed it, explaining that every distinctive feature and visual marker lined up perfectly with the historical records she had cross-checked. The Blue Tower Master listened in silence before adding his own piece. If he secured the MVP title in the competition, the stone would become his reward. His gaze shifted to Hale as he asked whether Hale had been digging into research on the Summit Radiant Stone. Hale shook his head, stating that his studies served an entirely different aim. The master brushed the denial aside, insisting it hardly mattered when everyone already saw this year's MVP as Hale an all but name. Driven by curiosity, the protagonist turned the conversation back to the Obsidian of Lamentation and asked what the master truly knew about it. The master's expression hardened as he answered. While the Summit Radiant Stone remained a mystery to him, he did possess fragments of knowledge about the Obsidian. It had first surfaced in the 1300s, he explained, and its defining trait was terrifying in scope, the ability to endlessly draw out dense mana without exhaustion. Hale pressed on, asking why such a stone would later be labeled Summit Oregon. The master reasoned that the change likely stemmed from its extreme rarity. Excavations were so scarce that early finders assumed they were facing a completely new mana mineral and branded it accordingly. In all likelihood, no one had unearthed it again since those distant centuries. A sharper edge entered Hale's voice as he demanded to know whether the master had carried this knowledge all along. The master corrected him at once. Even the title Obsidian of Lamentation, he said, had only been coined during that era. The revelation hit Hale like a physical blow. If that name was already a later invention, then the stone's true origins had to stretch far deeper into history than the 1300s. Adela quietly supported the conclusion, revealing that her family archives listed an even older designation for the same relic. In their records, its earliest name was preserved as God's Grace. Later that night, the calm of the Blue Tower Master's balcony shattered as a Black Tower mage struck without warning. His dragon roared and unleashed a spiraling vortex of dark purple mana straight at the master. At the same time, the attacker warned coldly that any attempt to dodge would bring the entire hotel crashing down. The threat hung heavy in the air, but the Tower Master did not waver. With flawless precision, he invoked Water Flow, Clear Mirror, and Still Water in rapid succession, weaving the techniques together to intercept the incoming force. The attacking mage's grin widened at the display. Rather than retreat, his excitement spiked. In a mocking tone, he praised the master's skill, joking that he might actually fall for him. His hand lifted again, mana coiling violently around his palm as he prepared a second strike, openly daring the master to prove he could survive what came next. Before the Blue Tower Master, the battlefield thickened. Mana circles flared to life while grotesque monsters crowded the space, their presence distorting the air itself. He scanned the gathering threat with sharp, calculating eyes. A faint gleam flashed in his gaze as he grasped the truth. This was no simple ambush. Facing this swarm would demand far more than ordinary effort. Elsewhere, Hale relayed news of the stone to Mimir. The moment she recognized the name God's Grace, her expression darkened with clear disapproval. With a swift spell, she summoned an ancient book into her hands and began to explain. God's Grace, she said, was a mana stone of unimaginable rarity, a treasure that could form only once every 1,000 years. The revelation stunned Hale. Mimir continued, her voice steady as she described its origin. At the very center of the world, where land and sea converged, a supreme mana stone was born after absorbing endless currents of energy across vast ages. Though it looked like an ordinary rock, consuming it would transform it into the ultimate elixir. Hale faltered at the idea, asking how anyone could possibly consume a stone. Mimir clarified that placing it in the mouth was enough. The stone would dissolve and absorb on its own, without pain or resistance. A surge of anticipation ran through Hale as he pressed her about its effects. Mimir explained that whoever absorbed God's grace would rise as the greatest mage of their era. The elixir would rebuild the body from within, reshaping mana circles and even blood vessels into structures perfectly attuned to mana. It was an awakening of talent so profound that it might surface only once in a millennium. Hale's mind raced. If the stone truly held such power, the Black Tower would stop at nothing to seize it. Mimir answered calmly that everything she had described so far was merely the secondary influence. She had yet to reveal the stone's true and primary power. Mimir finally disclosed the stone's true promise. Anyone who consumed God's grace could step beyond a mage's natural ceiling and gain the potential to shatter the barrier of the 10th circle. The implication struck Hale with full force. Mimir confirmed it without hesitation. Absorbing the stone allowed a mage to transcend limits that had bound their kind for all of history. Hale instantly grasped the catastrophe that would follow if the Black Tower secured it. Such power in their hands would tilt the balance of the world. Mimir went further, reminding him that the Black Tower stood as the embodiment of the Black Demon King. If it being claimed God's grace, reaching the 10th circle and climbing even higher would become a real possibility. Urgency surged through Hale, and he moved to spread the warning at once. Mimir cut him off sharply. Under no circumstances could he reveal the truth about God's grace. She traced the weight of its title, Obsidian of Lamentation, back to the brutal magical wars of the 1300s. Hale recalled the devastation of that era and fell silent. Mimir's voice hardened as she warned that a single mana stone held the power to redirect the fate of the entire world. An elixir capable of granting legendary talent would drive anyone to madness if pursued without restraint. Every detail about God's grace had to remain buried. He was forbidden from telling even Kim Kong-in, the chosen successor, or his own father. If word spread that the Black Tower hunted the Summit Radiant Stone, others would dissect the clue and eventually expose God's grace for what it truly was. Hale accepted the burden of secrecy. A plan formed quickly. Publicly, they would claim that the Black Tower aimed for the third Mana Stone warehouse, while the Summit Radiant Stone's identity stayed concealed. Only the Blue Tower Master would be informed, trusted to navigate the crisis with clear judgment. At that same moment, beneath a sky choked with rain and darkness, the Blue Tower Master lay broken on the ground. Blood soaked his clothes and pooled around his motionless body. The battle had ended with several Black Tower mages standing victorious, their enemy left for dead. Scattered across the ruined field, the corpses of black dragons lay twisted and still, silent witnesses to his crushing defeat. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.